Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 393. Burning with Anxiety. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader: Davis Nguyen, Kane, Goha, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Aziz Makta, Gonzalo Sumalavia, J. Wolf, Kevin Williams, Shadow, Mike, KD, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Lady Hanabi. Kaito smiled as he swept his gaze across the Hyuga clansmen gathered in the hall. At this moment, all of them were staring at him with eager anticipation. Are you certain you wish for me to explain here? Finally, Kaito fixed his eyes directly on Hanabi. This. For a moment, Hanabi hesitated, instinctively glancing first at Hayashi and then at Takuma, who was seated on the other side. Kaito maintained his smile, unconcerned about their silent exchange. Uncle Takuma, Hanabi spoke up, have everyone else leave. Only you and father should remain. As you wish. Takuma displayed the utmost deference toward Hanabi, waving a hand to dismiss the others. At the command, the remaining Hyuga clansmen rose to their feet one after another and silently filed out of the hall. Once outside, however, they formed a loose perimeter around the building, keeping their distance but ensuring no one could approach unnoticed. Now, only 4 people remained inside the hall. Lord Kaito. Hanabi bowed deeply once more, her youthful face set in a serious expression. Please enlighten us. Kaito chuckled again. He didn't mind clearing up the Hyuga clan's doubts. After all, much like removing the caged bird seal, he himself wasn't entirely sure whether knowing the full truth would be a blessing or a curse for the Hyuga. Still, the matter had to be addressed. Because once the caged bird seal was lifted, the Hyuga would face an immense hidden danger. The Tensigen, he stated plainly. That is the name of the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan. Tensigen. The 3 Hyuga clansmen in the hall silently repeated the unfamiliar term. You should already know that the progenitor of the Hyuga clan was Otsutsuki Himura, the second son of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the younger brother of the Sage of 6 Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Kaito's voice was calm and unhurried. Thus, it stands to reason that a fully realized Tensigen possesses power on the same level as the Sage's Rinnegan. Aside from Hanabi, who was still somewhat unclear about the upper echelons of shinobi power, both Hayashi and Takuma widened their eyes in shock. Especially Takuma. He didn't fully grasp how powerful the Sage's Rinnegan was, but he had witnessed firsthand the overwhelming might displayed by Nagato and Uchiha Madara, both wielders of the Rinnegan, on the battlefield. In particular, Madara's ability to summon massive meteors from the sky had left everyone awestruck. That kind of power. Unconsciously, Takuma's breathing grew heavier. Kaito, of course, noticed his momentary lapse. Perhaps revealing the origins of the Tensigen really isn't a good thing for the Hyuga clan, he mused. How many people could resist the temptation of such overwhelming strength? Fortunately, Takuma quickly snapped out of it, suppressing the boiling delusions in his heart. After a brief pause, seeing that no one objected, Kaito continued his explanation. Still, he couldn't resist offering a word of caution. The Uchiha, another clan specializing in ocular techniques, only ever produced a single pair of Rinnegan, Madaras. Therefore, power of this caliber is something one encounters by chance, not by force. The 3 Hyuga nodded at Kaito's words, and the hidden fervor in Hayashi and Takuma's eyes finally cooled. Ah, I really am an excessively kind man, Kaito couldn't help but think. Under their expectant gazes, he finally arrived at the crux of the matter. To awaken the Tensigen, at minimum, 2 conditions must be met. Lord Kaito, what are these 2 conditions? Hanabi couldn't contain her curiosity. First. Kaito raised a single finger. A Byakugan of the purest quality. Pure Byakugan. Hanabi tilted her head in confusion. Aren't all Byakugan the same? No, they are not. Hayashi answered this time, his voice tinged with excitement, as if he had suddenly stumbled upon something fortuitous. Even disregarding the influence of the caged bird seal, there are still significant differences in the limits each person's Byakugan can reach. He glanced at Takuma before continuing, this is a difference brought about by the purity of one's bloodline. Then, locking eyes with Hanabi, he added, Hanabi, remember this, no matter what turmoil the clan goes through, the one who assumes the position of the main family's head must be the Hyuga with the purest bloodline. Hearing this, Takuma frowned but refrained from voicing any objection. Hanabi nodded in understanding before turning back to Kaito. Lord Kaito, what is the second condition? Second. This time, Kaito held up 2 fingers. One must possess the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki chakra. Hanabi tilted her head again. The power of all creation. Kaito kept his explanation concise. This. Hayashi and Takuma immediately grasped the near impossibility of fulfilling such a condition. Incidentally, Kaito kindly added another piece of information: Madara only obtained the Rinnegan after transplanting the cells of the first Hokage. Unfortunately, the Hyuga cannot replicate this method, he continued, shaking his head in feigned regret. After all, the Uchiha and Senju both trace their lineage back to the sage's 2 sons, making their bloodlines compatible. Hayashi, unwilling to give up, pressed further. Then, would it be possible to achieve this by transplanting Otsutsuki cells? Who knows? Kaito shrugged. Without experimentation, conjecture is meaningless. Then how did Niji awaken his? Takuma, equally unwilling to relent, asked. Ah, Niji, that boy was truly fortunate. Kaito sighed as if deeply moved. There was already a pre-existing Tensigen on the moon, so I extracted its ocular power and bestowed it upon him. Takuma gasped. A pre-existing Tensigen? Could it have been left behind by our ancestor, Hamura? No. Kaito smiled as he delivered the most shocking revelation. It was an amalgamation of hundreds of Byakugan, harvested from every member of the Otsutsuki branch family on the moon. They resorted to such extreme measures for a single purpose, the complete annihilation of the main family. Hayashi and Takuma instantly understood the grave implications hidden within Kaito's words. Their faces drained of color in an instant. This. A bottomless dread surged within them. If this information were confirmed, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly face utter destruction. Hanabi, observing the reactions of her elders, belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. Her face paled as well, and her small frame began to tremble uncontrollably. The caged bird seal. Hayashi growled, glaring fiercely at Takuma. The caged bird seal. Takuma swayed in his seat, as if on the verge of collapse. I must apologize for the matter of the caged bird seal, Kaito said somewhat awkwardly. At the time, I was unaware of the deeper reasoning behind its existence. Watching the 3 Hyuga break out in cold sweat, he added apologetically, however, there's more. The caged bird seal serves another purpose. This peculiar cursed seal shares a subtle connection with the artifact used to suppress Kagaya's seal on the moon. Thus, the caged bird was not only Hamura's failsafe for monitoring the shinobi world but also a catalyst to reinforce the suppression artifact. In any case, to defeat Kagaya, I needed to interfere with the seal at the time. Even if only temporarily, removing the caged bird was a necessary step. Yet, at this moment, Takuma was in no state to listen to Kaito's explanations. He now understood that if this matter were not handled properly, he and the others who had spearheaded the movement to abolish the caged bird seal would go down in history as the Hyuga clan's greatest sinners. The information must be suppressed at all costs. His gaze snapped toward Kaito, only to falter and withdraw almost immediately. This man before them had saved the world and established the planet's unified defense front. The Hyuga clan, as they were now, could not afford to oppose him. What do we do? For the first time in his life, Takuma felt his heart burning with anxiety. Chapter 394, 394. Cast into Hell. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The great hall fell into complete silence. Like Takuma, Hayashi understood all too well that even if they were to reapply the caged bird seal to their clansmen now, it would no longer guarantee absolute safety should the information leak. He couldn't help but glance at Kaito. After all, it was this man before him who had researched and devised a method to remove the caged bird seal, which he had then handed over to Tsunade. What worried him even more was the possibility that Tsunade might not have implemented strict confidentiality measures regarding this technique. If someone were to learn both the method to remove the caged bird seal and the secret of gathering Byakugan to create the Tensigen, the Hyuga clan would face the greatest crisis in its history. There's no need for you all to be so alarmed. Seeing the 3 of them in such a state of disarray, Kaito couldn't help but feel surprised. Many of the events that took place on the moon were witnessed by Hinata, Ruka, and Toka, who also participated in the mission. Surely they must have reported to you. Kaito, Hayashi's expression darkened. They never mentioned anything about the Tensigen. Kaito paused, then said, I see. I had assumed you were already prepared and were merely confirming the details with me. It seems Toka and the others anticipated the danger this information could bring. If it were me, I'd understand their decision. After all, if word of the Tensigen were to spread, many would be unable to suppress their greed, even within our own clan, Takuma said dejectedly. The temptation of such power could corrupt even our own. Kaito found himself at a loss. Until now, he had been preoccupied with his plans against Kaguya, the affairs of the Yellow Spring Hell, and his own pursuit of strength. Though his mind was always occupied with countless matters. In truth, he had never given much thought to the Hyuga clan or the Tensigen. Or rather, he had subconsciously dismissed it as unimportant. But now, he realized that if mishandled, this situation could bring catastrophic consequences to the Hyuga. Even if the Hyuga clan were to fall, it wouldn't directly affect him. Yet, this crisis had ultimately arisen because of him. Kaito closed his eyes in contemplation. He was not so cold-blooded as to stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, the Hyuga members present during the Moon mission had likely reached a consensus to keep the information hidden. And given Sasuke's personality, if Niji were to ask, he would surely persuade his teammates to keep the secret as well. With that in mind, while the risk of the information leaking still existed, it wasn't overwhelmingly high. There was still room for remedy. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene. With that thought, the paper clone transmitted the information to his main body. Mount Oyama. Kaito's true self had already calmed his emotions after sending off Saimai and was still mechanically operating the formation in the secret chamber to condense the dragon vein crystals. Upon receiving the message from his clone, he immediately halted his actions. What is it? Enma, observing from the alternate dimension, sensed his movement and spoke up. A matter concerning the Hyuga clan. Kaito replied. I see. After a brief moment of consideration, Enma understood the situation. Is this the consequence of acting on a whim? Kaito pressed a hand to his forehead. Now I must take responsibility. You could also choose not to interfere. Enma stated it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kaito raised an eyebrow. Is this another difference in perspective between gods and humans? Of course, Enma replied. Gods do not concern themselves with human affairs. Even if humanity were to go extinct. Kaito deliberately pressed. That would not do, Enma admitted. Without humans, the Yellow Spring Hell would cease to function, and this king would lose his power. Well, we've digressed. Do you have any suggestions regarding the Hyuga matter? Kaito asked again. Enma remained indifferent. This king's advice remains the same, do nothing. While you may have played a part in this, both the caged bird seal and the Tensigen were pre-existing issues within the Hyuga clan. Even without you, they would have had to confront these problems eventually. This is simply the fate their clan must face. You say that so confidently. Kaito was somewhat taken aback. This king is not some benevolent deity who doles out mercy from on high, this king is a god of hell. Enma sounded almost surprised that Kaito would question it. Very well, I understand. At the same time, Kaito made his decision. Konoha, Hyuga main residence. Kaito broke the silence once more. Regarding this matter, I can only guarantee that those outside the Hyuga clan will not leak the information, he said solemnly. As for the internal affairs of the Hyuga clan, I'm afraid I can offer no further assistance. At this point, the three Hyuga had no choice but to accept. After all, the men before them possessed power and connections far beyond what the Hyuga clan could contend with. Having said his piece, Kaito knew they would need to convene internally, so he excused himself under the pretext of other business. One more thing. As he reached the door, he turned back. Should you ever face a crisis beyond your means, I pledge to assist the Hyuga clan unconditionally, once. With those words, he strode out of the estate under the watchful eyes of the guards. Father. Uncle Takuma. Hanabi watched Kaito's retreating figure. Can we really trust Lord Kaito's promise? I believe we can, Takuma said, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Given the vast difference in power between him and us, I can't think of any reason he would deceive us. We have no other choice, Hayashi said, regaining his composure as clan head. For now, our priority is to devise a plan to ensure this information remains hidden. He issued orders without hesitation. Hanabi, summon your sister. Takuma, fetch Ruka and Toka. Flustered, Hanabi instinctively obeyed and hurried out of the hall. Takuma locked eyes with Hayashi for a few seconds before finally relenting. Understood. Mount Oyama. After receiving another update from his paper clone, Kaito quickly set the matter aside and refocused on reshaping the alternate dimension. This is for the best. Enma commented upon hearing his decision. After all, the time for the Yellow Spring Hell to make its presence known in the living world is approaching. With the deterrence of Hell's punishments, this king believes fewer will dare to commit evil henceforth. Kaito nodded in understanding. Indeed. The 8 great hells, the 8 cold hells, and the countless lesser hells are all waiting to receive their due. Precisely. Enma's tone carried a hint of eagerness. Now that the Yellow Spring Hell has been reopened, this king is offering amnesty to recruit enough staff. But once this opportunity passes, every sinner who arrives in the Yellow Spring will be cast into hell. Chapter 395, 395. Space Reformation. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Goha. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Aziz Makta. Gonzalo Sumalavia. J. Wolf. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Inside the dimensional space. Kaito and King Enma hovered side by side high in the air, looking down at the land below. Finally, everything is set up. Kaito spread his arms wide. Now, let's begin the activation. Proceed. King Enma's body erupted with surges of purple flame, and the entire expanse of land beneath the two of them seemed to shudder into motion all at once, beginning to undulate like the surface of a restless sea. Instantly, the already dilapidated and ruined structures on the ground were completely obliterated. Only the building imprisoning the Tentails remained, standing firm and untouched under the protection of its barrier sealing array. My turn. Kaito's hands began to form hand seals at a blinding speed. Heaven and earth, mountain and marsh, thunder and wind, water and fire, the 8 trigrams intertwine and interact. He held the final seal steady. Ryumaya could give birth to each other, their beneficence blankets the land. Golden light ignited along the ley lines of the earth, rapidly forming an intricate, crisscrossing network of waterways. Boom. 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 Amidst the continuous, thunderous roars, the earth continuously swelled upward and sank downward. The barren, desolate land swiftly morphed, forming various topographical features, mountain ranges, rivers, valleys, and more. Simultaneously, the dimensional space's landmass, which was originally only about the size of a small town, began to grow and expand incessantly, quickly swelling to the size of a large city. When the Earth finally ceased its monumental movements and all the landforms had settled into their final shapes, Kaito began forming another series of hand seals. Emerging from the bounds, rising with the clouds, the azure dragon resides on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird ahead, the black tortoise behind, nurturing life and flourishing energy. In that very instant, the golden radiance emitted by Ryumayaka's energy shot skyward along specific, predetermined channels. Centered around these rising rivers of golden light, a vibrant green hue began to spread with astonishing speed across the land to both sides. Countless plants burst forth from the soil, quickly covering the entire dimensional space in a lush blanket of vegetation. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of flowing water emerged as clear, pristine water began rushing and tumbling through the newly formed riverbeds. As Kaito lowered his hands, the golden glow emanating from Ryumayaka energy gradually dimmed, descending back into the earth and fading from sight. And now, the dimensional space was no longer a scene of desolation. The entire realm was verdant, teeming with life, vibrant and bursting with vitality. Roar. 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 A piercing, ear-splitting howl suddenly tore through the newfound peace. Kaito's expression changed. He instantly flew to a position directly above the structure imprisoning the Tentails. Currently, the Tentails was thrashing about within the sealing array with a ferocity and violence never seen before. It had already shattered the entire building, along with the sound-dampening seals Kaito had previously placed. Only the chains of the primary restraint array, which bound it tightly, were still stubbornly holding on and functioning. This is... Kaito raised an eyebrow, looking down at the Tentails below. Has seeing an abundance of food while starving triggered its bestial instincts completely? This is a seedling of the god tree that has never absorbed the energy of a planet, King Enma stated, suddenly appearing beside Kaito. He extended his right hand, fingers curled as if gripping something. Immediately, the Tentails seemed to be squeezed by an immense, invisible hand, losing all strength to struggle. After witnessing such a rich and potent concentration of Ryumayaka energy, it has fallen into utter madness. So. Purple light ignited in King Enma's eyes. Synchronously, fierce purple flames erupted over the entire body of the Tentails. It is best not to let it taste even a single mouthful of the Ryumayaka's energy. The purple flame surged violently upwards, dyeing the entire sky a deep, profound violet. Otherwise, King Enma's voice boomed with authority, the operational functions awakening within this beast would likely become impossible to reverse. The raging purple flames slowly dissipated. The 10 tails had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. King Enma flicked his sleeve and turned to address Kaito. This king has dispatched it to Avicii, the lowest level of the 8 great hells. Once it has fully adapted to the environment of the deepest hell, the modifications can commence. Kaito casually tucked his hands into the wide sleeves of his robe, replying with a smiling expression. Then I'll leave it in your hands, great king. Very well. King Enma flicked his sleeve once more. This king takes his leave. I respectfully see you off, great king. Kaito watched with a smile as King Enma's form gradually faded and dispersed into nothingness. Now then. Kaito glanced around at the brand new dimensional space, then flew down to the peak of the tallest mountain. He settled onto a large, flat rock, assuming a cross-legged seated position. Time to establish communication with the newly born Ryumayaku. Moon Castle. Ah, so utterly boring. Suigetsu listlessly swung the executioner's blade in his hand. Sasuke. It's been over a month already. When is Lord Kaito going to get here? He turned towards Sasuke, who was sitting on the windowsill, and loudly voiced his complaint. Stuck in this dump all the time. No missions, no fights. Both me and my executioner's blade are about to lose it. In that case, I'll spar with you. Sasuke placed one hand on the hilt of his own sword and stood up. Stop. Suigetsu thrust out a hand, signaling Sasuke to halt. What? Sasuke sat back down on the windowsill. I'm not fighting you. Suigetsu turned his head away with a dismissive snort. Your lightning release specifically counters my hydrification technique. No fun at all. I could choose not to use lightning release, Sasuke offered flatly. Still no. Suigetsu waved his hands dismissively. I've fought you way too many times already. I'm sick of it. TCH. Coward, Suigetsu. Karen emerged from around a corner in the corridor, leaning against the wall. She raised a clenched fist aimed directly at Suigetsu. Since Niji's busy training again, as usual, maybe I'm a better match for you. Feel like getting punched. Karen. Suigetsu looked at her with blatant disdain. Lame. You're too weak. I'm going to kill you. Karen immediately saw red, her hair practically standing on end with rage. She charged forward, throwing a powerful punch aimed at Suigetsu's head. Splash. Suigetsu's head dissolved into a spray of water droplets, causing her fist to pass through harmlessly. Told you, it's pointless, his voice echoed from the remaining watery form, dripping with boredom. You're just a brute who only knows how to throw punches. You can't even touch me. You bastard. Veins throbbed prominently on Karen's forehead. Adamantine attacking chains. Crimson-red chakra chains shot out from behind her back with incredible speed, lashing out to bind Suigetsu. Hey, hey, hey. Now that's just not playing fair. Suigetsu hurriedly threw the massive executioner's blade aside. His body transformed into a stream of water, slipping through the gaps between the whipping chains and escaping their grasp. He reformed his upper body on the other side of the room, catching the falling executioner's blade effortlessly. Are you being serious right now, Karen? Suigetsu wielded the large blade, deflecting the chains that pursued him, while a wide grin spread across his face, revealing his sharp, pointed teeth. Of course I am. Karen clenched her fists again, using the chains as a cover as she lunged towards Suigetsu for another attack. In that case, Suigetsu increased the speed of his swings, creating a shimmering, defensive barrier of gleaming steel around himself. Let's have ourselves a proper little fight, then. Don't you dare look down on me, you idiot Suigetsu. Karen threw another powerful punch. I've been training with Konoha's red hot-blooded habanero, you know. Clang. Suigetsu blocked Karen's heavy, forceful punch with the flat side of his blade, the impact causing him to skid backward several feet. Who's that? He peeked out from behind the large blade, genuine confusion on his face. Konoha's red hot-blooded habanero. Karen's chains shot towards him again from behind. So I'm asking, who the hell is that? Suigetsu nimbly dodged the chains while shouting back, utterly perplexed. TCH, how ignorant can you be? Karen raised her fist once more, ready to strike. Lady Kushina said her nickname was famous. It really wasn't that famous, you know. Sasuke, still observing the skirmish from his perch on the windowsill, felt a few metaphorical black lines of exasperation appear on his forehead. But that habit of boasting so shamelessly. I guess it really is true, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She really is the mother of someone like Naruto, huh? Chapter 396, 396. Transformation into a yokai. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Jacob Moe. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As more trees sprouted fresh green leaves and more flowers bloomed, winter gave way to spring, and another month passed. During this month, Kaito, along with his paper clone, had been rushing all over the world, busy with far too many matters. First, Orochimaru's experiment to obtain an Otsutsuki clan body had, unsurprisingly, failed. It was a genuine failure. Although Kaito had secretly planned to prevent Orochimaru from succeeding, he hadn't even had time to interfere before the experiment failed. The Otsutsuki clan and humans were ultimately two entirely different species. Although over the past 1,000 years, the bodies and souls of shinobi had been eroded by chakra across several generations, making them closer to the Otsutsuki clan than ordinary people, they were still far from being comparable to true Otsutsuki. Despite Orochimaru's painstaking efforts to clone a body using Ishiki cells, his soul could not possess that body through the dead soul possession technique. Even with Kaito's personal assistance, it was useless. It's a matter of soul strength, Kaito concluded. Putting aside the damage to your soul, even if you were completely intact, your soul strength is far inferior to Otsutsuki Ishiki's. Then, can the soul be strengthened? Orochimaru, who had taken over another young shinobi's body after the failure, inquired. Kaito answered truthfully, to the best of my knowledge, unless one becomes an onmyoji or a yokai, there is no other way. Of course, becoming an evil spirit and devouring other souls was a simple and brutal alternative, but Kaito did not mention it. Thus, Orochimaru ultimately chose to be taken by Kaito into a separate dimension alongside Shinga of the Snake Clan and Jin of the Crow Clan. After 49 days of transformation, he successfully acquired the identity of a yokai. Unexpectedly for Kaito, Orochimaru, who relied on the Yamada no Jutsu, 8 branches technique, gained immense power after becoming a yokai. Although not yet comparable to the legendary ancient great yokai, the true Yamada no Orochi, he still possessed much of its majesty. At the very least, after the transformation was complete, he immediately shifted from a colossal 8-headed white serpent that blotted out the sky to a human form. In comparison, the much younger Jin and Shinya, who had far deeper accumulation than Orochimaru, not only saw their size reduced by more than half but were also unable to assume human form. Their envy and jealousy toward Orochimaru were beyond words. This is the difference that fame makes, Shinya, Kaito remarked with a sigh. Speaking of which, when Orochimaru was still human, thanks to his past achievements and methods, many people already saw him as no different from a yokai. Hehehe. Orochimaru's long black hair had turned silver, 2 sharp horns covered in white scales had grown on his forehead, and his extended tongue had become a true snake's tongue, crimson and forked. Is this the power of a yokai? Powerful demonic energy surged around him. Orochimaru's silver hair and white robes billowed fiercely, and the air around him warped under the expanding yoki, demonic energy. I am quite satisfied. He habitually licked his lips, his golden snake-like eyes devoid of warmth as they fixed on Kaito. Thank you for your help, Kaito-kun. As long as you're satisfied. Kaito stood together with Shinya and Jin, watching him from a distance. Then, the transaction between us is now complete. Kaito strolled up to Orochimaru and extended his right hand. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru extended his icy cold right hand and shook Kaito's. Might I ask what plans Orochimaru has for the future? After releasing the handshake, Kaito asked curiously. The future? The twin horns on Orochimaru's forehead slowly retracted, and his silver hair gradually darkened, returning to his human appearance. I wonder if I too can stay in the yokai territory, Mount Oyama. He smiled somewhat strangely. I'd also like to interact more with other yokai. Perhaps I can learn much knowledge unique to yokai, no. Hearing this, Kaito feigned reluctance. Well, strictly speaking, Mount Oyama originally belonged to the king of the Oni, Shutendoji. He glanced back at Shinya and Jin. Previously, I only spoke to Shutendoji about Shinya and Jin's matter. Out of regard for me and Otengu's face, Shutendoji agreed to their residence. He turned back to look at Orochimaru. As for you, your current power far surpasses theirs. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to make decisions on my own authority. Then what should be done? Orochimaru smiled as he looked at Kaito. I can agree to introduce you to Shutendoji. After that, whether you can persuade him will be up to you, senpai. Let the Shutendoji deal with Orochimaru, he thought. After all, neither of them is an easy character. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru habitually extended his tongue and licked his lips. Please take care of it. Sorry for the trouble, Kaito-kun. Thus, Kaito brought Orochimaru to the Tenshukaku, Keep Tower, at the center of Mount Oyama Castle and met with Shuten Doji and Ibaraki Doji. After introducing them to each other, Kaito did not get involved and promptly withdrew. Yuri. Exiting the Tenshukaku, Kaito spotted the colorfully dressed young woman standing under a cherry blossom tree in the distance and immediately quickened his pace to approach her. "You're not angry anymore, Yuri." He joyfully surprised, actively grabbing hold of Yuri's hands. Yuri choked up slightly, forcing a smile. Not angry anymore. In truth, she simply felt it was pointless to stay angry. "You idiot, Kaito." Previously, after the banquet, Yuri had gotten drunk and fallen asleep at the Uchiha residence. She had deliberately complained a few times in front of the paper clone while drunk, thinking that Kaito would immediately come to comfort her upon finding out. However, Kaito did not take immediate action. Instead, he confidently planned a later apology and surprise. Yuri waited for Kaito to come personally but waited in vain, which immediately made her rather irritated. Then, with Saimai's sudden departure and a series of other busy matters, he completely forgot about the plan. Thus, Yuri naturally became thoroughly angry. By that point, even though Kaito eventually carried out his planned actions, it was useless. Yuri ignored him for a very long time. Although Kaito had many things keeping him busy and little time to strive to appease Yuri's anger, he still felt uneasy whenever he occasionally remembered the situation during this period. Today, Yuri had actually initiatively appeared before him again. How could he not feel surprised? Thank heavens, this young lady's temper had finally passed. Kaito's heart leaped with joy. "Let's go." Yuri pulled Kaito forward. "Accompany me strolling around. Mount Oyama has become much livelier now, and I haven't had a chance to explore it yet." "Okay." Kaito didn't dare object at all. "Let's go." Yuri quickened her pace, glancing back at Kaito's forced smile, her eyes filled with amusement. Such a fool, Kaito. Although she couldn't help getting angry sometimes, she could only convince herself to let it go. Getting angry with someone as stupid as you feels like a waste of effort. Chapter 397, 397. The Array Ignites. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." Kaito tirelessly accompanied Yuri for several days, until it was time to depart for the moon to set up the array. During this period, Orochimaru, for reasons unknown, managed to gain Shuten Doji's approval. In the end, the result was that he now possessed a modest-sized territory atop Mount Oyama, where he openly settled down and even managed to win over the similarly solitary snake, Karyu. "Heh, I expected this outcome all along," Kaito said to Madara, who had just returned from the land of the dead. However, he wasn't particularly worried about Orochimaru causing trouble for Mount Oyama. After all, Shuten Doji's reputation as the king of demons was well-earned. HN. Madara grunted, entirely uninterested in figures like Orochimaru. As for Izuna, just as King Enma had predicted, the man was highly interested in the position of first assistant officer of the Enma Palace. Especially after Hashirama and Tobirama ventured into the land of the dead with the intention of competing for one of the 10 seats among the 10 kings of the underworld, Izuna immediately accepted the offer. Thus, he naturally remained in the land of the dead. The recruitment conference of the underworld was now in full swing, and as the newly appointed first assistant officer, Izuna was likely overwhelmingly busy. "Let's go," Madara urged. "All right, we're leaving now." Kaito waved one last time to Yuri before disappearing alongside Madara in a flash of golden light. Moon Castle. The array in the Grand Hall finally lit up, and Kaito and Madara materialized within it. "They're here." Suigetsu, who had been guarding the hall alone, shouted excitedly. "Lord Kaito, you've finally arrived. What's going on?" Kaito stepped out of the array, looking puzzled at Suigetsu, who seemed on the verge of tears from joy. "Grandfather Madara, uncle." Sasuke quickly arrived from one of the rooms. Kaito nodded to him before pointing at Suigetsu and asking, "What's wrong with him?" Probably relieved he won't be getting beaten up anymore, Sasuke replied with a slightly odd expression. After all, Suigetsu had become the weakest member of their team. Naturally, he stood no chance against Sasuke or Niji, and when sparring with Karen, he couldn't afford to get too serious. The team had been on the moon for over 2 months now, and out of boredom, they often engaged in practice matches. Suigetsu was the one who ended up on the receiving end of the most beatings. "Is that so?" Kaito wasn't particularly interested, he had only asked casually. By then, Niji and Karen had also arrived, greeting Kaito and Madara respectfully. Hello. Kaito nodded to them as well before immediately turning his attention to the array laid out on the hall's floor. There's not much time left before the promised deadline. We must hurry to reconstruct the array. With that, he began dismantling the small-scale array that could only accommodate a handful of people. The official teleportation array must account for wartime security. It seems we'll need to carefully consider its placement as well. Kaito stood up and pondered for a moment. The location where the Otsutsuki clan previously set up the large-scale Tensigen device should be suitable. Thus, the group exited the castle and traversed a winding passageway until they reached the Tensigen chamber. Well then, let's begin. Kaito formed a one-handed seal and summoned 12 paper clone Shikigami from his sleeve in one go. 7 days later, a large-scale interlinked teleportation array took shape. At the center of the array hovered a massive 7-meter-tall dragon vein crystal. Across the broad floor, intricate and elegant charm patterns and lines formed a grand pentagram. Encircling the pentagram were 5 circular patterns, with the 5 points of the pentagram aligning perfectly with the centers of these circles. At the center of each circular pattern, the characters for fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water were inscribed, corresponding to the 5 teleportation arrays constructed within the 5 great shinobi villages. Above each character, a 2-meter-tall large Ryumayaku crystal hovered. As Kaito and his paper clones joined forces, slamming their hands onto the ground in unison, the entire array gradually ignited. The 1 large and 5 smaller, yet still substantial, Ryumayaku crystals began to glow with an even more brilliant golden radiance. With this, it will soon be ready for use. Kaito stood up and formed another one-handed seal. 5 of the paper clones began to alter their appearances simultaneously. Their attire changed from the traditional black Uchiha garments, identical to Kaito's, to uniform white Karijinu, formal Heian period attire for nobility and courtiers, and blank paper masks materialized on their faces. Kaito announced clearly, "You 5, I ask that you remain here from now on to oversee the teleportation array." Yes. The 5 white-robed paper clones immediately dispersed, each taking a position beside one of the circular arrays. Subsequently, the characters fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water materialized on their previously blank paper masks, corresponding to the array they guarded. Is it finally complete? Sasuke and the others watched the magnificent array from the entrance of the Tensigen chamber. Suigetsu asked, "Can we call everyone over now? I really want to feel some excitement." "There's still one final step remaining," Kaito said, walking out with the remaining paper clones. "What? I thought it was done." Suigetsu scratched his head. "The teleportation array itself is complete," Kaito explained, heading directly outside. "But the protective barrier for the array hasn't been constructed yet." "I see." Suigetsu immediately followed closely behind him, bombarding him with questions. "So how long will it take to build the protective barrier?" "Since it needs to be a permanent barrier, it will take 2 days, Kaito answered offhandedly. "Really? Once the barrier is done, we can finally call everyone up here, right?" Kaito paid him no further mind and directly commenced the barrier construction work. 2 days later. Within concealed rooms inside the Kage buildings of the 5 great shinobi villages, the arrays on the floors simultaneously lit up with a golden light. "It's lit up. The array is lit up. Quickly, inform the Hokage, Kazekage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage." The Umbu guards stationed by the arrays immediately sprang into action. Before long, the Kage of each village arrived at their respective teleportation arrays, accompanied by their trusted subordinates. "Is the advance team from Konoha ready to depart for the moon?" Tsunade turned to ask Shizune, who stood behind her. "Finally, it begins." Gaara crossed his arms, staring intently at the dazzling light within the array. "Humph. They said 3 months, and it's exactly 3 months. How punctual." I complained somewhat irritably. "The shinobi world. How will it develop from here? I can no longer clearly see the future." Anoki seemed weighed down by concerns. "Another joint shinobi world operation begins. Kiri is prepared. I wonder if I can find a handsome man from another village to marry while I'm at it." Mei Terumi fiddled with the hair framing her face. Finally, the golden light within the arrays gradually faded. The 5 Kage all looked towards the center of their respective arrays. As the light vanished, 5 identical letters lay quietly at the center of the teleportation arrays in the 5 great shinobi villages. Written upon them were the words, "To be opened by the Hokage, Kazekage, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage." Chapter 398, 398. Exorcising Demons in Another World. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader: Davis Nguyen, Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Shadow, Mike, KD, Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/less a servant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. That night, Kaito, having busied himself for an entire day, was fast asleep on the large bed in one of the rooms of the Moon Castle. Kaito. A familiar voice called his name. Kaito. Who is it? Kaito groggily opened his eyes. Kaito, it is I, the Great King. The Great King Enma, dressed in a full set of majestic black crown and formal robes, was floating before his bed, waving a greeting. Great King. Kaito immediately became fully awake, sat up, and looked at him with displeasure. What is it? Disturbing someone's sweet dreams in the middle of the night. Accompany me to the underworld, Yomi. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Behind the Great King Enma, an irregularly shaped black spatial gate opened. The underworld. Kaito got out of bed, casually threw on his outer robe, stood barefoot on the floor, and rubbed his eyes. If we're going to the underworld, I must separate my soul from my body to go, right? He walked up to the Great King Enma and stared at him, complaining, What, are you trying to trick my soul out? Have you finally been unable to resist the urge to possess my body? One could say that. The Great King Enma looked at him with a faint, ambiguous smile. So, are you coming or not, Kaito? What exactly is this about? Kaito felt a chill and tucked his hands into his sleeves. The Great King Enma smiled and replied, Today, an important guest arrived in the underworld. He wishes to meet you. A guest? Who? Kaito raised his eyebrows with interest. The Great King Enma turned and walked into the spatial gate, then looked back at him. The first assistant from the hell of the underworld of another world. His name is Hakuten. Another world. Kaito's eyes widened. How is that possible? The Great King Enma chuckled lightly. Nothing is impossible. The waters of that Sanzu River have countless branches, connecting to the hells of countless worlds. Then, for what reason does this Hakuten, deity/demon/god from another world, wish to see me specifically? Kaito took a step forward and asked again. The Great King Enma's figure gradually faded into the darkness within the spatial gate. If you're curious, then follow me. In any case, with your spiritual power protecting you, you need not fear your soul being tainted by the aura of the underworld. TCH. Kaito clicked his tongue in annoyance, turned back, and lay down on the bed again. Wait for me. His soul separated from his body. With a single step, his attire changed into the formal robes of an onmyoji. He then quickly strode into the spatial gate. The black spatial gate silently shrank and disappeared. The room was left with only Kaito's unconscious body lying on the bed, seemingly in a deep sleep. The court of Enma. The Great King Enma sat solemnly upon the high dais. Izuna and Madara stood on either side of his seat. Two neat rows of uniformed jailers stood below in the great hall. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the tall figure of the deity/demon standing below the dais. Short black hair, with a single horn on his head. Pointed ears, short eyebrows, upturned eyes with a cold, sharp gaze. Dressed in a black kimono, holding a massive spiked club. His aura was stern and fearsome, perfectly matching common fantasies about such deities/demons. Hakuten Dano, please wait a moment. Kaito will arrive shortly, said the Great King Enma, his voice quite amiable despite the fierce and terrifying red oni mask covering his face. Please don't trouble yourself, Great King Enma of another world, Hakuten said politely, bending slightly at the waist. After all, I am the one seeking assistance here. If he is truly a capable individual, I wouldn't mind waiting however long is necessary. Furthermore, I must thank you for helping to arrange this introduction. Think nothing of it. The Great King Enma's voice carried a hint of laughter as he glanced at Izuna. We on our side also wish to send an assistant official to your world to learn advanced working methods and experience. That is acceptable, Hakuten said, nodding towards Izuna. I welcome the exchange. Ah, he's here. The Great King Enma's voice rang out. Kaito, now wearing a black eboshi cap and white formal robes, Korijinu, traditional Heian period attire for courtiers and onmyoji, stepped gracefully out from a suddenly appearing spatial gate and came to stand beside Hakuten. I am Uchiha Kaito. I greet the Great King. He first performed an elegant bow towards the Great King Enma seated above, noting the mask on his face. No need for such formality. The Great King Enma gestured with his hand. Kaito, this is Hakuten Dano from the underworld of another world. Kaito smoothly turned around, his eyes openly appraising Hakuten for a moment before nodding in greeting. Pleased to meet you. I am Kaito. Hakuten. Hakuten also nodded, giving Kaito a similar once-over. You are the last remaining onmyoji in this world, Kaito. Indeed, That is me, Kaito replied with a smile. Good. Your spiritual power is reasonably strong. Hakuten nodded at Kaito, seemingly satisfied. Kaito asked politely, according to the great King Enma, you wish to see me, Hakuten Dano. May I ask for what purpose? Hakuten got straight to the point, then I will speak plainly. Would you be interested, Kaito Dano, in traveling to another world to exorcise ghosts? Kaito was caught off guard and stared blankly for a moment. So, how did I end up agreeing? Kaito sat on a rooftop, his right hand propping up his chin, bathing in the moonlight of another world. His mind replayed the conversation in the court of Enma. Ghost? Kaito asked, puzzled. If it's ghosts, couldn't the underworld send soul-reaping envoys to capture their souls and resolve the issue? Hakuten shook his head. No, these are not that kind of ghosts. I speak of man-eating demons. Are they like the Oni clan, such as Shutendoji and Ibaraki Doji? Kaito asked further. Not exactly. The demons in that world are not lost souls, nor are they yokai. Hakuten's face showed clear disgust. If one must define them, they are a group of man-eating monsters transformed from humans through some pathological change. They prey on humans, are immortal, and only fear sunlight. Can't your hell deal with them directly? Kaito was still somewhat confused. Although that small world has recently come under the jurisdiction of the hell I serve, hell cannot directly interfere in the affairs of the living world. This is an ironclad rule. Hakuten said this with a powerful, imposing aura. No matter how heinous the crimes, hell only passes judgment upon them after death. Kaito countered, but according to what you said, these demons are evading natural death. Ah, that is a loophole in hell's system. Hakuten's face darkened with displeasure. Modifying the rules could take who knows how many years. For now, I can only seek external assistance. So, on my Oji. Are you willing to go to another world and help us purge these demons? Hakuten raised his massive kanabo and thumped it on the floor. You must understand, before that world was incorporated into the unified jurisdiction of my hell, the progenitor of these demons had existed for 1,000 years, committing countless horrific, tragic atrocities. This world. Kaito extended his left hand, a faint spiritual light glowing in his palm. It's truly a world where mystery is receding. The natural energy in the air has become highly inert, making it extremely difficult to mobilize. Kaito, of course, hadn't rushed over selflessly to help simply because the people of another world were suffering immensely. In the end, it was the great King Enma who persuaded him. Go, Kaito. Just as Kaito was about to refuse, the great King Enma's voice transmitted secretly into his mind. I have a meeting scheduled with the 5 Kage on the moon in 10 days. Kaito looked at the great King Enma, transmitting his thoughts back. I haven't even finished saving my own world yet, how do I have time to manage someone else's? Go. In that world where mystery is fading, you will have to rely solely on your own power. It will be a highly valuable trial. The great King Enma urged again. Believe me, if you can help them sever the tragic fate that has persisted for a millennium, there is a high probability you will receive a boon from that world. It will be of immense benefit to the growth of your soul's power. And Kaito felt tempted but maintained an appearance of indifference on the surface. The great King Enma transmitted, do not worry about matters in this world. I will handle your tasks for you. You do want to replace me. You even want to shunt me off to another world. Kaito transmitted back, feigning extreme anger. I asked Hakuten Dano earlier. The flow of time differs between worlds. Even if you spend 10 years in that world, only 1 year will pass here. The great King Enma continued persuading him. A world's boon is an exceedingly rare treasure. This is your opportunity. Do not forget our ultimate goal, Kaito. Fine, I'll go. Kaito finally relented. So, where is this? Kaito sat on the rooftop and looked down. In the distance, a pentagram pattern on a torii gate emitted a faint spiritual light. A shrine. Kaito jumped down from the roof and looked around. Under the dim combined light of the moon and nearby lanterns, he could make out his surroundings. The Saimai Shrine in another world. You're everywhere, aren't you, Lord Saimai? He sighed helplessly and walked towards the shrine's entrance. Flower breathing, 5th form, peonies of futility. A girl in a butterfly-patterned haori moved like a butterfly with tattered wings, her blade striking with precision in 9 rapid thrusts, pink blade flashes blooming like peonies in the night sky. Such coldness, young lady. Why not chat with me a bit? An icy aura surged forth, accompanied by a frivolous voice. Blood demon art, scattering lotuses. A chilling wind rose, and countless shard-like ice flowers, sharp as blades, swept toward her. The girl remained silent, clutching her chest and stumbling back a few steps. In an instant, the ice flowers were nearly upon her. Word Spirit Guard. A clear voice rang out from above and behind her. At the critical moment, several paper talismans circled around her, forming a transparent blue barrier that blocked all the ice flowers. Oh my, that was close. The clear voice sounded again. So that's the demon. Kane Kocho turned to look toward the voice. Under the hazy moonlight, a figure stood atop the torii gate at the shrine's entrance. Kane couldn't make out his face, only discerning that he wore an ancient-style white hunting robe, its wide sleeves fluttering in the wind. T/N, didn't see that coming. Off to hunting demons we go. Chapter 399, 399. Upper 2. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Shadow. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Who are you? A tall figure emerged from the icy mist. His hair was the color of white oak, his eyes shimmered with a rainbow hue, and within each pupil were engraved the characters for upper rank and 2. The top of his head looked as if it had been splashed with blood, yet his face bore a harmless smile, and his words were steady and gentle. Is this your blood demon art? He held 2 golden folding fans in his hands, first glancing at the barrier protecting Kane, Kocho then tilting his head back to look at Kaito. Why protect this girl? Could it be that you want to compete with me for prey? Huff, huff. Kane breathed heavily, assessing the condition of her internal organs. A significant portion of her lung tissue had been frozen and damaged, making each breath agonizing. If this continues, she likely won't be able to use breathing techniques freely. She quickly reached into her pocket, pulled out a packet of medicinal powder, and shoved it all into her mouth. Although she had been suddenly saved, she couldn't confirm the identity of the newcomer. She remained on edge, gripping her Nichiren blade tightly while doing her best to recover. Hey, don't lump me together with a stinky demon like you. The young man in white standing atop the torii gate spoke. Look at the ground beneath your feet. Take a good look and tell me, where is this? Stinky. How rude. Doma instinctively raised his arm, lowered his head to sniff his clothes, and then looked up again. Putting on airs, are you? I've never seen you among the 12 Kazuki. How dare you face me, upper rank 2? Really now? Kaito leaped down from the torii gate, his long hair and robes fluttering fiercely in the wind. Why won't you listen to what people say? He landed lightly on his feet, also waving a folding fan in his hand. This place. His face finally came into clear view of both the human and the demon. Black hair, black eyes, handsome features, and a smiling expression. Is the Saimai Shrine? Hearing this, Doma covered his mouth with his golden fan and laughed. Saimai. That famous historical onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. So what? So, have you never seen an onmyoji before? Kaito formed a hand seal with one hand. Bind. A pentagram pattern abruptly appeared beneath Doma's feet. Several semi-transparent chains shot out, intertwining and tightly binding his body. Doma struggled briefly, then blinked in confusion. Huh? I can't move. It's just an ice clone. Please, stop putting on an act. A spiritual light glowed on Kaito's palm as he raised his hand and struck Doma's forehead. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering ice echoed. The Doma under Kaito's palm slowly crumbled into an ice sculpture. Miss, are you all right? Kaito turned to look at Kane inside the barrier. I'm fine. Kane gripped her blade with one hand and covered her chest with the other, her eyes fixed intently on Kaito. Are you really human? I'm sorry, but I've never seen a true onmyoji who actually uses spells. Kaito smiled gently and simply said, regarding that, I think once dawn arrives and the sun rises, it will be clear, won't it? True. Kane also smiled. Although you saved me just now, please forgive me for not being able to trust you completely yet, sir. I don't mind. Kaito closed his fan. Rest well, injured swordswoman. Allow me to handle that upper rank 2 gentleman for now. From the sound of it, you really aren't a demon. Doma emerged from the darkness, curiously looking Kaito up and down while sniffing the air. Then why is it that you don't smell human at all? Kaito still asked gently, well, do I smell like a demon? Not that either. What exactly is going on? Doma seemed even more curious. Who knows? What exactly is going on? Kaito's left-hand fingers pinched several paper talismans out of thin air. The spell patterns drawn with spiritual power on them lit up. Experience it for yourself. Perhaps you'll find the answer. He raised his hand and threw the talismans. The talismans, emitting a blue glow, scattered and shot through the darkness in several azure arcs, closing in on Doma. So this is your power? Doma leaped backward. It really does resemble the Onmyoji from storybooks. Perhaps it's not just stories. Perhaps it's real. Kaito formed another one-handed seal. The talismans crisscrossed through the space Doma had just occupied, then curved through the air in arcs, relentlessly pursuing him. You really love to deceive people. This is why I hate men. Doma cautiously avoided directly confronting the talismans, swiftly waving his golden fans. Blood demon art, lotus vines. Countless ice vines adorned with frozen lotus flowers spread out around him, weaving into a dense network to block the advancing talismans. Boom. The first talisman collided with the ice vines, erupting into a blinding golden light. Eh? What is this? Doma let out a cry of surprise. Boom. 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 The talismans exploded one after another, their golden light merging into a continuous blaze. This is. Kane stared at the warm, dazzling golden light. It's sunlight. Kaito explained. The talismans are sealed with sunlight. I specially designed them to deal with the demons of this world. This world. Kane keenly noticed the unusual phrasing. Ah, let's talk about that later. Kaito watched as the sunlight gradually dissipated. That guy isn't dead yet. He burrowed into the ground to escape. What? Kane became alert again. How should I put this? Doma, his clothes in tatters and his flesh charred black, emerged from the ground on the other side, looking utterly disheveled. You've really pissed me off now, you bastard. The smile usually plastered on his face was gone, replaced by a deadly stare fixed on Kaito. Blood demon art. He raised his fan and swung it down forcefully. Wintry icicles. In an instant, countless sharp, gigantic ice pillars fell from the sky above Kaito and Kane. Protect. Kaito rapidly formed hand seals. The barrier protecting Kane rapidly expanded, enveloping Kaito as well. Then, Kaito flicked his sleeve and threw out several more talismans to reinforce the barrier. The icicles struck, producing a continuous, crisp clatter against the barrier. Blood demon art, cold white princesses. Doma's voice rang out from a distance once more. Two giant ice lotuses in the form of young girls materialized on either side of the barrier. Blood demon art, water lily bodhisattva. A massive ice figure, resembling a seated bodhisattva with hands clasped in prayer, materialized in front of the barrier, blocking the moonlight from above. Let's continue playing. Doma, his body now completely healed, stood on the shoulder of the ice bodhisattva, looking down at the two people within the barrier. Chapter 400, 400. Kaito's assistance. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. How could this be? Kane looked up, utterly astonished as she stared at Doma. Upper rank 2. Even the parts injured by sunlight can regenerate. No, this demon merely discarded the portions damaged by sunlight to achieve regeneration. Kaito pressed his fan against his chin, deep in thought. Moreover, the sunlight stored in my paper talismans didn't seem to achieve the promised lethal effect. What could be the reason? It appears further experiments are necessary. Sir. Kane suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Kaito. Thank you for your assistance, sir, though I do not know your name. She slightly bowed while gripping her Nichiren blade. I apologize for involving you in this. Upper rank 2 is too powerful. I fear we are no match for him. So, please, leave quickly. While I can still wield my blade, I might be able to hold him off for a brief moment. Ah, how beautiful. Doma's frivolous voice suddenly rang out. Young lady, your delicate appearance, sharp sword aura, and unyielding will, how truly beautiful. He used his right hand to wipe his eyes as though drying tears. You move me, young lady, he exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms open excitedly. Come, become one with me. Beautiful, resilient young lady, you will surely attain true salvation. I apologize. Kane kept her eyes fixed on him, her expression and gaze remaining calm throughout. Stop performing these fake emotions. You can't feel anything, can you? You pitiable creature. She drew her Nichiren blade, gripping it with both hands, and pointed its tip toward Doma. The flower pillar of the demon slayer core, Kane Kocho, wishes only to sever your head here. Doma wiped the exaggerated expression from his face, his eyes turning icy as he stared at Kane. Even though I kindly wish to save you, why must you say such harsh words? Human and demon stood facing each other across a barrier. On either side of the barrier, the cold white princesses and the water lily bodhisattva had emitted waves of intense cold, seemingly freezing the surrounding air solid. I say. Kaito's voice abruptly broke the frigid atmosphere between the demon slayer core swordsman and upper rank 2. I never said I was leaving, so don't presumptuously position yourself in front of others, flower pillar of the demon slayer core, Miss Kane. Sir. Kane turned her head, looking at him in surprise. If you sacrifice yourself recklessly, your deceased parents and the sister who depends on you would be utterly heartbroken, Miss Kane. Kaito suddenly stepped forward, placing his palm against Kane's back. Ah. Sir? How do you know? Kane was completely stunned. For a moment, she forgot about the hand on her back, wanting only to turn around and ask how this young man knew about her parents and sister. Don't move. At the sound of the young man's nearly commanding voice, she suddenly felt a warm current seep into her lungs, gradually alleviating the unbearable pain she had been feeling. This is. Kane couldn't help but take deep breaths, feeling the finally smooth respiration bringing her more strength. Just who are you? I am Uchiha Kaito, merely an unremarkable onmyoji. The young man's calm voice came from behind her. As an onmyoji, exorcising demons and evil spirits is my duty. Ah, this boring act again. Doma yawned. Humanity saving each other. I've seen this too many times. So unoriginal. He raised his golden fan. So, please don't perform this stale act in front of me. He swung his fan down forcefully. Rest assured, both of you will die here today. In an instant, the cold white princesses on either side of the barrier exhaled vast clouds of freezing air. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of ice forming continuously rang out across the barrier's surface. Simultaneously, the water lily bodhisattva at Doma's feet raised its massive hands and slammed them violently against the barrier. Mr. Uchiha. Kane tightened her grip on her Nichiren blade. Don't worry. Kaito allowed the water lily bodhisattva's giant palms to strike the barrier's surface, producing a tremendous crashing sound. Crack. An even more piercing shattering sound echoed as cracks spread across the barrier's surface. It seems this turtle shell won't protect you for much longer. Doma shouted again as the water lily bodhisattva's giant hands rose once more. If you wish to break my barrier, this level of attack is still insufficient. Kaito threw out several paper talismans, attaching them to the barrier's interior. As the talismans emitted a blue glow, the cracks on the barrier quickly repaired themselves, restoring it to its original state. With this, it should hold for a while. Kaito withdrew his hand after throwing the talismans and turned to face Kane, asking solemnly, Miss Kane, as you said, you wish to personally behead upper rank 2, correct? Huh. Kane was somewhat taken aback, but seeing the seriousness in Kaito's eyes, she answered earnestly, yes, slaying evil demons is the long-cherished wish of all Demon Slayer Corps members, including myself. Then, allow me to lend you a hand. Kaito smiled at her and formed hand seals. Koto Dama Hoshi. As a rotating pentagram pattern appeared beneath Kane's feet, she felt the power within her body suddenly increase significantly. Fujusho. Several paper talismans began rotating around Kane's body, and she felt the cold temperature around her rise substantially. At the same time, the barrier protecting the two finally developed cracks again. Now, go, flower pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaito leaped backward, putting distance between them. Kane nodded. The moment the barrier shattered completely, her figure lightly leaped up gracefully between the water lily bodhisattva's two giant palms, her pink blade light once again cutting through the night sky. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Two massive arcing slashes descended from above toward Doma's neck where he stood elevated. Watching her blades glow, which originally could only extend slightly over 2 meters, suddenly expand to beyond 5 meters, Kane couldn't help but show a delighted expression. However, Kaito's actions did not stop. After swiftly retreating beyond the range of the blood demon art, he once again raised his hand and threw out paper talismans. Fujimetsu. This talisman rapidly approached Doma, then unavoidably attached itself to his body before quickly vanishing within him. Doma, who had been about to evade Kane's attack, hesitated for a moment. He only managed to avoid a critical strike to his neck, but one of his arms, still clutching the golden fan, was severed at the shoulder, spraying blood as it flew into the air. T/N, this month discount code. Code, Skull. Use that code for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. Chapter 401, 401. Annihilating Doma. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Is that brat causing trouble? Doma's body leaped high into the air. He reached back with his hand, trying to remove the talisman stuck on his back, but grasped only empty air. Below him, Water Lily Bodhisattva's massive palms clapped together with astonishing speed, its palms aimed directly at Kane, who was also airborne. At the same time, Doma swung his fan downward. The two cold white princesses immediately turned and once again spewed freezing air toward Kaito. Flower breathing, second form, Honorable Shadow Plum. Kane executed her defensive technique, instantly releasing several enormous arcing slashes in all directions. Pink sword light blossomed like a giant plum flower, shattering Water Lily Bodhisattva's closing massive palms. Kane's toes lightly tapped on the scattered ice fragments, propelling herself even higher. Flower breathing, sixth form, Whirling Peach. The young girl adorned with a butterfly-patterned haori moved with the graceful lightness of a dancing butterfly. She flipped sideways in the air, her sword swinging out in a horizontal slash. A dazzling pink sword aura instantly expanded, shooting straight for Doma's neck once more. Clang. Doma used his remaining hand to raise the golden iron fan, blocking the strike. Your struggle is not without its beauty. Young maiden. From the shoulder where he had lost his entire arm, a new arm abruptly regenerated, reaching straight for Kane's neck. Bind. Several semi-transparent chains shot up from the ground, streaking through the air towards Doma. How truly annoying. Doma kicked out, using the force of Kane's block against her Nichiren blade to propel himself backward, evading the chains. His eyes shifted to Kaito, who had somehow returned to the top of the Torii Gate. Simultaneously, blinding sunlight erupted again. The three ice constructs summoned by Doma's blood demon art melted away completely under the sunlight released by the talismans. Immediately after, both Doma and Kane landed on the ground simultaneously, facing each other from 10 meters apart once more. How do you feel, Miss Flower Pillar? Kaito's voice, laced with amusement, carried from a distance. I've never felt better. Kane swung her Nichiren blade once and again raised it with both hands, pointing the tip directly at Doma. Thank you, Mr. Uchiha. An unprecedented, confident smile spread across her face. If it's the current me. Her body shot forward at high speed, leaving afterimages in her wake. I might truly be able to defeat an upper-ranked demon. Flower breathing, fifth form, Peony of Futility. 9 rapid, consecutive thrusts, all aimed at Doma's neck. The pink sword light resembled a giant peony blooming in the night sky, lingering for a long moment. Instantly, 9 rapid, overlapping metallic clashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Doma, wielding his golden iron fan, deflected Kane's assault with incredible speed. At the same moment, the spiritual power chains that had previously retracted and vanished abruptly shot up from beneath his feet. Laden with sheets of faintly glowing paper talismans, they crisscrossed through the air, instantly binding him securely with no possibility of evasion. Got you. Got you. The voices of Kaito and Kane sounded in unison. The next second. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Instantly, all the paper talismans attached to the spiritual chains erupted. Under the emitted sunlight, Doma's skin and flesh charred black, peeling off his body in chunks. Simultaneously, 2 massive, upward arcing slashes passed through his neck. Eh? My neck's been cut. Doma's head, flying high into the air, muttered, his face still adorned with that harmless smile. Death doesn't seem all that impressive, after all. I'd suggest you save such words for after you've experienced hell. Kaito's body descended from the air, landing beside Kane. He looked at Doma with pity in his eyes. That is, if you can still say them by then. Eh? What? Doma's question remained unfinished as his body and head completely disintegrated into ashes under the sunlight bursting from the talismans. Hee hee. Struggle all you want in the hands of that sadistic hell assistant. Kaito watched Doma's soul with deep meaning. At that moment, a look of utter astonishment on his face, he was dragged into the gate of the Yellow Spring by several prison guards who had rushed to the scene. The prison guards bowed silently to Kaito before escorting Doma away, disappearing without a trace. I actually managed to behead an upper-ranked demon. Kane suddenly fell to her knees, weakened. She leaned on her Nichiren blade with both hands, gasping for air. This is wonderful. Sweat mixed with tears dripped from her face. Congratulations, Miss Flower Pillar. Kaito habitually tucked his hands into his wide sleeves, gazing at the rising morning sun on the horizon, its first rays dyeing the sky red. So the sun has finally come out. Thank you. Kane pushed herself up using her Nichiren blade. Watching Kaito's figure bathed in the morning sun, she couldn't help but smile happily. Thank you for your assistance, mister. She bowed deeply at the waist. Has Miss Flower Pillar finally confirmed that I am not a demon? Kaito turned to face her, smiling. I misunderstood you. Kane, who had just straightened up, began to bow again in apology. That's quite unnecessary. I did not mind. Kaito reached out a hand to stop her from bowing again. Mr. Uchiha, so this world truly has onmyoji who exorcise demons and evil spirits. Kane turned her head to look at the torii gate of the Saimai shrine. Haven't you witnessed it with your own eyes? Kaito did not answer directly. I understand. Kane nodded, as if she had truly comprehended something. Then, do you currently reside at the Kiyomizu shrine? Yes, Kaito affirmed. Kane spoke again, then. Noting her hesitation, Kaito said directly, I have come to exterminate evil demons. I would ask Miss Flower Pillar to arrange an introduction with the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please, just call me Kane. Butterfly Kane seemed to let out a sigh of relief. I will report the experiences of this journey truthfully to Oyakata-sama. If Oyakata-sama permits it, I will return to escort you. However, please understand that I cannot directly. Sister. Sister. Caw. Caw. A young girl's anxious cries, accompanied by the rough cawing of a crow, sounded in the distance. The two turned to look. A petite young girl was running desperately towards them, gasping for breath. Shinobu. Butterfly Kane couldn't help but take a step towards the petite girl, then broke into a jog herself. Sister. The petite girl finally reached Butterfly Kane, throwing her arms tightly around her waist, her whole body trembling. The Kasugai crow said you encountered an upper rank. I was so scared. Thankfully. I'm all right, Shinobu. Butterfly Kane gently embraced her younger sister, stroking her hair. T/N, this month discount code. Code, Skull. Use that code for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. Chapter 402. Without a shadow. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lessaservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. It's alright, don't be afraid, Shinobu, don't be scared. Kane's voice was exceptionally gentle, comforting her terrified younger sister as if soothing a child. Sister. Feeling the warmth of her sister's embrace and the tenderness in her voice, Shinobu's wildly pounding heart gradually began to calm down. It's wonderful. Big sister is still alive. I can finally rest easy. At this moment, she felt enveloped in immense happiness. Then, she raised her head. Her gaze traveled over Kane's shoulder and met the smiling eyes of Kaito, who stood watching them from not far away. A stranger had seen her acting spoiled with her sister. Shinobu's face flushed bright red with embarrassment in an instant, and she hurriedly scrambled out of her sister's embrace. Ah. What's wrong, Shinobu? Kane tilted her head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. He. Shinobu did her best to maintain a stern expression on her flushed face as she pointed at Kaito. Who is he? You mustn't be rude. Kane took Shinobu's outstretched hand and led her over to Kaito. This gentleman is our benefactor, Mr. Kaito, who saved my life from Upper Moon 2 and even helped me defeat the Upper Moon demon. Kane smiled innocently. He's an onmyoji with powerful magic. Kaito nodded gently with a warm smile. How is that possible? Shinobu looked suspiciously at her sister and this unfamiliar man. What's wrong, Shinobu? Kane looked at her somewhat confused. You defeated Upper Moon 2? Shinobu asked, wide-eyed. That's right. Kane smiled cheerfully, clasping her hands together. So, how about it? Your big sister is amazing, isn't she? Shinobu took a deep breath, pointed at Kaito, and asked expressionlessly, he's an onmyoji who knows powerful magic. That's right, he's truly incredible. Kane nodded repeatedly. Big sister. Shinobu raised her hand to her forehead. She's been tricked. Shinobu glared at her usually somewhat airhead sister. Shinobu. Kane looked at her with sparkling eyes. When Shinobu met her gaze, she too felt a bit dazed. It's possible that what Big Sister says is true, after all, she is the perfect Big Sister. No. I can't let Big Sister lead me by the nose. She shook her head, her eyes regaining clarity, and turned to look at Kaito. I should first properly assess this unfamiliar man. Sir, she said sternly, scrutinizing Kaito. You're an onmyoji who knows magic. Then prove it to me. Shinobu, you mustn't do this. Kane quickly covered her mouth, but Shinobu continued to stubbornly glare at Kaito. Proof. Kaito looked amusedly at the stubborn little girl. That's fine. Huh. Kane released her hand from covering Shinobu's mouth, turned to him, and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Uchiha. Shinobu has caused you trouble. It's no problem. Kaito took out 2 small paper figures cut from white paper from his sleeve. Miss Kane, you must still be wondering how I knew about your parents and younger sister, right? Huh. Don't onmyoji practice divination and physiognomy? Kane asked in surprise. Kaito was caught off guard and choked for a moment, then continued as if nothing had happened. Hearing is not as reliable as seeing. It's better to let you see for yourselves. He raised his right hand holding the paper figures. Then pardon my intrusion, Mr. and Mrs. Kocho. Kaito politely smiled toward the empty space beside the sisters, then threw out the 2 paper figures. What? Both sisters couldn't help but widen their eyes as they watched the 2 paper figures hover in midair. Then, the paper figures erupted with a dazzling spiritual light. By the time they lowered their hands, which had been shielding their eyes from the intense light, 2 human figures gradually became clear. This is... Kane stared fixedly at the 2 figures. Dad. Mom. Shinobu covered her mouth as large teardrops fell from her eyes. Kane, Shinobu. The father and mother they had longed for in their dreams countless times had reappeared before them, opening their arms to them. Dad. Mom. Kane. Shinobu. The family, separated by life and death far too early, now embraced each other tightly. Kaito voluntarily stepped far away, smiling as he watched the scene. Perhaps coming to this world as an onmyoji isn't such a bad thing. He suddenly found himself thinking this. On the other side, the long-separated family seemed to have endless things to say. The Kocho sisters chattered incessantly to their parents about their experiences over the years. And the Kocho couple, who had actually been following the 2 since their deaths, listened tirelessly. Just then, the gate of the underworld silently opened once again beside Kaito, and 2 small figures stepped out. They were 2 little demons about 1.4 meters tall, one with black hair and 2 horns on its head, the other with white hair and 3 horns. Kaito asked with some amusement, why is it you 2? Takanatsum and Nasabi. Greetings, Lord Uchiha. Takanatsum pulled Nasabi, who was looking around curiously, over to Kaito. I heard you 2 are still newcomers, right? Did Hakuten send you to guide the deceased? Kaito struck up a casual conversation. Well, because hell is short-handed lately, and we have to carry out a large-scale retrieval of the deceased who remain in this world due to lingering attachments, we've had to take on some of the work too. Nasabi immediately started chatting with Kaito. Kaito praised, is that so? That also means Hakuten thinks highly of you too. Ahahaha. Nasabi grabbed his fluffy white hair and couldn't help laughing, pretending to be modest as he waved his hand. Not at all, we're just working hard to learn from Hakuten. Hey. What are you getting so excited about? Takanatsum jumped up and knocked Nasabi on the head. Hurry up and work. If we exceed the time limit, Hakuten will be angry. Ah. I know. Nasabi covered the top of his head with both hands, looking at him innocently. You're going to be the death of me. Takanatsum glared at him, then side-eyed Kaito. And you too, Lord Uchiha. I know you want to give them more time to say goodbye, but the work of hell is very strict. Ah. Was I found out? Kaito said without much sincerity, sorry. What a willful adult. Takanatsum directly called out to the Kocho couple, who were reluctantly parting from the sisters, hey. You too. Time's up. You can't stay in the living world any longer. Ah, yes. Lords. The Kocho couple didn't dare delay any further and hurried over, following the 2 little demons into the gate of the underworld. Thank you for saving Kane, sir. Thank you for your help. Before the gate of the underworld closed, the couple bowed deeply to Kaito. Goodbye, Lord Uchiha. Goodbye. Takanatsum and Nasabi also waved to Kaito. Goodbye. Kaito watched as the gate of the underworld completely closed and disappeared, then turned to look at the Kocho sisters behind him. Thank you for your help, Mr. Uchiha. Thank you so much. The Kocho sisters, their eyes still red, though unable to see the gate of the underworld or the 2 little demon guards, had already learned everything from their parents. I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. Shinobu now felt none of her previous suspicion toward Kaito, only overwhelming gratitude. There's no need to apologize, Miss Shinobu. Kaito said gently. As demon-slaying swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, your work is dangerous. Maintaining vigilance is absolutely necessary. Not wanting to listen to the girl's endless gratitude, he directly said, the defeat of Upper Moon 2 is a significant event. You should return quickly and report to your leader. And don't forget to relay my message. I will await good news here. Having said that, he simply turned around, waved his hand, and walked straight into the depths of the Saimai Shrine. Sister. Shinobu watched Kaito's back as he walked under the torii gate, her expression suddenly changing. What's wrong, Shinobu? Kane asked with a smile. Shinobu pointed at Kaito's retreating figure. He. Kane blinked. Shinobu stared wide-eyed as Kaito suddenly vanished without a trace and couldn't help exclaiming loudly, I saw it clearly just now. He doesn't have a shadow. Huh. T/N, this month discount code. Code, Skull. Use that code for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. Chapter 403, 403. The Demon Slayer Corps Leader. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis and Gwyn. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. Jose Sierra. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. 1 week later. Kaito sat upright on the wooden floor of the Butterfly Mansion's corridor, basking in the sunlight. The faint whispers of 3 young girls reached his ears from a distance. That's the gentleman. Is he the one who saved Lady Kane? He even fought alongside Lady Kane to defeat Upper Rank 2, the demon. So incredible. Lady Kane also said that gentleman is an onmyoji who uses mystical arts. Wow. Kaito turned his head and smiled at the 3 girls peeking around the corner. Eek. The 3 little heads immediately ducked back, followed by a series of hurried footsteps echoing on the floor. Mr. Uchiha. Shinobu walked through the main entrance of the Butterfly Mansion. The Lord wishes to see you now. Then let's go. Kaito stood up, stepped down from the corridor, slipped into his wooden clogs, and walked over to Shinobu. Please follow me. Shinobu turned and led the way outside. Thank you for your trouble. Kaito followed behind her. Exiting the Butterfly Mansion, the two walked along a path flanked by blooming wisteria flowers. Kaito noticed that Shinobu was subtly observing his shadow. Seeing her hesitant and unable to speak up, he merely curled the corners of his lips, pretending not to notice, and smiled without saying a word. He had certainly heard Shinobu's exclamation a week ago but had chosen not to respond. On the night he encountered Upper Rank 2 and Kane, he had just emerged from the Yomi Hell in a soul state. Later, due to the urgency of the situation, he had forgotten about this detail. After Shinobu's reminder, he had since inhabited a paper doll, effectively regaining a physical body and a shadow. As for his original body, it was probably being manipulated by King Enma, busy constructing a space defense line on the moon. Speaking of which, 2 days ago, when the Kocho sisters went to the Saimai Shrine in Kyoto to bring Kaito here, Shinobu had been particularly fixated on the shadow at his feet throughout the journey. The location of your Demon Slayer Corps is well chosen, highly concealed. No wonder it has never been discovered by demons. Kaito broke the silence proactively. According to the Lord, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters has been discovered several times throughout history. I hope this place can remain hidden a bit longer. Shinobu, unable to keep staring at his shadow, seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. As they spoke, the two passed through several layers of overlapping wisteria trellises, and a quaint traditional house came into view. The gate of the house was wide open, with several people standing in the courtyard waiting. Kaito immediately noticed a man with medium-length black hair at the forefront. Welcome, Mr. Uchiha. The black-haired man, supported by a white-haired woman, took a few steps forward. Please forgive my frail health. I was unable to personally go to Kyoto to welcome you. You are too kind, Mr. Ubuyashiki. Kaito quickly walked up to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps and shook his hand. Next, the leader introduced the people around him to Kaito. Haimjima Jyomiai, the Stone Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of stone breathing. He was a monk as burly as the fourth Raikage, seemingly blind, who silently offered a Buddhist greeting to Uchiha. Shinazugawa Sanemi, the Wind Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of wind breathing. The Wind Hashira was a white-haired young man with a defiant expression, currently glaring discontentedly at Kaito. Iguro Abanai, the serpent Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of serpent breathing. The serpent Hashira was of shorter stature, with bandages wrapped around his face and a small snake coiled around his shoulder. He, too, watched Kaito coldly. Kane Kocho, the flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of flower breathing. Kane smiled and waved at Kaito. Lastly, the wife supporting the leader himself, Amain, a woman from a family of shrine priests. In addition, there are the sound Hashira Yuzuitingen, the flame Hashira Rengo Kakai Juro, and the water Hashira Tomioka Jo. Those three are currently on missions. Kagaya spoke of his swordsman with a proud expression. By now, everyone had taken their seats inside the house, with Kaito sitting on one side. On the other side sat Kagaya, with several Demon Slayer swordsmen kneeling silently behind him. The swordsmen under your command are truly exceptional. As he spoke, Kaito glanced amusedly at the two individuals behind Kagaya who were radiating displeasure. From what I have witnessed, Miss Kane, despite her youth, possesses superb swordsmanship. Facing a powerful upper-ranked demon, she mustered the courage to risk her life and strike. It is truly admirable. You flatter me too much. If it weren't for your help. Kane waved her hands repeatedly under everyone's gaze. No need to be modest, Kane. Kagaya looked at her gently. You are indeed an outstanding child. The stone Hashira also nodded, tears streaming continuously down his face. Slaying an upper-ranked 2 demon at the age of 17 is something to be proud of, Kane. Lord, Mr. Haimjima, Mr. Uchiha. Kane grew even more embarrassed and covered her face with her hands. Then, Kaito briefly praised the other swordsman as well. In return, Kagaya also complimented Kaito and expressed heartfelt gratitude for his rescue of the flower Hashira. After the polite exchange of pleasantries, the two sides finally moved on to the main topic. I assume Mr. Ubuyashiki has already guessed the purpose of my visit, Kaito said. Indeed. Kagaya nodded with a smile. I warmly welcome talented individuals like yourself to join our mission to eradicate demons. Thank you for your acceptance. Kaito slowly stood up and smiled. However, before that, I must demonstrate my abilities to ensure your swordsmen don't think I deceived Miss Kocho. There's no need for that, Kagaya said hurriedly. I fully trust the judgment of our flower Hashira. Even so. Kaito slowly walked up to Kagaya under the wary gazes of the wind and serpent Hashiras. He suspected that if his current body didn't appear so frail and unarmed, those two might have already drawn their swords. Ignoring the warning aura emanating from the two, Kaito leaned down to examine the festering area on Kagaya's forehead. Even so, your condition must be addressed immediately. The curse is spreading rapidly. At this rate, you will lose your eyesight within 2 years. And within 4 years, you will be critically ill and immobile. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind Hashira laughed, gripping his Nichiren blade and glaring fiercely at Kaito. You bastard, what are you talking about? Who do you think you are, trying to play tricks in front of our lord? The serpent Hashira also stood up and grasped his Nichiren blade. Sanemi, Abanai, sit down. Kagaya raised a hand to stop them and looked up at Kaito. There's no need to worry. This is the same fate my family has endured for generations. Lord. The swordsman looked at Kagaya in shock. May I ask if you have a way to resolve this? Amain, who had previously retreated to the adjoining room, couldn't help but push the door open and step out, looking at Kaito with hope. T/N, this month discount code. Code, Skull. Use that code for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. Chapter 404, 404. A bright future. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. Jose Sierra. AR3S. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Faced with Amain's inquiry, Kaito shook his head. This curse cannot be eradicated unless its source is eliminated. Just as Lady Amain's face fell in disappointment, he added, however, I can transfer the damage inflicted by the curse from Mr. Ubuyashiki's head to another part of his body and prevent it from spreading further. This. Lady Amain turned to look at Kagaya. Lord Kagaya. Then, I must trouble you to transfer it to my legs, Kagaya said without hesitation, smiling gently. I wish to use my eyes to witness the children achieve victory and use my arms to embrace them. Lord Kagaya. The swordsmen were deeply moved as they gazed at Kagaya's resolute expression. A wise choice. Kaito nodded in agreement. As a leader who strategizes and plans, you need not rely on your legs to rush about. It is enough to use your wisdom to support the swordsman. Kagaya continued to smile. Moreover, I believe in these children. By the time we defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, I will surely be able to stand and run alongside everyone. Lord Kagaya, we will undoubtedly bring you final victory. The swordsman behind him immediately vowed to achieve victory. Then, let us begin as soon as possible. Kaito turned to Lady Amain. I must trouble you to prepare a few things. This is what I should do. Please, go ahead and instruct me, Amain promptly bowed. Soon, Kaito and Kagaya moved to the bedroom, disregarding the swordsman's objections and shutting them outside the door. Amain, who had prepared the necessary items, remained in the room to assist. Hey, Kocho. Is that guy really reliable? Sanemi paced anxiously before suddenly glaring fiercely at Kane. If that guy you brought here harms Lord Kagaya, I won't let you off. Big sister would never misjudge someone. Moreover, I have verified that gentleman's abilities. Shinobu stepped in front of Kane, glaring back at Sanemi with equal intensity. Ha, what do you, a little girl, know? If anything happens to Lord Kagaya, can you take responsibility? Sanemi refused to back down. Standing behind him, Abanai also fixed his sinister gaze tightly on the Kocho sisters. Era. Kane, kneeling on the floor, smiled gently as she peeked out from behind Shinobu. There's no need to worry, Mr. Shinazugawa, Mr. Iguro. Mr. Uchiha is a very capable person. Even if you say that. Sanemi couldn't suppress his inner anxiety. Jyomiai remained seated to the side, hands clasped together, tears streaming down his face as he murmured prayers under his breath. A few minutes later, a few muffled groans suddenly came from inside the room. Lord Kagaya. In an instant, Sanemi's expression turned demonic as he gripped his Nichiren blade, ready to charge into the room. Is that you, Sanemi? I'm fine. At the critical moment, Kagaya's voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. But Sanemi remained uneasy. Just then, the room door suddenly opened, and Lady Amain emerged, carrying a towel and a basin of water. Madam. How is Lord Kagaya? The swordsmen immediately crowded around her. You may go in and see for yourselves. Lady Amain smiled happily and left with the basin. They hurried into the room, ignoring Kaito, who stood to the side, and focused their attention on Kagaya, who was sitting on the bed. You've come. I'm fine. Kagaya's legs were covered by a quilt, but the festering marks on his forehead had noticeably faded. Even his voice sounded stronger and more vibrant. At this moment, he wore a genuinely happy smile. In fact, I haven't felt this well since I was 15 years old. From that day on, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya, began using a wheelchair. However, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps came to accept the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared, Kaito. Whether he's a spirit or a yokai, as long as he isn't a man-eating demon, I can accept him. If he can truly help in the fight against demons, that's even better. Sanemi, who had initially harbored the most hostility toward Kaito, later expressed this sentiment. Kaito made no attempt to conceal his peculiarities. For instance, during the celebratory dinner held at the main estate for Kagaya's improved condition, he neither drank water nor touched any food. Yet, for some reason, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, and no one brought it up. So, Mr. Uchiha is indeed a ghost, right? Finally, the typically somewhat absent-minded Kane voiced what everyone was thinking, under the astonished gazes of the others. She clasped her hands together, her expression dreamy. Because he was a powerful onmyoji in his lifetime, even after death, he can make himself visible to everyone and use incredible spells. How wonderful. Shut up. Everyone stared at Kaito with terrified expressions. Is he going to disappear? Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously in unison. There was a legend that certain spirits who had passed away were unaware of their own deaths. If someone reminded them, they would remember everything and vanish from the world. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Kaito remained seated comfortably, gently fanning himself with a folding fan. I am not a ghost. Lies. Everyone silently thought the same thing and began exchanging glances. It must be because this man is a powerful onmyoji, so he's different from ordinary ghosts. This was the conclusion they eventually reached. Mr. Haimjima, Kane whispered as she leaned toward Jyomiai, from now on, please don't recite the prayer for the departed in front of Mr. Uchiha. He might suddenly achieve enlightenment and pass on. I understand. Jyomiai clasped his hands together and solemnly agreed. I can hear you. Kaito, with his heightened perception, was both amused and exasperated. After the meal, the swordsmen gradually dispersed, leaving only Kaito and Kagaya seated across from each other. Kaito smiled. For you, there is no need to conceal my origins. I will leave it to you to decide whether to tell the swordsman. Please, Kagaya nodded with a smile. I come from on the path in front of the main estate. Is this thing really as useful as he claims? Sanemi held a seemingly ordinary paper talisman, turning it over and over in his hands as he examined it. It's very useful. This is specially made by Mr. Uchiha. Even ordinary people like us can use it. Kane patted the pocket where she stored her talismans, smiling cheerfully and appearing utterly convinced. Why don't you try it yourself? Abanai said. Didn't that person say that tearing it will release a burst of sunlight? Why don't you try it? Sanemi turned to glare at him. If it really works, wouldn't that be a waste? Iguro Abanai replied matter-of-factly. Then why are you egging me on? Sanemi was furious. Inside the main estate. Is this true? Even someone as composed as Kagaya couldn't help trembling slightly. I have no reason to deceive you. Moreover, you witnessed the scene I recreated earlier, didn't you? Kaito nodded affirmatively. Amain, did you hear that? Did you see it? Kagaya turned excitedly to Lady Amain, who was waiting by the door. Even the gods of hell can no longer tolerate Kibutsuji Musen's continued atrocities. We will undoubtedly end the millennium-old destiny in this generation. Yes, Lord Kagaya. We will certainly achieve it. Lady Amain gazed tenderly at her husband, speaking with unwavering certainty. The children will surely live in a future more beautiful than we could ever imagine. Chapter 405, 405. Pillar Meeting. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. Jose Sierra. AR3S. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Another week passed, and the Demon Slayer Corps Pillar meeting convened promptly. Kaito, though not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, was also invited to attend. After this meeting, aside from Shinobu, who had already been captivated by Kaito's spells, the attitudes of Sanemi and Abanai toward him had undergone a complete 180-degree turnaround. It seems you've already tested the convenience of those paper talismans on demons. Kaito stood before the two, asking with keen interest. Please, do tell me, how effective were they? The effects were excellent. Sanemi's ferocious grin could easily scare children to tears. Ordinary demons turned to ashes immediately upon being exposed to the sunlight emitted by the talismans. Even demons with blood demon arts can only hold on for a few seconds at most. Abanai nodded in agreement. Kaito pulled out paper and a brush from his sleeve and began taking notes. So, have you encountered any demons of the 12 Kazuki's caliber? I've always wanted to run into one of the 12 Kazuki. Sanemi shook his head regretfully. But those disgusting creatures are usually elusive. It's rare for us to encounter them under normal circumstances. Exactly, Abanai nodded again. Is that so? Kaito said regretfully. However, it seems the sunlight sealed within the paper talisman still can't compare to the effect of natural sunlight during the day. Having achieved this level of effectiveness is already more than enough. A young man with striking red and gold hair suddenly interjected in an exceptionally loud voice nearby. His eyes were wide open, and his owl-like facial features reminded Kaito of his good friend, the owl yokai, Hui. Greetings. I am Rengo Kakayajuro. I've heard about your deeds. Thank you for your assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps. The owl-like youth greeted him boisterously. With your help, our chances of victory have increased significantly. The rest, we'll handle with our Nikran blades. Exactly. Sanemi seemed infected by Kayajuro's enthusiasm and suddenly grew animated. Even if these paper talismans can't directly kill the stronger demons, they can still significantly weaken their mobility. His expression turned vicious again as he snarled, that'll make it easier to chop them up. So, this is the legendary Onmyoji. Another young man, wearing a diamond-studded forehead protector, face painted with colorful patterns, and carrying dual swords, strode over. He scrutinized Kaito up and down before nodding. You look rather flashy. I, the Sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuzuitingen, acknowledge you. Has everyone gathered now? Ms. Amain pushed a wheelchair over. Kagaya sat in the wheelchair, greeting everyone in a robust voice. Lord Abuyashiki. The swordsman present immediately dropped to one knee in unison. Kaito silently took a few steps back. We meet again, my beloved swordsman. The weather is quite lovely today, isn't it? Kagaya looked at everyone joyfully. Seeing everyone in good spirits is truly heartening. Lord Ubuyashiki. Sanemi raised his head. We are equally delighted to see your health improved compared to before. After Kagaya and the swordsman exchanged greetings, the pillar meeting officially began. Kagaya first formally introduced Kaito to the swordsman. Having learned about the effectiveness of the paper talismans Kaito provided through their exchanges, the Hashira now held a very favorable impression of him. Kagaya then introduced the 3 Hashira-level swordsmen whom Kaito had not met previously. Rengoku Kaijuro, the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of flame breathing. Rengoku Kaijuro had a face that Kaito found kind at first sight and was said to be a self-taught genius. Yuzui Tingen, the sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of sound breathing. This one was said to have been a ninja before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, which piqued Kaito's curiosity. Tomioka Juo, the water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, user of water breathing. This person had been standing alone in a corner since entering the courtyard, speaking to no one. He seemed like a somewhat solitary individual. As the meeting commenced, after everyone summarized the previous year's work, the topic finally returned to Kaito. Everyone, Kaito stepped forward at Kagaya's signal. You should all understand that in the matter of exterminating demons, even eliminating countless lesser demons is futile. As long as the root of it all remains, the demons can always make a comeback. The atmosphere in the room visibly grew heavy the moment his words fell. Kaito continued, however, fortunately, I have good news here. Everyone looked up immediately. Kaito glanced back at Kagaya before addressing the Hashira. We have learned the hiding place of one of the upper-ranked demons, specifically, the demon ranked as upper 6. The intelligence was actually given to Kaito by Hakuten, but to make it more convincing, he had to borrow part of Kagaya's authority. Really? Upper 6. Where is it? Sanemi immediately stood up and asked urgently. The others glanced skeptically at Kaito before habitually turning to Kagaya. Sure enough, after Kagaya smiled and nodded in confirmation, everyone grew thoroughly excited. The specific intelligence is here. Kaito pulled a scroll from his sleeve and tossed it to Sanemi. The Hashira immediately huddled together to examine it. Even the consistently aloof Tomioka Ju couldn't help but lean in, standing on tiptoe to peek over shoulders. Kayagaku House in Yoshiwara. Upper 6 Daki. The Oiran operating under the alias Warabeheim. That kind of place has too dense a population. It might be disadvantageous for our battle. Then leave it to me. I can sever her head in an instant. Obviously, I'm more suitable for this. They discussed battle plans as they read. Kaito clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. For this battle, I plan to test some ideas, he said. Additionally, I'll need 2 swordsmen to accompany me. Everyone immediately fixed eager eyes on him. Even Ju couldn't resist casting a few subtle glances. Considering there may be preliminary infiltration work required, Kagaya personally made the assignments. Tingen, Abanai, I'll trouble the 2 of you with this. This flashy guy will flashily slay the demon. Tingen immediately struck what he considered a dazzling pose. Yes, Lord Ubuyashiki, Abanai replied in a measured tone, though intense fighting spirit radiated from his not-so-tall frame. The others appeared somewhat dissatisfied but refrained from objecting since Kagaya himself had made the assignments. Sanemi, in particular, was gritting his teeth and glaring at the 2 selected. Then, I look forward to working with you both, Kaito said, stepping forward to stand before Tingen and Abanai. Chapter 406, 406. Upper Rank 6. A special thank you to all my patrons. The list of my wandering reader. Davis Nguyen. Kane. Jacob Mo. Hades. Varun Madhu. Gonzalo Sumalavia. Kevin Williams. Mike. KD. Merp. Jose Carrillo. Derek M. Dancing Monkey. Joseph. Jose Sierra. AR3S. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Yoshiwara, Kayagaku House. Tingen had changed out of his core uniform, shed his usual flamboyant attire, and was now dressed in a crisp suit, wearing a top hat and carrying a cane. He strode directly through the main entrance. Abanai, pretending to be his attendant, followed closely behind, mimicking his every step. Welcome, esteemed guest. The madam, dressed in elaborate and flashy robes, seeing Tingen's wealthy appearance, immediately rushed up to him with enthusiastic warmth. You seem to be a new face, sir. Is this your first time visiting our Kayagaku house? She quickly closed the distance to stand right in front of Tingen. Tingen reached up, removed his top hat, and gave a reserved nod. My. The madam immediately exclaimed upon seeing Tingen's face. What a handsome gentleman. She patted her chest with exaggerated movements. You will surely be immensely popular. This Mama-san worries her girls might fall head over heels competing for your affection. Facing the madam's praise, Tingen's face revealed an expression that took it as a matter of course. Abanai quickly lowered his head before he couldn't help but let his disgust show on his face. The madam continued warmly, "Guest, our Kayagako house is full of beautiful girls, absolutely worthy of you. Would you like Mama-san to recommend one for you? Is that so?" Tingen raised a hand to loosen his tie. "Would even your Oiran, Warabeheim, be available? So this guest has also come for Warabeheim." The madam wore a look of understanding, retracted the enthusiastic smile from her face, turned her head to take a drag from her cigarette, then looked back at Tingen. "That would depend on your sincerity, guest. After all, Warabeheim is the star attraction of our Kayagako house." "Sincerity, is it?" Tingen nodded, turned around, and stretched out his hand to Abanai. "Kotaro, bring out the letter and gift I prepared for Miss Warabeheim." "Yes, boss." Abanai handed over the box he had been holding carefully. "Then, I'll entrust Mama-san to convey my sincerity to Warabeheim." Tingen passed the ornately wrapped box to the madam, then put his top hat back on and turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. "I will return tomorrow. I hope to hear good news then. Please go slowly, guest." The madam held the box, chuckling. "Mama-san also looks forward to you and Warabeheim having a wonderful meeting tomorrow, hee hee hee." At the wisteria house not far from Yoshiwara, Kaito waited for the return of Tingen and Abanai. "Say, Mr. Onmyoji." Tingen, once inside the room, couldn't wait to take off his neat suit. Now, holding a brush and paints, he faced a mirror to apply his familiar eye makeup. "Are you sure that thing will pique a demon's interest?" "Not sure." Kaito sat leisurely to the side. "However, it's worth a try." "Ha." Having finished his makeup swiftly, Tingen put down his brush, threw on his haori, and sat down opposite Kaito. "Why all the trouble? Since we already know the demon is there, why don't we just sneak in and cut her down?" He turned to look at Abanai, who was sitting nearby. "What do you say, Igiro?" Abanai didn't speak, but Kaito could see agreement with Tingen in his eyes. "You should have a little more patience." Kaito maintained his unhurried demeanor. "If we can confirm my conjecture, perhaps afterwards we can find a way to lure out Kibutsuji Musen, don't you think?" Tingen was taken aback, then asked, "Are you sure?" "Like I said just now, I'm merely trying something." Kaito smiled. "If you want to talk about certainty, I'd say about 70 to 80%. So it's very much worth trying, isn't it?" "In that case." Tingen and Abanai exchanged a glance, seeming to reach a decision. "We'll follow your lead this time." "Then I thank you both for your cooperation." Kaito nodded. "Everything is now set. We just have to see if that demon will actually come tonight." The moon reached its zenith in the night sky, all was silent and still. A stunningly beautiful woman, scantily clad, arrived treading the moonlight, swaggering unabashedly as she stopped right outside the main gate of the wisteria house. "It stinks." She looked at the dense wisteria blooms within the compound, covering her nose in disgust. Creak. The gate to the residence suddenly opened. The beautiful woman quickly retreated a distance, becoming wary. To think she actually came. Kaito, dressed in pristine white sokutai, hunting robes, walked out slowly, fanning himself with a folding fan. "This." He glanced at the characters engraved in the beautiful woman's eyes. "Upper rank 6, Miss Daki." "Who are you?" Daki's face changed dramatically. "How do you know my name?" "Kiki." Kaito chuckled lightly. "It seems Miss Daki was quite fond of the gift you presented, Mr. Yuzui. Did she follow the scent here because she liked it so much?" Tingen abruptly erupted from the ground behind Daki. "I truly never expected an upper-rank demon to take the bait so easily. Demon Slayer Core." Daki turned to look at Tingen, then back at Kaito. "So, this is a trap for me. Demons are avaricious, ugly creatures like this." Abanai jumped down from a tree on the other side, staring at Daki with eyes full of disgust. The moment they get their hands on something good, they throw all caution to the wind, craving more without considering the consequences. Ugly. A vein bulged on Daki's forehead as she pointed at Abanai and began cursing vehemently. "You call me ugly? You short-statured, snake-playing, gloomy bastard. A guy who covers his face because he can't show it to people, you actually say I'm ugly?" Witnessing Daki's reaction, Kaito's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but interject, "No, I believe Mr. Igiro was not commenting on your appearance." "What do you mean?" Daki turned her glare back to Kaito. "It means." Abanai tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade and stepped forward. "No matter a demon's outward appearance, its heart remains like the filthiest garbage, utterly foul and polluted. You bastard." Just as Daki turned her head to curse at Abanai, a slashing attack, sinuous as a snake, rapidly extended from behind her towards the front. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Her severed head, flying through the air, exactly caught sight of the short snake-handling bastard sheathing his sword ahead. This is an upper rank. Abanai turned around to watch Daki's head fall from midair, his tone puzzled. Did we get something wrong? Utterly unflashy. Tengen crossed his arms and nodded. How can someone this weak be an upper rank? Kaito also widened his eyes in surprise. The next second, Daki's piercing, mournful wails suddenly pierced the night sky. Ah. Bastards. I've been cut. I've been cut. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. Something's wrong. Abanai's eyes focused sharply, and he tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade once more. Her body isn't disintegrating at all. Oh. Still alive even after having your head cut off. Tengen drew the twin swords from his back with a reverse grip. Hey, is it this cockroach-like vitality that got you your upper rank status? Ah. His answer was another ear-splitting shriek from Daki. Brother. Brother. Someone's bullying me. Kill them. Kill them all. Chapter 407, 407. Jotaro. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. So noisy. Abanai drew his Nichiren blade, aiming directly at Daki's head which had fallen to the ground, and thrust forward like a spirit snake flicking its tongue. Clang. The Nichiren blade was steadily parried. No one is allowed to bully my sister, Jotaro. An emaciated-looking demon abruptly emerged from Daki's body, its upper half now visible, raising a pair of blood-red bone sickles to block the tip of Abanai's sword. Get lost. Daki's head screamed, and countless colorful sashes shot out from her body, flailing wildly, forcing back both Abanai, who was close at hand, and Tengen, who was charging forward with his blades raised. Then, seizing the opportunity, she picked up her head and placed it back on her neck. It hurt so much, she wailed loudly to the other demon. Brother. I was just cut. It really, really hurt. Abanai and Tengen agilely retreated together to a position in front of Kaito, holding their blades warily. Their auras are connected. No wonder cutting that female demon's head off just now was useless. Abanai said thoughtfully. I get it too. It seems we have to cut both these demons' heads off at the same time. The veins on Tengen's robust arms bulged prominently as he seemingly casually waved his twin swords. Hey, Iguro. He turned his head with a smile. In that case, we just happen to have one each. Abanai nodded, fine. Then I'll handle the male one, you take the female. Why? Tengen felt somewhat dissatisfied. He thought the correct approach would be for him, tall and mighty, to deal with the male, and the shorter Abanai to deal with the female. Abanai gave him a strange look, seemingly not understanding why he would ask such a foolish question, and stated matter-of-factly, you, who have 3 wives, should have plenty of experience dealing with women. Ha. Tengen felt offended, veins bulging on his forehead too. He yelled at Abanai, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? My wives are all good women, how can they be mentioned in the same breath as these ugly evil demons? Damn demon slayers. Saying I'm ugly again. Daki's shriek interrupted their conversation. Her head now fully reattached, she erupted in fury once more. The gorgeous sashes manipulated by her blood demon art shot forth like sharp, flexible swords alternating their paths. Protect. Paper talismans unfolded, and a barrier constructed of spiritual power firmly protected the 3 of them. Daki's unleashed blood demon art crashed against the barrier's surface, failing to penetrate. This is the magic Kocho mentioned. Truly flashy. Abanai and Tengen looked curiously at the transparent barrier surrounding them. Damn it. Damn it. I'm not ugly. I am the most beautiful Oiran in Yoshiwara. Daki continued her frenzied attacks regardless. Clang. 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 The wildly flailing sashes continuously struck the barrier, emitting a series of collision sounds. Hey, calm down a little. Jotaro, who had now fully emerged from Daki's body, reached out to stop her. Daki shrieked, ah! They not only cut me but also said I'm ugly. Kill them quickly, brother. That man. Jotaro's gaze swept past Tengen and Abanai, fixing tightly on Kaito behind them. That man. What about him? After venting for a while but failing to break the barrier, Daki could only retract all her sashes. That man. Jotaro's ugly face, covered in dark spots, twisted even more. Have you forgotten the message Lord Musen sent? That man is probably the strange fellow who assisted the Demon Slayer Corps in killing Lord Doma. What? Daki was immediately frightened and hid directly behind him. Let's go. Let's get out of here, brother. That's an opponent even Lord Doma couldn't defeat. No. Jotaro tightened his grip on the two sickles in his hands. Lord Muzan said he merely used strange magic to catch Lord Doma off guard. He raised his hands, crossing them. Having received the intelligence, we won't be fooled so easily. He said coldly. Moreover, Lord Muzan has ordered us to probe that man's capabilities. Lord Muzan. Why would he give such an order? Daki complained but then suddenly froze, cold sweat streaming down her face, shouting out an apology. Sorry, Lord Muzan. We will definitely do our best. So it seems, Kibutsuji Muzan can indeed communicate with the senses of all demons at any time. That is to say, the methods used in the fight against Doma are already known to him. Kaito said. Tengen said irritably, correct. Kibutsuji Muzan always gets intel on us, while we remain completely in the dark about him. Star. Life. Kaito quickly formed hand seals, casting spells to enhance the two swordsmen. Go fight, you two. He suddenly dispelled the barrier while leaping backward. I wasn't paying much attention that night. Now I'd like to take the opportunity to observe the demons a bit more. Ooh. Tengen waved his arms. This feeling. He suddenly charged forward with his blade at lightning speed. Is absolutely fantastic. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. However, Abanai's figure, accompanied by a twisting, snake-like white blade light, instantly shot past him, winding its way toward Jotaro. So sneaky, Iguro. Tengen roared angrily, his body leaping high into the air, raising both swords to slash down at Daki. Sound breathing, first form, roar. Facing their rapid assault, the two sickles in Jotaro's hands suddenly flew out, spinning rapidly around the demon siblings. Layer upon layer of tight crimson slashes formed a shield, protecting both demons within. Blood demon art, frivolous parade. TCH. Abanai's serpentine blade lie winding around the edge of the shield formed by the crimson slashes, producing a series of collision sounds before smoothly disengaging. Boom. Tengen's downward slashing twin swords collided with the crimson slashes. Using the recoil, he flipped backward. Both landed in separate directions, sliding backward a distance upon touching the ground. Simultaneously, the crimson slashes vanished. Jotaro spread his arms and caught the returning sickles. They're so strong. They got stronger. I almost got cut again. Ah. Daki, hiding behind him, began shouting again. It's that man's magic. Jotaro glanced warily at Kaito in the distance. Be careful, he still has tricks he hasn't used yet. I know, he still has that thing that bursts out sunlight. Daki began complaining again discontentedly. So why are we fighting such a difficult battle? It's Lord Muzan's order. The male demon glared at her seriously. Pull yourself together. You know the consequences of defying that lord. Daki shuddered involuntarily and said quietly, yes, I understand. You don't have time to discuss our dear Mr. Onmyoji right now. Tengen suddenly threw a handful of small black spheres while charging forward again, his twin swords striking consecutively. Sound breathing, fourth form, constant resounding slashes. A continuous stream of slashes, accompanied by violent explosions, instantly engulfed both demons. Chapter 408, 408. Successive outbursts. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M., Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Blood demon art, flying blood sickles. Jotaro waved the sickles in his hands repeatedly, instantly slashing out countless blood-colored crescents thin as blades. Countless blood crescents violently collided with Tengen's explosive attacks, the sound of intense roaring filled the air incessantly. Go. Following Jotaro's shout, the colorful sashes ejecting from Daki's body instantly bloomed like flower buds, carrying her body straight towards Kaito in the distance. For the task Lord Muzan entrusted to us. Hovering midair, she glared viciously at Kaito. Even more sashes shot out from her body, swiftly assaulting Kaito. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. Abanai's body appeared silently and swiftly behind her. The serpentine Nichiren blade in his hand stabbed soundlessly towards the back of her neck like a snake hunting prey. At the same time, Kaito dodged, letting the attacking sashes plunge into the dirt on the ground. Just as the tip of Abanai's blade was about to strike, Daki, without turning her head, was abruptly pulled by her sashes, shifting horizontally a short distance. Bastard, almost got me again. Ah. She turned her head, crying and shouting, her eyes venomously glaring at Abanai. What is that? Abanai noticed a vertical eye had suddenly appeared on her forehead. I won't tell you. While manipulating some sashes to launch an encirclement attack against Abanai, Daki accelerated her charge towards Kaito. Trying to run. Abanai nimbly flipped, dodging a round of attacks, and kicked off one of the sashes with his feet. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. The white blade light rapidly zigzagged through the gaps between the sashes, forming a giant serpent winding its way forward, almost instantly catching up to Daki from behind. Die. Abanai swung his blade towards Daki's neck. Bastard. Chasing after me non-stop is so annoying. Daki's body abruptly moved horizontally a large distance, dodging the slash. What's going on? With no foothold, Abanai's body began to fall from the air, but his eyes remained fixed stubbornly on Daki's retreating figure. Be careful, Iguro. Tengen's voice came through. He was desperately swinging his twin blades, clashing with the sickles in Jotaro's hands. This guy must have given one of his eyes to that female demon. You figured it out. Jotaro raised his head, revealing a hollow eye socket previously hidden by his hair. Shared perception. Tengen frowned, guessing. No, not just shared perception. He's also using it to control that female demon's body. Kaito's voice came through. His eyes were now crimson red, with 3 tomo spinning rapidly within them. His steps were casual as he shifted and moved, easily evading the attacks from Daki's sashes. Heh, I've observed enough. Let's end this now. He suddenly leaped back again with agile grace, his hands simultaneously forming seals. Bind. A pentagram magic circle manifested on the ground. Spiritual power chains hung with paper talismans shot up into the sky. Ah. It's appeared. The move that killed Lord Doma has appeared. Daki, mid-air, panicked and shouted, her body pulled left and right by her sashes, desperately dodging the chains. Controlling 2 bodies simultaneously. Seems you still have strength to spare, huh? Ha. Tengen, locked in combat with Jotaro, said irritably. Dealing with guys like you, of course it's not that difficult. Jotaro's remaining single eye maliciously stared at Tengen. How many pillars like you do you think we've already killed? That kind of talk really pisses me off. Tengen's arm suddenly bulged, the blade light from his twin sword surging as if doubling in strength, instantly slashing 2 crossed bloody gashes on Jotaro's body. Just in time, our dear Onmyoji has finished his observations. He pointed his blades at Jotaro, who was quickly retreating. Now we send you on your way. Iguro. I know. Abanai, who had been quiet for a while, pointed his blade at Daki, who was constantly dodging the chains in the air. I have no problems on my end. So the main issue is on my side. Tengen snorted 2 long streams of air from his nostrils. But the rhythm is complete. I won't be making any more of those unflashy slashes. Jotaro's face grew even uglier. You were hiding your strength. No. If I were relying solely on my original strength, I probably would have been cut by you long ago. Tengen said dismissively. It's thanks to Mr. Onmyoji spell enhancements that I've been able to fight until now. Then why did you suddenly get stronger, you bastard? Daki's voice, nearing collapse, came through. That, of course. Tengen charged forward with his blades. Is because suddenly enhanced power also takes time to adapt to. I'm not some genius who masters things instantly. He gripped the chain connecting his twin swords. The 2 blades spun rapidly, forming huge circular slashes accompanied by the roar of explosions, launching an exceptionally grand and powerful assault. Sound breathing, 5th form, string performance. Simultaneously, Abanai also leaped up. Similarly surging white blade light formed a bending and coiling giant serpent in the air, twisting and coiling around Daki for a kill. Serpent breathing, 3rd form, coil choke. Daki began to panic. After dodging the spiritual power chains once more, the white blade light was already nearly unavoidable, pressing close to her neck. She began to wail helplessly, I'm going to be cut, I'm going to be cut. Ah. No, no, no. Use it. Jotaro's voice rang out. Your strongest power. Die. Daki's face suddenly contorted snarling. Her neck elongated, turning into hardened sashes that clashed with Abanai's Nichiren blade. How? Sensing something wrong from the feel of the impact, Abanai's expression changed, and he immediately increased the strength in his hands. Die. Jotaro allowed Tengen's blades to approach his neck infinitely. His emaciated body suddenly split open with countless bloody gashes. Blood demon art, super circular slashing whirl. Blood gushed from the gashes covering his entire body, forming countless infinitely expanding crimson whirlwinds that swept out in all directions. Tengen, caught off guard, raised his blades to defend but was thrown back by the tremendous force. At the same time, Daki's entire body suddenly dispersed. Except for her head, which remained, her entire body transformed into layers upon layers of sashes. Blood demon art, infinite sash slash. The hardened sashes aggressively slashed wildly rapidly in all directions around her, not only knocking back Abanai but also repelling even Kaito's spiritual power chains. The large area attacks from the two demons split the earth, severed trees, and even caused most of the building belonging to the wisteria house behind Kaito to collapse instantly. As Kaito dodged, the tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, and his hands formed seals again. All the paper talismans instantly activated. The talismans hanging on the chains transformed into blinding sunlight. Daki's attacking movements faltered. The sashes near the sunlight were continuously scorched to ash. She couldn't help but let out another mournful howl, damn bastard. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Just as Tengen and Abanai, gritting their teeth and enduring the pain, the talismans enhancing the two swordsmen also simultaneously vanished, transforming into warm currents that flowed into their bodies, instantly healing most of their wounds. Chapter 409, 409. Upper Moon 3. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The dust settled. Jotaro stood at the edge of the battlefield, holding Daki, whose body was half charred black. Yuzui and Abanai, equally disheveled and covered in grime, blocked their path ahead. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of wooden geta clacking against the ground echoed as Kaito made his way through the debris-strewn path, walking unhurriedly. I say, you two, he spoke, using his unfolded fan to cover his mouth and nose, casting a helpless glance at Yuzui and Abanai. Are you also trying to test my abilities like them? During the earlier battle, you never used the paper talismans I gifted you. Apologies. Yuzui laughed. We're just so accustomed to fighting with our Nichiren blades that we forgot about them for a moment. Right, Abanai nodded in agreement. Don't feed me such lame excuses. Kaito rolled his eyes inelegantly. So-called demon slaying should involve using every means possible, shouldn't it? Or do you still cling to some so-called swordsman's pride? Yuzui, who had been using gunpowder bombs all along, chuckled awkwardly. Kaito didn't press them further and shifted his gaze to the two demons. Even after unleashing transcendent power at the last moment, you still couldn't gain a clear advantage, he remarked lightly. It seems you've already realized the fact that you cannot win. Wah. Sob, sob, sob. Are we going to die here? Daki leaned against Jotaro's chest, crying miserably. Upon hearing his words, she burst into even louder sobs. No. I don't want to die. Think of something. Big brother. Wah. You're really noisy, my foolish little sister. Jotaro looked down into her eyes. But. I don't want to die. Daki pouted, completely disregarding everything else. After all the trouble, because of Lord Doma's death. Lord Muzan bestowed more blood upon us. Why? Why did it turn out like this? I said stop making a racket. Jotaro gritted his teeth and raised his head. We haven't lost yet. Daki looked up at him in shock. Since Lord Muzan already knows the situation here, Jotaro suddenly turned to look at Kaito. How could he not take measures? Oh. Kaito raised an eyebrow. Reinforcements, perhaps. Who knows? Jotaro grinned maliciously. Especially you freak who came out of nowhere. Lord Muzan will study you thoroughly. Enough talk. Yuzui raised his dual blades, exchanging a glance with Abanai. Let's execute them now. Abanai likewise lifted his Nichiren blade. Hehehe. Jotaro suddenly let out a strange laugh. It's already too late. Shum. A sound like tearing paper echoed as a fist abruptly pierced through Kaito's chest. What? Kaito looked down in shock at the fist protruding from his body. So it's you, the one Lord Muzan wants. A demon with peach-red short hair and golden eyes engraved with Upper Moon and 3 revealed himself from behind Kaito, having successfully ambushed him. He wore an open magenta short coat, his body covered in deep blue tattoos, with blood-red nails. At this moment, his face bore an expression of boredom as he discontentedly remarked, too weak, your body. A battle like this holds no fun at all. Mr. Kaito. Bastard. Yuzui and Abanai, who were about to slay Daki and Jotaro, halted their movements, their eyes wide with shock. I told you it was too late, heh. Seizing the opportunity, Jotaro carried Daki and swiftly moved behind the newly appeared Upper Moon 3. Well now, how careless of me. Kaito suddenly lifted his head, twisting his neck to look at the Upper Moon 3 behind him. Upper Moon 3, he asked with a gentle smile. Are you the reinforcement sent by Kibutsuji Musen? What exactly are you? Upper Moon 3 stared back at him in surprise. Such rudeness in your words. Kaito's body shimmered with spiritual light as several chains of spiritual energy instantly shot out from within him, coiling around Upper Moon 3's right arm that had pierced through his chest. Upper Moon 3 suddenly swung his left hand, delivering several heavy punches at an extremely high speed. The explosive force of the punches erupted consecutively, instantly shattering Kaito's body into pieces. Hey! Daki screamed. You destroyed what Lord Musen wanted. Can't be helped. This weird guy was just too fragile. Upper Moon 3 also looked somewhat stunned at the flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Don't you have any idea how powerful your fists are? Daki shouted hysterically. If Lord Musen blames us, it'll be all your fault. Upper Moon 3 glanced helplessly at Yuzui and Abanai. You two are pillars, right? In that case, I'll just kill you and then apologize to Lord Musen. Yuzui and Abanai finally snapped out of their daze at the sight of the scattered flesh and blood. You bastard. Yuzui's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. You killed our Onmyoji. Now we have no way to explain this to our master. We can worry about explaining to our master later, Tengen. Abanai was calmer, his expression grave as he remained on guard. Yuzui quickly composed himself and nodded. Without his support, the two of us will have to fight to the death. What luck, Abanai said coldly. Encountering two Upper Moon demons in a single day. Ah, Yuzui agreed. The other comrades will be jealous to death. Tsk tisk. Kaito's figure abruptly appeared in front of the two of them. You too, he said, turning back to look at them. You didn't even feel a bit sad for me. You. The two immediately looked forward and saw that the scattered flesh and blood had turned into a ground full of paper scraps. So, what exactly are you? Upper Moon 3 also looked over curiously. Ah. Aawaya. Daki's shrill scream erupted once again. He has no shadow. He's a ghost. Everyone present simultaneously fell silent with exasperated expressions. I say, miss, Kaito said helplessly. Technically speaking, you're the ghost here. Then what are you? Daki shouted angrily. Kaito thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, a spirit. That's still a ghost. Daki completely lost it. Chapter 410. Warriors Fighting Spirit. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Let's not do that. Kaito's right hand fingers plucked a small paper figure out of thin air. I certainly don't want to be lumped in the same category as you all. He pressed the small paper figure against his chest. A flash of spiritual light later, the paper figure vanished without a trace. His body instantly became more solid, and a shadow reappeared at his feet. A spirit possessing a paper figure. In over 200 years, this is the first time I've seen an existence like yours. Upper Moon 3 looked thoroughly intrigued. Hey! Demon Slayer Core, where did you find this spirit? Yuzui and Abanai both looked at Kaito with expressions that said, I knew it. Kaito glanced back at the two of them and decisively gave up on explaining. Upper Moon 3 then asked Kaito, hey, are you from the Saimai Shrine in Kyoto? Are you related to that famous Abe no Saimai? Kaito blinked and answered truthfully, I was merely fortunate enough to receive instruction from Lord Saimai a few times. He then felt the gazes from the two swordsmen behind him grow even more peculiar. Big brother, Daki asked Jotaro, Abe no Saimai, how long ago was that? I don't know. Jotaro, who had never attended school, was also clueless. He was a figure from the Heian-kyo period, right, a few hundred years, replied Upper Moon 3, who likewise had never received an education. It's been nearly 1,000 years. Yuzui's voice chimed in. Is that so? Upper Moon 3 nodded. 1,000 years it is, then. 1,000 years. Daki began shrieking again. What do we do? Can we even fight him? And we have no way to deal with the spirit at all. What are we going to do about the mission? Upper Moon 3 scratched his head irritably. When it comes to dealing with spirits, it seems I don't have a method either. Then how are we going to answer to him? Daki seemed to recall something extremely terrifying and began trembling. Then handed over. Upper Moon 3 turned and reached out his hand to Daki. What? Daki clutched her chest tightly. Upper Moon 3 stared into her eyes. You know what? Daki's face was full of reluctance. Hand it over. Jotaro suddenly reached out, tore a crystal pendant hanging from a red string from Daki's chest, and handed it to Upper Moon 3. That is. Yuzui recognized it at a glance. It was precisely the gift Kaito had asked him to deliver to Daki. Kaito merely watched quietly, smiling without speaking. Upper Moon 3 took the glowing crystal pendant, brought it under his nose, and took a deep breath. I see. He grinned. This thing really can enhance a demon's power more than Morechi. Rare blood. No wonder even Lord Muzan has taken an interest. That's mine. Daki glared furiously at Jotaro, who had snatched the pendant, muttering incessantly under her breath. Yes, I understand. Upper Moon 3 suddenly began talking to himself. Seeing him like this, Daki immediately covered her mouth and fell silent. Star Word Spirit. Talisman Life. Seizing the opportunity, Kaito replenished the magical enhancements on the two swordsmen. Over there, Daki asked cautiously, what are Lord Muzan's orders? Lord Muzan is very interested in this thing. He wants me to bring that spirit back as well. Upper Moon 3 stuffed the crystal pendant into his belt and assumed a fighting stance. A large snowflake pattern appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Lord Muzan told me that techniques which can harm the spirit and will can also injure the soul. Let me test it using the fighting spirit I've tempered and refined through countless battles. In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from his body, shooting skyward. The air around them became unbearably oppressive. Be careful. Yuzui and Abanai drew their Nichiren blades and flashed in front of Kaito, shielding him. Oh. You two have become much stronger. Upper Moon 3 sensed their increased aura and suddenly said delightedly, I am Upper Moon 3, Akaza. What are your names? Demon Slayer Core Sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui. Serpent Hashira, Igiro Abanai. The two swordsmen announced their titles while observing Akaza. Beads of sweat gradually seeped from their foreheads. No openings. This demon's fighting spirit was immensely powerful, seamless, and complete. Fellow warriors themselves, the two immediately sensed the gap in realm between them. As expected of Upper Moon 3. Abanai tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade. If Upper Moon 3 is this fearsome, how on earth did Kocho manage to defeat Upper Moon 2? Yuzui felt he needed to look at the flower Hashira with completely new eyes. Doma? That guy is different from me. Akaza, seemingly in a leisurely mood, explained. That guy isn't a martial artist. He hasn't tempered his fighting spirit. All he has are some flashy, bizarre tricks. He seemed to hold Doma in great contempt. Then why did you lose to him in the blood battle for position? Daki silently complained, staring at Akaza's back, furious but not daring to speak. It seems we've delayed a bit too long. Akaza looked up at the moon's position, then grinned at the three of them. Let's settle this quickly. Instantly, he rapidly swung his fists, launching a flurry of punches too fast to see clearly. Several mighty waves of fist force detached from his fists, roaring forth with immense impact. Air type. Block it. Yuzui and Abanai desperately swung their Nichiren blades to defend. Sharp blade glows clashed repeatedly with the condensed fist force, and the two were forced to slide backward. Akaza rushed forward at high speed to close the distance with the two, shifting his stance to stand on one leg. Leg type, explosive flurry. The leg he raised instantly delivered multiple fierce kicks, like flashes of light exploding. So fast. The two Hashira defended with their combined Nichiren blades, but their bodies were still sent flying backward. Akaza seized the chance to jump, instantly leaping to a position above Kaito. Let me test whether this fighting spirit can harm a spirit or not. He delivered a fierce punch from above. Crushing type, 10,000 leaves flashing willow. The condensed fist force pierced through the earth. Dust flew up, and the ground shattered in a leaf vein pattern. Missed. Akaza backflipped and landed, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Was that position just an illusion? If the opponent is too weak, I can't sense them through fighting spirit after all, he said somewhat displeased. It's rare to find someone so weak they don't have even a shred of fighting spirit. Your opponents are us. Yuzui leaped to a position above Akaza. Two sharp blade glows, accompanied by explosions, slashed downward rapidly. Sound breathing, first form, roar. Simultaneously, Abanai's blade glow traced a winding curve, appearing behind Akaza, its tip thrusting towards the back of his neck. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fang of the narrow head. Chapter 411, 411. Experimental subjects. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Facing the pincer attack of two enhanced Hashira-level swordsmen, Akaza seemed to foresee the moves before they happened. In a flash, he sidestepped from in front of Tengen and circled behind him, causing both Hashira's attacks to miss simultaneously. At the same time, he launched a fierce kick upward toward the back of Tengen's head. Leg type, Crown Splitter. At this critical moment, Tengen rolled sideways to evade, while Abanai charged forward directly, his Nichiren blade slashing horizontally toward the leg Akaza was standing on. Just like that. Akaza withdrew his single leg and raised a fist to meet Abanai's attack. Meanwhile, Tengen once again advanced with his blade, joining forces with Abanai to confront Akaza. Their bodies moved forward alternately, covering each other, and the battle reached a temporary stalemate. On the other side, Jotaro set down the unconscious Daki he had been holding in his arms and gripped his two blood-red bone sickles once more. "Go kill them," Daki whispered venomously, glancing at the half of her body scorched by sunlight. "Heh." Jotaro grinned, revealing his ugly, incomplete gums. "Perfect timing. It seems they've already forgotten my existence. Then have you two forgotten about my presence?" Kaito's voice suddenly rang out behind them. "What?" Jotaro and Daki swiftly turned around to face Kaito, who had appeared out of nowhere. Kaito wore a slight smile. As the sibling demons turned to look, his eyes once again shifted to red, with Tomo spinning within them. "Such strange eyes," Daki muttered under her breath. The two demons found themselves captivated by those red eyes, involuntarily fixating on the three rotating Tomo. Before they knew it, their vision was completely overtaken by enormous crimson eyes that seemed to fill the entire night sky. "What's happening? Brother, where are you?" Daki screamed in panic. Meanwhile, Jotaro remained silent, swinging his sickles violently in an attempt to break through the illusion by force. "It's useless," Kaito's voice echoed. In an instant, several massive iron rods pierced through their bodies from all directions. Ah. Daki broke down into hysterical sobs. "It hurts. Why always me? Always me. Sister." Jotaro struggled with all his might, but it was futile. Unable to see Daki, he too began to panic. Back in reality, Akaza noticed the sibling demon standing motionless before Kaito and immediately tried to bypass his current opponents to investigate. However, Tengen and Abanai exerted their full efforts to entangle and intercept him. Bind. Kaito formed hand seals. Spiritual energy chains emerged from a pentagram magic circle beneath his feet, tightly binding upper rank 6 siblings from head to toe. Then, the red faded from Kaito's eyes, and Jotaro and Daki returned to reality from the illusion. Ah. "We've been captured." Daki screamed again the moment she opened her eyes and realized their situation. Jotaro struggled silently but found himself utterly unable to break free from the multiple layers of spiritual energy chains. "You've won," he muttered dejectedly, lowering his head. "What are you saying?" Daki turned her head and glared at him furiously. "Think of something, you ugly freak." "Shut up." Jotaro roared back angrily. "It's all your fault, you idiot. If you hadn't been so greedy, we never would have come here. You ugly freak who's only slightly strong and completely useless. You're not my brother. You brainless fool who's only somewhat pretty and good for nothing. You're not my sister. I've been cleaning up your messes since we were kids, why should I? It would have been better if you'd never been born. Bastard. Ugly freak. Idiot. No brains. How noisy." Kaito raised his hand and tossed out a stack of paper talismans, then formed seals once more. "Is it sunlight? Is it sunlight? We're going to die, we're going to die." Daki began crying uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down her face. The paper talismans scattered throughout the air emitted a faint blue glow, attaching themselves to the two demons from all directions. Layer upon layer of talismans quickly enveloped them completely. Ugh, ugh. Daki's cries gradually weakened. Kaito held his seal and spoke softly, "Seal." Black curse patterns, like squirming insects, crawled across the surface of the paper talismans wrapping the two demons, rapidly forming intricate designs. As the patterns lit up, the wrapped demons fell completely silent. Perfect experimental subjects acquired. Kaito smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze to the other battle. Upper rank 3, Akaza, was incredibly powerful. As he himself had claimed, he was a pure martial artist, and his fighting style was worlds apart from that of Doma. Under Kaito's assistance, Kane had managed to kill Doma, but in truth, Kaito had contributed more to that battle. Now, even though Tengen and Abanai, two Hashira-level swordsmen, had been enhanced by Kaito's spells, they could only maintain a balance in their fierce struggle against Akaza. Fortunately, neither had been forced to fight desperately yet, and thus neither was injured. So those two trash have been captured. Akaza noticed Kaito's actions and suddenly erupted. Final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. In an instant, he unleashed countless flying fist strikes in all directions, like rapidly fired missiles. These projectiles were extremely fast. After blocking a few attacks, Tengen and Abanai found their blades gradually unable to keep up. Caught off guard, they were struck simultaneously. Both spat blood mid-air and were sent flying backward. Akaza grinned widely, leaping into the air to pursue them. The two swordsmen, still in mid-air, exchanged a glance and simultaneously pulled out paper talismans from their uniform pockets, tearing them apart. Two bursts of golden sunlight, soft to human eyes, exploded in their hands. The skin on Akaza's face immediately began to blacken and peel. He hurriedly raised his arms to shield his face, dropped to the ground, and then kicked off, rapidly retreating. You were hiding something this dangerous. He used a hand chop to sever the scorched parts of his body, his expression grave as he looked toward Kaito in the distance. This is your ability. Kaito first activated the life-giving talismans within the paper charms on the two swordsmen, beginning to heal their internal and external injuries. Then, he grasped a stack of paper talismans and stepped forward. It's been a while since I've fought myself. The sunlight bursting from the paper talismans in his hand converged into a brilliantly gleaming golden light sword, leaving the panting Tengen and Abanai wide-eyed. A truly dangerous weapon, Akaza remarked, seemingly no longer in a hurry to rescue upper rank 6. Instead, he reassumed his combat stance. But what can your frail body possibly accomplish? We'll know once we try. Kaito waved the light sword in his hand and walked toward Akaza at a leisurely pace. Chapter 412, 412. Hakuji. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. If I'm not mistaken, the technique beneath your feet can detect even the faintest fighting spirit, can't it? Kaito stepped unhurriedly toward Akaza, the two wide white sleeves of his robe fluttering behind him in the night wind. It's thanks to this keen perception of fighting spirit that you can remain composed even when surrounded by two pillar-level swordsmen. Correct. Instead of launching an attack, Akaza settled into his stance, waiting for Kaito to approach. Someone like you, with not a trace of fighting spirit, yet not weak, it's incredibly rare. Then, may I ask you something? Kaito continued walking forward. Why is your technique pattern a snowflake? Does it hold any special meaning? Akaza, looking puzzled, replied, there's no meaning. It just naturally formed that way. Kaito's eyes once again turned red as he pressed on. Why is your hair peach-colored? Why do you have tattoos on your body? Why do you never eat women? What was your name before you became a demon? Did you have family? Did you have a lover? Do you know any of this? A fierce wind swept through, blowing Kaito's hair straight back. A fist was about to strike his face. Stop asking these pointless questions. With the enhanced dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan, Kaito saw the anger on Akaza's face and a trace of confusion in his eyes, yet the fist shot out without hesitation. Kaito's body drifted like a light leaf, swaying with the force of the punch. He sidestepped lightly, avoiding the fist, while the light sword in his hand drew a golden arc in the air, aiming straight for Akaza's neck. Akaza crouched to evade and accelerated, throwing several consecutive punches. Kaito's body floated up and down in the chaotic wind, narrowly avoiding each blow, occasionally raising his light sword to counter. He's so fast. Tengen's eyes widened. His swordsmanship is terrible. Abanai remarked with his characteristic sharp tongue. How boring. Akaza leaped backward, creating distance. Several exchanges had passed between them, yet neither had landed a hit. This wasn't the kind of fight he wanted. However, as soon as he steadied himself, he saw Kaito forming hand seals with one hand. Whoosh! Several spiritual energy chains suddenly shot up from the ground at his feet. Akaza dodged swiftly, but several paper talismans flew through the air and exploded into sunlight beside him. He kicked off the ground to evade again, only to find Kaito's light sword precisely thrust toward him. Even without direct contact, the radiating light from the sword scorched a blackened mark on Akaza's chest. Akaza stomped the ground, sending countless clumps of dirt and stones flying like bullets, forcing Kaito back. Your eyes. He looked up at Kaito, who was now midair, and his gaze fixed on his eyes. Is that also a technique? It's something called Kekkei Genkai. A red light flashed in Kaito's eyes. Darkness. Pure darkness. Akaza ran through in vast, boundless darkness. Quick. I have to go back. Otherwise. It seemed he had lost the resilient body of an upper moon demon, gasping heavily for breath as he ran. Mr. Hakuji, Mr. Hakuji. Glittering snowflakes fluttered down from above, and a girl's gentle voice came from afar. Who is it? Akaza turned around, looking around in confusion. Mr. Hakuji, Mr. Hakuji. The voice came again. Akaza felt his long dormant heart begin to beat violently, uncontrollably. Who is it? Who are you? Akaza suddenly clutched his head, muttering to himself, who is it? And who am I? Hakuji, you brat. Hakuji. Two different male voices reached him. Who? Who are you? Akaza clutched his head and shouted. Go away. All of you, go away. Mr. Hakuji. I beg you. Two soft little hands suddenly grasped one of his. Who are you? Akaza turned his head to look at the girl holding his hand. She wore a peach-colored kimono, with snowflake-shaped ornaments in her hair. Her eyes were gentle as water, and she looked at him with a pleading gaze. Let go of me. I'm not Hakuji. Akaza tried to pull his hand away, but it was as if he had lost all strength in that moment. He could only rebuke her with a fierce but empty threat. Mr. Hakuji. I beg you. Please stop this. Glistening tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Akaza's gaze seemed scalded by her tears, and he involuntarily called out the girl's name. Koyuki. Mr. Hakuji. Two streams of tears rolled down Koyuki's cheeks. The endless dark world suddenly exploded with countless brilliant fireworks. Colorful fireworks bloomed extravagantly, their light illuminating the soft contours of the girl's face, flickering between brightness and shadow. Koyuki. Akaza murmured unconsciously as countless chaotic images flooded his mind. A boy stealing to treat his father's illness. A father who ultimately hanged himself. The dojo master who eventually took the boy in. The master's sickly daughter, Koyuki. And the master and Koyuki, poisoned to death just before their wedding. Ah. Akaza clutched his head and howled in agony. Why? Why am I still not strong enough? Not strong enough, so he could never protect the people most important to him. Not strong enough, so after becoming a demon, he merely pursued strength, yet lost his most precious memories. Mr. Hakuji. 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 The voices calling his name suddenly became clear and real. Akaza opened his eyes and saw three figures surrounding him under the moonlight, and Kaito sheathing his light sword not far away. Father. Master. Koyuki. Akaza looked around at the three earnest faces. Another illusion. Aunt Myoji. He glared at Kaito. I already know. As long as I don't look into your eyes. No. Kaito cut him off. You've already regained the memories from your life, haven't you? Those two gentlemen and that young lady have been by your side all along. From the very beginning, they've been begging you to stop, but you couldn't hear them. Nonsense. Akaza clenched his fists again. As long as I defeat you, this illusion will break, right? That's enough, Mr. Hakuji. Koyuki reached out and grasped his fists with both hands. It's already enough, enough. Please, no more. No. If I'm not strong enough. Akaza reflexively argued. That's not true. Koyuki shook her head. It's enough that Mr. Hakuji remembers us. It's enough that the Mr. Hakuji I know has returned. Akaza stared into Koyuki's eyes for a long time. Finally, he stiffly dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, father. In the end, I couldn't live the ordinary life you hoped for me. I'm sorry, master. I couldn't make Koyuki happy. I'm sorry, Koyuki. I couldn't protect you. I failed to keep every promise I made to you. Chapter 413, 413. Deep in the Mountains. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The upper rank 3, Akaza, was dead by his own hand. Despite Musen's attempt to manipulate his will from afar to stop him, Akaza stubbornly broke free from the progenitor of demons' control. Holding his lover's hand and accompanied by his two fathers, he willingly stepped through the gate of the underworld. As the gate of the underworld closed, Akaza bowed deeply to Kaito in gratitude. After bidding farewell to the prison guards, Kaito noticed the complex gazes of Tengen and Abanai. They were all demon slayers, so why was it that only he could perform such miraculous feats? Their eyes conveyed this unspoken question. At the same time, both men kept glancing suspiciously behind themselves. Kaito bent down and picked up a glowing crystal pendant from the pile of ashes left behind by Akaza. You two, stop looking. There's no one following you, Kaito said, holding the pendant as he approached them. Is that so? Tengen let out a sigh of relief. I was worried my old man might pop out of nowhere, scolding me for abandoning my ninja duties. Abanai, however, widened his eyes, his expression turning strangely intense as he asked, no one. How could there be no one? I can always feel them, always lingering by my side, trying to drag me into hell. There's really no one, Kaito said, standing in front of Abanai and looking directly into his eyes. I don't know what you've been through, but it's likely just your imagination. After all, spirits lingering in the mortal world need an obsession to sustain them. Abanai lowered his head, his voice sinking. Obsession. I thought they would hate me for causing their deaths. Hate. If they were filled with hatred, they would become vengeful spirits, Kaito explained. In this era where mysteries are fading, vengeful spirits cannot persist in the world for long. What do you mean? Abanai looked up at him again. Kaito walked toward the sealed upper rank 6, casually explaining as he went. Souls that become vengeful spirits are like living people who turn into man-eating demons. They lose their memories from life, greedily devouring other souls or even each other, until they lose all reason. He glanced back at Abanai and added, however, this world no longer has an environment where vengeful spirits can survive. Their fate is the same as a demon stepping into sunlight. They turn to ash. Abanai murmured. Exactly. The more souls they devour, the stronger they become, and the faster they vanish. Kaito reached the sealed upper rank 6 and gestured to the two men. Gentlemen, please lend me a hand and carry these two test subjects back. I'm afraid that's not possible, Tengen refused. If we bring these two demons back, Muzan will immediately sense the location of the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters. No need to worry. I've sealed them, so Muzan can no longer track their location, Kaito explained. Besides, I'll set up a barrier there before conducting my research. Well, we can't make that call, Tengen said, shaking his head. Fine, I won't trouble you, Kaito said after a moment's thought. In that case, I'll find a secluded spot in the mountains where I can work undisturbed. No problem, Tengen agreed immediately, patting the dazed Abanai. Let's get moving, then. He strode over to Kaito, hoisting Jotaro onto his shoulder. The cleanup here will be handled by the Kikuchi. Snapping out of his trance, Abanai silently picked up Daki. After sending a Kasugai crow to report back to headquarters, the three quickly departed. Before dawn, they crossed the city outskirts and countryside, heading straight into the mountains. Along the way, Abanai remained silent, while Tengen bombarded Kaito with questions, his curiosity insatiable. Especially after Kaito casually mentioned that he, too, came from a ninja clan, Yuzui's interest piqued. Kaito could only respond reluctantly, eventually asking Yuzui to help gather some animal blood to keep him occupied. After the sun rose, the two swordsmen shared wild fruits and a boar they hunted in the forest. They crossed several more mountains before arriving at a desolate, remote valley. This will do, Kaito said, surveying the quiet valley. I'll need you two to help me build a simple house. Just something to keep out the wind and rain, he added. I don't need to eat or sleep anymore. The two pillars quickly constructed a small thatched wooden hut. Kaito took out the animal blood he had collected along the way and began mixing it. What's this for? Drawing talismans with animal blood? Tengen asked, his curiosity reignited. No, it's for creating a barrier, Kaito replied, pouring different types of blood from bamboo containers into a makeshift wooden bucket in specific ratios, stirring them with a bare branch. From luxury to simplicity, how difficult it is. He sighed inwardly. In his own world, he had access to abundant Ryumaiko energy, omnipresent natural energy, and easily obtainable yokai materials for setting up barrier arrays. But in this barren world, he was reduced to using something as crude as animal blood. Hey, Mr. Onmyoji, Tengen suddenly leaned in. So, what exactly is that crystal pendant that tempted upper rank 6? At this question, even the distracted Abanai perked up his ears. Just an ordinary crystal, Kaito said. Seeing Tengen's skeptical look, he continued, I merely infused it with a significant amount of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Tengen's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Kaito sighed. Since you've heard of Onmyoji, you probably have some idea of what spiritual energy is. Then why are demons attracted to spiritual energy? Abanai finally spoke up, stepping closer. That involves a lot of other matters, Kaito said patiently, as he used a makeshift brush to draw intricate incantations on the wooden hut. To be precise, everyone possesses some spiritual energy, but most people can't harness it. In this era, those capable of awakening spiritual energy are almost non-existent. What you call Marechi refers to people with more active spiritual energy. Naturally, their blood contains more of it. Your breathing techniques are a clever way of using spiritual energy. Through specific breathing and swordsmanship, you passively draw out small amounts of spiritual energy to enhance your strikes, triggering a faint resonance with natural energy. That's how you produce techniques with elemental effects. Chapter 414, 414. Takato Aikuro. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the Demon Slayer Corps, every pillar is stationed in a specific region. Their daily duties involve patrolling their assigned territories, always ready to support lower-ranking swordsmen or deal with powerful demons that others cannot defeat. Thus, Tengen and Abanai soon bid farewell to Kaito and went their separate ways. However, as they left, their dazed expressions suggested they had suffered some significant shock. To this, Kaito could only remark that there was no helping it, the collapse and reconstruction of one's worldview was simply like that. With a sigh, he settled alone in the deep mountains and began his research. After completing the barrier, Kaito modified the seals previously placed on the two demons of upper rank 6. Given how noisy Daki was, this time Kaito converted the full seal into one that only locked the souls of the two demons. With the seals complete, the demons' bodies were freed, but their souls were isolated deep within, unable to control their bodies in the slightest. The two demons were bound by their shared aura. As long as one remained, the other could not truly die, making them ideal test subjects for Kaito's experiments. Thus, Kaito settled in the mountains. In his current state, he needed neither food nor sleep. A brief practice of his mental energy techniques was enough to restore his spirit. He devoted himself entirely to studying the demons. Meanwhile, as the Kasugai crows swiftly spread the news, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps learned that a mysterious figure had recently joined them. In a short time, he had assisted the Pillars in defeating 3 upper-ranked demons. This news greatly boosted the morale of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. The Pillars, named for their elite status, knew even more details, including the specifics of the battles, Kaito's miraculous reformation of upper rank 3, and his peculiar remarks. Recently, several Pillars had begun suspiciously glancing behind themselves. Among the secretive Kikuchi unit, rumors quietly spread. The Wind Pillar was seen constantly looking over his shoulder, the Flame Pillar suddenly turned and shouted "Mother," and the Water Pillar was heard muttering apologies, though the truth of these stories remained unclear. Even Kagaya, one day, said to his wife Amain, "The ancestors of the Ubuyashiki clan and the fallen members of the Demon Slayer Corps must be watching over us. We must end Muzan in this generation." He now held great confidence, believing Kaito's arrival was the result of divine destiny. Destiny is on our side. This had become a phrase he often repeated. Each time, Amain simply smiled at him, her eyes full of encouragement. That day, a typhoon from the distant sea swept into the mountains, bringing torrential rain. While Kaito was engrossed in his experiments, he heard a startled cry from above. Flashing outside, he looked up to see a man dressed as a mountain villager falling from a cliff on one side of the valley. "Really now, if he keeps falling like that, he'll crash into my roof," Kaito muttered. He leaped into the air, grabbing the man's belt just before he hit the roof and bringing him safely to the ground. Thank you so much," the villager immediately knelt and thanked him loudly. "Come inside," Kaito said, glancing at the pouring rain before turning to head back into the hut. "No need." The man gave a simple smile and stood up. "My wife is waiting for the medicine I gathered to save her life, so I won't disturb you, benefactor." Only then did Kaito notice the handful of herbs the man clutched tightly. Even as he fell from the cliff, the man had held onto the herbs. "My name is Takato Aikuro." "Benefactor, I'll come back to thank you properly," the man said, waving as he ran down the mountain through the rain. Kaito watched him leave the valley, then turned back to the hut. To him, saving someone's life was a simple act, especially since this Takato Aikuro had fallen right onto his roof. That was all there was to it, he wouldn't meddle further. However, the day after the storm subsided, the man returned to his doorstep with 2 children. "What's this?" Kaito asked, opening the door to see the man unloading a basket of wild fruits from his back. "Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. This is a small token of my gratitude," the man said with an embarrassed smile. "It's not much, but..." Kaito glanced at the worn clothes of the father and his 2 sons, shaking his head. "No need. It was just a small effort. I can see your situation, take these back for your children to eat. These are my 2 sons, the older one, Takato Yuichiro, and the younger one, Takato Michiru," Takato Aikuro said, pushing forward 2 boys who looked identical and were around 10 years old. "They also want to thank you." "Thank you for saving our father's life," the 2 boys said, kneeling immediately. "Please accept our gift." Seeing the earnest looks in the children's eyes, Kaito sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll accept it. He reached out to help the two boys to their feet. Great. The older brother, Uchiha, remained composed, but the younger, Michiru, immediately cheered. Kaito looked at him and smiled. So, how is your wife's condition? He asked Uchiha. Yesterday, you seemed very anxious, risking a typhoon to gather herbs. The smile on Uchiha's face dimmed, though he forced himself to say, she's fine now, thank you for your concern. Let's go, Kaito said, stepping forward with a quiet sigh. What? Uchiha looked confused. No matter what illness it is, let me take a look. I'm a physician of sorts, training here in the mountains. Since fate has brought us together, I can't just stand by and let someone die, Kaito said, tilting his chin. Lead the way. This. Uchiha rubbed his hands excitedly, clearly wanting to accept but too shy to agree outright. Go, Kaito said, patting Michiru's head. You can't let children so young lose their mother. At these words, the two boys stared intently at their father. Uchiha's eyes were filled with stubborn determination, while Michiru's pleading gaze brimmed with tears. Seeing his children's expressions, Uchiha's eyes grew moist. He bowed deeply and said loudly, then I'll trouble you, sir. Seeing their father agree, Uchiha's stern face relaxed slightly, while Michiru immediately broke into a joyful smile. Kaito followed the father and sons to their impoverished home, where he saw Takato's bedridden wife, coughing incessantly. Pneumonia. With just one glance, Kaito understood her condition. Chapter 415. Deciding to move. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Pneumonia. In his original world, whether it was a medical ninja using healing ninjutsu or Kaito himself employing dragon vein energy or spiritual power, curing such an ailment would be a simple matter of eliminating the infection. However, Kaito had no intention of revealing any supernatural abilities in front of this lumberjack family. Thus, he had to rely on conventional medicine to treat the illness. Truth be told, pharmacology wasn't his forte, but thanks to the vast knowledge he had inherited, he could approach the problem from a higher perspective. After identifying the condition of Uchiha's wife, he thought for a moment and began formulating a prescription. Aiming for a quick recovery, he focused on the essential components needed to treat the illness, disregarding traditional pharmacological conventions. The resulting prescription was bizarre, including not only common herbs but also toxic plants, animal organs, and blood. One could imagine what the final concoction would look like, likely only slightly less horrifying than Shima's infamous soup. However, the Takito family was completely ignorant of pharmacology. Kaito had assumed that Uchiha, who had personally gathered herbs, might know a thing or two about medicine and was prepared to explain the odd prescription. To his surprise, Uchiha accepted it with unwavering trust in his lifesaver, overjoyed. Feeling a bit guilty, Kaito accompanied Uchiha into the mountains to gather several portions of the required herbs. This should be enough for about 5 days. By then, she should be fully recovered, Kaito said. Despite the Takito family's warm insistence, Kaito used an illusion to politely decline dinner. He then processed the herbs, dividing them evenly into 10 portions before taking his leave. During the preparation, he infused the herbs with a bit of spiritual energy to enhance their efficacy, a small gesture to repay the family's genuine warmth. Mr. Uchiha, it's dark out. It's not safe to travel at night. Please stay here tonight and head back tomorrow. Uchiha pleaded earnestly. Yeah, Mr. Uchiha, please stay. Michiru grabbed his hand, looking up with sparkling eyes. Even Uichiro, who always tried to maintain a serious demeanor, spoke up. I'll go prepare a bed, he said, turning to rush back into the house. Found you. You're the one, aren't you? The one Lord Musen ordered us to find, a hoarse, grating voice suddenly rang out from the forest outside. Hehehe. I'm in luck. If I capture you and offer you to Lord Musen, he'll surely grant me more of his blood. Who's there? Uchiha immediately grabbed the lumber axe leaning against the wall, standing protectively in front of his two sons. My apologies, Takito, Kaito said, stepping forward. It seems I've brought trouble to your doorstep. Get the children inside. Go. Uchiha quickly pulled his younger son toward the house. No. I want to protect Dad and Mr. Uchiha. Michiru protested, breaking free from his brother's grip and running to grab another axe from the wall. What are you doing, Michiru? Uichiro snapped, nearly furious at his brother. Don't cause trouble for the adults. Here it comes, Kaito's voice interrupted. The father and sons instinctively looked at his back, sensing a profound change in him. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming aura of strength emanating from him. At the same time, a monster emerged from the forest. Under the pale moonlight, they clearly saw the creature's bulging muscles, sharp claws, fangs, and 2 horns protruding from its head. A gust of night wind carried the demon's thick stench of blood and rot, making them gag. What is that? Ikira's voice trembled, but he gripped his axe tightly with one hand while quickly pushing his sons behind him with the other. My apologies, Kaito said, his tone laced with regret. Because of me, you've had to witness such an ugly thing. He walked forward, locking eyes with the demon, his voice turning cold. Did Muzan order all demons to search for me? Did he also tell you why he's after me, or that 3 of his upper-ranked demons have already fallen by my hand? You, who are you? The demon clearly sensed the powerful aura emanating from Kaito and realized this target was beyond his ability to handle. Panic set in, and he turned to flee. It doesn't matter. As long as I report your location, Lord Muzan will reward me, the demon shouted, sprinting toward the forest. Bind, Kaito's voice rang out behind him. The demon stumbled, his body lurching forward as if tripped. Damn it. Blood demon art. Before he could counterattack, several translucent chains wrapped tightly around him. Then, a few glowing paper talismans traced faint arcs through the air, exploding silently beside him. Golden sunlight gently descended, and the demon turned to ash amid a shrill scream. Sorry, I have no interest in blood demon arts anymore, Kaito said calmly. He turned back to see 3 pairs of wide, sparkling eyes staring at him. Please, are you a mountain god? Michiro peeked out from behind his father, looking at Kaito with awe. Kaito sighed and walked over to the Taketo family, patting Michiru's head. I am Uchiha Kaito, on my Oji, to be precise. His gaze shifted to Ikira. Now, I have something important to discuss with you. Inside the house, Kaito first explained the existence of demons to the Taketo family. My deepest apologies. The progenitor of demons can sense everything his demons perceive, which means your home is no longer safe, he said, looking at Ikira. So, Mr. Taketo, would you consider relocating? I'll make all the arrangements for you, of course. This. Ikira, still reeling from the shock, glanced around his home. We Tokitos have been lumberjacks here for generations. Kaito could see the deep reluctance in his eyes. This was tricky. Kaito didn't want this family to be attacked by demons because of him, but he couldn't stay here to protect them indefinitely. Let's move, a firm female voice interrupted. Kaito turned to see the lady of the house, frail and sickly, stepping out of her room. She leaned weakly against the doorframe, coughing but gazing at her 2 sons with tender determination. Why are you out here? Ikira hurried to her side to support her. Dear, let's move, the woman said, her eyes resolute despite her coughs. We can't let the children live under the threat of those monsters. I promise. We'll move. Ikira agreed hurriedly, helping her back to her room. There's no need to worry too much, Kaito reassured them. I'll arrange for you to live in a safe place and provide work for you as well. Chapter 416, 416. Upper rank 1. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S Pablo S, Nocturnal. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. While Kaito had promised to help the Taketo family relocate, he didn't need to handle everything himself. After sending a paper crane message to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kaito used his spiritual energy and talismans to heal Ikira's wife, allowing the family to begin packing. During the day, he returned to his valley to continue his experiments, while at night, he stayed at the Taketo household to guard against demon attacks. Over the next few days, he grew close to the Taketo family. He also noticed that their youngest son, Michiro, was a rare prodigy in swordsmanship. Though Kaito's own swordsmanship was mediocre, his keen eye recognized talent. Michiro was the kind of prodigy any swordmaster would eagerly take as a disciple. However, Kaito kept this to himself. Unlike his original world, where survival demanded self-defense, this world allowed civilians to live well without such skills, despite the threat of man-eating demons. Michiro was only 10 years old, and Kaito was confident he would eliminate Muzan long before the boy grew up. There was no need to drag such an innocent child into the war between humans and demons. Ironically, Michiro became fascinated with the Demon Slayer Corps after hearing snippets from Kaito. He pestered him for more details and even carved a wooden sword, practicing diligently. This behavior infuriated his older brother, Yuichiro, and the two often bickered. You're just causing trouble for others. Stop dreaming about joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Dangerous things like that aren't for kids like you. Yuichiro mocked coldly as Michiro practiced. But Michiro ignored him, stubbornly continuing his swings. That Yuichiro, he's clearly just worried about his brother, but he never learned to be gentle, Ikuru said helplessly, watching the two from a distance. Kaito nodded with a smile. The brothers were amusing and gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. Over there, Yuichiro, losing his temper, shouted, "Why won't you listen?" The mu in Michiro stands for useless, you're destined to achieve nothing. Clang. Michiro's wooden sword fell to the ground. Tears welled in his eyes as he turned, aggrieved. Dad said helping others brings joy to yourself. I just want to help people. Yuichiro, seeing his brother's teary eyes, was suddenly at a loss for words. Nearby, Ikuru covered his mouth, tears forming as he watched his younger son. Kaito, however, shifted his gaze to the path leading to the house. Hey. Sanemi Shinazugawa strode up to the fence, leaning over to look at Michiro. A menacing grin spread across his scarred face. If a kid like you picks up a sword to fight demons, adults like me would feel utterly ashamed. He roughly ruffled Michiro's hair. Kids like you should stay home and help your mom with chores. Who are you? Yuichiro quickly pulled his brother close, glaring at Sanemi. Mr. Shinazugawa, so it's you, Kaito said, stepping forward. Is this area under your jurisdiction? Yeah, sorry. I was busy slaying a demon when I got the Lord's orders, so I'm a day late, Sanemi said, straightening up and waving to the Kikuchi members behind him. Hey, you lot, hurry up and help them move. Sir, where are we being moved to? Ikuru asked nervously, stepping forward. To the nearest Wisteria house, Sanemi replied. You and your wife can work there, hosting Demon Slayer Corps members. After bidding farewell to the Takito family and Sanemi, who was escorting them, Kaito returned to the valley. Most of the experiments are done, he said, looking down at the upper rank 6 siblings lying motionless on a wooden board. Now, it's time for you to serve your final purpose. The 3 Tomo in his crimson eye spun rapidly, transforming into a pentagram pattern. The moon rose. This must be the place. At the valley's entrance, a figure approached with unhurried steps. Under the moonlight, the 6 eyes neatly arranged on his face glinted with an eerie chill. The central pair bore the unmistakable characters, upper rank and 1. Since the Lord himself tasked me with this, I'll start with a proper greeting. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. An incomparably swift Iato unleashed a massive blade of energy, cleaving the valley's hut in half. The splintered wood and straw were then shredded by countless crescent-shaped microslashes. Upper rank 1. Your timing is impeccable, Kaito said, appearing abruptly on a tree growing horizontally from the cliff, looking down at the intruder. That's some remarkable swordsmanship. Nothing but the result of countless years of refinement, upper rank 1 replied, lifting his head to meet Kaito's gaze. That's the advantage of being a demon. Aren't you the same, Onmyoji master of spirits? Kaito choked slightly at the unflattering nickname. After a pause, he asked curiously, why didn't Muzan come himself? If he wants to capture me, wouldn't the strongest demon progenitor have a better chance? I, the highest-ranking upper rank 1, am more than enough, the demon said, sheathing his sword. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo. Onmyoji, Uchiha Kaito, Kaito replied, looking down at Kokushibo. Muzan keeps sending demons to test me while hiding in the shadows. Is he afraid I have some trick up my sleeve that could harm him? Honestly, why would you serve a leader so lacking in courage and grandeur? Kokushibo fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds before replying stiffly, that's none of your concern. Kaito smirked knowingly and asked, it seems you were once part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Care to tell me why you chose to become a demon? Only by becoming a demon, with infinite time to hone my skills, could I avoid defeat. Kokushibo gripped his sword hilt again, drawing it swiftly. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. 2 massive arc-shaped sword beams surged upward, accompanied by countless crescent microslashes, aimed at the tree beneath Kaito. Chapter 417, 417. Sujikuni. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S Pablo S, Nocturnal. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Boom. Trees shattered, and mud splattered in all directions, yet Kaito's body had already drifted down from another direction. Have they appeared, those eyes? Kokushibo looked up at Kaito's red 3-tomo Sharingan. Those peculiar eyes of yours not only see through an enemy's movements but also unleash powerful genjutsu. Oh. Has Muzan already informed you about the Sharingan's abilities? Kaito landed lightly, his crimson eyes flickering with a red glow. Then why do you still stare directly into my eyes without evading? Genjutsu, a means for the weak. Kokushibo raised his demonic long sword, covered with eyes. I can cut through it with a single strike. Before his words faded, his blade instantly released several massive slashes of sword light, accompanied by countless small crescent-shaped attacks that spread out in all directions. Simultaneously, a sharp aura emanated from his body, instantly shattering the genjutsu. Kaito allowed countless slashes to pass through him, his body dissolving into a flurry of scattered paper fragments. Using your tempered spirit as a blade, guided by the sword in your hand, you directly cut through the illusion, didn't you? His voice came from another direction again. Truly worthy of a swordsman honed over centuries. Both your body and spirit have reached perfection. Even a clone that even the transparent world cannot see through. Kokushibo turned to face the newly appeared Kaito. It seems capturing you will be more difficult than what the master estimated. Transparent world. Kaito was curious about the new term and ventured a guess based on its literal meaning. Is it an enhanced perception ability gained after martial artists cultivate to an extremely high level? Everything is transparent in my eyes. Kokushibo raised his long sword once more. Including your body, the movement of your muscles, the flow of your blood, and the circulation of that unknown energy, all can be clearly seen. Kaito feigned sudden understanding. So that's it. This is an ability that only appears after one's spiritual power has been tempered to a certain level. Moon breathing, third form, loathsome moon, chains. Kokushibo swung his sword again. Overwhelming waves of large and small sword slashes destroyed the vegetation in the valley, once again reducing Kaito's body to paper fragments. Why have you not yet made a move? Kokushibo looked at Kaito, who had appeared yet again from another direction, and laughed mockingly. Do you intend to drag this out until dawn with such underhanded tactics? That's right. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Kaito put on an expression of gratitude for the reminder, which visibly irritated Kokushibo. Are you angry? Kaito sensed the chilling aura around Kokushibo but remained unfazed as he continued speaking. To be honest, I greatly dislike fighting opponents like you, Mr. Kokushibo. Such a powerful swordsman, tough and unyielding, always reminds me of the days when I was abused by Mr. Onakiri in my youth. Those were truly unpleasant memories. Kaito thought. In that case. Kokushibo raised his long sword once more. This time, several branches sprouted from the blade. Then I will utterly destroy this place and see how you can continue to hide. He swung his transformed blade again. Moon breathing, 14th form, catastrophe, Tenman crescent moon. The long sword instantly released countless massive crescent-shaped slashes that flattened everything in front of him, accompanied by innumerable giant crescent-shaped attacks spreading in all directions. This widely ranged attack plowed through the entire valley, turning the soil upside down. This is just too exaggerated. Kaito's voice came from above once more. Kokushibo looked up to see the young man in white hunting attire facing downward, standing horizontally on the cliff wall. Since Mr. Kokushibo is so enthusiastic, allow me to return the favor in some small way. He tossed out a stack of paper talismans. The talismans scattered in the air, glowing faintly before trailing arcs of light like falling meteors. Moon breathing, 9th form, waning moon swaths. Kokushibo swung his transformed blade, releasing a chaotic flurry of interlaced, formless slashes toward the sky. Multiple intersecting waves of sword light emerged, accompanied by countless crescent-shaped attacks. The paper talismans were severed mid-air by the sword slashes. Before the sunlight sealed within them could erupt, Kokushibo had already retreated into a dark blind spot where the light could not reach. In that blind spot, as soon as Kokushibo steadied his footing, a pentagram magic circle materialized beneath him. Bind. Several spiritual chains adorned with paper talismans shot out at incredible speed, converging toward Kokushibo standing at the center of the pentagram. Moon breathing, 5th form, moon spirit calamitous eddy. Kokushibo's body spun rapidly, and equally swift, massive rotating sword slashes deflected the spiritual chains. Simultaneously, countless crescent-shaped attacks shredded all the paper talismans on the chains. Sunlight erupted once more. Kokushibo leaped backward, but not before several large, charred scars from burns marked his chest and arms. Swish. A flash of his blade, and he instantly excised the parts of his body burned by the sunlight. Before any blood could flow, his superhuman regeneration ability restored him to his original state. Ah. Kaito sighed in a deflated manner. At this rate, I'm losing motivation. Without his tools at hand and devoid of Ryumayuko energy that once fortified him, he still hadn't quite adapted to his current combat style. Moreover, until he encountered Muzan, he had no intention of unveiling his trump card, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides, an Onmyoji isn't exactly the type of profession meant for frontline combat, right? Kaito grumbled inwardly. What a pity. His request to form a contract with that Hakuten was also rejected. Otherwise, his body rose as if riding the wind, effortlessly evading another wide-range slash from Kokoshibo. His mind continued to wander. Is this all you have? Kokoshibo's voice echoed. Though your evasion skills are impressive, you are clearly not suited for direct combat. Kaito paid no heed and continued dodging. Should I summon Izuna? He happens to be in this region of the underworld for an exchange program. He pondered. I just don't know if he'll be angry. And if he gets angry and uses Susanoo, it'll ruin my plans. Kaito hesitated. At that moment, Kokoshibo suddenly halted his attacks. Why did you stop? Kaito once again stood horizontally on the cliff wall. That family at the foot of the mountain, their surname is Takito, correct? Kokoshibo suddenly spoke, tilting his head upward. Oh. Kaito narrowed his eyes. You've investigated quite thoroughly, haven't you? Kokoshibo continued, come to think of it, based on the aura they left behind in the house, they might be descendants of the bloodline I once left behind in the Tsujikuni family. Tsujikuni? Kaito asked, what was your relation to Tsujikuni Yoriichi? That man. Kokoshibo's expression twisted with disgust. He was my twin brother. Kaito was speechless. Such crucial information, and that Hakuten fellow didn't even include it in the intelligence report. How similar? Kokoshibo went on. The Takito family also has a pair of twins, doesn't it? A older brother and a prodigious younger brother, it's as if everything has come full circle. Kaito exclaimed in surprise, how do you know in such detail? It was only in the past few days that Michiro began to display his swordsmanship talent. How careless. Over the past few days, he had only guarded the Takito household at night. During the day, even though demons couldn't cross sunlit areas to reach the Takito residence, they could still observe from the shade of distant trees. Though they are descendants of my bloodline, they have been reduced to making a living as woodcutters. Kokoshibo's tone was indifferent. Even with talent, they cannot rise in this era. It's better that they cease to exist. Another demon has been sent to attack the Takito family on the road. Kaito's expression changed. So, what will you do? From what I know, only one pillar is escorting the Takito family. A single pillar cannot protect several ordinary people for long against an upper rank. Kokoshibo lifted his head and stared directly into Kaito's eyes. Without defeating me head-on, you cannot go to their rescue. Chapter 418, A bit over the top. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito remained silent, his face an impassive mask as he gazed down at Kokoshibo. Are you finally taking this seriously? Kokoshibo tightened his grip on his sword, all 6 of his unnatural eyes fixed intently on Kaito. Ah, I've never been more serious. Kaito spread his arms wide. Paper talismans streamed from his wide sleeves, arranging themselves in perfect formation in the air behind him until they formed a vast, hovering array. The number of neatly arranged talismans quickly multiplied into the hundreds, then thousands, until they nearly blotted out the sky. Seeing the overwhelming number of talismans, Kokoshibo's composure finally broke. He swiftly raised his branched long sword. Moon breathing, 10th form, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. The blade released 2 massive, rotating full moon-shaped arcs of sword light that ascended in alternating patterns, carving deep gouges into the cliff face. Protect. Kaito formed hand seals. Several more talismans flew from his sleeves, spinning rapidly around him to create a translucent spherical barrier. Crack. A sharp shattering sound echoed as the barrier collided with the 2 gigantic moonwheel slashes, both dissipating simultaneously. Since you're so determined to provoke me, you'll have to endure this. This represents my entire inventory accumulated over this period. Then, the thousands of paper talismans behind Kaito began glowing with soft light. Maintaining his hand seals, he shouted, "Go." Dense clusters of talismans streaked downward like brilliant summer fireworks or a spectacular meteor shower, each leaving a trail of light. Kokoshibo's face lost all traces of calm. He swung his long sword upward at maximum speed. A massive arc of sword light shot upward, destroying countless talismans before reaching Kaito. The exploding talismans illuminated the valley as bright as daylight. Kaito ducked under the slash, his quickly deployed barrier again blocking the spreading crescent-shaped attacks. Gigantic sword waves continued to rise alternately, their accompanying crescent slashes spreading incessantly. While running horizontally along the cliff wall, Kaito maintained his barrier that repeatedly shattered and reformed. His eyes remained locked on Kokushibo below as he guided the remaining talismans to accelerate their descent. Thanks to Kokushibo's own attacks, the valley now offered no shelter from the light. He could only retreat rapidly toward the valley exit while continuously swinging his sword, using long-range slashes to destroy talismans from a distance to avoid direct exposure to their sunlight. Yet light travels at impossible speeds. Even without direct contact, the flesh of this upper rank 1 demon began to char and peel away. Amid his frantic efforts, Kokushibo had to constantly slice away sun-scorched portions of his body. The endless stream of falling and exploding talismans overwhelmed his regeneration. Soon, the continuously moving, sword-swinging Kokushibo was reduced to little more than a skeleton. Sunlight remains a weakness even Kibutsuji Musen cannot overcome. From the moment I could store sunlight for nighttime use, I became invincible. Amid the continuous explosions, Kaito descended holding a light sword. As for swordsmanship, I'm truly not proficient. Kaito stopped at the valley exit, blocking Kokushibo's sword wave with another barrier. But here I can borrow a technique from a junior clansman. He raised the light sword toward Kokushibo. As the barrier shattered, the light sword extended at light speed, piercing through Kokushibo's skull 100 meters away. I will not lose. The skeletal Kokushibo, his head dust, remained standing. Both arms raised his long sword. I have not yet. I'm not interested. Kaito's right hand swept down first. The sunlight spear split Kokushibo's body in two. Have not surpassed. Yoriichi. So this is your obsession. Kaito watched Kokushibo's bisected body crash down, shattering like clay in the continuing sunlight bursts before turning to ash. Truly terrifying jealousy. After this brief remark, Kaito discarded the remains of his light sword and rushed down the mountain. Did I perhaps go too far? Kaito's form streaked through the forest like a white phantom. He realized Musen would likely avoid confronting him directly after today. But to save lives, there had been no alternative. Ha! Ha! Sanemi gasped heavily, drenched in blood yet wearing his characteristic wild grin. I told you. He pointed his Nichiren blade at the 4 demons. Don't think you can kill anyone under my protection. The attacking demon was upper rank 4, Hentengu. But its blood demon art proved unusually cunning. When attacked by the powerful Sanemi, it began splitting. Now 4 distinct clones surrounded them, each with different appearances and the characters joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure on their tongues, while the main body hid elsewhere. Sanemi had to protect the Takito family and Kikuchi members behind him. Unable to hunt the main body, he could only maintain his defensive stance. Under the 4 clones' assault, even his strength proved insufficient. To protect those behind him, he sustained wound after wound. Initially, his rare blood effect had intoxicated the demons, but the upper rank had adapted over time. Damn it. Sanemi glared hatefully at the 4 clones, fury burning in his chest. Without those miraculous talismans, I could never have protected everyone. But he checked his pocket. The talismans were exhausted. I can't fall. Not yet. He steeled himself, using breathing techniques to stanch bleeding while gripping his blade. If he fell, those behind him would perish. He, quite impressive, the joy clone giggled. The pleasure clone added, to last this long against us, you're strong, wind pillar. How sad that you'd be less injured ignoring others, the sorrow clone lamented. Enough talk. We've delayed too long. Finish them now. The anger clone raised his metal staff, lightning crackling at its tip. T/N, this month discount code, Turtle. Use that code on my Patreon for 30% discount for your first month. Chapter 419, 419. Upper rank 4. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Dazzling lightning erupted, instantly snaking from the anger clone's metal staff toward Sanemi. The pleasure clone waved its war fan, sending a chaotic hurricane directly at the people behind Sanemi. He. The half-human, half-bird joy clone flapped its wings, attempting to bypass Sanemi from the air on the other side. Blood demon art, weeping tears. The sorrow clone thrust its spear with a cross-shaped tip, releasing several powerful shockwaves that covered an extremely wide area, encompassing everyone ahead. The 4 demon clones attacked simultaneously, flooding the area with an overwhelming barrage of assaults. Wind Pillar Sama. Please run. Don't worry about us. The Kakashi members trembled as they shielded the Taketo family, their hearts already filled with despair. At least we can't let the Wind Pillar sacrifice himself here for us. The Taketo family watched the scene in horror. Until now, they had been nothing more than ordinary mountain folk, living a simple, albeit poor, but normal life. Yet the experiences of these past few days had shattered their perception of the world, forcing them to confront its deepest malice. Enough nonsense. I'm a pillar. Sanemi's resolute voice rang out. How could he possibly flee from those he needed to protect? Wind breathing, 7th form, sudden gust. Ignoring the pain from his numerous wounds, he leaped up, his Nichiren blade swiftly releasing multiple tornado-like spiral wind blades aimed at the 4 demon clones. The anger clone's lightning dissipated in the wind, the pleasure clone's hurricane collided with the wind blades, the joy clone flying above was blocked by the wind blades, several of the shockwaves from the sorrow clone's thrusts were neutralized by the wind blades. However, one final shockwave slipped through, threatening to graze past Sanemi and strike the people behind him. With Sanemi's skill, he could have easily dodged. Yet, he deliberately shifted sideways a step, allowing the shockwave to strike his chest directly. At that moment, his already battered body could no longer withstand the damage. He swayed precariously. Sorry, run. Now. He spat blood, managed to speak these words over his shoulder, and then collapsed powerlessly. Wind Pillar Sama. The Kakashi members' agonized cries pierced the night sky. Earlier, they had attempted several times to escape with the Taketo family while the Wind Pillar fought the demon, but each time they were intercepted by the demon's clones. The result was not only failure but also causing additional injuries to the Wind Pillar who rushed to their aid. Thus, they could only stay put, relying on Sanemi alone to form a resilient defensive line. But now, that line had crumbled. The attacks from the 4 demon clones eagerly surged past the fallen Sanemi, heading straight for the group of ordinary people. The 4 members of the Taketo family clung tightly to each other. Taketo Ikuru turned his back to the incoming attacks, shielding his wife and children firmly within his embrace. Mrs. Taketo looked at her 2 children with streaming tears, her heart overflowing with endless pity. Why, oh gods, please save these children. Michiro peeked out from his parents' embrace, staring directly at the scarred, fallen figure, intense emotion swirling in his eyes. Protect. At the critical moment, several paper talismans shot through the air, erecting a massive barrier around everyone. The demon's attacks crashed against the barrier, cracking the translucent shield in several places but ultimately failing to shatter it completely. My apologies. It seems the trouble I've brought upon you has exceeded my estimates. Kaito's figure suddenly appeared. He knelt beside Sanemi, placing a hand on his back. Fortunately, I made it in time. Kaito-sama. Cries of relief and joy came from behind them. I'm glad you're all safe. Kaito smiled back at them before turning his attention to the 4 bizarre demon clones. Upper rank 4. He smiled slightly. You're the 5th upper rank demon I've encountered. How sorrowful. The sorrow clone immediately began to weep. Even Lord Kokoshibo couldn't stop you. It seems your strength is indeed formidable. As soon as the anger clone spoke, the bodies of the other 3 clones disintegrated and were absorbed into its own form. It appears I must face you in my strongest state. In an instant, it transformed into a demon resembling a young boy, with several thunder drums inscribed with the character for hatred on its back, holding curved drumsticks. Oh. Using the clone to distract me while the main body tries to escape. Kaito smiled. Although upper rank 4's main body was well hidden, it still remained within his sensory range. You wish to harm the main body. The hatred clone before him looked at Kaito with disgust. Only bullying the weak? You villain. My, what an interesting way to put it. Kaito couldn't help but show a strange expression. Why waste words with this trash? Sanemi, his wounds noticeably improved, pushed himself up with one hand, grabbed his Nichiren blade with the other, and swiftly rose to his feet. Thanks for the assist. He raised his blade toward the hatred clone. Since you found his main body, leave this guy to me. You go kill the main body. No need for such trouble. Kaito stood up and patted his shoulder. You've lost too much blood. You should rest properly. But Sanemi didn't move, gritting his teeth. I'm furious right now. If I don't cut this bastard down myself, I won't be able to sleep. In that case. Kaito nodded. Star. Vitality. After quickly casting enhancement spells on Sanemi, Kaito turned away. Ignoring the intense battle that immediately erupted behind him, he reinforced the protective barrier around the others with a few more talismans. Smiling at Michiro, who was watching with curious eyes, Kaito vanished on the spot. Deep within the dark forest, Kaito appeared to stroll leisurely, yet he quickly arrived under a large tree. Heh. He chuckled softly, reaching out to pluck a tiny old man, no larger than a mouse, with 2 fingers. The small figure was bound by spiritual chains, his face filled with timidity and streaming with continuous tears. So this is the true form of upper rank 4. Pity you still couldn't escape my sensory range. Kaito looked mockingly at the trembling figure in his hand, then turned and walked back toward the edge of the forest. The fierce battle between Sanemi and the hatred clone ceased the moment Kaito reappeared. Mr. Shinazugawa, how are you? Feeling better now? Kaito raised his hand, showing the mouse-sized demon he held pinched between his fingers. It seems that without killing this main body, the clones can regenerate indefinitely. You villain. The hatred clone stared fixedly at the main body in Uchiha Ri's hand, its expression drastically changing. Bind. Seizing the moment of distraction, Kaito bound it with spiritual chains as well. Then, he tossed the tied-up main body toward Sanemi. Your turn, Mr. Shinazugawa. Swish. A swift blade flash sliced toward the demon's neck. But it didn't cut through. Your neck is really hard. Sanemi grinned ferociously at the mouse-like demon trembling on the ground, then kicked it into the air. Wind breathing, 6th form, black wind, mountain mist. T/N, this month discount code, turtle. Use that code on my Patreon for 30% discount for your first month. Chapter 420, 420. Recuperation at the Butterfly Mansion. A special thank you to all my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Butterfly Mansion. At the entrance to the ward, the wind pillar, Sanemi, wrapped in bandages from head to toe with a butterfly ribbon atop his head, was glaring fiercely at Kane Kocho. Kocho, where's my Nichiren blade? No can do, Mr. Shinazugawa, Kane said with a smile. You must wait until you're fully recovered before leaving. I've been lying here for days, my injuries are almost healed. Sanemi roared, clearly frustrated. No, Mr. Shinazugawa, Kane replied, unfazed, her smile unwavering. Please return to your bed obediently. TCH, I told you I'm fine. Sanemi growled, roughly grabbing at his hair and glaring even harder at Kane. Trust my judgment as a doctor, Mr. Shinazugawa, Kane said, still smiling, meeting his gaze without backing down. Move. Sanemi tried to push past her toward the ward's exit. No way, Kane said, blocking his path with her arm. Miss Kocho, Mr. Shinazugawa, what's going on here? A gentle voice interrupted. Both froze and turned to see Kaito slowly approaching from around the corridor's corner. Kane's eyes lit up as she saw him. Mr. Uchiha, please help me convince him. Mr. Shinazugawa is such a disobedient patient, his body hasn't fully recovered, yet he insists on leaving. Mr. Uchiha, Sanemi said, his fierce expression softening as he greeted him. Kaito nodded, giving Sanemi a quick once-over. His gaze lingered on the butterfly ribbon for a few seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching before he spoke calmly. Mr. Shinazugawa, while I use spiritual energy to heal your internal injuries, your external wounds and blood loss mean you still need proper rest. No need. I can recover just fine at my post in my assigned region, Sanemi replied. Worried about your duties. Truly befitting a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaito said with a smile. But there's no rush. Due to recent changes, Muzan has begun restricting demon activities. Lord Ubuyashiki has decided to hold a meeting in a few days to discuss our next steps. You can stay here until then. Is that so? If it's Lord Ubuyashiki's orders, I understand, Sanemi said, immediately turning back to the ward and lying down on his bed. It seems you're the one who knows how to handle him, Mr. Uchiha, Kane said happily. I merely borrowed the authority of your lord, Kaito replied modestly. Just then, a masked member of the Kikuchi, dressed in black, ran up to him. Mr. Uchiha, the Kikuchi member said, bowing deeply. Per your instructions, the Takito family has been settled. Mr. Takito will work at a trading company owned by the Ubuyashiki family. Good to hear, Kaito said with a gentle smile. Thank you for informing me. And no. The Kikuchi member waved his hands frantically, bowing again. We're the ones who should thank you, Mr. Uchiha, for saving all our lives. Kaito shook his head, disagreeing. No need for thanks. It was my duty. The demons targeted the Takito family because of my presence, and you helped them relocate at my request. If anything, I'm the one who should thank you for your hard work and dedication. You're not swordsmen, yet you bravely stand in front of civilians. Truly worthy of the Demon Slayer Corps. With that, he gently patted the Kikuchi member's shoulder. Mr. Uchiha. The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration, tears of emotion welling up. As Kaito watched the excited Kikuchi member leave, he turned to find Kene looking at him with equally sparkling eyes. Though the Kikuchi aren't swordsmen fighting demons on the front lines, everyone contributes to the cause in their own way. It's wonderful that you recognize their efforts, Mr. Uchiha. You're such a kind person, she praised. You're too kind, Miss Kocho, Kaito said with a modest smile. He was just being polite, not thinking too deeply about it. Well, perhaps he was a bit touched seeing those powerless Kikuchi members bravely shielding the Takedo family. From everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, he saw something he hadn't noticed in his original world. Not duty or protection, those existed in his world too. But kindness, a gentleness absent in a world dominated by ninjas. Over the next few days, the other pillars gradually arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. The first to show up was the passionate flame pillar, Kaijuro Rengoku. Ha ha ha. Greetings, Mr. Uchiha. I've heard all about it, you've slain several upper-ranked demons in just a few days. Kaijuro laughed heartily, striding up to Kaito and bowing deeply without hesitation. My deepest thanks. You're too kind, Mr. Rengoku, Kaito said with a polite smile. Excellent. Kaijuro straightened up, looking directly into Kaito's eyes with unwavering sincerity. I've heard you can see the souls of the departed. Tell me, is there someone who's passed on watching me from behind? His booming voice immediately drew the attention of the Butterfly Mansion's medical staff and recovering Demon Slayer swordsman. Kaito said helplessly, Mr. Rengoku, do you realize that if a departed soul is watching you and I let you see them, you'd have to bid them farewell? There really is someone. Kaijuro blinked. What do you mean by farewell? Kaito explained, the souls of the departed linger in this world due to their obsessions but cannot directly interact with the living. If they do, the gate of the underworld opens to guide them away. Kaijuro declared loudly, the underworld. I believe my mother should be in heaven. Where the departed ultimately go, heaven or hell, is decided by Lord Enma after they pass through the underworld, based on their deeds in life, Kaito said. I see. So, is my mother watching me now? Kaijuro's voice remained bold. At that moment, Sanemi, who had been approaching, paused at the corridor's corner, quietly observing. On the other side, the water pillar, Jitomioka, stood silently outside the Butterfly Mansion's entrance. Kaito shook his head. I did see Lady Rengoku before, but she isn't by your side this time. T/N, this month discount code, Turtle. Use that code on my P at Trian for 30% discount for your first month. P at Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Chapter 421, 421. Tomioka Ju Story. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Dancing Monkey 65, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. P at Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Is that so? Kaijuro pondered for a moment before nodding in understanding. Then she must be with my father or brother. At that moment, Jitomioka suddenly entered from the Butterfly Mansion's entrance. Without glancing sideways or saying a word, he walked straight to the corridor, ignoring Kaijuro beside him, and bowed directly to Kaito. Mr. Tomioka, Kaito greeted politely. Ju lifted his head, looking at Kaito as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, his expression caught between speaking and silence. Are you also here to ask about the souls of the departed, Mr. Tomioka? Kaito asked proactively. He had sensed both Sanemi and Ju's presence earlier but chose not to point it out. Yes, Ju replied, his hand unconsciously touching the patchwork haori he wore. Kaito's gaze shifted to the empty space behind Ju for a moment before he offered a polite smile. Then, with a serious tone, he asked, are you prepared to say goodbye to them? Them. Ju froze, abruptly turning to look at the empty space behind him. Kaito's voice continued, based on their introductions, they are your sister, Tsutako Tomioka, and your best friend, Sabito. Ju opened his mouth but made no sound, standing there stunned, his eyes unfocused. This foolish Ju, there's really no helping him, a figure clad in red, Tsutako Tomioka, said with an apologetic smile toward Kaito in a vision only he could see. Sister Tsutako's right, what a troublesome guy, a boy with a scarred face, wearing a mask and a tortoiseshell-patterned haori, chimed in. This won't do, the boy named Sabito said, turning to face Kaito. Sir, please let us see him. Are you certain? Once you meet him, you must proceed to the underworld, Kaito asked. Yes, both nodded in unison. The sight of Kaito speaking to empty air instantly drew everyone's attention. He nodded and tossed out two small paper figures. The paper figures hovered in the air, emitting a bright light. When everyone closed and reopened their eyes, the forms of Totako, Tomioka and Sabito appeared before them. They're really here. Kaijuro exclaimed loudly, his eyes wide. Sanemi, still at the corridor's corner, couldn't help but step forward. Sister, Sabito. Ju's eyes clearly reflected the two figures he had longed for. His face remained expressionless, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. You idiot. Sabito strode forward, smacking Ju's head to one side. I'm sorry, Ju mumbled, his head tilted. Why are you apologizing? Sabito, growing angrier, smacked him again. Ju opened his mouth, finally saying, I'm different from you. You still can't talk properly. Sabito smacked him once more, shouting, it's because you're like this that nobody likes you in the Demon Slayer Corps. Ju turned to Sabito, earnestly declaring, I'm not disliked by everyone. At that moment, everyone present fell silent, looking at Ju with complicated expressions. Hey. Sanemi broke the silence. You really have no self-awareness, do you? Ju looked up at him, shocked. Ha 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 ha. Kaijuro burst into laughter. After laughing, he nodded seriously and said loudly to Ju, Tomioka, your personality may be annoying, but as long as a pillar can slay demons, that's all that matters. Don't worry about the rest. Hey. Are you comforting him or insulting him? Can't you see he's turned completely gray? Ha ha ha. The onlookers inwardly groaned at Kaijuro's booming laughter. Totako and Sabito simultaneously covered their faces. Ju, however, stubbornly pressed on, shouting at Sabito, I'm really not like you. You were the perfect candidate for Water Pillar. During the selection, I did nothing, it was you who saved my life. Tears streamed down his face again as he continued, you sacrificed yourself to save everyone on Wisteria Mountain. I'm just a failure who stole the qualification. His gaze shifted to Totako. From the start, I only survived the demon attack because of my sister's protection. During the selection, I survived because of Sabito's protection. I'm not like everyone else. I'm the only one unqualified to be a pillar. So that's how it is. Sanemi and Kaijuro's expressions shifted. Who would have thought that Ju, always arrogantly saying, I'm different from you all, and keeping to himself, harbored such opposite feelings? What a terrible communicator. Sanemi's face twisted in frustration. Ha 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 ha. Kaijuro laughed again. What nonsense are you spouting, Tomioka? Even if you didn't meet the selection standards, you became a pillar through your own strength, recognized by Lord Ubuyashiki and all of us. Kaijuro bellowed. Exactly, you idiot. Sanemi snarled. If you look down on yourself, where does that leave those of us who acknowledge your strength and stand with you? Got that. Sabito grabbed Ju's shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. Tomioka Ju, listen up. Saving people was my choice, and I've never regretted it. Becoming the Water Pillar was your own effort, it has nothing to do with me. Stand tall and be a man, you fool. Sabito shouted, then stepped back. Ju, Totako stepped forward, gently stroking her brother's face. You've grown so much, taller than me now. Ju, expressionless, bent down, letting his sister pat his head as she did when he was a child. I'm so happy, Ju, that you grew up safely. I'm proud that you've become a strong warrior, saving so many from demons, she said with a gentle smile. Though I regret not marrying my fiancé, I have no regrets about shielding you back then. It's time for us to go, Totako said, stepping back to join Sabito in the gate of the underworld, visible only to Kaito. Tomioka Ju. Sabito shouted before vanishing. I originally planned to stay with Master Urokodaki until the end. I only came here because I was worried about you, you idiot. Pull yourself together from now on. Their figures grew transparent, fading away, leaving only tattered paper figures spinning to the ground. Ju, keep going. Don't come to the underworld to see me too soon. Totako's voice echoed. Keep fighting. Slay those demons. Sabito's voice followed, fading into the distance. I will, Ju said softly, head lowered. Chapter 422, 422. Another meeting. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Ubuyashiki Estate. Sunlight spilled across the courtyard, where cascading wisteria blossoms hung in clusters, forming a vibrant floral wall that exuded a fresh, elegant fragrance. I'm delighted, Kagaya said, a joyful smile gracing his frail face. His gentle gaze swept over the pillars standing neatly in a row, lingering a moment longer on Zhou, who was finally standing among them. It's only been a short time since our last pillar meeting, yet we gather again because of the unprecedented victories you've achieved. He turned his wheelchair, bowing slightly to Kaito, who knelt beside him. Thank you for your assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Uchiha. Straightening up, he continued sincerely, in the short time since your arrival, with your help, 5 of the 12 upper-ranked demons under Muzan Kibutsuji's command have been defeated. This is the greatest victory the Demon Slayer Corps has achieved since its founding. He turned to the swordsman. I believe the entire Demon Slayer Corps owes you our heartfelt gratitude. At his cue, the pillars bowed in unison to Kaito, shouting, thank you for your help. You're too kind, Lord Ubuyashiki. I'm unworthy of such praise, Kaito said with a gentle smile. I've merely contributed a small effort, far less than the countless sacrifices made by the Demon Slayer Corps over centuries. You've been silently fighting man-eating demons, protecting the people of this nation in the shadows. I hold the utmost respect for the Demon Slayer Corps, you are all unsung heroes. Ha ha ha. Kaijuro laughed first. Hearing you say that truly makes me happy. Tengen struck a pose he deemed flamboyant, lifting his chin. As the flamboyant god of festivals, I merely do flamboyant things as a matter of course. The others, less expressive, simply smiled or nodded at Kaito. Once everyone settled, Kagaya continued, these days, I've sensed the arrival of a turning point. His tone was gentle yet filled with firm resolve. You are the finest swordsman the Demon Slayer Corps has seen in years. He began naming them one by one, from left to right. Sound Pillar, Yuzui Tengen. Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kaijuro. Flower Pillar, Kocho Kane. Serpent Pillar, Iguro Abanai. Wind Pillar, Shinazugawa Sanami. Rock Pillar, Haimjima Jiomiai. Water Pillar, Tomioka Ju. My beloved swordsman, Kagaya, though young, looked at the pillars with a fatherly gaze. I believe in you. You will defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, break the chains of sorrow, and fulfill the Demon Slayer Corps' centuries-long wish. All the pillars knelt on one knee, proclaiming in unison, we will bring final victory to Lord Ubuyashiki. Kaito watched the scene, a smile on his face. He had to admit, this secretive organization protecting the people gave him feelings he'd never experienced before. I feel your determination and look forward to the day we celebrate victory together. Now, let's discuss our next steps, Kagaya's voice rang out again. Mr. Uchiha, he said, turning to him, please explain the arrangements you've made. Thank you for your trust, Kaito said, nodding to Ubuyashiki before addressing the swordsman standing in the courtyard. Mr. Yuzui and Mr. Iguro are likely the most familiar with my original plan. The two nodded. Tengen spoke up, I've already sent a Kasugai crow to inform Lord Ubuyashiki and everyone of the details. My initial plan was to use a crystal infused with spiritual energy to lure out Muzan Kibutsuji, but unexpected events kept occurring, Kaito said with a hint of regret. While staying in the mountains, I unintentionally saved a villager named Takito Aikura. When I visited his home to treat his wife, a demon discovered me. The pillars, already aware of the general events, listened quietly as he continued. To avoid endangering the innocent Takito family, I sought Lord Ubuyashiki's help to relocate them. But I didn't expect Muzan to act so quickly, sending 2 upper-rank demons on the day of their move. He shook his head helplessly. I faced upper-rank 1, Kokoshibo. To defeat him quickly and provide support elsewhere, I had to use all 3,000 of my sunlight-infused talismans at once to end the fight swiftly. 3,000. The pillars, having witnessed the power of his talismans, widened their eyes, imagining the spectacle of 3,000 talismans erupting. As you can imagine, Muzan will likely go into hiding now, just as he did after being defeated by the original sun-breathing swordsman, Kagaya added, continuing Kaito's words. Humans have limited lifespans, while demons live indefinitely. Unafraid of time, he waits for those who threaten him to pass before re-emerging. But my ghostly nature might give him some trouble, Kaito said playfully. Perhaps he's already furious, Kagaya said with a smile. Mr. Uchiha. Abanai spoke up. That said, you must have another way to track him down, right? The others looked at Kaito with hopeful eyes. He nodded confidently, explaining to the excited group, I conducted experiments with the upper-rank 6 siblings I captured. Before fully dealing with them, as an extra precaution, I used the blood of Muzan within their bodies to cast a curse. Is it a curse to locate Muzan? Sanami asked excitedly. Kaito nodded again. Seeing their thrilled expressions, he cautioned, however, this puts us in a cat-and-mouse game with Muzan. He has many spies, and while I can roughly track him, he can also escape quickly. TCH. Sanami gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, frustrated. You're right, that disgusting rat loves scurrying around. And, Kaito added a new piece of information, based on my curse's feedback, Muzan Kibutsuji's location has been moving erratically lately. I suspect he may have a demon under his command with the ability to manipulate space. Chapter 423, 423. The Blue Spider Lily. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A blood demon art that manipulates space. Kane exclaimed, and the other pillars furrowed their brows in unison. For a moment, no one spoke, the only sound being the gentle babbling of the stream flowing through the courtyard behind them. Blood demon arts that manipulate space on a small scale aren't uncommon, Ju said suddenly. We've encountered them before. But what Mr. Uchiha is talking about isn't some trivial blood demon art, is it? Sanemi shot him an irritated glance. Still as bad at communicating as ever. Making it sound like we're overreacting. Forget it, I won't argue with an idiot. Sanemi turned his head away. Of course, Ju replied, glancing at Sanemi with confusion. What I want to know is, how large is the range of Musen's random movements? Kaito answered, when I cast the curse, his movements were confined to the Tokyo area. However, after upper rank 1 Kokoshibo's death, his range expanded to the entire Kanto region. I can't rule out the possibility of it expanding further. That makes things tricky, Kagaya said. The speed at which our swordsman can travel can't match spatial movement. Even if you locate him, unless we can kill him immediately, he might escape using a blood demon art. That's indeed a possibility, Kaito agreed. Kagaya continued, Musen is likely the most cowardly creature in this world. According to records, when he was cornered by the swordsman who used the original sun breathing, he split his body into over 1,800 fragments to escape, ultimately surviving. He sighed. That was likely the closest he ever came to death. Afterward, he vanished for decades, only reappearing after that swordsman passed away. Over 1,800 fragments. The swordsmen present felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that even if they gained the upper hand, stopping so many fragments would be impossible. Kaito nodded. It seems the best approach now is to lure him out and trap him within a preset barrier to ensure his capture. The only thing that could lure Musen out is the blue spider lily, Kagaya said. It's what he's been searching for over a millennium to overcome his fear of sunlight. Hearing this, Kaito raised an intrigued eyebrow. To know such critical information, you must have a special ally, one who's broken free from Musen's control. You're quite perceptive, Kagaya said with a smile, then explained to the swordsman, there's a demon named Tamayo who escaped Musen's control when he was driven to the brink by that original swordsman. She modified her body with drugs, allowing her to survive on minimal blood. So it's really possible for demons and humans to coexist peacefully? Kane asked, her voice filled with excitement. This had always been her hope, until she nearly died at the hands of Doma, realizing how unrealistic her dream was. Now, hearing of a real case from Kagaya, she couldn't contain her enthusiasm. No way. Sanemi and Iguro said in unison, their hatred for demons evident. Tamayo may be an exception, Kagaya said. She escaped Musen's control at that unique moment. Filled with hatred for him, her goal is revenge. Thus, she has had some contact and exchanges with the Ubuyashiki clan. Kaito mused, to break free from his curse using drugs. While not as remarkable as the doctor who turned Musen into a demon, it's still an impressive feat. Indeed, Kagaya said, looking at Kaito. So, Mr. Uchiha, do you know of the blue spider lily? I do, Kaito nodded confidently. Where is it? Sanemi asked urgently. We can't let that thing fall into Musen's hands. Don't worry, Mr. Shinazugawa, Kaito said with a smile. Unlike the red spider lily, the blue spider lily is an extremely delicate plant. In today's world, where mystery is fading, there's no soil left for them to grow. That flower might only be cultivated by someone with spiritual power like myself. Perhaps only that divine beast in the so-called Peach Blossom Land has it, he thought, recalling a rumor he heard while passing through this world's underworld. T/N, the Peach Blossom Spring, or Peach Blossom Spring Story or the Peach Blossom Land was a fable written by Tao Yuanming in 421 CE about a chance discovery of an ethereal utopia where the people lead an ideal existence in harmony with nature, unaware of the outside world for centuries. Moreover, from what I know, that flower only blooms during the day, and its flowering period lasts at most 2 or 3 days. I see. So the flower no longer exists in this world, and even if it did, it would bloom under the sun, Kagaya said with a complex tone. No wonder Musen has had his demons search for a millennium without success. It's quite the irony. Then how do we lure Musen into acting? Rengoku asked loudly. What about the chance to completely wipe out the Ubuyashiki clan? That might pique his interest, Kagaya suggested. Lord Ubuyashiki. How could you put yourself at risk? Please reconsider this idea. The swordsmen, visibly anxious, voiced their objections one after another. Because of my presence, even if you offer such bait, there's a high chance Muzan won't take it, Kaito said, shaking his head. At least based on what you've said about his character. Kaguya nodded, understanding, and asked, do you have any other methods? I might be able to obtain a real blue spider lily, Kaito said uncertainly. You mean? Kaguya's expression shifted, glancing downward at the ground. So I'll need to confirm, Kaito said, slowly standing. Also, aside from the pillars here, the other swordsmen are still out slaying demons, correct? I'd like to ask them to collect demon blood. I need more of Muzan's blood. The blood of lower demons contains too little of Muzan's essence. Rengoku declared loudly, with others nodding in agreement. No matter, every bit counts. Until we meet again, Kaito said, forming a hand seal. He took a step forward and vanished from sight. Then let's rest for now, Amain said, emerging from the house. We'll wait for Mr. Uchiha's return, Kaguya added. Chapter 424, 424. The Divine Beast by Zay. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Following his contract with Hakuten, Kaito arrived at the underworld. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a vast field of snapdragons emitting eerie cries. Kaito stared at the snapdragons swaying back and forth, their wide mouths letting out grating howls, a look of disdain on his face. Ah, Uchiha-kun, you're here, Hakuten said, waving his free hand while holding a watering can in the other. Izuna stood beside him. Kaito adjusted his expression, turning to greet them with a smile. Hakuten-kun, senior. Is there something you need help with, Uchiha-kun? Hakuten asked, setting down the watering can and walking to the corridor to sit on the floor. Kaito joined him, sitting by his side. Oh, you know about the blue spider lily? Blue spider lily? Hakuten's face twisted in disgust. I see. I know where you can find it. Is it at Mr. Baizay's place in the Peach Blossom Land of Heaven? Izuna asked, immediately understanding from Hakuten's reaction. Exactly. Hakuten stood, deliberately picking up the spiked club placed nearby. In that case, I'll accompany you, Uchiha-kun. Thank you, Kaito said, ignoring Hakuten's mischievous expression and following with a smile. On the way, Kaito walked side by side with Izuna behind Hakuten and asked, Senior, are you getting used to things here? It's not bad. In fact, it's been a long time since I felt this relaxed, Izuna said with a smile. The differences between worlds are quite significant. Even the underworld here is more peaceful than the living world of the ninja realm. I believe our world will get better too, Kaito said. Izuna nodded. Indeed. This underworld has been operating for years, and I've learned a lot from this exchange. When I return, I should be better equipped to handle my duties. The trio arrived at the Peach Blossom Land, greeted by a lush grove of peach trees heavy with fruit. Lord Hakuten. A slightly chubby man carrying a basket of peaches emerged from the grove, enthusiastically waving at Hakuten. Lord Hakuten, welcome to the Peach Blossom Land. Ah, Momotaro, is it? Hakuten stepped forward. Is that guy Baizay around? Lord Baizay. You're looking for Lord Baizay? Follow me. Momotaro eagerly led the way. As expected of the Peach Blossom Land, so refreshing, Kaito said, admiring the scenic beauty around them. Hakuten explained, this place lies at the border between Neon and the Land of Flowers, a hub for trade and exchange. The architecture here is in the style of the Land of Flowers. Exactly. Momotaro turned back. Lord Baizay is one of the most ancient divine beasts from the Land of Flowers. They passed through a mountain path and spotted a small, unremarkable house in the distance. A wooden sign by the door read, Jade Rabbit Herbal Bliss Full Moon. Several snow-white rabbits were playing outside. Lord Baizay. Momotaro shouted. Lord Hakuten is here. Bang. The door burst open, and a man in white rolled out in a heap. How pathetic. A young girl, covering her face, darted out of the house and fled in a flash. Same as always, Momotaro said helplessly, rushing to help the fallen Baizay to his feet. You okay, Lord Baizay? TCH. Hakuten slammed his spiked club onto the ground, clearly annoyed. Get up, you white pig. Baizay sprang up and charged at Hakuten, pointing and shouting, Ha! You black-faced brat, what are you doing here? His eyes were framed by red demonic markings, his face surprisingly similar to Hakuten's. Hakuten hefted the club onto his shoulder, retorting, "I'm just playing guide. If I had a choice, I'd avoid seeing you too, Mr. Baizai." Humph. Baizai adjusted the white headband on his head, pointedly ignoring Hakuten as if to prove he wanted to see him even less. He nodded politely to Kaito and Izuna. "Hello. Greetings. I am Uchiha Kaito, on my Oji," Kaito said, bowing slightly. "I've come to the Peach Blossom Land seeking your help with a medicinal matter, Mr. Baizai." Izuna also bowed. "You've come to the right person. There's no herb in heaven or earth that I, Baizai, don't know," Baizai said, still ignoring Hakuten as he turned toward the house. "Come, let's talk inside." Inside, after everyone sat down, Baizai brought 2 cups of hot tea for Kaito and Izuna. He continued to ignore Hakuten, even throwing in a snide remark. "This is my special tea, but it's only for polite guests. Get to the point," Hakuten said, slamming his massive club onto the table and giving Baizai a disdainful glance. Before Baizai could snap, Kaito interjected, "Mr. Baizai, I'm here to ask if you have any blue spider lilies." "Blue spider lilies?" Baizai chuckled. "You came to the right place. I'm the only one who has them now. I cultivated them because they're so rare." Relieved, Kaito explained the situation with Muzan. Baizai listened with interest. "I see. So it's that new world recently brought under Hell's jurisdiction." "Exactly," Hakuten said. "The demons in that world have been around for a millennium, severely disrupting Hell's operations. So hurry up and hand over the blue spider lily, you." "No rush." Baizai propped his elbow on the table, resting his chin in his hand, his eyes glinting with wisdom. "I'm quite intrigued. That doctor who first turned a human into a demon, is he still in Hell?" "He's served his sentence and been reincarnated," Hakuten replied coldly. "What a pity," Baizai said regretfully. "I was interested in his formula." "What, you want to become a demon too?" Hakuten gripped his club. "If so, I could crack your head open, and maybe you'd be reborn in Hell as a true demon god." "Hey, I'm a divine beast. I wouldn't do anything so heinous." Baizai glared at him before turning to Kaito. "Besides, those so-called man-eating demons aren't true demons, are they? At their core, they're just humans who've lost their humanity and undergone physical mutations. Quit yapping and hand over the flower." Hakuten slapped the table. Unfazed, Baizai continued speaking to Kaito. "I know the blue spider lily's purpose. Are you sure you want to bring it to the living world? If that original demon gets it, he'll mutate further, completely overcoming his weakness to sunlight." Chapter 425, 425. The game's end. A special thank you to my patrons: Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." Facing Baizai's question, Kaito nodded confidently, his eyes shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Rest assured, I'll ensure everything is foolproof," he promised. "Oh." Baizai leaned closer, peering into his eyes. "What bewitching eyes." Kaito maintained his smile, meeting Baizai's gaze. "All right, I trust you." "Please wait a moment," Baizai said, turning toward the inner room. "He might have a favorable impression of you because of your unique eyes," Hakuten remarked suddenly. After all, Baizai is a mythical beast with 9 eyes. That's hardly the same thing. Kaito screamed in his head, though his face remained smiling. "Ah, found it." Baizai's voice called from the inner room. Soon, he returned carrying a flower pot. "Is this the blue spider lily?" Kaito asked, examining the pot Baizai placed on the table. He extended a hand over the blue flowers, sensing them with spiritual energy. At the same time, the pentagram in his eyes spun, observing with his ocular jutsu. After a long moment, he withdrew his hand. "I see," he said, his eyes shifting from red to black, his tone complex. "I understand now." "Got it?" Baizai asked, flicking the long pendant by his right ear with a meaningful smile. "That's what it comes down to." Hakuten's expression darkened, and he said irritably, "TCH, those capricious beings on Takamagara." "I've suddenly pieced together many things," Kaito said, his expression hard to describe, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "All I can say is, as expected of the gods." Baizai merely smiled faintly, looking at Kaito with curiosity. "What, do you think it's unfair for those who died? But there's nothing you can do." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Hey, Kaito, what's going on?" Izuna, the only one out of the loop, asked. Hey, it's nothing, Kaito said, reining in his emotions with a light chuckle. Just that the root of everything is merely a game of the gods. What? Izuna's eyes widened. My apologies, Mr. Uchiha. I only just learned of this myself, Hakuten said, unexpectedly apologizing for inviting Kaito to this demon-slaying mission. Kaito shook his head. It's fine. I'll put an end to this game. Hakuten glared fiercely at Bai. You, as a mythical beast who knows all things, with the blue spider lily in your possession, you must have known everything beforehand, yet you pretended to listen to the story. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai glared back. I don't meddle in the affairs of gods of that level. Handing over my precious flower is already generous enough. And I'm not even a divine beast from Japan. So what's going on? Izuna asked Kaito. Though faint, I'm certain the blue spider lily contains divine power, Kaito explained. Specifically, the power of the moon. He had only learned of divine power after his clone assumed the mantle of Enma. Izuna opened his mouth as if to speak, but Kaito quickly covered it. Don't say the god's name directly. If you're unlucky, they might sense it. Izuna nodded. Kaito withdrew his hand and continued, the absolute dominance of sunlight over demons, the original sun-breathing user Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the divine lunar power in the blue spider lily, the deadly curse passed down through the Ubuyashiki clan's bloodline. He shook his head. As hard as it is to believe, all the suffering in that world might simply be a game between those two most exalted beings. Izuna nodded again, his expression odd. So, it's fated for you to end it. Perhaps, Kaito said, shaking his head again. Thinking too much is pointless. I'll just do what I can. Finish the mission quickly, Izuna said, patting his shoulder. The fight against the Otsutsuki clan awaits you. Then, shall we take our leave, Hakuten-kun? Kaito asked, glancing at Hakuten, who was childishly glaring at Bai. Finally leaving. Great, Hakuten said, standing abruptly, gripping his spiked club and slinging it over his shoulder as he headed out. Thank you for the flower, Lord Bai, Kaito said, bowing to Bai, who was still glaring at Hakuten's back, and picking up the flower pot. Leaving already? Bai's face softened instantly. Do as you see fit, Uchiha-kun. You're an interesting person. I look forward to your results. Kaito smiled, bowed again, and left the house with Izuna. After returning to the underworld, Kaito didn't linger and went straight back to the living world. Moonlight poured like water. Ubuyashiki Estate, the same spot Kaito had left from. You're back at noon, Mr. Uchiha. Kaguya said, still seated in his wheelchair nearby, with the pillars waiting in the courtyard. Lord Ubuyashiki, everyone, good evening, Kaito said with a light smile, waving. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Did you get it? The blue spider lily. Sanemi stepped forward eagerly. I didn't let you down. I've obtained it, Kaito said, waving his sleeve. A pot of blue spider lilies appeared on the floor beside him. The group gathered around, cautiously observing the special flowers. At first glance, they seemed no different from regular spider lilies, except for their color. But as time passed, the blue petals began to glow with moonlight, growing brighter, resonating with the night sky's moon. This is the treasure Musen has sought for centuries, Kaguya said, his voice trembling with excitement. With this, our Demon Slayer Corps' victory is all but assured. Kaito turned to him. Then let's devise a concrete battle plan, Lord Ubuyashiki. Kaguya nodded repeatedly, pulling everyone into a discussion. At that moment, his frail, sickly face glowed with vitality. The swordsmen were equally thrilled. Kaito watched the scene, his emotions complex. The Lord, the pillars. Though these were the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps, most were young men and women, some even younger than Sasuke. The Corps' history was likely the same, generations of overly young people fighting man-eating demons, sacrificing themselves. What a pity. He sighed inwardly but chose not to reveal the truth. He feared it might shatter someone's convictions. Chapter 426, 426. The Marked Swordsman. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, AR3S, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. With the battle plan set, the Demon Slayer Corps sprang into action. At the suggestion of the rock pillar, Gyomii, the Corps began consolidating its members' operational range. Swordsmen were recalled to prepare for intensive training led by the pillars. Meanwhile, Kazuki was poring over the Ubuyashiki clan's extensive archive of historical documents. These records chronicled the Demon Slayer Corps' centuries-long history, a testament to the relentless efforts and sacrifices of generations of demon hunters. Among them, the concept of the Demon Slayer mark caught his attention. According to the records, swordsmen who awakened the mark experienced a dramatic enhancement in physical abilities, rivaling even those of demons. As a result, a marked swordsman's strength would see a significant boost. However, this immense power came at a steep cost. No marked swordsman lived past the age of 25. Moreover, when one swordsman in an era awakened the mark, their companions would often follow suit, as if it were contagious. "It's like overdrawing their life force," Kazuki remarked, setting down the documents and turning to Kagaya, who sat nearby. "It's said that in the era of the original breathing swordsman, all the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps eventually awakened the mark," Kagaya said gravely. "However, the method to awaken it has been completely lost to history. Should we have the swordsman attempt to awaken the mark?" Kazuki asked after a moment of thought. "I might have a way to mitigate its drawbacks." This. Kagaya hesitated, visibly conflicted. "Logically, as the commander, I should stake everything on achieving final victory. But, with your help, I can't bear to rob these children of their futures." "Lord Ubuyashiki." Jyomiai's voice came from outside. "To defeat Muzan, we must give our all. No matter the method, even if it only slightly increases our chances, we must try." He pushed open the door and entered, hands clasped in prayer. "Namu Amida Butsu. We have long been prepared. Without such resolve, one cannot become a pillar." Tears streamed from his eyes, his towering, robust frame radiating unyielding determination. "Jyomiai." Kagaya's expression grew complex. "Is this what everyone thinks?" "Without a doubt, Lord Ubuyashiki," Jyomiai replied, kneeling on one knee. At that moment, the other pillars outside and in the courtyard followed suit, kneeling in unison. "Lord Ubuyashiki, please allow Mr. Uchiha to help the pillars awaken the mark." Kazuki looked at Jyomiai, the only pillar who hadn't asked him about the souls of the departed by his side. This rock pillar, scarred by past experiences and unable to trust children, was constantly surrounded by the spirits of young ones. "Please, sir, help Mr. Jyomiai fulfill his wish." "No. I don't want Mr. Jyomiai to die." "No, please tell Mr. Jyomiai that the monster Seo was talking about wasn't him. It was the demon that disappeared nearby." The police misunderstood. "Mr. Jyomiai is the best. It's all because Seo couldn't explain clearly." Even now, these children were arguing among themselves, imperceptible to Jyomiai. Kazuki met their eyes and gave an apologetic smile. Since Jyomiai hadn't asked directly, he wouldn't interfere. Perhaps Jyomiai himself wasn't ready to face these children. "From what I've learned, the original sun-breathing swordsman, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, was born with both the mark and the transparent world," Kazuki said, sharing information he had deliberately gathered from the underworld. Among marked swordsmen, he was the only one to live past 80, an exception. Born with the mark and transparent world, reaching a supreme state unattainable for most in a lifetime. "What a genius," Jyomiai said, tears flowing. "How tragic, the story of Mr. Tsujikuni. Even one favored by the gods couldn't kill Muzan." "Namu Amida Butsu." "Favored by the gods?" Kazuki's tone grew odd. "After learning about that swordsman's life, I can't say whether it was favor or a curse. The child of the gods led a life of displacement from childhood. The fleeting moments of warmth he found were always lost quickly. His 80-plus years were filled with his twin brother's jealousy and regret for failing to kill Muzan. Despite his noble and untainted character, he never found happiness. It was as if he was born with a mission but was punished for failing to fulfill it. In his final moments, encountering his brother, now upper rank 1 Kokushibo, he managed only a single, astonishing strike before passing, his body later desecrated by the deeply resentful Kokushibo. Kazuki sighed inwardly at these thoughts. Fortunately, as someone who also believed he bore a mission, he had successfully sacrificed Kagaya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki, rebuilding the underworld. He would never face a fate as desolate as Tsujikuni Yoriichi's. Setting aside his musings, he shared his thoughts with Kagaya. "I've uncovered why that swordsman, despite bearing the mark, lived to old age. I may have a way to address the mark's drawbacks, so you needn't worry too much, Lord Ubuyashiki. If everyone's strength can be enhanced, our chances in battle will improve." In truth, Kazuki didn't think it was strictly necessary for the pillars to awaken the mark. With his full power, dealing with Muzan wouldn't be an issue. But he saw it as an opportunity to grant these admirable people a chance. "Lord Ubuyashiki. Please grant your approval." The pillars outside began pleading as well. "I've received everyone's resolve," Kagaya said, finally nodding. "In that case, I entrust this to you, Mr. Uchiha." "No need for formalities," Kazuki replied with a smile, as it was a suggestion born of his own interest. His gaze swept over the pillars, noting their resolute eyes, and he smiled subtly. Rest assured, I'm confident in making this proposal. Once a special guest arrives, we can begin training to awaken the mark. Chapter 427, 427. The Legacy of Sun Breathing. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Hades, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Neuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Basang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. A special guest. The pillars exchanged curious glances. Let me explain, Kaguya began. According to Mr. Uchiha's information, Master Tsujikuni Yoriichi left behind the legacy of sun breathing. So, the special guest is the inheritor of sun breathing? Rengoku asked loudly, his interest piqued. Kaguya nodded. Indeed. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Master Tsujikuni Yoriichi entrusted the sun-breathing techniques to his close friend, a charcoal seller in the mountains named Kamado. The Kamado family passed down sun-breathing as a sacred Kagura dance dedicated to the fire god. I see. Kaijuro's booming voice carried joy. So the Demon Slayer Corps will welcome a swordsman wielding the original breathing technique. Humph, a Kagura dance. Iguro Abanai snorted. Just lucking into the original breathing doesn't mean much. Without talent, it's a waste. I won't acknowledge some half-baked inheritor so easily. Through the records of the underworld's Jushin god, Kaito had learned about the current Kamado heir, Kamado Tenjiro's strength. He smiled and said, no need to worry. From what I know, Kamado Tenjiro might be stronger than everyone here. What? Stronger than Gyomii? Sanemi stood up, incredulous. Aren't you exaggerating? Kaito smiled and stated plainly, Mr. Kamado Tenjiro has already awakened both the Demon Slayer mark and the transparent world. Sanemi was utterly shocked. How is that possible? It's unbelievable, isn't it? Kaito admitted, equally astonished. That man has never wielded a sword against demons, only hunted beasts at most. Yet, this frail, sickly charcoal seller achieved the supreme state you all speak of through his family's fire god Kagura. Is this what a true genius is? Gyomii said, hands clasped in prayer, his blind white eyes fixed on Kaito. Namu Amida Butsu. Mr. Uchiha, since you say Mr. Kamado Tenjiro has awakened the mark, how old is he now? Kaito replied, it seems Mr. Hanjima has already realized it. Indeed, Mr. Kamado Tenjiro's body is gravely ill. His gaze turned to the flower pillar, Kane. So, I've asked Miss Kane's sister, Miss Shinobu, who is skilled in pharmacology, to make contact with him alongside members of the Kikuchi. Oh, no wonder Shinobu suddenly left for a mission a few days ago, Kane said, belatedly realizing. I also entrusted this to Shinobu, Kaguya added. To prevent Muzan from learning that the sun-breathing legacy still exists and attacking, it's safer to bring the Kamado family to the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaito nodded. Additionally, I want to use Mr. Kamado Tenjiro to verify whether my method to mitigate the mark's drawbacks is effective. He blinked suddenly, a slow smile spreading. Oh. What a coincidence. Speaking of which, they've arrived. Everyone turned toward the entrance. At that moment, Shinobu stepped into the courtyard. Caught off guard by the sudden attention, she froze momentarily. Welcome back, Shinobu, Kaguya's voice snapped her to attention. Lord Ubuyashiki, she said, kneeling on one knee with a serious expression. Kocho Shinobu reporting. The Kamado family has arrived and is resting at the Butterfly Mansion. However. What's wrong? Kaguya asked. Shinobu reported, Mr. Kamado Tenjiro's condition is extremely dire. He's already so ill he can't fight demons, can he? Iguro remarked. Shinobu nodded. His condition prevents him from doing heavy work. What a shame. Kaijuro exclaimed loudly. Gyomii, tears streaming, chanted, Namu Amida Butsu. Could even such a severe case be flamboyantly saved by Mr. Uchiha? Tengen asked, looking at him. Your plan to mitigate the mark's flaws might not work, Sanemi said, pursing his lips. Ju remained silent. Kaito calmly asked, Miss Shinobu, with your medical expertise, is there truly no way to save him? Shinobu's expression dimmed as she recalled her time with the kind, simple Kamado family, especially the adorable young children. She shook her head sadly. I'm sorry. My skills are lacking. Mr. Kamado Tenjiro's body is in complete decline. I'm powerless. I see, Kaito said, nodding as if he had a plan in mind. Lord Ubuyashiki, Mr. Uchiha, Shinobu suddenly looked up, advocating for the family. Since he's the important heir of sun breathing, does Mr. Uchiha have a way to save Mr. Kamado Tanjiro? They only made the long journey here seeking medical help. Oh, it seems Shinobu has taken a liking to that family. I rarely see you so passionate, Kane said, smiling at her sister. And no way. Shinobu blushed, looking away from her sister's gaze. Don't worry, Shinobu, Kane said, patting her head. Mr. Uchiha was just talking about Mr. Kamado Tanjiro. He'll help treat him. Ah, really? Shinobu looked at Kaito, relieved when he nodded in confirmation. That's good, she said, then met Kane's teasing smile again. She turned away, muttering, I just couldn't bear the thought of those cute kids losing their father. In that case, I'll head to the butterfly mansion to see Mr. Kamado Tanjiro, Kaito said, standing. He glanced at the visibly intrigued pillars. Since everyone's so interested, come along. I'd also like to meet Mr. Kamado Tanjiro, Kagaya said. Let's go to the butterfly mansion together. Lord Ubuyashiki, allow me to assist. Sanemi dashed inside, grabbing the handles of the wheelchair and lifting it, along with Kagaya, into the courtyard, claiming the task of pushing it. That guy. Several annoyed glares fixed on him. Let's go. Sanemi grinned fiercely, pushing the wheelchair toward the estate's gates. Chapter 428, 428. The Kamado family. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Nuro, S. Pablo S, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Matthew Moritz. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The Butterfly Mansion. Kamado Tanjiro stood at the doorway of the sick room, casting a worried glance at his father lying in bed and his mother tending to him. He turned back to his anxious younger siblings, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. For a family that had lived a quiet, unchanging life burning and selling charcoal in the mountains, everything had changed when a certain young lady arrived a few days ago. To seek treatment for their gravely ill father, they had left their familiar home for this unfamiliar place. Now, with their father bedridden once more, Tanjiro's heart was filled with unease. No. I'm 13, the eldest son. I have to take on more responsibility, he told himself, his smile becoming more natural as he spoke gently to comfort his younger siblings. Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, he said, patting each of their heads in turn. Don't worry. With the doctors here treating him, Dad will get better. His sister, Nezuko, the eldest daughter, helped soothe the youngest child. Sleep now, Rokuta, she whispered, cradling their infant brother. Be good, your big sister's got you. Someone's coming, Tanjiro said suddenly, sniffing the air. His sense of smell, far keener than most, quickly identified the newcomers. It's Miss Kocho, and 9 unfamiliar scents. Nezuko, take everyone into the room, he instructed, ushering his siblings inside while he stood guard near the door. Footsteps approached, and the group appeared around the corner. Leading them was Shinobu, whom Tanjiro recognized. But then. What? Tanjiro's eyes widened. 10 people. He sniffed again, staring in shock at the elegant young man in white walking behind Shinobu. This person has no scent. The young man met his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his black eyes. So rude. Tanjiro snapped out of it, then heard Shinobu's voice. Tanjiro-kun. Moshi Moshi. Tanjiro-kun. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Tanjiro's face flushed red as he bowed repeatedly. I was rude, Miss Kocho, and to you, sir. Seeing the flustered boy, Kaito chuckled lightly, causing Tanjiro to tremble. No need for formalities, young man. You're Kamado Tanjiro, right? Kagaya said, his gentle voice calming Tanjiro's nerves like magic. Why yes. I'm Kamado Tanjiro, the eldest son of the Kamado family. Tanjiro replied, lifting his head. Hello, my name is Ubuyashiki Kagaya, the young man in the wheelchair said with a warm smile, drawing Tanjiro's attention. We're here to see your father, Mr. Kamado Tanjiro. This is the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, our lord, Shinobu added, prompting him. Hello, Tanjiro said, bowing again to Kagaya. Thank you for letting my father come here for treatment. Kagaya nodded. No need to thank me. The Demon Slayer Corps also seeks your father's assistance. Tanjiro, let the lord enter, came Kamado Tanjiro's weak voice from inside. Yes. Tanjiro said, his bewildered expression clearing as he opened the door. Please come in. Then, Mr. Uchiha and I will go in first, Kagaya said, glancing at the other pillars. Please wait outside for now. Yes, Lord Ubuyashiki, they responded in unison. Tanjiro, standing at the door, finally turned to closely observe the swordsmen, startled by their intense aura, unlike anything he'd ever felt. These people, they're all carrying swords. Could they be demon hunters? After learning about the Demon Slayer Corps from Shinobu, his family had been skeptical. It was only their father's decision that brought them here. Now, feeling the overwhelming presence of the pillars, Tanjiro began to believe. Pardon the intrusion, Kaito said, taking the wheelchair from Sanemi and pushing Kagaya into the sick room. We're the ones intruding, Kamado-ki, Tanjiro's wife, said, turning with a towel in hand and bowing politely. No, we're the ones disturbing you, Kagaya replied, nodding to her before looking at the frail young man on the bed. Mr. Kamado, I apologize for asking your family to make such a long journey. I am Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Please forgive my inability to visit your home in person due to my condition. Cough, cough. Tanjiro coughed a few times, then smiled kindly. No matter. When I heard about the connection between the Demon Slayer Corps and our family, I wanted to come see for myself. Let's save pleasantries for later. First, let me examine Mr. Kamado's condition, Kaito said, stepping forward with a smile. Mr. Kamado, I am Kaito, a Onmyoji. Mr. Uchiha, Tanjiro nodded. Cough, cough. Miss Kocho mentioned you. I'll be in your care. Please, go ahead, Ki said, stepping aside from the bedside. Kaito approached the bed, smiling gently at the curious children gathered nearby. Tanjiro, equally curious, entered the room as well. No need to worry, Kaito said, extending his right hand over Tanjiro's body. This is just an initial examination. As he spoke, blue light radiated from his palm, enveloping Tanjiro's body. Wow, the younger children gasped, only to be quickly hushed by their older siblings. The light dissipated, and Kaito withdrew his hand. I see, he said, observing the scar on Tanjiro's forehead. This is the half-awakened Demon Slayer mark. He glanced at Tanjiro. Father and son share the same talent. Sir, my husband's condition. Ki asked anxiously, not understanding his words. Born with a half-awakened mark, he possesses immense talent, but his body couldn't keep up, which is why Mr. Kamado's organs are failing, Kaito explained slowly, then smiled. But don't worry. It's just as I suspected. I'm even more confident in the treatment plan I've prepared. Chapter 429, 429. This is treatment. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M., Joseph, Jose Sierra, Nuro, S. Pablo S., Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kozlowski, Wilver, Matthew Moritz. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. You have a way to save him, right? Mrs. Kamado still hadn't fully understood Kaito's words, but she vaguely grasped that the young Onmyoji who had just displayed his mystical arts seemed capable of treating her husband. Without hesitation, she knelt down. Onmyoji sir, I beg you to save him. Mom. Tanjiro exclaimed from the side, also dropping to his knees. Sir, I beg you. In an instant, the other children followed suit and knelt as well. Huh. Kaito was momentarily stunned, catching sight of the deep guilt in Tanjiro's eyes as he lay on the sickbed. Get up, Mrs. Kamado, and all you young ones. Several arms formed of spiritual energy suddenly burst forth from his body, gently lifting Mrs. Kamado and the children from the floor. I and Ubuyashiki-sama invited Mr. Kamado here precisely to resolve his physical frailty once and for all. He turned to the children with a gentle smile. So there's no need to worry. I guarantee I'll return a healthy father to you all. His father can be saved. Tanjiro stared blankly at Kaito, suddenly unable to hold back his tears. Thank you so much. He bowed deeply once more, his voice choked with sobs as he expressed his gratitude loudly. Thank you so much. The other children mimicked him, bowing deeply as well. No need for thanks. Kaito's spiritual arms extended again, supporting a child who nearly toppled over from the vigorous bow, and he smiled at them once more. The child named Shigeru Kamado immediately flushed with shyness and buried himself in his brother Tanjiro's embrace. At this moment, Tanjiro, lying on the sickbed, had also steadied his emotions. He gave Kaito and Kagaya a grateful smile. Thank you for your help, cough cough. If there's anything you need from me afterward, please don't hesitate, cough. Ever since that butterfly lady from the Demon Slayer Corps had visited their home and spoken with him, he seemed to understand that the Corps might need his strength. We can discuss those things later, Kaito said directly. For now, let me address your health issue first. Then I'll trouble you, Tanjiro nodded. Uchiha-san. Shinobu's voice came from outside the door. If you need any medicines, just let me know. Kaito turned back to see several Hashira crammed at the doorway, peering inside without a trace of their usual Demon Slayer Corps authority. Never mind. Kaito exchanged a glance with Kagaya and said helplessly, let them all come in anyway. Kagaya turned to Tanjiro with an apologetic expression. Forgive the intrusion. Tanjiro shook his head to indicate it was no bother. Pardon the intrusion. Then we'll intrude. Namu Amida Butsu. The moment the Hashira heard Kagaya's approval, they all squeezed into the room at once. The already cramped sickroom became even more crowded, especially with the unusually massive build of Gyomii, who elicited gasps from the children. Gyomii merely glanced indifferently at the children before looking away. The children sensitively picked up on something and instinctively covered their mouths. Kocho-san, my treatment plan won't require any herbs for now. But for Mr. Kamado's aftercare, I'll leave that to you. Kaito first addressed Kocho's question, then turned to Mrs. Kamado. Very well, Mr. Kamado, please remove your upper clothing first. At Tanjiro's nod, with Mrs. Kamado's assistance, he removed his shirt, revealing his extremely emaciated upper body. To think this guy was evaluated by Mr. Onmyoji as stronger than a Hashira. Several of the swordsmen among the Hashira couldn't help but eye Tanjiro's frail form with doubt. Please sit on the edge of the sickbed. Kaito spoke again. Once Tanjiro was seated cross-legged, Kaito reached his right hand into the sleeve of his left arm and rummaged around. Then he pulled out a writing brush. Eh? Is he going to write a prescription? But why make him undress? Everyone in the sickroom watched Kaito's movements with even greater curiosity. Kaito reached his right hand into his left sleeve once more. This time, he withdrew a small glass vial filled with a red liquid. Under the intent gazes of the crowd, his slender fingers unscrewed the vial, dipping the brush tip into it. Then, he began writing a series of vivid red, peculiar incantations across Tanjiro's back. At the same time, a peculiar bloody scent, laced with an odd fragrance, began to spread through the sickroom. Blood. Tanjiro, unable to resist, covered his unusually sensitive nose. This is treatment. Tanjiro's eyes widened. If not for Kaito's prior display of extraordinary mystical arts, he might have mistaken him for a fraud right then. Kaito wrote with remarkable speed. Soon, all sorts of strange incantations covered Tanjiro's entire back, arms, and nape. Kaito moved to his front and continued writing. After a while, his entire upper body was enveloped in densely packed incantations. Kaito withdrew the brush, placing it along with the ink on the small table beside the sickbed. All right, everyone seems quite curious. Kaito scanned the puzzled expressions around him. The crowd nodded vigorously, their eyes brimming with confusion on the verge of spilling over. Kaito smiled. In that case, I'll kindly explain it to everyone. His hands swiftly formed seals, and the dense runes on Tanjiro's upper body seemed to come alive in an instant, slowly crawling across his skin. At this sight, the Kamado children gasped once again. As I once told Iguro-san and Yuzui-san, everyone possesses a faint, unawakened spiritual energy within them. The breathing techniques used by the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen are also a form of spiritual energy utilization. He explained in a calm, unhurried tone. In short, those completely devoid of spiritual energy cannot learn breathing techniques, much like the members of the Hidden Corps. By employing breathing techniques to summon the dormant faint spiritual energy within, and releasing it through specific forms, one can leverage the ubiquitous natural energy in the air to produce effects akin to natural elements, such as fire, water, thunder, wind, rock, and so on. Among those present who could comprehend this theory, which had already spread among all the Hashira, only Tanjiro showed a look of surprise. Kaito maintained his seals, watching as the runes on Tanjiro's body moved faster and faster. He continued, the mysteries of this world have nearly vanished entirely, with only the blood demon arts of demons and the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps barely qualifying as mystical. Both are different applications of spiritual energy. Leaving blood demon arts aside for now, swordsmen who use breathing techniques are constantly eroding their bodies with natural energy while maintaining the breathing state. When the erosion of natural energy on the body exceeds a certain threshold, unique markings known as marks will manifest on the skin. Chapter 430, 430. Control switch. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M., Joseph, Jose Sierra, Nuro, S. Pablo S., Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kozlowski, Wilver, Matthew Moritz. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Kaito knew his words hadn't been fully understood. Don't get it, he continued. Natural energy is the all-encompassing energy of heaven and earth, it's light, water, earth, everything in the natural world. Fortunately, after the decline of mysticism in this world, natural energy has become inert. In eras when mysticism flourished, introducing active and volatile natural energy into the body without the proper method was extremely dangerous in itself. What would be the consequences? Sanemi asked. Kaito turned to him with a smile. You'd be assimilated by the natural energy and become part of nature itself, for example, your body turning completely to stone. So, Uchiha-san, does that mean the emergence of marks is related to the erosion of natural energy on a swordsman's body? Kaguya inquired. Exactly. Kaito nodded, his hand seals shifting. The incantations on Tanjiro's body were now crawling so quickly they blurred to the naked eye. At the same time, the faint scar on his forehead began to deepen in color, gradually transforming into the shape of a red flame. Marks are the imprints formed once natural energy's erosion surpasses a certain threshold. Mr. Kamado's innate half-activated marks mean his constitution has an unparalleled affinity for natural energy. I understand. While most people were still struggling to piece together Kaito's explanation, Kaguya had fully grasped it. Seeing Kaito focused intently on the incantations on Tanjiro's body, he turned to the somewhat dazed Hashira and explained on his behalf. According to Uchiha-san, natural energy is a double-edged sword. It can enhance everyone's strength but also cause irreparable damage to the body. It's manageable if you're just using breathing techniques in battle, but activating marks means the swordsman's body can harness more natural energy, while accelerating bodily decay in the process. Then. Tanjiro suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling as he asked, Sir, if father's condition couldn't be treated, would he turn to stone too? No. Kaito shifted back into rapid hand seal mode, his hands blurring into afterimages as he carefully observed the changes in Tanjiro's body while answering the boy's question. As I said, the natural energy in the world today has become inert, it can't be harnessed on a large scale by humans anymore, so it can't turn people to stone either. In that case, why do swordsmen who activate marks never live past 25? And what's the principle behind Mr. Kamado's weakening body? Kane asked curiously. Kaito replied, natural energy cannot be directly utilized by humans. Even I, to employ it in spells or formations, must neutralize it with my own spiritual energy or other internal energies. His hand seals paused, and the incantations on Tanjiro's body began to contract slowly. As swordsman, your spiritual energy is faint and unawakenable. The consequence of forcibly using natural energy is that it consumes your very life force. So, in other words, Yuzui said, does that mean as long as we don't use sword techniques after activating marks, we'll be fine? Kaito shook his head directly. Once marks are activated, they cannot be fully deactivated by the individual. Even without active engagement, the body remains in a semi-open state to natural energy. What I'm doing to Mr. Kamado right now is installing a controllable switch for his marks. I get it. Shinobu suddenly exclaimed happily. Before, I diagnosed that Mr. Kamado's condition was untreatable because his life force was constantly draining away, making any nourishment futile, it would just slip away too. But now, with Uchiha-san making the marks controllable, we can use medicine for conditioning and supplement his nutrition afterward, and Mr. Kamado should fully recover his health. Shinobu's right. Kane smiled at her fellow Hashira. It seems that if we can fully deactivate marks after combat, we can recuperate a portion of the damage afterward and avoid permanent severe harm. That's a relief. I can't wait to try it. Even if using marks means not living past 25, for the sake of slaying those vile demons, such a price is totally worth it. But of course, it's better not to sacrifice if we don't have to. I want to live a happy life in a world free of demons. Namu Amida Butsu. Thank you, Uchiha-san. After hearing the Kocho sisters' explanation, the Hashira chimed in one after another, and the atmosphere in the sick room lightened considerably. Indeed, we should thank you, Uchiha-san, Kaguya said to Kaito. Thanks to you, my dear swordsmen can all look forward to a future. Kaito merely nodded with a smile, his hands still forming seals as he watched the incantations on Tanjiro's body gradually contract. Be careful, Mr. Kamado, the next part might hurt a bit. He warned. It's fine. Please continue. Tanjiro replied warmly. All right. Kaito moved behind him once more, raising his right hand with spiritual light glowing in his palm. He then struck down firmly on the nape of Tanjiro's neck. Hold on. With a soft shout, the incantations crawling across Tanjiro's skin began to emit a faint red glow, rapidly contracting toward the spot beneath Kaito's palm. Tanjiro's body shuddered, and he clenched his teeth tightly, sweat beading non-stop on his forehead. Husband. Ki stood anxiously nearby, wanting to wipe his sweat with the towel in her hand but fearing she'd disrupt Kaito's ritual. She could only hesitate in place. Tanjiro and Nezuko, standing in the corner of the sick room, also watched their father's frail back with worry. Afraid of interrupting the treatment, they too bit their lips, pulling their teary-eyed younger siblings into their arms. As time passed, the incantations on Tanjiro's skin contracted smaller and faster, centering on the nape beneath Kaito's palm. His body trembled even more violently, drenched in sweat like rain, and muffled grunts of pain escaped his lips despite his efforts. It's almost done. Kaito reminded him again, and suddenly, a brilliant light flared beneath his palm. There. As the glow faded, he withdrew his hand. Tanjiro's body swayed, and Ki rushed forward to steady him. At this moment, the incantations that had once covered his upper body had completely vanished, and the mark on his forehead had closed as well. Only a pentagram pattern remained etched on his nape. Chapter 431, 431. Mountain Top Formation. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, KD 2001, Merp, Jose Carrillo, Derek M., Joseph, Jose Sierra, S. Pablo S., Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kozlowski, Wilver, Matthew Moritz. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The part 1 can handle is now complete. Kaito put away the writing brush and ink from the small table, turning to look behind him. Shinobu-san, could you check Mr. Kamado's condition again now? Of course. Shinobu stepped to the bedside. At this point, Tanjiro had been wiped dry of sweat by Ki, helped back into his clothes, laid down, and tucked under the covers. I'll start with a check using traditional Campo medicine methods. Shinobu extended her hand to take Tanjiro's pulse. Ki and the children immediately fixed expectant gazes on her. After all, Kaito's treatment methods were unheard of, and they hadn't fully grasped his theoretical explanation, leaving a lingering unease in their hearts. After a long while, Shinobu released her hand. No need to worry, she smiled gently at Ki. Just as Uchiha-san said, Mr. Kamado's body has stopped its further decline. A thorough check with Western medical instruments afterward will put us completely at ease. Thank you all, thank you. Ki couldn't hold back, covering her mouth as joyful tears streamed down her face, bowing repeatedly in gratitude to everyone. Shinobu quickly stood to support her. The Kamado children could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward to cluster around the sickbed. Then, for Mr. Kamado's ongoing recuperation, I'll leave it to you, Kane-san and Shinobu-san, Kaito said. No problem, Kane replied with a smile. We'll take it from here. I'll do my best to help too, Shinobu promised solemnly. For now, let's let Mr. Kamado get some proper rest, Kagaya said to the group. We'll take our leave first. In the end, aside from Shinobu who stayed to attend, everyone else bid farewell to the Kamado family and gathered in the front courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. It seems my earlier assumptions were spot on, everyone can now activate their marks with peace of mind, Kaito said with a smile to the group. Yuzui raised his robust arm. Then please hurry and activate marks for us all. I never turned down the chance to become even more flamboyant. Ha ha ha. Rengoku laughed heartily. Looks like we'll have even more confidence against Musenkibutsuji and the other demons from here on out. But in the end, how exactly do you activate marks? According to what you said, Mr. Kamado's were innate, right? Kane asked curiously. I would think. Kagaya speculated, it's by accelerating the rate at which natural energy erodes the swordsmen's bodies, pushing them to the critical point. Exactly. Then please follow me, everyone. Kaito nodded with a smile, leading the way out of the Butterfly Mansion. I've prepared everything in advance. The others followed him curiously out of the mansion and into the mountain forest. Kagaya's wheelchair was carried between the bulliest members, Jyomi and Yuzui. Kaito guided the group through the ancient, towering woods, steadily ascending until, at dusk, they reached the mountaintop. It's been a while since I've seen such a brilliant vista. Kagaya sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the crimson sunset clouds in the distance. Master. Once we completely eradicate Musenkibutsuji, you'll have all the time in the world to see even more sights. Sanemi spoke up immediately. This guy never misses an opportunity. Everyone shot him a speechless glance. So, Uchiha-san, what have you prepared here? Kagaya smiled at Kaito. Swordsman, please stand right here. Kaito stepped forward, pushing his wheelchair down from the peak until they passed a large tree, where he stopped. With the current lack of sufficiently spiritual materials, I've had to improvise by using the natural terrain to set up a formation. He looked at the swordsman still standing in place and smiled warmly. Luckily, it seems my luck held out, I found just the right spot. Releasing the wheelchair's armrests, he began forming hand seals. The natural energy in the mountains is already denser than in populated areas. With the formation added, a few hours of training inside should be enough to activate everyone's marks. As his hand seals shifted, the 5 great trees encircling the mountaintop suddenly lit up with distinct blood-written incantations, while sheets of talisman paper emerged on their trunks. Subsequently, Kaito spread his arms wide, and 2 Shimenawa ropes adorned with talismans shot forth from his left and right sleeves, swiftly wrapping around the trunks of the trees to either side. The Shimenawa ropes from his sleeves seemed endless, rapidly extending to coil around the next trees in sequence. The ropes crisscrossed and wove through the air, and in an instant, they connected all 5 great trees around the mountaintop. Finally, they detached from Kaito's sleeves, automatically forming a massive pentagram pattern. Everything ready? Kaito smiled, forming hand seals once more. As his seals changed rapidly, the talismans surrounding the swordsman ignited one by one in succession. Finally, when all the talismans blazed to life, the ground erupted in a brilliant, intricate array of formation lines. The wind's picking up. Sanemi felt the air around them suddenly accelerate. Get ready, the concentration of natural energy in the formation is about to intensify. Kaito called out a warning, his hand seals coming to a halt. In that instant, spiritual light blazed around him, his hair and robes billowing in the rising wind. At the same time, every talisman, incantation, and formation line within glowed with radiant intensity. The airflow in the formation quickened, soon coalescing into a swirling vortex. The swordsmen immediately lowered their stances to steady themselves. Before long, all the lights gradually dimmed, and the storm subsided. The swordsman keenly sensed the subtle shift in the surrounding air. Kaito walked to the edge of the formation and addressed the disheveled Hashira inside. From here on, as long as you enter a meditative state within the formation and maintain constant full-focus breathing, you should be able to activate your marks after a few hours. The swordsman nodded and sat cross-legged on the spot to begin. Kaito's voice reached their ears once more. Rest assured, as soon as someone activates their marks, I'll move them out of the formation. With that, he refrained from disturbing their focus and retreated to Kagaya's side. Thank you for going to such lengths for everyone, Kagaya thanked him again. You've thanked me too many times already, Abuyashiki-sama. Kaito waved it off, turning to him with a smile. Our goals align, so let's save the thanks for after we've thoroughly dealt with Muzan. Chapter 432, 432. The Lock of Marks. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Joseph, Jose Sierra, S. Pablo S., Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Many E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Time passed, and the sunset gradually faded into silence. When a crescent moon slowly rose from behind the distant mountain peaks, changes finally began to stir among the Hashira-level swordsmen. Sanemi Shinazugawa. Perhaps due to his cultivation of wind breathing, which resonated with the current environment, Kaito could clearly sense natural energy accelerating into his body. Soon after, the surging natural energy formed a small whirlwind around his body. It's starting already. Kaito approached the edge of the formation once more. At this moment, the whirlwind around Sanemi spun faster and faster, dissipating abruptly after breaching a certain threshold. And on the right side of this wind Hashira's face, a pinwheel-shaped pattern slowly emerged. Kaito formed hand seals. Bind. In the next second, several chains of spiritual energy erupted from beneath Sanemi's feet, binding his body before flinging him out of the formation. So this is a mark. Sanemi opened his eyes in midair, clenched his fist, and flipped to land steadily. He turned to Kaito and Kagaya, grinning ferociously in delight. My strength has definitely surged. Best to deactivate the full activation state for now, Shinazugawa-san, Kaito reminded him. Marks constantly consume your life force, after all. I don't care about that. Sanemi dismissed it carelessly, leaping back a distance before drawing his Nichiren sword. A massive cyan blade flash streaked through the air, and several large trees were instantly severed cleanly at the base, creaking as they toppled in unison. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust storm. With a loud shout, his body leaped upward, unleashing several intersecting cyan blade arcs that sliced the falling trees into neat wooden blocks. On the other side, Kaito turned to Kagaya with a helpless expression. Sanemi, come back. Kagaya smiled apologetically, calling out to halt the wind Hashira's sword-testing antics. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sanemi accelerated from the descending wooden blocks to stand before Kagaya. Master. The mark on his face had already faded, and he stood obediently in front of Kagaya. Come, let me add the lock to your mark, Shinazugawa-san. Kaito's voice came from behind him. Kagaya nodded, and Sanemi immediately turned to begin undressing. No need. Kaito couldn't help but chuckle wryly, reaching out to stop his overly eager action. Mr. Kamado's body was far too frail, so I used the gradual method on him. For you all, it's unnecessary. He stepped behind Sanemi, raising his palm aglow with spiritual light, and struck the nape of his neck. It'll just hurt a bit more than what I used on Mr. Kamado. Spiritual energy surged from his palm, swiftly forming all sorts of peculiar incantations that blanketed Sanemi's skin in an instant. The less hassle, the better, suits me fine. Sanemi grinned ferociously again. Pain's nothing. Then we'll begin. Kaito gave a heads up, and the incantations covering Sanemi's body immediately began to contract. Sanemi's body stiffened instantly, his pupils contracting as he clamped his jaw shut tight. It hurts, doesn't it? Hold on, Shinazugawa-san. Kaito's gentle voice came from behind him. Sweat the size of beans slid down Sanemi's forehead, yet he bit down hard without a sound. At this point, Kaito sensed movement in the formation once more. Natural energy around Jyomi Himejima began to flow faster. Himejima-san is about to activate his mark, Kaito said. So we'll have to speed this up for you, Shinazugawa-san. Bring it. Sanemi's voice squeezed through gritted teeth. Brilliant spiritual light flared beneath Kaito's palm, countless incantations rapidly retracting into it. When he finally released his hand, Sanemi was drenched in sweat, gasping heavily and swaying before barely steadying himself. At this moment, his mind was a blank slate, fixated on one repeating question. This is just a bit more painful. Kaito, however, had already moved on, employing the same technique to drag the stone Hashira out of the formation and serve him the doubled pain package. Soon, Jyomi followed in Sanemi's footsteps, his clothes soaked through with sweat, trembling hands pressed together as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Next came the flame Hashira, Kyajuro Rengoku, fresh out of the oven. After him were the water Hashira, Jutomioka, the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, and the serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro. Finally, the flower Hashira, Kane Kocho. By the time the moon reached its zenith, every current Hashira-level swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps had activated their marks, and Kaito had fitted each with a lock of marks. There, all done. Kaito looked at Kane Kocho, the last to emerge from the pain and still catching her breath, smiling as he spoke. His gaze then swept over the group. Once Mr. Kamado's body recovers a bit more, he can guide everyone into the next phase, training for Transparent World. Speaking of which, us Hashira still have to train the lower ranks too. Sanemi, now recovered, leaned against a tree. Is there enough time? Time. We'll squeeze it in somehow, Kaito smiled at him. Fine then. Hope those two knuckleheads step up, don't want to waste my training time. Sanemi flashed a terrifying grin, making it all too clear just how brutal his sessions would be. Master, Uchiha-san. Rengoku stepped forward. By the way, I recently took on a Tsuguko, a very talented girl. Could I trouble you, Uchiha-san, to activate her mark as well? Is it Mitsuri Kenroji? Kagaya recited effortlessly, as always with his members' details. Indeed, a remarkably gifted child. Abanai suddenly spoke up. Are you sure your Tsuguko's strength has reached the level for mark activation, Rengoku? Pushing someone prematurely onto a battlefield they can't handle will only harm everyone in the end. Ah, I'm certain. Rengoku proudly thrust up his thumb, declaring loudly. That girl derived her own new breathing style from flame breathing, called love breathing. I've judged her capable of taking on lower moons. The real genius is on my side, Sanemi interjected competitively. Michiro Takito, the youngest from the Takito family, the kid wouldn't give up, so he begged me to introduce him to my old trainer. He ended up inheriting a derivative branch of wind breathing, mist breathing. Word is, he mastered all the forms in just a few days. That child. Kaito shook his head. He's only 10. Too young, let him keep studying peacefully for now. Exactly. More power is never a bad thing, but kids are off limits. Rengoku boomed. I wasn't suggesting dragging kids into battle. I just wanted you to know what a real genius looks like. Sanemi grinned at Rengoku in a way that seemed anything but well-intentioned. Chapter 433, 433. Journey to the Swordsmith Village. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Joseph, Jose Sierra, S. Pablo S., Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Many E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The next morning, Kaito left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Led by a member of the Hidden Corps, he set out for another secretive branch of the Corps, the Swordsmith Village. Listen, Gotokuin, this really isn't necessary. Even with my eyes covered, I can still see my surroundings perfectly. At this moment, Kaito was blindfolded, carried on the back of a young Hidden Corps member named Goto, traversing a concealed mountain path. "You Uchiha-san." Goto's body stiffened, his voice sounding on the verge of tears. "Even though you're someone Master trusts, this is a Demon Slayer Corps rule, I have no choice. Even the Hashira have to enter and leave the swordsmith village this way." All right, have it your way," Kaito said lazily. "If I don't have to walk myself, I've got no complaints." "Yes, sir." Goto's voice immediately brightened, and he picked up his pace. "Speaking of which, you really don't weigh anything, haha." His awkward laughter echoed in the wind. For the rest of the journey, several Hidden Corps members took turns carrying Kaito, relaying him forward in segments. It seemed even the Hidden Corps members didn't know the exact route to the swordsmith village and relied on Kasugai crows to guide them from ahead. "Have we arrived?" When Kaito was finally set down, it was already afternoon. "Yes, Uchiha-san, we've reached the swordsmith village." The Hidden Corps member spoke briefly before swiftly retreating. Kaito removed his blindfold and looked at the figure waiting at the village entrance. "Hello." The man, wearing a rather comical Hayatoko mask, hurried over to Kaito. "Are you Uchiha-san?" "I'm Haganazuka Hataru, sent by the village chief to receive you." "Then I'll trouble you, Haganazuka-san." "Please lead me to meet the village chief," Kaito said with a smile, nodding. "Right this way, please." Haganazuka turned and guided Kaito into the village. As Kaito walked through the swordsmith village, he heard the clanging of forging hammers and sensed the intense aura of fire and metal permeating the surroundings. "Kotetsu. Watch where you're going." Ahead, Haganazuka used his hand to stop a child who nearly collided with him. "Sorry." The child, called Kotetsu, shouted perfunctorily before darting off. "You little brat, still messing with that broken doll. It's about time you gave up and focused on learning to forge." Haganazuka called after the child's retreating figure. "Nonsense." Kotetsu spun around and shouted back. "Yoriichi Type 0 isn't broken. It's a treasure left by our ancestors." "But it's already broken, isn't it? The techniques for crafting dolls like that were lost long ago." "Stop wasting your time," Haganazuka advised earnestly. "Humph. I'll definitely fix Yoriichi Type 0. Kotetsu yelled before running off again without looking back. "TCH, that kid." Haganazuka grumbled in annoyance, then caught sight of Kaito smiling at the side. "Sorry, that was rude, terribly rude." Snapping back to attention, he bowed in apology. "No worries," Kaito waved it off with a cheerful smile. "By the way, what's this Yoriichi Type 0 the kid mentioned?" "Oh, that. Are you interested in that antique doll?" Haganazuka asked. It was crafted by Kotetsu's ancestors during the Warring States period, modeled after a powerful swordsman. Apparently, the doll could perfectly mimic that swordsman's techniques and was a rare tool for training swordsmen. Unfortunately, it's long been broken, and only Kotetsu is still obsessed with fixing it. No one else can help much. He then explained. "I see," Kaito nodded. "Thanks for explaining." "You're welcome. This way, please, the chief is waiting." Haganazuka resumed leading the way. "A doll crafted based on Yoriichi Tsujikuni?" Kaito mused. "Interesting. It might just come in handy." The village chief of the swordsmith village was a diminutive old man, also wearing a comical Hayatoko mask. "Honored guest, welcome to the swordsmith village. I am the chief here, Tekken Tekikawara," the chief said from inside the house, welcoming Kaito. "Thank you for having me, chief." Kaito knelt on a cushion nearby, politely bowing slightly to the elderly chief. Such a courteous young man. "Care for some candy?" The chief suddenly offered a plate of Corinto. "What are you doing, chief?" Haganazuka, standing by, felt his face twist beneath his mask. "Don't just offer candy because he looks young. Didn't Master's letter say it? This guy's an ancient relic from the Heian period. Don't forget that so casually." Unfortunately, his silent outcry didn't reach the chief. The old man continued to shakily offer the candy to Kaito. "Thank you." Kaito smiled and accepted the candy, setting it before him. "As for the purpose of my visit, I assume Obuyashiki-sama has already informed you, chief," he said, getting to the matter at hand. "Ah, yes, I know." The chief nodded. The Nichiren blades of fallen Demon Slayer Corps members through the ages are enshrined in the shrine within the village's mountains. "May I ask, what do you intend to do with those blades?" Haganazuka asked hesitantly. "Since Master has ordered it, we'll hand them over. But those blades are relics forged by generations of swordsmith village craftsmen and nurtured by Demon Slayer swordsmen. Out of personal attachment, I hope you can clarify." "No problem. After all, those Nichiren blades are under the swordsmith village's care." "I'll explain clearly," Kaito said good-naturedly. Are you aware that, per the plan Ubuyashiki-sama and I have devised, the final battle with Musenkibutsuji is likely not far off? The chief nodded. Though I'm not privy to the specifics, Master did send a heads-up to the swordsmith village. My role is that of an onmyoji, Kaito said with a smile. In the battle against Musenkibutsuji, my primary task is to set up a formation barrier to trap him completely. I've heard vague rumors of your feats, but is that really true? Haganazuka couldn't help but ask. Facing the skepticism, Kaito smiled unfazed. I doubt I'd be able to deceive Ubuyashiki-sama. He turned back to the chief and continued, with the decline of mysticism in the world today, I lack sufficiently spiritual materials. So I came up with the idea of using the Nichiren blades, imbued with the lingering will of countless fallen Demon Slayer Corps members, to construct a barrier to trap Musen. In this way, he said solemnly, it's like letting those blades fulfill their late owner's unfinished wishes. Chapter 434, 434. Yoriichi Type 0. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shahzam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Nocturnal, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The diminutive village chief, small as a child, knelt on a soft cushion, listening attentively to Kaito's explanation. I agree, he said, turning to Haganazuka. Since Master has approved Uchiha-san's plan, I have no objections. Let those swords fulfill their master's final wishes, it may be their best fate. After hearing Uchiha-san's reasons, I have no objections either, Haganazuka responded. Then, please escort Uchiha-san to the shrine, the chief instructed. Yes, sir. Haganazuka bowed slightly and stood up. Please follow me. I'll take my leave for now, then, Kaito said, nodding to the chief before following Haganazuka out of the chief's residence, heading toward the mountains behind the swordsmith village. In a forest of ancient, towering trees. Haganazuka-san, does the swordsmith village also have a shrine? Kaito asked curiously. Ah, it was originally built to enshrine the swords left behind by fallen swordsmen, Haganazuka explained. Though it's called a shrine, there's no deity enshrined there. I see, Kaito nodded, suddenly turning his head toward another direction in the forest. That's that kid called Kotetsu, right? That's him. Probably messing with that broken doll again, Haganazuka replied, seeming puzzled as to how Kaito could sense Kotetsu from so far away. He couldn't help but glance back curiously a few times. Let's take a look, Kaito said with a smile, changing direction. Ah. Uchiha-san. Haganazuka hurried to keep up, asking, may I ask what business you have with Kotetsu? I found a Nichiren blade that could serve as the keystone to anchor a barrier formation, Kaito answered with interest. Haganazuka, confused, asked, a Nichiren blade? One of the 6 blades held by Yoriichi Type 0. No, that blade is hidden inside the doll's body, Kaito said, quickening his pace. Uchiha-san, wait for me. Haganazuka, intrigued by the mention of a hidden Nichiren blade, eagerly followed. How can I fully restore you? Kotetsu sat on the ground, looking up at the tall doll with 6 arms and a damaged face. Even though it can still fight, its movements aren't as fluid as recorded in our family books. Its combat ability is greatly diminished. Ugh, he sighed, propping his face in his hands. Why don't I have the incredible talent of my ancestors? Not only do I know nothing about doll mechanics, but I can't even master basic forging. You're failing at forging because you keep getting distracted by that doll. Haganazuka's voice suddenly rang out, startling Kotetsu. So it really is a doll modeled after Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Kaito observed the tall doll with keen interest. Wah. Kotetsu spun around, furiously pointing at Haganazuka. Uncle Haganazuka. Scaring people like that is so rude. Cheeky brat, Haganazuka stepped forward and rapped Kotetsu on the head. There's an honored guest here, so behave yourself. Humph. What guest? More important than the Hashira. Kotetsu glared at Kaito behind Haganazuka. He doesn't even look like a strong swordsman, just some noble young master. Doesn't seem like much. I'm indeed not a swordsman, Kaito said, smiling as he stepped forward and bent down to meet Kotetsu's eyes behind his mask. Young man, are you struggling with maintaining this doll? How about we make a deal? Humph, let's hear it. What kind of deal? Kotetsu tilted his head defiantly, meeting his gaze without backing down. I'd like to trade the detailed schematics of the doll's structure for the Nichiren blade hidden inside its body, Kaito said earnestly. What do you think? What? Kotetsu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't process Kaito's words. Kaito nodded affirmatively. Don't talk big. Kotetsu snapped back to his senses. This is a treasure left by my ancestors. How could you know its structure? And there's no way a Nichiren blade is hidden inside. Then watch closely, Kaito said with a wink, swiftly moving to stand before the doll. What are you doing? Kotetsu spun around, only to see Kaito place his right hand on Yoriichi Type 0's forehead. Kaito glanced back with another smile, and a brilliant spiritual light flared from his hand, blue radiance instantly enveloping the doll's body. Wah, what's that? Is that a blood demon art? Kotetsu's eyes widened as he drew a short blade from his side, shouting at Haganazuka. Uncle Haganazuka. Look what you've done. You brought a demon into the swordsmith village. The chief won't let you off. Quiet. Haganazuka's ears nearly split from the noise, and he promptly wrapped Kotetsu's head again. Look closely, you little punk, Uchiha-san isn't avoiding sunlight. Huh. Kotetsu focused and saw that, indeed, golden rays of sunlight filtered through the layered branches, falling on the white-robed youth. What's going on? The boy was utterly shocked, his eyes behind the mask growing even wider. Watch carefully, young man, Kaito said again, extending his left hand. In an instant, translucent blue spiritual energy poured from his left palm, forming the outline of a six-armed humanoid figure. It's Yoriichi Type 0. Kotetsu recognized it immediately. Then, intricate mechanical parts rapidly filled the translucent figure's interior, quickly occupying the entire structure. Within the figure's torso, a slightly damaged Nichiren blade was clearly visible. This is... Kotetsu's eyes gleamed as he rushed closer, staring in fascination at the translucent spiritual model of the doll, unwilling to even blink. Well, young man. Kaito looked down at him. Kotetsu remained engrossed, not hearing or responding. Kaito smiled and withdrew his left hand. The vision before Kotetsu vanished, and he immediately looked up, his eyes sparkling as he stared at Kaito. Sir. Deal. Kaito asked with a smile. Deal. Kotetsu answered decisively. Good, Kaito pulled a blank scroll from his sleeve, unfurled it, and pressed his left hand onto the paper. Detailed schematics of the doll's mechanisms from various angles instantly appeared on the scroll. That's amazing. Kotetsu shouted in excitement. Then, here's my part of the deal, young man, Kaito said, handing the scroll to Kotetsu. Thank you. Kotetsu eagerly took it, clutching it to his chest. Now, young man, for your part, will you retrieve it yourself, or shall I do it for you? Kaito asked. Huh. Kotetsu turned to look at Yoriichi Type 0, dumbfounded. Do we have to take it apart? With the schematics, you can reassemble it, can't you? Kaito continued to smile gently. In that moment, to Kotetsu, his smile seemed positively devilish. Chapter 435, 435. The blade hidden in the doll. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezluski, Wilver, Archer, Meni EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the end, Kaito's devilish hand once again pressed against Yoriichi Type 0's forehead. A flash of spiritual light. With a series of clattering sounds, the doll disassembled completely into a pile of parts. Ignoring the utterly stunned Kotetsu, Kaito bent down and retrieved the Nichiren blade previously hidden inside the doll's body. Is this the blade? Haganazuka immediately leaned in, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the blade in Kaito's hands. Uchiha-san, is there something special about this blade? Kaito gripped the worn hilt and drew the blade from its sheath. There's nothing particularly special about it. This blade hasn't even been wielded by a swordsman to slay demons, Kaito said. However. The tsuba is broken, and the blade is rusted, Haganazuka noted with a tone of regret. Perhaps I could help polish it, he suggested. No need. Though as a sword it's no longer suitable, Kaito slid the blade back into its sheath. As a ritual tool, it's a rare masterpiece. A ritual tool? Haganazuka asked, puzzled. Like the blades enshrined in the shrine. But you said this one was never used. Indeed, but this blade is still special. Kaito turned to head back the way they came. Oh, right, young man. He glanced back at Kotetsu, still staring blankly at the pile of parts, and waved. Work hard, young man. The day you manage to reassemble the doll according to my schematics will be the day you've truly achieved something. Kotetsu slowly turned to look at him. Keep it up. Kaito waved again, walking off without looking back. Wah. Behind him, Kotetsu's wails of despair echoed. Is he okay? Haganazuka caught up to Kaito's steps, still glancing back worriedly at Kotetsu, now collapsed on the ground sobbing. He'll be fine. Since he agreed to my deal, he can't back out now. Besides, that's how young boys grow, Kaito said, his smile still gentle, though his words left Haganazuka unsure how to respond. This guy. Isn't he just blatantly bullying a kid? Right. Right. Leaving Kotetsu's cries behind, the two passed through the forest and arrived at a secluded valley. Nestled within the valley was a somewhat simple shrine. Though the shrine's architecture was plain, it occupied a considerable area. They ascended the steps, passing through several simple torii gates made of raw wood, and entered the main hall of the shrine. As Kaito stepped inside, a sharp aura mixed with countless conflicting energies hit him. It seems you've maintained these remaining Nichiren blades quite well. Though they haven't been drawn in ages, their aura hasn't fully faded, Kaito remarked, observing the racks of blades lining 3 entire walls. The blades, though sheathed, each emitted a faint trace of sharpness. Together, they imbued the hall with a somber, killing atmosphere. Haganazuka spoke with pride, these are not only the works of our swordsmith village predecessors but also the relics of countless fallen demon slayer corps swordsmen. It's our duty to preserve them as part of history. There are many ancient Nichiren blades here, Kaito took a deep breath. If the environment allowed, some of these blades might have already birthed Tsukumagami. Ha ha ha, that's just a legend, right? Haganazuka looked at Kaito uncertainly. A legend. You could say that, Kaito said as he strolled through the hall, examining the densely packed Nichiren blades on the walls. Since the Heian period, so-called yokai have become exceedingly rare. Why yeah. Haganazuka suddenly pointed at the blade Kaito had taken from the doll. See, could it be, that blade? No, you're overthinking it, Haganazuka-san, Kaito said helplessly. Though legends say a Tsukumagami can form after a century of disuse, and this blade is over 300 years old, times have changed. Regrettably, it hasn't birthed a Tsukumagami. Then what makes this blade special? Haganazuka pressed, unwilling to let it go. As a swordsmith, witnessing a blade that had birthed a Tsukumagami would be the ultimate stroke of luck. Stars sparkled in his eyes behind the mask. That guy Tetsuzuka would cry with envy. Haganazuka-san, I'm not lying, Kaito emphasized with a helpless tone. This blade's uniqueness lies elsewhere. Haganazuka nodded perfunctorily, his eyes still fixed on the worn Nichiren blade in Kaito's hand. I get it, on my Oji, yokai, gotta keep it mysterious, right? His imagination ran wild. If I touch that sword, will the Tsukumagami come out and chop me? Seeing that Haganazuka clearly didn't believe him, Kaito gave up explaining. Fine, let him think what he wants. And so, Kaito soon regretted it. After confirming the enshrined Nichiren blades could be used for the formation, he returned to the swordsmith village with Haganazuka to await transport back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters the next day. As for moving the blades, that task was left to the swordsmiths and the Hidden Corps working together. Kaito had initially planned to simply stuff all the blades into a spatial talisman for easy transport, but this was met with opposition. The blades couldn't just be taken from the shrine like that. Haganazuka had insisted. In the end, Kaito relented to the swordsmith's sense of ceremony. But what he hadn't expected was that, within just an hour of returning to the village, his resting quarters were surrounded by a throng of swordsmiths. All of them stared intently at him, or rather, at the Nichiren blade in his hands. The blade hidden in the doll, a Nichiren blade that birthed a Tsukumagami, such rumors had spread like wildfire among the swordsmiths. I've already said there's no Tsukumagami, Kaito said helplessly, looking at Haganazuka in the crowd. Ha ha ha. Haganazuka laughed awkwardly, apologizing. Sorry, I told them that, but it seems they don't believe me. Could you sound any less convincing? You're the one who spread the rumor, aren't you? Kaito shot him a sidelong glance. From the crowd, another swordsmith, also wearing a Hayatoko mask and with a robust build, rushed forward. His eyes burned as he stared at the blade in Kaito's hand, practically snorting with excitement. Let me see that blade. He reached out, trying to snatch it outright. Chapter 436, 436. Return to headquarters. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Faced with the sudden assault from the eccentric swordsmith, Kaito deftly sidestepped with graceful footwork. He lightly leaped, landing on the rooftop, looking down at the swordsmiths below. Hataru-san. Haganazuka had already grabbed the impulsive swordsmith from behind, but despite his efforts, he was dragged forward by the man's superior strength. So, he switched tactics, furiously tickling the swordsmith's armpits. Ha 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 ha. The swordsmith burst into uncontrollable laughter. I know your weak spot all too well, Hataru. Haganazuka declared triumphantly. Kaito looked down at the farce unfolding below, the corner of his mouth twitching. The chief is here. Lord Tekikawara is here. At that moment, someone shouted, and the crowd automatically parted to form a path. The swordsmith village chief, Tekikawara Tekken, whose height was less than half that of an average person, strode through the crowd. Despite his small stature, the chief commanded immense respect among the swordsmiths, and the group instantly fell silent. Except for Hataru, you brat, stop it, the chief barked at the swordsmith still being tickled. The swordsmith froze, his laughter ceasing. Haganazuka withdrew his tickling hands. My apologies, Uchiha-san, the chief said, looking up at Kaito on the rooftop. This kid is just too obsessed with blades and isn't great with people. Please forgive him. No matter, Kaito said with a wry smile. He hadn't expected that his reluctance to explain would cause such trouble. But let me state clearly, he said, raising the blade in his hand and speaking loudly, the most special thing about this Nichiren blade is simply the person who imbued it with its color. Before the swordsmiths could ask, he provided the answer himself, the swordsman who used the original breathing technique, sun breathing, during the Warring States period, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The swordsmiths were stunned by his words. I see. That swordsman must be the model for Yoriichi Type 0, the chief mused. Sun breathing, the legendary technique most effective against demons, sadly, it's been lost. Not quite, chief, Kaito said with a smile. The Demon Slayer Corps has found a successor to sun breathing. In time, that person will likely request the swordsmith village to forge a Nichiren blade for them. The chief's eyes behind his mask gleamed with excitement, and he raised his voice. Is that true? Looks like this old man needs to start preparing. What? Chief, you're going to forge it yourself? That's too sneaky, Lord Tekken. I want to forge a Nichiren blade for the original breathing too. The swordsmiths erupted into a clamor of voices. Leave it to me. Hataru rushed forward again, flexing his muscular arms at the chief. Armpit assault. Haganazuka followed close behind, launching a surprise tickle attack. Ha 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 ha. Hataru doubled over, trembling with laughter. Kaito simply sat on the rooftop, watching the chaos with deadpan eyes. Feeling they had lost face in front of their guest, the chief finally shooed all the swordsmiths away. Kaito hopped down from the rooftop, ushered the chief inside, and the two sat down for a private conversation. This was truly embarrassing. My deepest apologies for disturbing your rest, Uchiha-san, the chief apologized again. You're too kind. It's my fault for not explaining clearly, Kaito replied graciously. Speaking of that blade. The chief's gaze drifted to the Nichiren blade taken from the doll's body. Is it truly special just because it was colored by that swordsman's sun breathing? He still seemed puzzled. Of course, it's not that simple, Kaito said with a smile. I can see that this Nichiren blade, over 300 years old, has been hidden inside the doll all this time, enduring countless battles between Demon Slayer swordsmen and the doll. Rather than the blade itself, it's the memories of those swordsmen that make it precious. Memories, the chief asked curiously. Even objects, in the eyes of ordinary people, can retain memories from their interactions with humans, Kaito said, his eyes lowering as he ran his hand over the worn sheath. In his downcast eyes, light and shadow flickered, as if countless fleeting images of Yoriichi Type 0 and various swordsmen flashed by in an instant. But ordinary people can't see them, he sighed softly. I see, the chief nodded with a knowing smile, though it wasn't clear if he fully understood. Then I'll take my leave. Please rest well. With that, he exited the room. Kaito watched the chief leave, his gaze returning to the old blade in his hand. While it generally meets the conditions, it's still a weapon that hasn't tasted blood, so it's not complete, he said, standing up. The moment it's stained with demon blood, its awakening will be complete. The next day, Kaito left the swordsmith village, accompanied by Haganazuka. Ah, the hidden core is already waiting. I'll see you off here, Uchiha-san, Haganazuka said, bowing. Sorry for the trouble yesterday. And please rest assured, we'll arrange to transport the enshrined Nichiren blades to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters as soon as possible. Then I'll leave it to you. I hope our next meeting is after the demons are completely eradicated, Kaito said, bidding him farewell. Once again blindfolded, he was carried by hidden Corps members, relayed through several exchanges, and returned to the vicinity of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. You're back, Uchiha-san. Near the butterfly mansion, Rengoku's voice boomed from afar as he waved enthusiastically. Beside him stood a girl with somewhat revealing clothing and an unusual hair color. Hello, Rengoku-san, Kaito said, approaching the pair with a smile and a nod. This is the Tsuguko I mentioned, Mitsuri Kenroji. Rengoku introduced the girl loudly. Hello, I'm Uchiha Kaito, he said, giving the girl a gentle smile. Why you? Hello, Kaito-san. I am Mitsuri Kenroji. Please take care of me. Mitsuri, visibly nervous, gave a deep bow, her 3 fluffy braids swinging wildly. No need to be nervous, Kaito said, a flash of spiritual light passing through his eyes as he assessed her strength. That muscle density, truly exceptional talent. With that in mind, he said decisively, since your master, Rengoku-san, has already vouched for you, I won't object. I'll help you activate your mark later. Thank you. Rengoku shouted his thanks first. Kaito smiled again, bid farewell to the master and apprentice, and headed toward the main residence of the headquarters. T/N, use this code RAVEN for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Chapter 437, 437. Butterfly Mansion Training. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Welcome back, Uchiha-san. As Kaito stepped through the gates of the main residence, Kagaya Ubuyashiki was seated in his wheelchair, gazing at the wisteria flowers in the courtyard, accompanied only by his wife, Lady Amain. Turning to see Kaito enter the courtyard, a gentle smile spread across his face. How was it? Are you satisfied with the condition of the Nichiren blades preserved in the swordsmith village? He asked with a smile. Not bad. Aside from those damaged in battle, they're mostly well preserved. Kaito raised the old blade in his hand. And I even acquired this special find. He recounted the details of his trip to Ubuyashiki. I didn't expect that doll to hide such a story, Ubuyashiki said, glancing at the old blade with interest. But with the demons currently restrained under Musenkibutsuji's command, awakening this blade's spirit might not be easy. Kaito shook his head, smiling. That's not an issue. If I deliberately search, I can easily track down a demon. Worst case, I can seek assistance from the underworld. It's good that you already have a plan, Ubuyashiki nodded. Let's set the matter of this blade aside for now. Kaito's gaze shifted to Lady Amain, who stood quietly behind Ubuyashiki. I'll need some other materials, and Lady Amain might be the only one who can help. Please go ahead and tell me. If I can assist, that would be wonderful, Lady Amain said with a gentle smile. Kaito asked, as far as I know, you come from a family of shrine priests. Do you have any connections with the ISE Grand Shrine? Lady Amain showed only a fleeting moment of surprise before nodding lightly without asking further questions. As long as it's not too difficult, my family should have some influence. It's not too complicated, Kaito said. I need some wood that has been sanctified near the shrine. I understand, Lady Amain replied. I'll arrange for it to be sent as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Kaito said with a smile, expressing his gratitude. No, you're the one helping us, Lady Amain said politely, giving a slight bow. Then it's settled. I'll head to the Butterfly Mansion to check on Mr. Kamado. Kaito waved to the couple and left directly. The Butterfly Mansion. When Kaito stepped into the courtyard, he found it completely empty, with not a single person in sight. Just as he was about to extend his senses, a burst of cheers came from the direction of the training hall. He smiled and walked over, stopping at the entrance of the training hall. Inside, several Hashira were gathered, seated on the floor along the sides. In the center of the room, 2 figures wielding wooden swords were engaged in a fierce duel. It was Jutomioka and Tanjiro Kamado. Kaito watched the duel with interest. Though the fight appeared intense, in his eyes, it was clear that the friendlier Tanjiro held the upper hand. Even when Ju unleashed his original technique, water breathing's 11th form, dead calm, he could only barely keep up. Kaito understood, this was the power of the transparent world, akin to combining the Byakugan's X-ray vision with the Sharingan's insight. Though he wasn't a martial artist, he could achieve the same through his superior spiritual energy. Snap. Tanjiro deftly wielded his wooden sword, skillfully disarming Ju and leaving him wide open. The tip of Tanjiro's sword then lightly touched Ju's throat. I lose, Ju said, maintaining his usual stoic expression, conceding cleanly. Tanjiro gave a gentle smile and withdrew his wooden sword. Thank you for the lesson. Ju bowed and silently stepped back. Tanjiro Kamado, about to say something, was left slightly awkward by Ju's abrupt retreat. Dad won. Awesome, Dad won again. Dad's the best. The Kamado family's 3 boys, varying in size, cheered loudly, breaking their father's awkward moment. You really are strong, Mr. Kamado. Rengoku, kneeling on the floor nearby, said with wide, round eyes, his voice booming. No wonder it's the transparent world. He gripped his ever-present Nichiren blade tightly. I've made up my mind. He bowed deeply with a loud declaration. Please guide me. No problem, Tanjiro replied warmly. Everyone here is fighting to eliminate man-eating demons. Ever since I learned about this, I've wanted to help, but my frail body held me back. He suddenly turned toward the training hall's entrance and bowed deeply. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person, Uchiha-san. Thank you for your help. He raised his head, his Hanafuda earrings swaying gently. To notice me so easily. As expected of you, Mr. Kamado, Kaito said, smiling as he stepped into the training hall. It's really Uchiha-san. Tanjiro, sitting in the corner with his 2 younger brothers, looked at the white-robed youth entering silently with awe. Feeling the warmth in their gazes, Kaito turned and smiled at the 3 boys. You're still way above from my level. After all, it seems you've been standing there for a while, Tanjiro said humbly, still in the center of the training hall. Even the transparent world wouldn't help if the target's a ghost, Sanemi, leaning against the wall, muttered under his breath. How rude, Shinazugawa-san, Kaito said, his sharp ears catching the comment as he turned to the hot-tempered Wind Hashira. TCH. Sanemi met Kaito's gaze for a second before looking away. Kaito's smile widened as he glanced at the other Hashira. I came to check on Mr. Kamado's condition, he said. It looks like you're recovering well. Good. The spiritual energy he'd left in Tanjiro's body hadn't gone to waste. I owe it to you and the 2 Kocho sisters, Tanjiro said. Kaito nodded. At this rate, you should be in peak condition before the final battle. After confirming Tanjiro's health, he left without further interrupting the swordsman's training session. Standing outside the Butterfly Mansion's gates, Kaito held the old blade in one hand, looking toward the path ahead. Come to think of it, he'd been in this world for so long but hadn't taken the time to properly explore its differences. With some time to spare, it was about time to wander and take a look. He gave a slight smile, stepping forward at an unhurried pace, yet his figure soon vanished from sight. T/N, use this code RAVEN for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. p@trion.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Chapter 438, 438. Lower Moon 5. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@trion. p@trion.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the rural fields, as dusk approached, farmers laboring in the fields were shouldering their tools, preparing to head home. What's that? A middle-aged farmer stood by his field, looking toward a stranger who had suddenly appeared in his line of sight. On the narrow path between the fields, a figure dressed in stark contrast to the surroundings was walking unhurriedly. It was a tall, slender young man with long black hair. He wore an elegant white hunting robe with wide sleeves, holding what appeared to be a worn blade in his hand. Noticing the farmer's gaze, the young man turned his head, a smile spreading across his face as he called out, "Good day. Is that Mount Natagumo up ahead?" "Gee, good day, sir." The farmer cautiously glanced at the blade in the young man's hand, stammering, "Why yes, that mountain ahead is Mount Natagumo." "Is that so?" "Thank you." Kaito nodded politely and continued walking forward. "Sir." The farmer suddenly shouted after him. "It's getting dark soon. You'd best not set foot on that mountain at night." Kaito paused, turning back to raise the blade in his hand with a smile. "Thank you for the warning, but no need to worry, I have more than enough means to protect myself." "Even if you're a samurai, it's dangerous," the farmer said anxiously, fear etched on his face. Swallowing hard, he lowered his voice. "That mountain has been overrun by demons for the past 2 years. They say it's a group of spider demons. They've eaten plenty of people already. Everyone now calls it Spider Mountain." Seeing Kaito maintain his smile, as if unconvinced, the farmer hurried to his side and whispered, "I once saw them by chance at the foot of the mountain, a horde of crawling human-headed spiders." As if recalling a terrifying image, he shuddered involuntarily. "If you have business there, go during the day," he urged. "Those who went up the mountain in daylight and left before nightfall all returned safely." "I understand," Kaito said, suddenly patting the farmer's shoulder. "Thank you again for the warning." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait, sir." The farmer tried to persuade him further, but then he felt a warm current flow from where the young man had touched his shoulder. His body, exhausted from a full day of farm work, suddenly felt warm and refreshed, all fatigue swept away. This is. His eyes widened in shock. Turning to look again, the young man's figure was already far off. His steps seemed unhurried, yet he covered a great distance in an instant. Could I have met a god? The farmer muttered in awe, unable to stop himself from kneeling toward the distant figure. Sensing the farmer's actions from afar, Kaito only curved his lips into a faint smile, not pausing his steps. He looked up at the lush, forested mountain ahead. The information about demons lurking here had come from the underworld. It was said that a Shinigami passing through the mortal world had once encountered this place, where the strongest demon was named Rue, ranked as Lower Moon 5 among the 12 Kazuki. Even with Muzan pulling back his forces, this Lower Moon demon had remained entrenched on this mountain, continuing his activities. Kaito even found it somewhat suspicious. "Let's go take a look," he said, standing at the mountain's entrance, glancing at the old blade in his hand. For awakening this blade, Lower Moon 5 should suffice. He stepped forward, entering the dim forest. The narrow mountain path was flanked by dense trees, the fading sunlight blocked by thick foliage, leaving the forest in near darkness. A faint spiritual light flickered in Kaito's eyes as he moved effortlessly through the woods. As he advanced, he released his senses. A vast wave of spiritual energy emanated from him, his perception expanding rapidly. Soon, a large portion of the mountain was within his sensory range. He turned sharply toward a specific direction in the mountain, suddenly accelerating with silent speed. Crossing a mountain stream, Kaito stopped and looked up at the treetops. Massive white cocoons, each the size of a person, hung from tough spider threads, densely scattered throughout the forest. No survivors. Kaito frowned, sensing that the cocoons contained only corroded remains. He shook his head and continued moving swiftly and silently. Passing through the forest, a dilapidated mansion came into view in the distance. Playing house. Kaito raised an eyebrow, sensing the state of the demons inside. At that moment, a group of demons, varying in size but all bearing spider-like traits, sat in the worn-out hall of the mansion. Each had a small table before them with empty bowls, pretending to eat while addressing each other as family, like children playing house. In Kaito's perception, only Lower Moon 5, posing as the youngest son in this family, was invested in the game. The others were trembling, terrified of this Lower Moon demon yet forced to play along with his childish charade. Kaito leaped lightly, vaulting over several trees before landing soundlessly on the roof of the haunted mansion. A bored expression crossed his face as he hung the old blade at his waist and formed hand seals. Bind. What is this? Daddy. Mommy. Dodge it. Panicked shouts erupted from the demons inside the house below. Can't break free. Rue, save us. Who the hell is this? Finally, the furious voice of Lower Moon 5, Rue, rang out. Kaito floated down from the roof, pushed open the mansion's door, and stepped inside. At this moment, every demon in the room was tightly bound by spiritual energy chains, writhing in futile struggle. What a disappointment, Kaito said, his pristine white robes untouched by dust as he stepped into the filthy, dilapidated hall. His gaze swept over the easily subdued demons before locking precisely onto the boy-like demon with hair styled like spider legs. To think that, among the 12 Kazuki, a Lower Moon's strength is so much weaker than an Upper Moon's. Who are you? Rue, who appeared as a boy of 12 or 13, looked up at Kaito, his eyes devoid of any fear. Oh. You don't know me. Kaito said, a playful smile spreading across his face at Rue's reaction. It seems Muzan has abandoned you, Lower Moon 5, Rue. T/N, use this code RAVEN for 30% discount for your first month. The code can be used for all tiers. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Chapter 439, 439. Swordsmanship and Sorcery. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Impro, Florin Derbaca, Salim, Vernon Stapleton, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezluski, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on p@trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Rue's gaze toward Kaito remained fearless. Who the hell are you? A female demon beside Rue shouted. Rue is Lower Moon 5, appointed by that lord, and the only one permitted to live in a group. If you recklessly attack us, that lord won't let you off. Oh. Kaito ignored the female demon's clamor, instead giving Rue a half-smile. What's so special about a kid like you that Muzan treated you differently? Enough talk. Rue met Kaito's eyes. You may have succeeded in ambushing us with your blood demon art, but you can't kill me. You're not one of the 12 Kazuki, so you don't have the authority to initiate a replacement blood battle. If you dare make a move, Lord Muzan will end you in an instant. TCH. The smile faded from Kaito's face as he suddenly drew the rusted Nichiren blade and placed it against Rue's neck. Why do you filthy demons always assume I'm one of you? A Nichiren blade? Rue's expression finally changed as he sensed the aura of the blade against his neck. He roared, "You bastard! You picked up a demon slayer's weapon to use against me." "I keep saying I'm not a demon," Kaito said, his smile returning as spiritual energy flowed from his hand, swiftly enveloping the entire Nichiren blade. Besides, he suddenly looked bored. Lower moons are just too weak. Consequently, I've lost interest in whatever's special about you. What a pity. With that, under the terrified gazes of the other demons, he swung the Nichiren blade, severing Rue's neck. Ah. Amid the other demons' screams, Rue's head flew high, his face frozen in shock as foul-smelling blood splattered on the wooden wall behind him. You. Lord Muzan, didn't. Rue's wide-eyed head fell to the wooden floor, rolling to Kaito's feet. I told you, I'm not a demon, Kaito said, looking down at the head as it slowly turned to ash and scattered. It was that easy. Rue, is he really dead? Sir. Sir. We were forced by Rue to gather here, please spare us. Yeah, you're way stronger than Rue. You could definitely become an upper moon. The remaining demons, bound by spiritual energy chains and unable to move, began shouting pleas for mercy. Kaito watched Rue's body fully disintegrate into ash, then glanced faintly at the other demons. Shut up. You're too noisy. His calm words silenced the trembling demons instantly. At that moment, a ripple appeared in the air, and the gate of the underworld opened before Kaito. You two again, Kaito said, turning to see two small Shinigami step out from the gate. Uchiha-sama. Hello. Takanatsum and Nasabi emerged from the gate, binding Rue's soul with iron chains. At this moment, Rue had reverted to a black-haired boy, his head lowered in silence, tears falling one by one. What was I even doing? Father. Mother. Ugh, stop your sniveling, Takanatsum said, tugging the chains to pull Rue toward the gate of the underworld. A sinner like you should face Lord Enma's harsh judgment pronto. Then he noticed Nasabi squatting in front of Rue, curiously peering up at the expression Rue was hiding. What are you doing now? Takanatsum roared, exasperated. Lord Hakuten is waiting for us. Oh, I just wanted to know why this sinner's crying before even being judged, Nasabi said innocently. I'm so done with you, you natural-born idiot. Takanatsum stormed into the gate, yanking Rue along. Hurry up, or I'm leaving you behind. Okay. Nasabi, still dazed, obediently followed. Please take care of these others quickly, Uchiha-sama, Takanatsum said, glancing at the remaining demons. Yeah, or we'll have to make multiple trips, Nasabi added, looking over with a flattering smile. Please, we're counting on you. Got it, Kaito said helplessly, raising the blood-stained Nichiren blade. Might as well test this move. With a light flick, he swung the blade in a circle. Sun breathing, first form, dance. In an instant, a red, flame-like circular blade arc radiated outward, severing the heads of the demons in their terrified gazes. Oh! Nasabi clapped enthusiastically. That was awesome. Get to work. Takanatsum snapped, kicking him angrily. All right. The two Shinigami hurriedly chained the souls of the other demons and dragged them into the gate of the underworld. As they parted, Takanatsum began praising Kaito. Uchiha-sama, is that the breathing sword technique used by the demon hunters of this world? I didn't expect you to be not only an onmyoji but a swordsman too. No, I know nothing about swordsmanship. It's just a trick, Kaito said with a smile. Though called a breathing sword technique, it was more like a spell mimicking breathing techniques. He had merely studied the principles of the Demon Slayer Corps' breathing swordsmanship, using spiritual energy to manipulate natural energy and produce a similar slashing effect. For swordsmen, their techniques relied on intense willpower to channel the dormant spiritual energy within them through their swordsmanship. For him, however, such a process wasn't necessary. The advantage was that, with his abundant spiritual energy, he could unleash broader elemental attacks. The drawback was that, lacking swordsmanship expertise, his slashes didn't carry the distinct sharpness unique to sword techniques. It was still beautiful. Nasabi said, eyes wide. Thank you, Kaito shook his head. Since you've finished capturing them, I won't delay your return to report. He waved a hand. See you, Uchiha-sama. Bye. As the two Shinigami dragged the souls into the darkness, Kaito turned and left the mansion. From the fading gate of the underworld, Takanatsum's impatient voice echoed, Stop crying, you. Your parents are waiting for you in the underworld. Really? Rue's incredulous voice cut off as the gate vanished completely. Kaito stepped out of the haunted mansion, holding a small paper crane in his palm. Go, inform the hidden core to come clean up this mountain. He gently raised his hand, and the paper crane flapped its tiny wings, flying off. Watching the crane disappear, Kaito looked down at the blood-stained blade in his other hand. Spiritual energy spread from his palm, and the aura of the old Nichiren blade seemed to come alive, radiating a sun-like warmth. Then, it gradually quieted. It's done, Kaito said, sheathing the Nichiren blade and walking down the mountain. Chapter 440, 440. Tokyo City. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Salim, Pasang Sherpa, Edvards Kezluski, Wilver, Archer, Meni. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Leaving Mount Nadagumo and its spider demons behind, Kaito also left the countryside and ventured into the city. Though many aspects of the cities in this world bore similarities to those of his original world, there were also stark differences. After passing through several cities and riding a vehicle called a train, Kaito finally arrived at the nation's most bustling metropolis, Tokyo. This country was currently in the midst of a cultural upheaval, fully embracing foreign influences, with all sorts of novel things emerging endlessly. After wandering through Tokyo, Kaito slipped unnoticed into a library with an exceptionally vast collection of books and settled there. Days passed, and Kaito remained in the library, flipping through countless books at a speed unattainable by ordinary people. He nearly became the subject of an urban legend as the library's ghost. With his immensely powerful mental faculties, Kaito absorbed new knowledge at an astonishing rate, quickly gaining a clear understanding of this world. The more he learned, the more he marveled. If his original world hadn't been invaded by the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki clan, it might have developed into something like this world. After all, the historical progression of ancient times in his world was remarkably similar to this one. But the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan introduced chakra and ninjas, elements that shouldn't have existed. The emergence of ninjas gave national leaders access to immense martial power, eliminating the need to develop technology to win wars, no matter how many conflicts arose. Though his world's technological advancements weren't entirely backward, they paled in comparison to this world, which had progressed holistically through science. Through books, Kaito came to understand the most illogical aspect of his world: ninjas, as tools of the nobility, suppressed the common people, freezing societal progress and preventing civilians from reaping the benefits of technological advancements. I've gathered quite a bit of study material, Kaito mused, deciding not to dwell too deeply on these issues. Instead, he planned to quickly copy some interesting books to bring back. The political ones can go to Itachi, and the scientific ones to Orochimaru. With that, he made his cheerful decision. When a Kasugai crow from the Demon Slayer Corps finally tracked him down after much effort, Kaito had already left the library with his haul. Uchiha-san. Uchiha-san. Preparations are complete. Preparations are complete. In a secluded alley in the city, the crow perched on a trash can, shouting at Kaito. Kaito nodded and responded, "Thank you for your trouble. Please inform Abuyashiki-sama that I'll return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters tomorrow." Understood. Understood. Watching the crow flap its wings and fly off, Kaito finally felt some peace in his ears. It seemed there was no time left for sightseeing. He moved forward, intending to pass through the alley to another street. He suddenly gave an intrigued smile and turned toward a seemingly solid wall. Then, he effortlessly passed through the wall. A blood demon art creating illusions. He gazed at the small courtyard hidden behind the blood demon art. As it was still daytime, no one emerged to stop him despite his sudden intrusion. "Excuse me." Kaito called out politely, though his actions were anything but, as he strode into the courtyard and headed straight for the house's front door. Standing before the door, he touched it and smiled. Then, he pushed it open, naturally sidestepping a dagger that thrust out from inside. "Well, that was dangerous," Kaito said with a smile, grabbing the wrist of the ambusher holding the dagger. "Who are you?" A young man with black and white hair and demonic eyes glared fiercely at Kaito. His other hand, with sharp claws, swiped toward Kaito's face. "Too hot-headed," Kaito said, unfazed, watching the young man. "Die!" the young man roared, his swiping hand stopping mere centimeters from Kaito's eyes, unable to move further. "How?" The young man looked in shock at the translucent chains binding his body. "Good day." "And you are?" At that moment, a gentle female voice spoke, and an elegant woman in a kimono emerged from the house's basement. "Lady Tamayo, run!" the young man beside Kaito shouted urgently. "Good day," Kaito said, releasing the young man's wrist, letting him glare ferociously. He smiled warmly and said, "Though you two are demons, your auras are different from typical demons." Especially this young man, you don't have the foul stench of a man-eating demon. Don't call Lady Tamayo foul, the young man roared, seething. Kaito glanced at him, puzzled. I didn't say the lady was foul. That's what you meant, the young man snapped, glaring as if he could devour him. Since you're a good kid who hasn't eaten humans, don't look at me like you're about to, Kaito said, unmoved, patting the struggling young man's shoulder. He then turned to the woman watching him warily. Such unique demons. You must be the Lady Tamayo Ubuyashiki-sama mentioned. Good day. I am Tamayo, she replied, seeming to regain her composure, responding courteously. And you are? Kaito smiled. I'm Uchiha Kaito, an Onmyoji currently working with the Demon Slayer Corps. An Onmyoji. Tamayo glanced at the spiritual chains binding the young man. No wonder your techniques feel different from blood demon arts. Lady Tamayo. Don't trust him so easily, the young man shouted again. Uchiha-san, Tamayo said, bowing to him. Could you please release Yashiro? As you said, this boy has never eaten a human. And you? Kaito looked at her. Me. Tamayo gave a bitter, pained smile. I'm different from him, a person steeped in sin. If not for... She paused, softening her expression before continuing, never mind that. Since you're working with Ubuyashiki-sama and have heard of me, you must know some of my history. Kaito nodded. I've heard a bit. Ubuyashiki-sama mentioned that you used medicine to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control when he was defeated by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. So Ubuyashiki-sama didn't reveal my disgraceful side, Tamayo said with a faint smile. But it's been a long time since he last contacted me. Your presence must have given the Demon Slayer Corps the confidence to face Muzan Kibutsuji, hasn't it? Kaito didn't deny it. In that case, she said, looking at him firmly, I trust Ubuyashiki-sama's judgment. You may take my life, but please spare Yashiro. Chapter 441, 441. Hakuten's personal visit. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Joseph, Jose Sierra, Salim, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. No. Hearing Tamayo's words, Yashiro struggled even more fiercely. Don't, Lady Tamayo, run. Yashiro, Tamayo shook her head. You know, after my husband and children passed away, I should have died long ago. My only purpose for living has been to completely destroy Muzan. She smiled as she looked at Kaito. Though you used a technique resembling a blood demon art, based on years of research, I can tell you're not a demon. So, what you said about cooperating with Ubuyashiki-sama should be true. Kaito merely nodded in response. Yashiro, calm down. Tamayo stepped forward slowly, coming to Yashiro's side and standing before Kaito. I was wondering why Muzan's demons have suddenly gone quiet lately. It seems it's because of you, Uchiha-san. You could say that, Kaito replied. 5 of the 6 Upper Moon demons under Muzan Kibutsuji have already been killed through my cooperation with the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen. That's wonderful, Tamayo's smile became more genuine. With your help, it seems the Demon Slayer Corps truly has a strong chance of defeating Muzan for good. I'd say it's a certainty, Kaito said without humility. Ubuyashiki-sama and I have a flawless plan. Muzan won't escape like he did centuries ago. Tamayo said with slight surprise, I was going to remind you of Yoriichi Tsujikuni's lesson back then, but it seems you're already prepared. That's good. Rest assured, Kaito said gently. So, can you depart in peace? Yes. Tamayo nodded calmly. Though it's a pity I won't witness Muzan's demise, someone as steeped in sin as I am has no right to hope for survival. You bastard. Yashiro couldn't hold back, glaring fiercely at Kaito and shouting, why? Lady Tamayo was merely a victim of Muzan. All these years, she's been healing and saving people. If you want to kill demons, come at me. Kill me, you bastard. Kid. Kaito patted Yashiro's shoulder, sealing his mouth with spiritual energy. He gave Tamayo an apologetic smile. Sorry, though you two may be different from other demons, I cannot allow you to continue existing as demons. Not even Yashiro. Tamayo's composure faltered. I'm the one who turned him into a demon. He's never harmed anyone. MMMPH. Yashiro glared at Kaito with venomous eyes. Sorry, Kaito shook his head. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of the world. Demons disrupt that order. Entrusted by Lord Hakuten, the first assistant to Lord Enma of the underworld, I must eliminate demons, these beings that break the cycle of reincarnation. He gave a reassuring smile and continued, don't worry. If this young man is truly free of evil deeds, the underworld's judgment will be lenient. Perhaps he'll even be sent to heaven. Uchiha-kun is correct. With a sudden voice, Hakuten appeared in a tailored suit and top hat, looking like an urban gentleman, materializing amid a swirl of black mist. A demon. Seeing Hakuten's sudden appearance, Tamayo stepped back in alarm. Has Muzan found us here too? Unlike the Shinigami invisible to ordinary people, Hakuten chose to reveal himself this time, allowing both Tamayo and Yashiro to see him. Ah, Lady Tamayo, this is Lord Hakuten I mentioned, a demon god of the underworld and the first assistant to Lord Enma, Kaito introduced. Go to the underworld without resistance, sinners, Hakuten said with a slightly sadistic smile. But if you're innocent, Lord Enma's fair judgment won't issue punishment. My apologies, Tamayo said, realizing through his aura that Hakuten was different from man-eating demons, and she hurriedly gave a trembling bow. Speaking of which, why are you here in person, Hakuten? Kaito asked. Ah, I'm on vacation in the mortal world these days and happen to be nearby, so I came by, Hakuten explained. I see. No wonder you're dressed differently, Kaito noted. This is the latest fashion in Tokyo, Western-style clothing, Hakuten said, tipping his hat to reveal the horns on his forehead. I like to try new things while vacationing in the mortal world. Kaito nodded approvingly. No wonder the underworld keeps up with the times, it's all thanks to you. I don't deserve such praise, Hakuten said humbly. I'm merely an assistant under Lord Enma. If I hadn't seen you torment your boss, I might have believed you. Kaito smiled outwardly while inwardly rolling his eyes. Having such a capable assistant must be Lord Enma's good fortune. He offered another compliment before changing the subject. So, you're personally escorting these two to the underworld? Indeed. Black mist swirled around Hakuten as he reverted to his usual underworld attire, a black kimono and a massive spiked club. Do it, Uchiha-kun. All right. Kaito pulled several paper talismans from his sleeve, then formed a hand seal with one hand, releasing the bindings on Yashiro. Everything clear, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro-san. He held up the talismans between his fingers. Though I'm sorry, it's time for you to go where you belong. I understand, Tamayo said calmly. If not for my obsession with revenge, I might have longed for this day. She gave Yashiro an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Yashiro. Turning you into a demon might have been a mistake. No, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro said, no longer furious, gazing at her deeply as if to etch her into his memory. You gave me a choice back then, and I chose to become a demon. No matter what, I'm grateful to you. The years by your side were the happiest of my life. And I'm grateful to you, Yashiro, for your companionship, Tamayo said, smiling at him before turning to Kaito. Please proceed, Uchiha-san. Here we go, Kaito said, giving a heads up. The talismans between his fingers glowed with warm sunlight as he formed another seal. It's sunlight. It's been so long since I felt it. Tamayo basked in the light, closing her eyes. Chapter 442, 442. A trial. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Edvards Kezlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. I'll wait in the underworld for Muzan's arrival. Please, you and the Demon Slayer Corps must achieve victory. In her soul state, Tamayo said these final words to Kaito before following Hakuten, alongside Yashiro, into the gate of the underworld. You will, Kaito said with a smile, then, to the surprise of Tamayo and Yashiro, he stepped into the gate after them. Lord Hakuten, he addressed Hakuten, I need to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters quickly. Since I've run into you, I'll take a shortcut through the underworld this time. By all means, Hakuten replied. Despite his mischievous nature, he was courteous toward Kaito, who had come to this world to assist him. Thus, Kaito followed them to the underworld, where Hakuten opened another gate of the underworld leading to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Then we part here, Lady Tamayo, Yashiro-san. I hope in your next lives, you'll be reborn as happy humans in a world free of demons. Kaito gave them a final smile before stepping through the gate. On a mountain path near the Butterfly Mansion, Kaito appeared silently in his soul state. He casually took out a paper doll, pressed it to his chest, and restored his physical form. Looking up at the sky, he began walking, passing the Butterfly Mansion and heading straight to the main residence of the headquarters. In the courtyard, several children playing turned to look at him. They were the 5 children of the Ubuyashiki family. Though there were 4 girls and 1 boy, for the sake of easier upbringing, the sole boy was dressed in the same female clothing as his sisters. Uchiha-san, you're back. The only boy, 6-year-old Kiriya Ubuyashiki, ran over and bowed to Kaito. Father has been waiting for you. I see. Thank you, Kiriya, Kaito said, bending down to smile at him before heading into the house. Lady Amain was already pushing Kagaya, seated in his wheelchair, to meet him. Uchiha-san, I didn't expect you to return before the Kasugai crow delivering the message, Kagaya greeted. Kaito then remembered the unfortunate crow. I originally planned to return tomorrow, he said, as he had told the crow. But an unexpected event brought me back early. Kaito removed his Geta sandals, stepped onto the wooden corridor, and sat cross-legged. He then recounted the events in Tokyo to Kagaya. I didn't expect you to encounter Lady Tamayo, Kagaya said with a sigh. Neither did I, Kaito said, lowering his eyes. The original plan was to deal with the demons not under Muzan-Kibutsuji's control, like those converted by Lady Tamayo, after his defeat. You don't need to feel guilty, Uchiha-san, Kagaya said gently, noticing his subdued mood. As you said, demons violate the world's natural order. Even if Lady Tamayo hasn't harmed humans in recent years, since the underworld's demon gods don't permit their existence, sending them away fulfills the task entrusted to you. I'm not upset over this, Kaito said, lifting his eyes with a calm expression. I just realized I overlooked something. He reached into his right sleeve with his right hand and pulled out the worn Nichiren blade. To awaken this Nichiren blade, I followed underworld intelligence and killed Lower Moon 5. He placed the blade on the wooden floor before him. But I forgot to capture a demon alive, he said, looking at Kagaya with an apologetic smile. We need to feed a demon the blue spider lily as bait to ensure Muzan-Kibutsuji can't resist coming. Leave that to the swordsman, Kagaya said with a smile. If there's no lead on demons, Mount Fujikase, where the Demon Slayer Core entrance exam is held, still holds many demons. Then please send someone to capture the strongest demon there, Kaito nodded, satisfied. Kagaya shook his head. I'm afraid Mount Fujikase, used for initial trials, only holds the weakest demons. Then we'll go to another place farther away, Kaito said. According to prior intelligence, there's a location where the former Lower Moon 6 was based. He pulled a small scroll from his sleeve. Here's the information. Very well, Kagaya said, opening the scroll to review it before calling a Kasugai crow and assigning the task. It's assigned to the flame Hashira's Tsuguko. Kaito said, catching the familiar name. Miss Kenroji. I promised the flame Hashira I'd help her, but I haven't had the chance to awaken her mark. Kagaya nodded. Let this mission serve as a trial. Though Mitsuri Kenroji's strength is recognized, fighting demons is different from sparring with comrades. If she can successfully capture that demon alive, you can awaken her mark. I understand, Kaito said, grasping his intent. Also, everything you requested is ready, Kagaya added, shifting topics. The legacy blades from the swordsmith village and the wood urgently delivered from the ISE Grand Shrine. Since they're here, it's time for me to get to work, Kaito said, standing and gazing at the picturesque courtyard. Ubuyashiki-sama, are you sure you want to set the main battlefield here? Absolutely, Kagaya said, his gaze following his children playing in the courtyard, a gentle expression flickering across his face. To defeat Muzan, everything is worth it. Rest assured, Kaito said, also looking at the children. With the barrier I'll set up, everyone outside it will be safe. Then I leave it to you, Kagaya said, suddenly bowing deeply from his seated position. It's my duty, Kaito said, helping him up. The two shared a smile. No amount of gratitude is enough. Thank you for your help, Lady Amain said, also expressing her thanks. No need, Kaito waved it off. Please, Lady Amain, tell me where the blades and wood are stored. I need to prepare them. It sounds like a lot of work. Will you need assistance? Kagaya asked. The hidden core can help, Kaito said. It's mostly physical labor, so we won't disturb the swordsman's training. Understood, Kagaya nodded. I'll make the arrangements. Chapter 443, 443.Kyogai. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Edvards Kozlowski, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. Over the next few days, Kaito, with the assistance of a hidden core team, began setting up a barrier around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. 3 days later, as the barrier was nearing completion, Mitsuri Kenroji, the flame Hashira's Tsuguko, returned to the headquarters. At that moment, several Hashira and Tanjiro Kamado were gathered at the main residence, discussing the details of the upcoming battle. You really managed to capture the demon, Mitsuri. Rengoku exclaimed, looking at the large wooden crate being pushed on a cart by a hidden core member behind her. Yes, master, Kenroji replied, bowing to Kagaya, who stood on the corridor. Lord Ubuyashiki, the demon, former Lower Moon 6, Kyogai, has been successfully captured. She glanced at the crate on the cart. The demon has been confined in the crate the entire way, with his eyes covered by a black cloth. Muzan shouldn't be able to discern the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters through him. You've done well, Kenroji, Kaguya said with a gentle smile, praising her. And no, it's all thanks to the intelligence provided by Lord Ubuyashiki. Kenroji's eyes sparkled with excitement upon receiving her lord's praise, her voice tinged with nervousness. Oh, the demon's here. Kaito said, lightly floating down from the roof and approaching the crate. You got back quickly, he said, turning to Mitsuri Kenroji. Miss Kenroji, since you've completed Ubuyashiki-sama's trial, I can awaken your mark anytime. Thank you, Uchiha-san. Kenroji said excitedly, bowing repeatedly. Kaito waved a hand dismissively and patted the wooden crate. Since the demon's here, let's get to work. Two of you, help move this guy to the spot where I've placed the blue spider lily. Yes, Uchiha-san, a hidden corps member from the corner rushed forward, joining the one who had accompanied Kenroji to push the cart toward the back courtyard. Kaito followed them to a temporary straw hut set up in the back courtyard. All right, you two can go rest, he said, dismissing the two young hidden corps members before opening the crate. MMPH. Inside, Kyogai, tightly bound with sturdy iron chains, had his eyes covered with a black cloth and a stone stuffed in his fanged mouth. His robust frame was embedded with 6 drums. At that moment, Kaguya and several swordsmen followed. So this is the former Lower Moon 6. Sanemi stepped forward, roughly grabbing the demon's head with his fingers. Must have been kicked out of the 12 Kazuki for being too weak. He slammed Kyogai's head against the edge of the crate, producing a dull thud. Trash like you, why don't you just die if you're so weak? MMPH. Kyogai, provoked, began struggling fiercely. Clang, clang. The wooden crate on the cart started to wobble. Ha! Sanemi grinned maliciously, slamming Kyogai's head a few more times. Not convinced you're trash, huh? You piece of garbage. Blood flowed from the wound on Kyogai's forehead, though it quickly healed. Kyogai struggled even more violently, his strength causing the crate to topple from the cart to the ground. Bound by iron chains, Kyogai wriggled out of the crate, lunging his head towards Sanemi, only to be brutally stomped in the face. Trash is trash. Sanemi snarled, drawing his Nichiren blade. Enough, Shinazugawa, Tengen stepped forward, grabbing his hand to stop him from unsheathing the blade. This is important bait. You can't kill him yet. I know. Relax, I won't kill him, Sanemi said with a menacing grin, drawing his blade and piercing it through Kyogai's chest, pinning him to the ground. I'm just teaching him a lesson so he knows his existence is garbage. Kaito shook his head and stepped forward. Shinazugawa-san, let me test the blue spider lily's effects first. Fine, it's yours, Sanemi said, stepping back without withdrawing his blade. Kaito didn't mind. He entered the straw hut and dispelled the small barrier around the blue spider lily. A faint, eerie fragrance spread, and Kyogai, pinned to the ground by the Nichiren blade, suddenly grew frantic, writhing recklessly. The wound where the blade pierced his chest began gushing blood. Oh, it seems demons really crave this flower, Kaito said, picking up the flower pot. Shinazugawa-san, please remove the cloth from his eyes and the stone from his mouth. No need for the trouble, Sanemi said, yanking out his Nichiren blade, letting the demon's blood splatter on him. He then slashed at Kyogai's face. Trash like this doesn't die so easily. The slash nearly split Kyogai's face in two, shattering the black cloth over his eyes and the stone in his mouth. Ah! Kyogai cried out in pain, his wounds quickly regenerating. Sanemi leaned down, staring at the lower 6 marked with an X in Kyogai's right eye, sneering mockingly. Total trash. Puffed. Kyogai spat out the broken stone, mixed with blood and saliva, aiming for Sanemi's face. Sanemi dodged with a dark expression, raising his foot to kick, but Kyogai rolled away, wriggling toward Kaito. His eyes were fixed on the blue spider lily in Kaito's hands, his gaze vacant and filled with raw desire. See that, Muzan? Kaito said with a slow smile, holding the beautiful, dreamlike blue flowers and staring into the demon's eyes. As if locking gazes with Muzan, watching through the demon across space and time. If you want the blue spider lily, come and get it. He plucked a flower and crouched down, tossing it into the demon's mouth. Now, let's see what happens when this demon consumes the blue spider lily. As the flower entered his mouth, Kyogai swallowed it eagerly. Everyone watched closely, observing what changes would occur. Ah! Suddenly, Kyogai writhed on the ground like a stranded fish, his eyes bulging as he let out a shrill wail. Hiss! His skin turned bright red, and scalding white mist began rising from his body. Has it begun? Kaito narrowed his eyes. Chapter 444, 444. Kyogai's transformation. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razzo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Archer, Meni EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Scalding white mist rose from Kyogai's body, prompting Kaito and Sanemi, who were closest, to step back a few paces to avoid it. Though the mist obscured Kyogai's transformation, Kaito used his powerful perception to observe every subtle change in the demon's body. At this moment, all of Kyogai's inhuman features began to fade. His long, pointed ears started to retract, the drums embedded in his body began to fall off, and even his sharp fangs and claws shortened. His appearance gradually aligned more closely with that of a normal human. When the mist finally cleared, the Kyogai who reappeared before everyone had slit-like pupils and slightly sharper canines than a human's, but otherwise, his body looked almost entirely human. "Thank you for giving me such a treasure," Kyogai said, tilting his head back to grin at Kaito. "I feel stronger than ever before." With that, his bound hands snapped their fingers. In an instant, a cubic space centered around him began to invert and rotate. The ground flipped, and everyone started falling downward. "Everyone, be careful. This is Kyogai's blood demon art, it manipulates a certain range of space." Kanroji shouted in warning. "And now he seems even stronger." Lord Abuyashiki. Abanai nimbly used Gyomei's arm as leverage, leaping to scoop Kagaya into his arms. Ha 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 ha. Kyogai, still clinging to the flipped ground above, snapped his fingers several more times. The cubic space accelerated its rotation, and the swordsmen, like objects in a spinning drum, struggled to leap and stabilize themselves. "I can feel it, I'm no longer afraid of the sun." With another snap, everyone in the cubic space was flung outward, while Kyogai abruptly appeared on the other side, laughing as he bathed in the sunlight. "Demon Slayer Core, you're finished. Your Nichiren blades can't kill me anymore." The swordsmen steadied themselves, their expressions darkening. "Hey, Uchiha-san, you didn't just create a huge problem, did you?" Tengen said, looking up at Kaito, who stood sideways on a wall. "Ah, my apologies. That was my mistake, but don't worry, I'll capture him again right now," Kaito said, flipping to land on the ground. Seeing Kaito's calm demeanor, the group felt a wave of relief. This demon had overcome sunlight. If Nichiren blades truly couldn't kill him, they'd be at a disadvantage. "Stop talking big." Kyogai laughed smugly. "I'm not afraid of anyone now, not even Lord Musen can control me through his blood." With another snap, the sound of slicing air rang out as invisible wind blades, like sharp claws, cut through the iron chains binding Kyogai. He flexed his arms, a gleeful expression on his face, and glared fiercely at Sanemi among the group. "Now I'll start my revenge," he said, extending his hands. You'll regret what you said." "Ugh, so annoying." Sanemi snarled, cracking his neck. "When did trash start getting so cocky? Come on, let's see what you've turned into from garbage. To thank you for your gift, I'll present you with the most spectacular scene." Kyogai began clapping rapidly. Clap, clap, clap. The rapid clapping caused the surrounding space to warp again, while countless invisible giant wind blades crisscrossed toward them. Though Kyogai's attack was unpredictable, the battle-hardened swordsman, while protecting Kagaya, easily deflected the assault. At the same time, "I said I'd capture you immediately." Kaito appeared silently behind Kyogai, one hand still holding the flower pot, the other gently pressing against Kyogai's back, his voice soft in the demon's ear. "Please don't ignore my presence." "What?" Kyogai froze in shock, his pupils contracting. Too late. Translucent spiritual chains extended from Kaito's palm, swiftly coiling around Kyogai's body, binding him once more. Then, Kaito formed a hand seal with one hand. Seal. Kyogai's blood demon art ceased instantly, and the warped space around the others returned to normal. "Sorry," Kaito said, giving Kagaya an apologetic smile. "I didn't control him in time, and it startled you." "It's fine," Kagaya said, placed back in his wheelchair by Abanai, shaking his head with a smile. He then looked curiously at Kyogai. "It seems there's a reason Musen has been searching for the blue spider lily all these years." He. Kyogai, still fearless, laughed. "What does it matter if you capture me? You can't kill me anymore. And your location is exposed. Lord Musen will come sooner or later. The Demon Slayer Core will be wiped out, he. Shut up, trash." Sanemi rushed forward, landing a heavy punch on Kyogai's face, knocking out several of his teeth. He. Spitting out blood and teeth, Kyogai continued to laugh maniacally. "Shut up." Sanemi drew his Nichiren blade and pierced it through Kyogai's neck. With his vocal cord severed, Kyogai could no longer speak but still mocked with his open mouth. Sanemi twisted the blade with a feral grin. Blood poured from Kyogai's neck, yet there was no sign of him being killed. He really can't be killed with a Nichiren blade. And he said Muzan can't control him through his blood anymore, which means even if we kill Muzan Kibutsuji, he won't die. What do we do next? The Hashira began discussing, shocked by Kyogai's transformation. Shinazugawa-san, Kaito said, unable to watch any longer. He walked over and handed the flower pot to Kagaya. Let me handle this. I'm going to tear this trash apart, and if that doesn't work, I'll grind him into paste. Sanemi growled. Hey, can you regenerate from paste, trash? Sanemi. Kagaya spoke. Yes, sir. Reluctantly, Sanemi withdrew his Nichiren blade and stepped aside. You're too impatient, Shinazugawa-san, Kaito said, locking eyes with Kyogai. His eyes suddenly turned red, 3 tomo spinning slowly, then accelerating. What's this? Kyogai began to speak, but his voice faded, his eyes mirroring the same red as his expression turned blank. Kaito's gentle voice spoke slowly. Kyogai-san, as a demon, what happens if you stand in the sunlight? I'll die. Kyogai suddenly panicked. No. No. I'm a demon. I can't face the sun. He covered his face in terror, trying to flee but restrained by the spiritual chains. Ah. He let out a piercing wail as his skin began to char. Ah. Then, his entire body turned to ash and scattered in the wind. What a pity, Kaito said, blinking as his eyes returned to black, watching the ashes blow away. You forgot, you're no longer afraid of sunlight, Kyogai-san. Chapter 445, 445. Flirting and teasing. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Archer, Meni EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lessaservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. What just happened? As Kyogai turned to ash and perished, everyone present was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Can Genjutsu really achieve something like that? Abanai, who had once witnessed Kaito use Genjutsu, asked. Advanced Genjutsu can deceive not only the opponent's mind but also their body, Kaito said, turning to face the group. Though this demon, after consuming the blue spider lily, no longer feared sunlight, when he was under my Genjutsu, he forgot that fact entirely, both in mind and body. Believing he would die in sunlight, he did. That powerful. Sanemi said, unconsciously stepping forward in excitement. Can this technique work on Muzan? Kaito shook his head slightly. Genjutsu is essentially a contest of mental strength between the caster and the target. This demon, despite overcoming his weakness to sunlight, was still far too weak. When I faced Upper Moon 1, I tried Genjutsu, but it only served as a distraction, he continued. As the progenitor of demons, Muzan is likely stronger than Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. TCH, figures it wouldn't be that easy, Sanemi said, not disappointed. Good. I'd rather cut Muzan down with my own hands anyway. At that moment, Kagaya looked up at the sky. Everyone, the bait has been set, and the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is now mostly exposed. Once the sun sets, there's a high chance Muzan will come directly. Please prepare in advance. Sanemi turned, flashing a ferocious grin. Rest assured, Lord Ubuyashiki. Everything is ready. Muzan will come, but he won't leave. Rengoku's booming voice followed. The day of the final battle has finally arrived. We will stake everything to secure victory. Tengen raised his head proudly. Watch my dazzling performance. In this final battlefield, let all demons fall spectacularly. Abanai maintained his sharp-tongued demeanor. I hope you guys can all survive. If anyone falls before the final victory, don't expect me to mourn them. Gyomii, tears streaming down his face, clasped his hands together, his prayer beads clacking rapidly. Namu Amida Butsu. In this battle, may we all achieve our wishes. Kane also clasped her hands, closing her eyes in what seemed like a prayer. From today onward, the world will become a better place. May everyone who has fought together until now find happiness. Seeing his comrade speak, Ju opened his mouth, managing to utter 4 words, exterminate evil demons. Though I'm not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro said, gripping his newly forged Nichiren blade and looking warmly at the group, since I share such a deep connection with the Corps, let me contribute to eliminating evil demons. This is to repay the trust Yoriichi Tsujikuni placed in the Kamado family's ancestors. So cool. So awesome. Everyone's so cool. Kenroji's eyes sparkled with stars as she looked left and right. Everyone's amazing. What should I do? She clenched her fists against her chest. Should I say something too? But her face scrunched up in distress. I'm not a Hashira yet. I probably shouldn't interrupt. If I speak out of turn, will everyone dislike me? She lowered her head dejectedly. Miss Kenroji, Kaito said, watching the girl's ever-changing expressions with exasperation, raising his voice. Miss Kenroji. Huh. Kenroji snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing in a fluster. Yes, I'm here, Uchiha-san, sorry. Ugh. Her face flushed red as she hung her head. I zoned out, so embarrassing. No matter, Kaito said, amused. Come on, while it's still daylight, I'll help you awaken your mark. Yes. Mitsuri Kenroji replied loudly. Kaito shook his head, leading her toward the formation set up at the mountaintop. In the forest. Iguro-san. Kaito turned to Abanai, who had followed uninvited. Why are you here? There are many spots in the forest where sunlight doesn't reach, and you'll be busy managing the formation, Uchiha-san. Just in case, it's better to have an extra guard, Abanai replied matter-of-factly. If I hadn't noticed you sneaking glances at Miss Kenroji all the time, I might have believed you, Iguro-san. Kaito smiled without saying a word. So reliable, Iguro-san. Kenroji, walking beside him, turned to look at him with sparkling eyes. It's nothing, Abanai said in a casual tone. This only made the sparkle in Kenroji's eyes grow brighter. Thank you, Iguro-san, she said, blushing. And the socks you gave me before, they're really warm. Is that so? Abanai met her gaze briefly before looking away nonchalantly. As long as you like them. I love them, Iguro-san. Kenroji said happily. Cough. Abanai seemed to choke on his breath, quickly saying, we're here. Ahead, Kaito stood outside the formation at the mountaintop, watching the flirting pair with deadpan eyes. He stared until both avoided his gaze, their eyes darting elsewhere. Finally, Kaito took pity and spoke. Please enter the formation, Miss Kenroji. Yes, I understand, Kenroji said, her cheeks still flushed, nimbly crossing the Shimenawa ropes tied between several trees and leaping into the formation. Maintain total concentration breathing, constant, and try to enter a meditative state, Kaito instructed methodically, activating the formation as he guided her to awaken her mark. Half an hour later, the whirlwind in the formation subsided, and Kenroji's mark appeared on her collarbone. As usual, Kaito used spiritual chains to pull her out, then delivered a sharp strike to the back of her neck, administering the pain package. Afterward, he let Abanai instinctively support the exhausted Kenroji while he began dismantling the formation. Once everything was handled, Kenroji had mostly regained her mobility. The three descended the mountain, returning to the main residence. By then, all the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen had gathered, standing on the open ground outside the residence's main gate. Kagaya, the Hashira, and Tanjiro stood at the forefront of the swordsmen. Chapter 446, 446. Without a doubt. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Archer, Meni E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. You're back, Kagaya said, waving to Kaito, Abanai, and Mitsuri. Come here, Mitsuri, join us. Kaito and Abanai nodded and walked over. Mitsuri, excited, let out a cheerful response before hurrying to catch up with them. Kaito stood beside Kagaya, while Abanai joined the line of Hashira. Mitsuri hesitated, standing to the side with an anxious expression, unsure where to go. Kagaya glanced at Kaito, who nodded. Smiling gently at Mitsuri, he said, from this moment, Mitsuri, you are the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Huh? I'm a Hashira already. Mitsuri said, shocked and bewildered. No need to be surprised, Kagaya said soothingly. I consulted with the other Hashira, and during the recent training, they all acknowledged your strength. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Mitsuri said, tears welling up as she bowed repeatedly to Kagaya and the other Hashira. I never expected to gain everyone's approval so quickly. I'm so happy, sniff. So cute. The male swordsman in the assembled rank stared at the newly minted love Hashira with shining eyes. Mitsuri. Come here. Rengoku called out with a smile, interrupting her continuous bowing. Stand here. Yes, master. Mitsuri happily ran over, standing beside Rengoku. At that moment, Gyomii stepped forward, clapping his hands with a resounding force that sent a powerful pressure toward the still restless swordsman. Silence, he said gravely. Please listen quietly to Lord Ubuyashiki. So scary. The assembled swordsmen paled and fell completely silent. Good afternoon, swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kagaya's gentle voice rang out, like a spring breeze calming the rapid heartbeats of the swordsman startled by the stone Hashira. Seated upright in his wheelchair, his frail body commanded the respectful gazes of everyone present. He continued, 1,000 years ago, the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji was born, creating man-eating demons that threatened people's safety and caused countless human tragedies. To combat these demons, the ancestors of the Ubuyashiki clan founded the Demon Slayer Corps. For a millennium, countless people whose families were killed by demons joined the Corps, driven by deep-seated hatred, fighting on the front lines against these evil creatures. His voice, neither loud nor soft, carried a peculiar rhythm that resonated through everyone's ears. All listened intently. This man, Kaito observed Kagaya. He's truly gifted. If he lived in the ninja world, he might have used his talent for sound to create a unique genjutsu. Kagaya's speech continued. For 1,000 years, countless lives have been lost in the fight against demons. The Demon Slayer Corps has been pushed to the brink of destruction multiple times. His unique voice guided the emotions of his audience, conjuring images of countless predecessors charging forward through endless blood and fire. The weight of it settled heavily in their hearts. But we have never given up, he said, his tone growing resolute. As long as demons continue to devour humans, as long as hatred for them burns in our hearts, there will always be someone to carry on the will of those before them, picking up a blade to fight. Kaito noticed the crowd's blood beginning to boil under his voice. All the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, you are the most vital part of this organization. Kagaya looked at the assembled swordsmen with a gentle gaze, making each feel the sincerity of his regard. Their demeanor shifted, their eyes growing resolute, as if filled with boundless courage. Kaito recalled his own attempts at rallying ninjas in his world, realizing he was no match for Kagaya in this regard. Today may be the most important day of my life, Kagaya continued. Though no official announcement has been made, I believe you've all mentally prepared yourselves. He scanned their eyes. Yes, Muzan is coming, and the Demon Slayer Corps is about to face its final battle. Though the swordsmen had sensed something during their intensive training, hearing the confirmation caused the lower-ranking members to erupt in murmurs. Muzan. The demons are really attacking our headquarters. Can we handle it? Since Muzan is coming, shouldn't we temporarily relocate? Don't worry, all the Hashira are here. We'll definitely win. Kill all the evil demons. Since he's coming, he's not leaving. Kill Muzan. Some voices were pessimistic, some wanted to retreat, some brimmed with confidence, and others burned with hatred. Clap. Jyomi's towering figure stepped forward again, his hands clapping with a thunderous sound, instantly silencing the clamor. I understand everyone's feelings, Kagaya spoke again, drawing their attention. But please have faith in Uchiha-san, who has come to aid us, in me, in the Hashira, and in yourselves. A confident smile spread across his face. Because this time, I firmly believe victory will belong to all of us in the Demon Slayer Corps. He suddenly bowed to the swordsman from his wheelchair. So, please trust my judgment. This time, with an unprecedented ally, thorough preparations, and the strongest swordsman in recent years, we will resolutely claim victory and end Muzan Kibutsuji's 1,000-year reign. Lord Ubuyashiki. The Hashira behind him moved to help him up, but Jyomi raised a hand to stop them. This is Lord Ubuyashiki's own will, he said sternly, looking at his fellow Hashira. Lord Ubuyashiki. The assembled swordsmen froze, stunned. Lord Ubuyashiki, I believe in you, one swordsman shouted, dropping to one knee. I believe you'll lead us to victory. Lord Ubuyashiki. We believe in you too. More swordsmen knelt. We will achieve victory. Soon, every swordsman knelt, shouting in unison. Thank you all, Kagaya said, straightening up with a gentle expression and firm tone. We will achieve victory, without a doubt. Chapter 447, 447. Pre-battle arrangements. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After completing the pre-battle mobilization, Kagaya began to explain the battlefield layout and personnel assignments to the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. With the main Ubuyashiki residence as the center, the swordsmen were to spread outward according to their ranks. The main residence would be guarded by the Hashira-level swordsmen. Radiating outward from there would be the rank A swordsman, then rank B, and so on in descending order. Since everyone anticipated that Muzan would not come alone, the Hashira would surround and attack Muzan and any upper-rank demons under his command. Meanwhile, the lower-rank demons and those below lower rank would be handled by swordsmen of the corresponding lower tiers. In addition, Kagaya's wife and children, the medical staff and wounded from the nearby Butterfly Mansion, the other members of the Kamado family, and the members of the Kikuchi were all to evacuate in advance at this time. This group of non-combatants would be protected by the retired former Water Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki, and the former Thunder Hashira, Jigoro Kawajima. The task of treating injured members on the battlefield fell solely to Shinobu Kocho, who possessed both combat ability and medical expertise. However, from Kaito's perspective, this world lacked the convenient medical ninjutsu that ninjas in the shinobi realm possessed. The so-called battlefield treatment was, at best, better than nothing. As the orders were issued, the swordsmen responsible for the outer perimeter formed ranks and departed one after another. According to the small teams assigned by Kagaya, they occupied various positions in the surrounding forests, leaving a clear radius of 500 meters around the main residence. Then, the remaining group, Kagaya, Kaito, Tanjiro, and the Hashira-level swordsmen, returned to the interior of the residence. Next are the arrangements for the Hashira, Kagaya said, looking at the group. When Muzan arrives, Mr. Uchiha will activate the barrier. Although the battle inside the barrier will be the most critical, I believe it is still necessary to have Hashira guarding outside it. Kaito continued, no one can guarantee that this Demon King hasn't created new upper-rank demons. At that time, I can only prioritize trapping Muzan inside the barrier. To prevent any upper-rank level demons from slaughtering lower-rank swordsmen outside the barrier, we need to divide our forces. At the very least, 2 Hashira must remain outside the barrier. Then let the Flower Hashira and the Love Hashira guard the exterior. Tengen declared. Leave the task of fighting Muzan to us men. Upon hearing this, Kane immediately smiled faintly and said, Era, Mr. Yuzui, why do you say that? Although I am a woman, I don't believe my strength is the weakest among the Hashira. I'll do my best too. Mitsuri, who had been named, added in a somewhat bewildered tone. I don't mean to look down on either of you, Tengen turned to the 2 young women. Whether it's Kane or Mitsuri, both of you are younger than me and far more talented. Or rather, you are both geniuses. But he struck a flashy pose. Since we must divide our forces, I believe the other men here, like me, cannot accept having our female colleagues stationed in a more dangerous position than ourselves. That's only natural. The other male Hashira, hearing his words, quickly nodded in agreement. Just indulge us men in our pointless pride, Tengen finally said to the 2 young women in a pleading tone. There's no helping it, Kane said upon hearing him phrase it that way, and she no longer argued. I understand. Mitsuri and I will protect the lower-ranked swordsmen. Yes. I'll do my best. Mitsuri looked at Kane with sparkling eyes and pumped her fist in enthusiasm. Then it shall be the 2 of you, Flower Hashira Kane Kocho and Love Hashira Mitsuri Kenroji, Kagaya said. Your task will not be easy either, for we do not know how many upper ranks Muzan has under him now, nor how many powerful demons will be left outside the barrier afterward. Please handle it with care. Yes, Lord Ubuyashiki. The 2 young women nodded in unison. Now, moving on, Kagaya turned to the others. Mr. Uchiha, Mr. Kamado, Rock Hashira Jyomi Iheim Jima, Flame Hashira Kayajuro Rengoku, Wind Hashira Sanemi Shinazugawa, Water Hashira Jutomioka, Sound Hashira Tengen Yuzui, Serpent Hashira Aban Iagiro. He carefully looked at each one in turn. You will all remain on the final battlefield to fight Muzan and any powerful demons that may accompany him. Yes, Lord Ubuyashiki. The Hashira responded loudly in unison. I will do my utmost, Kamado Tanjiro said seriously. So that the children no longer have to live in a world with demons. Please rest assured, Lord Ubuyashiki. I will give my all this time, Kaito said with a relaxed posture that stood out against the tense atmosphere around him. Then, everyone, please stand ready, Kagaya said with a smile. There is one final matter, Sanemi suddenly stepped forward. Kagaya asked, what is it, Sanemi? Lord Ubuyashiki, Sanemi knelt on one knee. Please evacuate to a safe location along with the Kikuchi. The other Hashira exchanged glances and knelt as well. Please evacuate, Lord Ubuyashiki. No, Kagaya shook his head firmly. We have already discussed this. I will wait here for Muzan's arrival. Moreover, if he does not see me, given Muzan's cautious nature, he may not enter this residence. But Sanemi looked up. It is far too dangerous for Lord Ubuyashiki, who has no means of self-defense, to remain on the battlefield. You need not worry about that. At that moment, Kaito stepped forward. I will ensure Lord Ubuyashiki's safety. How? Can you guarantee Lord Ubuyashiki's safety 100%? Sanemi remained unconvinced, frowning as he looked at Kaito. You will see when the time comes. Kaito smiled with complete confidence. The Hashira, however, were not entirely reassured. Mr. Uchiha, I trust you, Abanai said. But, forgive me, we cannot gamble with Lord Ubuyashiki's life. Rest assured. Do not worry about me, Kagaya said calmly. Mr. Uchiha has already made arrangements, and I have made my decision. As the head of the Ubuyashiki clan, I wish to face Muzan personally and settle things with him. The others tried to persuade him further, but seeing that Kaguya remained unmoved, they could only reluctantly respect his choice. The sun is about to set. Kaguya looked up at the sky. Everyone, please begin moving into position. Next, Kane and Mitsuri left the residence together. The remaining members began hiding in various positions within the residence under Kaito's direction. As Kaito lightly leaped onto the roof and formed hand seals, the breathing presences of the swordsman gradually vanished. Then, Kaito's own figure gradually faded from sight. In the entire residence, only Kaguya remained alone, holding a basin of blue spider lilies, seated in his wheelchair, quietly waiting in the main hall. As the sun set in the west, Kaguya lifted his head and gazed at the mountains outside the gate, which were gradually shrouding the sinking sun. Chapter 448, 448. The Demon King enters the trap. A special thank you to my patrons: Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The gorgeous crimson sunset gradually deepened into somber darkness, and the last sliver of sunlight vanished behind the mountain range. The golden edges that the setting sun had painted upon the peaks faded into oblivion. Night had fallen. A cool mountain breeze threaded through the forest, stirring a few tattered leaves. The Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen lurking in the woods felt the environment grow dim and instinctively softened their breathing. The wind brushed past the swordsmen's hair and the hems of their haori, gradually chilling their skin. It swept over the estate gate, rippling the surface of the babbling brook, and set the clusters of wisteria blossoms hanging from the flower trellis swaying. Carrying the fragrance of wisteria, the breeze entered the courtyard, chimed the wind bells beneath the eaves, and finally blew into the main hall whose 4 sliding doors stood wide open. Kaguya sat upright in his wheelchair, allowing the flower-scented wind to tousle his hair. The vivid blue blossoms of the spider lilies in his lap swayed gently in the breeze. Have you come, Muzan Kibutsuji? Kaguya suddenly spoke in a soft voice. My intuition tells me you are already here. What a disgusting intuition. A man in a formal suit and fedora appeared abruptly in the courtyard. The progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, had stepped into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. His appearance was indistinguishable from a human's, slightly wavy black hair, one hand holding his hat to shade his eyes. As he lifted his head, he revealed rose-red pupils utterly alien to humankind. Those slit, cat-like eyes radiated pure, icy malice. Are you the current head of the Ubuyashiki clan? He looked at Kaguya with contempt. Already crippled. What a repulsive sight. Muzan Kibutsuji. Kaguya met his gaze without fear and smiled. I have always wanted to meet you. Meet me. Muzan seemed to find it laughable. The moment you meet me is the moment you die. We share the same bloodline, Kaguya said, staring at Muzan. Because a monster like you was born into our clan, the Ubuyashiki bloodline was cursed by the gods. His eyes remained fixed on the demon who had finally appeared before him. Ever since then, every child born to the Ubuyashiki has been frail and short-lived. Even when we followed the shrine priest's advice and married women from priestly families, none of the children lived past 30. His tone was inscrutable. This is divine punishment upon our clan, a curse that can only be lifted by your complete annihilation. How tedious. Muzan sneered. What does any of that have to do with me? I have slaughtered tens of thousands, yet I have never been punished, not by gods, not by Buddha. His expression twisted into disgust as he glared at Kaguya. Only you. The Ubuyashiki clan's Demon Slayer Corps, clinging to me for 1,000 years like irritating flies. Kaguya replied calmly, most of the children in the Corps have lost loved ones to demons. Every heart harbors hatred for you. As long as demons exist, that hatred will never fade. Utterly ridiculous. Muzan's face contorted with revulsion. Typhoons and earthquakes claim human lives too, why does no one hate typhoons or earthquakes? He began walking step by step toward the main hall where Kaguya sat. Weak humans should simply treat me like a natural disaster, rejoice that they survived, and go on living. Why must you persist in hounding me? At that moment, the Hashira lurking throughout the estate according to Kaito's plan began to stir, only to discover they could no longer move or even speak. Suspicion toward Kaito, the architect of this predicament, warred with frantic urgency as they listened to the exchange. Please remain calm, everyone, Kaito's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Do not disrupt the plan. On the other side, Muzan had already stepped onto the veranda beneath the eaves. Kaguya merely shook his head at the approaching demon. You have been divorced from humanity for far too long, Muzan, he said with steady composure. For 1,000 years you have chased eternal life, yet you fail to comprehend that human emotions and will can be passed down indefinitely. Those precious things are what truly achieve eternity. Silence. Muzan lunged forward, claws reaching for the flower basin in Kagaya's lap. Hand over the blue spider lily and die. The Hashira's eyes bulged in fury. Rip. The sound of paper tearing filled the air. The Kagaya before Muzan, along with the blue spider lilies, shredded into fluttering scraps. At the same instant, a pentagram-shaped magic circle spun rapidly beneath Muzan's feet, emitting an eerie blue glow. Muzan's expression darkened, he shot backward. But just as he neared the threshold of the main hall, countless neatly aligned paper talismans suspended in the air outside suddenly materialized and blazed with light. Damn it. Muzan dodged back inside the room. Good. Very good. So it's that Onmyoji called Uchiha Kaito, you have angered me far too many times. Greetings, Muzan Kabutsuji. Kaito's voice echoed from every direction. The real blue spider lily is in my hands. Come and take it if you want it. Excellent. Kaito. Sunlight lingered stubbornly outside, Muzan dared not charge out and could only rage impotently within the hall. Indeed, Uchiha Kaito at your service. Kaito answered nonchalantly and simultaneously released the Hashira from their bindings. My apologies, everyone, he transmitted. Please wait just a little longer, emerge only after the barrier is complete. Outside the estate, in the east, west, south, and north, a paper Shikigami clone of Kaito stood just beyond the courtyard wall in each direction. Chapter 449, 449. The destination is the same. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. When the barrier, woven from torii gates, Shimenawa ropes, paper talismans, and Nichiren blades, blazed with golden light in the darkness, every suspended talisman in the air burned to ash in perfect unison. What have you done? Muzan stood at the threshold of the main hall, glaring at the countless Nichiren blades dangling from the Shimenawa outside, gleaming like accusations. This is the barrier I prepared in advance. Kaito's body drifted lightly into the courtyard, smiling at Muzan. At the same moment, several whooshing sounds cut the air. Swordsmen flashed in from every direction and took positions behind him. Hey! Where is Lord Ubuyashiki? Sanemi seized Kaito's arm. No need to worry. Lord Ubuyashiki has been placed in absolute safety by my arrangements. Kaito's arm suddenly thinned like paper and slipped from Sanemi's grip. He leisurely straightened his sleeve, then lifted his eyes to Muzan. It would be best for everyone to focus on the enemy before us. TCH. The hot-tempered Sanemi did not press further. He drew his Nichiren blade and leveled it at Muzan. So this is Muzan. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. I'm going to hack this bastard trash into pieces right now. Shing. A chorus of blades rang out as the other swordsmen unsheathed their Nichiren swords. Demon Slayer Core. Muzan stepped out of the hall onto the veranda, looking down at them with imperial disdain. So this is your trap for me? With you pathetic insects. He vanished and reappeared directly in front of Kaito, eyes locking. Endless petty tricks. His hands tore Kaito's body into shreds. Do you know who I am? The figure on the veranda dissolved into afterimage. Such speed. The shredded flesh turned to paper scraps and fluttered down. Unfortunately, you still haven't found me. Kaito's voice echoed from all directions. I told you, the blue spider lily is in my hands. Come take it if you want it, Muzan. No one toys with me like this. His arms morphed into thorned whipvines, lashing forward and backward at speeds beyond sight. The building behind him was sliced neatly into sections and collapsed in a roar. At the same instant, a black Nichiren blade flashed in front of the forward whip before anyone else could react. Clang. Blade met whip, the whip recoiled, and its wielder, Kamado Tenjiro, slid backward from the impact. You. Muzan's eyes widened at the men who had leaped ahead of the others. Those earrings. Who are you? 300 years ago, Kokushibo and I eradicated every last person connected to sun-breathing. Kamado Tenjiro. Kamado Tenjiro gripped his Nichiren blade with both hands, his expression as gentle as ever, his gaze calm as still water. I apologize. Though I was fortunate enough to inherit sun-breathing from Tsujikuni Yoriichi, my family has only ever been ordinary charcoal sellers in the mountains, generation after generation. Ordinary my ass. The Hashira behind him wore complicated expressions. Muzan's attack had been too fast. Only Tanjiro and Jyomiai had reacted in time. The others had sensed it, but their bodies lagged half a beat behind those two. And Tanjiro had been a fraction faster and more precise than even Jyomiai. Had he not stepped in, someone would have been wounded the instant they faced Muzan. Everyone reached the same conclusion and felt the yawning chasm between their strength and the Demon King's. Even after the intensive training before the battle, even with their marks awakened, even with Gyomii having grasped the transparent world under Tanjiro's guidance, the gap remained starkly perceptible. It was a despair-inducing difference. Yet no one retreated. Every swordsman held their breathing steady, without the slightest disruption. So you were hiding in the mountains. Musen's face darkened to pitch. Tsujikuni Yoriichi, that man always found another path. Did he truly expect a weakling like you, a hidden inheritor, to defeat me? No. Tanjiro's aura remained as mild as foliage. Lately, in dreams, I have seen ancestral memories from my bloodline. The breathing method was passed down without permission by my ancestor, Yoriichi's friend, after witnessing his demonstration. Yoriichi himself never intended this, because he once said. In Musen's eyes, Tanjiro's silhouette gradually overlapped with the memory of Yoriichi. Those who exhaust the path will arrive at the same destination. Though eras change and roads diverge, we will all reach the same place in the end. I believe Yoriichi. Tanjiro lunged, blade flashing. Believed in the transmission of human conviction and in the strength of every succeeding generation of the Demon Slayer Corps. A crimson arc slashed toward the thorned whip of Musen's arm. Sun breathing, third form, raging sun. At the same moment, the Hashira moved. Rock breathing, second form, upper smasher. Gyomii swung his chained flail, the massive spiked ball fell like a meteor toward Musen's skull. He called out, everyone, be careful, this man has 5 brains and 7 hearts. Wind breathing, fifth form, cold mountain wind. Flame breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Wind Hashira Sanemi and Flame Hashira Rengoku struck together. Emerald wind spiral slashed downward while crimson flame vortices spiraled upward, intertwining into a colossal windfire helix that engulfed Musen. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Sound breathing, first form, roar. Juentingen unleashed the fastest forms of their styles. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. Abanai flowed with his blade, white blade light snaked through gaps in the onslaught, forming a massive serpent that coiled and struck at Musen's nape. Chapter 450, 450. The destination is the same, Part 2. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ridiculous. As the swordsman's coordinated assault converged, slashes of every element crashing in, Musen began to laugh, his face twisting into a grotesque snarl. Utterly ridiculous. His body spun in a blur, the elongated thorn whips of his arms whipping outward with ear-splitting shrieks. The shadows formed a hurricane vortex, collision sounds rang out in a dense barrage. In the next instant, every attack dissipated into nothingness. The immense counterforce from the whips hurled the swordsman backward through the air. Only Gyomii remained standing, though even he was dragged back several steps by his recoiling flail. Ubuyashiki schemed endlessly to lure me here, the Onmyoji set this barrier, and this is the welcome you prepare. You insects think you can defeat me. His body suddenly swelled, clothes shredding inch by inch. Sun breathing. He sneered at the distant Tanjiro. Is that all? You're leagues below Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As he spoke, his black hair bleached to white, limbs and lower body enveloped in blood and fur, massive maws lined with jagged fangs erupting across his form. Boundless killing intent radiated from him, the swordsmen felt their skin prickle as if pierced by needles. Careful. He's fully demonized. Gyomii's towering frame stood firm at the forefront, one hand on his axe, the other whipping the chained flail into a roaring gale. Ah! Sanemi rose to his feet, eyes bloodshot, gaze burning into Musen. He wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and grinned fiercely. So damn strong, you bastard. But even if I die, I'll kill you. 5 brains, 7 hearts, if I'm not mistaken, this man won't die even from decapitation. Rengoku laughed as well. The night is long, even at the cost of our lives, we'll keep him here. Tingen continued, until sunrise arrives. No need for words. Abanai surged forward again, his blade igniting with pale light, tracing a twisted arc through the air. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Annoying vermin. Musen flung his arms wide in fury, the massive thorn whips writhing once more. Rock breathing, first form, serpentinite bipolar. Gyomii's attack arrived second but struck first. Flail and axe hurled simultaneously, clamping the whips in a pincer. Got him. Blade light exploded from Abanai's sword as it arced toward Musen's neck. But in the instant he looked up, he met Musen's contemptuous smile. Iguro, fall back. Jiomiai's warning rang out. Too late. Abanai gritted his teeth and poured strength into his swing, accelerating the blade toward Musen's throat. At least decapitation will drain him. Die. Musen's voice was ice. Several crimson blood whips shot from his back. White-bone spurs gleamed coldly at their tips. The whips lashed out, one blocking Abanai's serpentine Nicaran blade, the others piercing toward his body in a blink. I didn't accomplish anything. Abanai felt the spurs edge keenly on his skin. Time slowed in that moment. Iguro. Damn it. His comrades' cries echoed behind him. Sorry. He apologized silently to his fellow Hashira. The rest is up to you. He tried to turn toward the barrier's exterior. Wonder what Mitsuri is doing, fighting demons too, probably. Shame, we never got to talk more. Protect. In the flash of spark and stone, Kaito's voice resounded. The instant the bone spurs touched Abanai's body, paper talismans burst from within him, forming a translucent spherical barrier that repelled the whips. Crack. Fissures spiderwebbed across the shield. Saved. The crisp shatter snapped Abanai back to awareness, he leaped backward. Musen manipulated the blood whips for another strike. Crack. The barrier shattered. At that moment, Ju dropped from above, landing in front of him. Water breathing, 11th form, dead calm. A zone of utter stillness enveloped his front, invisible slashes deflected every whip. Iguro. Don't charge ahead alone like that. Sanemi, who had just kicked Ju skyward for speed, vaulted past Abanai's left. Wind breathing, 7th form, gale, sudden gusts. Coordinate with your teammates, Iguro. Rengoku leaped past Abanai's right. Flame breathing, 5th form, flame tiger. His Nicaran blade thrust rapidly, rising flames formed a massive tiger, carrying Sanemi spinning wind blades in a deafening roar, closing on Musen in an instant. Endless. Endless. Musen's tone dripped irritation. His thorn whip smashed back Jiomiai's flail and axe, retracted, then shot forward, piercing the wind-born tiger and reaching Sanemi and Kaijuro. Sound breathing, 4th form, constant resounding slashes. Explosions boomed, Tengen's twin blades slashed in rapid succession amid gunpowder blasts, blocking for Kaijuro and halting the whips. Rock breathing, 2nd form, upper smash. The massive flail plummeted again, smashing the whip before Sanemi. Nice coordination. Sanemi leaped onto the flail, springing high. Die. Blood whips split from Musen's back, stabbing skyward. Jiomiai hurled his axe, it halted precisely beneath Sanemi's foot. Perfect. Sanemi pushed off, soaring higher, evading the spurs. Musen redirected the whips upward, white blade light suddenly coiled around them like a python constricting prey. Serpent breathing, 3rd form, coil choke. Abanai appeared midair, pressing several whips downward with his Nicaran blade. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Ju's blade carried dragon-like torrents, weaving through the thorn whips and remaining blood whips, neutralizing his weapons. Flame breathing, 9th form, Rengoku. Sun breathing, 11th form, dragon sun halo head dance. Rengoku and Tanjiro moved in unison. Rengoku charged, flames erupting like a blazing comet. Tanjiro mirrored him, dazzling slashes coiled around Rengoku like fire dragons. Crimson and vermilion flames intertwined, crossing the gap to bombard Musen. Then. Wind breathing, 9th form, Idaten typhoon. Sanemi plummeted from above, unleashing a massive spinning wind blade into the combined assault. Flames exploded around Musen with a thunderous roar, soaring skyward. In that instant, blinding firelight illuminated the entire estate. Chapter 451, 451. Inside and outside the barrier. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After landing their combined blow, the swordsmen leaped back in unison, catching their breath while observing cautiously. Everyone, the night is still long. Conserve your stamina. Jiomiai's towering figure remained at the forefront, gripping his massive axe in one hand and the chained flail in the other. Remember, that man cannot be killed easily. At that moment, the flames at the estate center gradually died down. Musen emerged unscathed. Rengoku's eyes widened. I'm certain my blade struck him. But his regeneration is insanely fast. Even a 3-person combined attack couldn't inflict real damage. Tanjiro frowned slightly. Damn it. Sanemi gnashed his teeth. Our attacks are too weak against him. No, I must praise you. The thorn whips had reverted to arms, 9 blood whips from his back twisted and lashed relentlessly. That attack actually caused me pain. His face twisted into a sinister grin. Especially you, charcoal seller. He glared at Tanjiro with murderous intent. Sun breathing, left by that bastard, though nowhere near his level, still. The blood whips behind him suddenly lashed like lightning, streaking toward the group. Two targeted Tanjiro specifically, clamping from both sides. As payment for wounding me, you'll die first. So fast. Careful. Mr. Kamado. The swordsmen swung their blades to barely parry the incoming whips, eyes flicking worriedly toward Kamado Tanjiro. Sun breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Tanjiro's body spun in a rapid twist, escaping the pincer. Gyomii arrived at his side. The two began cooperating to fend off 3 blood whips. The other swordsman consciously drew closer, relying on teamwork to block the eye-blurring lashes. Still not coming out, on my OG. Muzan looked skyward. How long do you think these mortals' flesh can hold? Kaito did not respond. Fine, watch them die and regret it. Muzan declared loudly, smirking unnaturally. In that instant, more blood whips burst from his legs, slicing air at speeds far exceeding those from his back. Bad. Tanjiro and Gyomii's faces changed drastically. With transparent world, both detected the surprise attack. But their bodies couldn't react in time. Even the slightly faster Kamado Tanjiro was strained. Protect. Kaito's voice rang out just in time. Dense paper talismans flew from the swordsmen's bodies, orbiting rapidly. A massive hemispherical barrier enveloping everyone formed just as the whips arrived. Almost simultaneously, the whip struck silently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the barrier with audible snaps, only then did the sonic booms reach their ears. Boom. Whips sliding off the barrier slammed the ground, deafening. The earth shook, the courtyard cracked open, stones flying like bullets. My apologies, I was a bit late. Kaito's figure rose from the intact ground within the barrier, standing at the front. Thankfully, no one is gravely injured. He turned to the swordsman. Truly impressive. Hey. Can't tell if that's praise or sarcasm. Sanemi scowled. And how much stuff did you hide on us? It's genuine praise. You're all remarkable. Kaito smiled. I originally thought holding out this long might come with casualties. Tengen grimaced. Hey. Your words are pissing me off more, Mr. Uchiha. Ah, sorry, though it's the truth. Kaito eyed Muzan outside the barrier. Resisting Muzan this long with ordinary human flesh is already extraordinary. On my OG. Muzan's blood whips pounded the barrier relentlessly. Hiding in your turtle shell, out of those sunlight burst talismans. Yes, all used up. Kaito tossed talismans to mend the barrier casually. Expended forcing you back inside to activate the outer barrier in time. Then how will you kill me? Muzan mocked. With this flimsy shell? Exactly. I'll keep repairing it. Kaito sat cross-legged leisurely. And wait comfortably for tomorrow's sunrise. He waved to the swordsman. Everyone, sit and rest. As I said, we just wait for dawn. He smiled. As long as Muzan can't breach it, victory is assured. Delusional. Muzan snarled, but his expression shifted. He leaped toward the courtyard wall, all 9 back whips plus 8 from his legs lashed the Nicaran blade lattice. Useless. Kaito watched smiling. On impact, blades in the struck zone rotated, edges inward, Shimanawa, talismans, and Gohei glowed gold, tinting the blades. Sizzle. Whips melted like touching sunlight. Ayahawk. Muzan howled, severing the whips and retreating. He glared coldly at Kaito. Feel it, Muzan, you can't escape my barrier. Kaito said lightly. The moment you entered, the outcome was sealed. Is that so? Muzan laughed maniacally. What about those outside? The core members guarding the barrier don't care if they all die. What are you planning? Rengoku shouted. Neikime. Muzan commanded. Throw every core member outside into the Infinity Castle. Biwa strums sounded, screams echoed from beyond. Can you ignore your teammates forced into a manipulable space, fighting countless demons? Muzan smiled blissfully at the cries. Only 2 upper ranks left, but I prepared 500 demons in the Infinity Castle, lower rank equivalents. His smile widened. All Hashira are here, sure the trash outside can handle it. Chapter 452. God descends to the world. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the at with a. If you want to save them, you have to open the barrier. Muzan laughed recklessly. So how will you choose, on my OG? Kaito sat within the barrier, his eyes lowered, silent. The faces of the several swordsmen kept changing, clearly hesitant and indecisive. Abanai's cold voice rang out, as long as we can defeat Muzan, any sacrifice is worth it. No. Rengoku objected, no one should be sacrificed. We can only decide our own lives. What nonsense are you saying? The Demon Slayer Corps has finally fought to this point. Are we really going to open the barrier and let Muzan escape? Abanai turned his head and glared angrily. You should know very well that if we miss this chance, we'll never have another one. Rengoku said, I won't say the words to open the barrier. I just want to ask Mr. Uchiha if there's a way to have the best of both worlds. How could such a thing be possible? Mr. Uchiha isn't a god. Abanai's voice was no longer calm, as if he was convincing Rengoku while also convincing himself. The sin of letting our team members be sacrificed, I'll bear it alone. He gently stroked the small white snake around his neck. I don't care about adding more sins to myself. But. Thinking of Mitsuri's smile, his other hand trembled slightly, gripping his Nichiren sword tightly. Namo Amitba Buddha. Jyomi spoke, and Abanai and Rengoku immediately stopped arguing. He pressed his hands together, eyes closed, tears streaming down. No need to quarrel. The sin of falling into Avicii hell forever, we'll bear it together. The Hashira exchanged glances, seeming to have made up their minds, and sat down together with Jyomi, closing their eyes and pressing their hands together. Finally made it in time. Kaito suddenly opened his eyes. It seems everyone is quite pessimistic. He stood up, turned to look at the solemn-faced swordsman, and smiled. Not to mention myself, you should have faith in Lord Ubuyashiki's wisdom. We're not at the point where we couldn't foresee the current situation. What do you mean? Did you and the Lord make arrangements? Abanai asked anxiously. Outside, there are only the insect and love Hashira. The enemy has 2 upper moons as well. I'm afraid the 2 of them can't handle the upper moon demons while rescuing the other members. He had been the coldest earlier, and now he was the most eager. Please watch carefully, everyone. Kaito turned his head and smiled at Muzan. Unfortunately, your goal of threatening me to open the barrier won't be achieved, Muzan. You. Muzan's face twisted viciously. Blood whips and thorn whips lashed out simultaneously, frantically striking the protective barrier around everyone. Spiritual light shone around Kaito as he formed hand seals with both hands. Crack. Crack. Sounds kept ringing out. The barrier kept showing cracks, only to be continuously repaired by Kaito. Everyone. At that moment, Kagaya's voice came from outside the barrier. Everyone quickly turned to look and saw another Kaito pushing Kagaya in a wheelchair under the torii gate outside the mansion's entrance, looking toward them. Kagaya held a flower pot with a blue spider lily in his arms. Mr. Uchiha even kept part of his actions hidden from me. He smiled helplessly. By the time the barrier opened, I was already outside it. My lord. The several Hashira-level swordsmen finally confirmed their leader's safety, unable to hide their joyful expressions. Ubuyashiki. Muzan lunged forward, standing inside the gate, glaring fiercely at the 2 outside through the barrier. Uchiha. Both of you deserve to die. Everyone. The Kaito outside ignored him and said to the swordsman, time is urgent. The one inside the barrier is my paper clone. It has no combat power, but it should be enough to maintain the barrier. His black eyes turned crimson, and 3 black Magatama patterns spun rapidly. I'll first go break the Infinity Castle, then come back to deal with Muzan. The 3 Magatama in his eyes spun faster and faster, then suddenly transformed into a pentagram pattern. It's been a while. Let the demon witness the power of humanity. Kaito formed hand seals. Susanoo. In the utterly shocked gazes of everyone, a majestic figure over 100 meters tall rose from the ground. Its entire body was covered in armor, its face wore a long-nosed Tengu mask, a pair of wings that blotted out the sky flapped behind it, and it gripped a massive naginata in both hands. The enormous warrior, composed of blue semi-transparent energy, stood between heaven and earth like a god descending to the world, overlooking all beings. At that moment, everyone inside the barrier involuntarily widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock. This. What is this? Muzan looked up at the mountain-like giant, finally panicking completely. He suddenly felt a wave of despair. Despair far greater and more overwhelming than when he faced Tsujikuni Yoriichi. No. No one can judge me. Not even a god. He began frantically swinging his flesh whips, striking the barrier mainly composed of Nichiren swords without restraint. Completely disregarding the melting of his flesh whips, he regenerated madly and attacked non-stop. At that moment, he only wanted to escape the barrier as quickly as possible. Kaito merely glanced at him coldly from afar, reached out to grasp Kagaya's shoulder, and the two rose straight into the air, stopping at the gem embedded in the giant's forehead. Boom. 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 The giant took steps, turned, and walked away amid earth-shaking tremors. Inside the barrier, the expressions of the several swordsmen were nearly numb. Hey, you just said that was the power of humanity. Tengen looked at the paper clone's face with an indescribable expression. Hey. That's the power of a god, right? Abanai murmured to himself. Susanoo, Tomioka said. Is it borrowing the power of Susanoo no Makoto? This is really. Sanemi gritted his teeth. Up until now, what have the Demon Slayer Corps' battles been in your eyes? Child's play. Don't say that, Shinazugawa. Rengoku said loudly, those efforts and sacrifices all have meaning. The people we've protected from the demons, that's where all the meaning lies. Namo Amitba Buddha. Jyomi closed his eyes again and began chanting sutras. That is indeed the power of humanity. Kaito's paper clone spoke. That is the pupil technique passed down through our clan's bloodline, the Sharingan. We call it a Keki Igenkai. Amid the completely disbelieving gazes of the others, he continued, however, to manifest it in this world, I still had to expend quite a bit of extra effort. Chapter 453, 453. Upper Rank 5. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The time goes back to a moment earlier. When the golden barrier rose around the Ubuyashiki mansion, the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen lurking in the mountain forest all witnessed it with their own eyes. At the same time, everyone's spirits grew tense. Is it starting? Kane and Mitsuri stood on a waterfall not far from the residence, watching the situation in the courtyard from afar. Shinobu and 3 other first-rank swordsmen followed behind the two. These 6 swordsmen formed the mobile squad for this war, responsible for battlefield reinforcements and rescues. There's only one person, Mitsuri said, looking at the figure fighting the swordsman in the courtyard. That's Muzan. Shinobu said. Be careful. It seems he's the only one trapped inside the barrier, the other demons are outside. The group remained on high alert while watching the rapid battle unfolding in the courtyard. Until Kaito's figure appeared, using a protective barrier to save the swordsman on the brink of danger. Then, with the sound of a biwa ringing in their ears, they suddenly realized that the ground beneath their feet had somehow turned into wooden doors and windows. Careful. Dodge quickly. Just as they were about to jump, the doors and windows beneath their feet suddenly opened. Ah. What's going on? Amid several screams, they involuntarily fell into the suddenly appearing space. Then, as the biwa sounds continued to ring out, the Demon Slayer Corps members lurking in the forests in various directions were successively swallowed by the abrupt spaces appearing under their feet. Inside the Infinity Castle, Kane fell into a room surrounded on all sides by identical shoji doors. Mitsuri. Shinobu. She called out loudly a few times but heard no response, immediately realizing that everyone had been separated. It seems this is the blood demon art that controls space, as Mr. Uchiha mentioned. She gripped her Nichiren sword and walked toward a door on one side of the room. I must quickly find the demon using this blood demon art. However, just as she was about to push the door open, a large group of grotesquely shaped demons suddenly burst through the shoji door and attacked her ferociously. Flower breathing, 5th form, peonies of futility. Kane instinctively unleashed 9 consecutive strikes in an instant. 9 peach-colored blade arcs decapitated the surrounding demons along the way, finally piercing through the thick neck of the largest demon simultaneously. Ignoring the demons turning to ash, Kane held her sword and strode out of the room. These demons were not weak, 2 of them even had the strength of lower strings. At this point, she began to worry about the other members. I must quickly deal with the demon controlling this space. Her expression hardened, and she ran swiftly. She then began racing through this incredibly complex underground castle, occasionally rescuing other Demon Slayer members under siege. Through conversations with them, she immediately understood the current situation. It seems Muzan wants to wipe us all out in one fell swoop to interfere with the pillars and Mr. Uchiha who are fighting him. She shared her judgment with the member named Murata in front of her. Please rendezvous with the other members as soon as possible. She pointed out the direction toward where the Demon Slayer Corps members were gathering for Murata. I must find the demon controlling this underground castle space. I heard the sound of a biwa coming from that direction earlier. Murata suddenly provided a seemingly useful clue. Excellent, thank you. Kane nodded and immediately rushed toward the direction Murata indicated. Meanwhile, Shinobu was already in grave peril. After falling and separating from her sister and Mitsuri, what appeared before her was a porcelain pot with gorgeous patterns. At first, she paid it no mind, but as she passed by the pot, a demon with an appearance that challenged the limits of human tolerance suddenly burst out from it. Shinobu nimbly leaped back in a graceful retreat. Upon seeing the demon clearly, she struggled to maintain her composure. This was a completely snow-white demon, its lower body seemingly connected to the pot. A massive head was attached to a slippery body, with several small hands dangling from the head. Most bizarrely, it had two mouths growing where its eyes should be, while its two eyes were located on its forehead and mouth positions. Upper rank. Though instantly repulsed by the demon's ugliness, the moment she saw the characters engraved in its eyes, she calmed her mind. Running into an upper rank right away. She drew the slender Nichiren sword from her waist. My luck isn't great, it seems. I am upper rank 5, Gyako. The demon's two mouths spoke simultaneously. What was that expression just now, you ugly girl? My name is Kane Shinobu. Shinobu's forehead bulged with veins. How should I put it? I especially don't want to be called ugly by a guy like you. Do you have any objections to Lord Gyako's perfect and flawless form? Ugly girl. Gyako's body twisted on the pot. Oh my, I'm afraid I can't agree with your taste, Mr. Gyako. Shinobu took a deep breath to suppress her inner anger, saying with a smiling face. Speaking of which, that pot of yours. Gyako immediately raised its massive head high in contempt. What's wrong with my pot? Can you offer any meaningful suggestions about my perfect art, ugly girl? Your pot. Shinobu's body abruptly vanished. Is a bit asymmetrical, it's hideous. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Gyako, her slender Nichiren sword rapidly thrusting toward Gyako's eyes. Insect breathing, dance of the bee sting, true flutter. However, this high-speed thrust struck nothing. All that remained before her was an empty pot, while Gyako's voice abruptly came from behind her. You detestable hag, how dare you slander Lord Gyako's art? Shinobu leaped up rapidly, flipping and turning to look behind her. Gyako had now emerged from another pot, its small hands connected to the head also holding a porcelain pot with watergrass patterns. Die, you tasteless hag. It raised the watergrass patterned porcelain pot. Blood demon art, 1,000 needle fish kill. Large and small goldfish floated out from the pot, spewing countless sharp needles from their mouths. Poisonous. The moment Shinobu saw the sharp needles, her expression changed, and she began dodging rapidly. Ha ha ha. You can't escape, hag. Gyako continuously summoned goldfish through the watergrass patterned porcelain pot, the rapidly shooting poison needles covering an increasingly wide area. Soon, Shinobu's body was pierced by the poison needles. As her speed slowed, more and more needles struck her. It was a neuro-paralyzing poison. As the Demon Slayer Corps' poison expert, she quickly assessed her body's condition. Though she could probably concoct an antidote, she couldn't find the opportunity. Is this the end? Shinobu's speed completely slowed, and she finally collapsed to the ground. At this point, the spraying of poison needles had stopped. Gyako laughed loudly. This is the price you pay for slandering my art. Hag. Now, it held out another porcelain pot with wave patterns, pouring the water from it onto Shinobu. I will torment you painfully to death and then turn you into a decoration for my pot. Chapter 454, 454. Offering for the God. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Blood demon art, blood prison pot. A massive glob of water completely enveloped Shinobu's petite body. He. Unable to breathe underwater, the Demon Slayer Corps' breathing techniques naturally become ineffective. Slowly suffocate to death, make a pained yet beautiful expression, and finally become my work of art. Gyako writhed excitedly nearby. Only by tasting ultimate suffering can you, hag, become beautiful. Shinobu's entire body was paralyzed by the neurotoxin and unable to struggle. She could only watch helplessly as she was submerged in the water, losing her ability to breathe. Her vision gradually blurred, her consciousness slowly fading. Sister. On the other side of the Infinity Castle, Kane, who was running, suddenly stopped and clutched her heart. Shinobu. Something had happened to Shinobu. For no reason, her intuition suddenly flashed this message. Twang. At that moment, a biwa strum sounded. Kane's vision blurred, and she found herself abruptly standing atop a high wooden window. Around her were various wooden structures constantly shifting. On a platform ahead, a short-haired female demon sat by the wall, cradling a biwa. Her face had only one large single eye, clearly engraved with the character 4. Fleshy tendrils growing from her back crawled over the entire wall. It's you, the demon manipulating space. Kane held her sword in opposition. Upper rank 4. She suddenly leaped into the air. Flower breathing, 4th form, Crimson Hanagoromo. 2 massive crisscrossing slashes assaulted the female demon. Tell me quickly, where is my sister Shinobu? The female demon remained silent, merely plucking the biwa lightly. Twang. The biwa sounded, and the space around Kane shifted. She suddenly found herself crashing headfirst into a solid wall. Almost done, almost done. Gyako smiled with a twisted face, looking down to admire the pained expression on Shinobu's face. What kind of pot should I make with this new material afterward? He muttered to himself, planning. How about a butterfly pattern? I haven't tried that yet. His eyes lit up. What a great idea, not bad for me, the great artist Lord Gyako. Love breathing, 2nd form, love pangs. A pink blade arc emitting a sweet aura flashed by, and the water glob enveloping Shinobu suddenly burst. At the same time, Shinobu vanished from Gyako's sight. Shinobu. Shinobu. Mitsuri appeared on the other side, holding Shinobu. Are you okay, Shinobu? She shook Shinobu's body vigorously and even reached out to slap her back hard. Puffed. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Shinobu was jolted awake by the immense force, spitting out several mouthfuls of water before starting to cough violently. Sorry. What do I do? What do I do? Mitsuri looked at Shinobu's pale face, panicking and spinning in circles while holding her. Put me down. You, go, demon. Shinobu said with difficulty. Right. Yes. Demon. Mitsuri flusteredly set her down nearby and turned to face Gyako. What is it, another hag? Gyako said unhappily. Hag number 2 even saved hag number 1. Hag. Mitsuri's expression was as if struck by lightning. So mean. We're clearly both beautiful girls. Her inner voice screamed loudly. But it doesn't matter. Gyako smiled twistedly. As long as you undergo transformation by the great artist Lord Gyako, you'll both become beautiful. Huh? What does that mean? Mitsuri looked at Gyako in confusion. Mitsuri. Don't listen to the demon's nonsense. Shinobu, who had painfully injected herself with medicine, stood up shakily. She smiled stiffly. When you see a demon, there's only one reaction, slash without hesitation. Yes. Feeling Shinobu's terrifying aura, Mitsuri reflexively drew her ribbon-like flexible Nichiren sword and charged forward. Love breathing, 1st form, shivers of first love. Shinobu, having regulated her breathing, followed closely. Insect breathing, dance of the butterfly, caprice. Kane relentlessly tried to attack the biwa-plucking female demon but was thwarted each time at critical moments by the demon's blood demon art shifting positions. Even when she attempted to leave several times, she was pulled back by the demon's blood demon art. At this point, the ever-good-tempered Kane could no longer maintain her usual smile. She had never hated a demon this much. Standing high up, she looked down at the various corridors and rooms below, where all sorts of demons continuously poured out. The Demon Slayer Corps members fought desperately. People were injured and dying from time to time, yet as a Hashira, she couldn't help it all because she was unable to shake off the enemy before her. Fortunately, the earlier palpitation in her heart had disappeared, meaning the situation with her sister Shinobu had turned around. This relieved her somewhat. Flower breathing. Hearing the battle cries of the members below, Kane took a deep breath and raised her Nichiren sword. At this moment, she decided to use her final trump card. Final form. Her eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, becoming increasingly red. Equinoctial. Boom. Just then, a deafening explosion came from overhead. Kane looked up to see a colossal hand shatter the ceiling of the underground castle, then open its 5 fingers and grasp the biwa-plucking female demon along with the entire platform in its palm with absolute, undeniable force. Huh. The redness in Kane's eyes slowly faded, her face blank as she stared at the giant hand descending from the sky. No exception. Mitsuri and Shinobu, who had been fighting desperately, were completely overwhelmed by upper rank 5, who had suddenly transformed into a fishman form. Then, similarly, a giant hand that shattered the ceiling descended at the critical moment, extending a finger to crush upper rank 5 into a fish patty, then pinching the patty in its hand. At the same time, the entire underground castle began shaking violently, accompanied by tremendous rumbling as it burst out of the ground. The infinity castle shattered, and pure moonlight sprinkled onto everyone's faces. However, at this moment, both Demon Slayer Corps members and the demons halted their battles, unanimously looking up in stunned silence at the towering figure that seemed both divine and demonic, piercing the heavens and earth. What is that? Murata, who had earlier given directions to Kane, craned his neck with his mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. Has a god descended punishment upon the demons? At this time, everyone held their breath in awe. Murata's words rang clear in the silence. In an instant, all the demons began fleeing in all directions. Flower Hashira, Love Hashira, please lead the members to regroup. No need to chase the fleeing demons. Kaito's voice suddenly came from the giant's head. Then, the winged giant flapped its wings and took flight, before landing beside the Ubuyashiki mansion. Mr. Uchiha. Kane finally reacted. It's Mr. Uchiha. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled like stars. Is Mr. Uchiha a god hidden among humans? So cool. After this, do we need to prepare offerings for Mr. Uchiha? She suddenly turned to ask Shinobu. Shinobu was choked by her sudden idea. She said with difficulty, I think Mr. Uchiha wouldn't be happy about that. Chapter 455, 455. Memories in the Blade. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Ubuyashiki Mansion. Kaito manipulated Susanoo to descend from the sky, overlooking the scene below from high above. Mr. Uchiha. Kagaya floated beside him, turning his head with some awe. No wonder even the underworld chose invited you. Now it seems you alone have the power to kill all the demons. No, in this world my strength is suppressed. I cooperated with the Demon Slayer Corps only to complete the task quickly. He sighed. The time I can maintain this technique is limited. As his words ended, Susanoo began to dissipate, and his eyes reverted to the three-tomo pattern. Kaito reached out again to grasp Kagaya's shoulder, lightly floating down with him and placing him back in the wheelchair left at the gate. At the same time, the two upper-ranked demons pinched in Susanoo's hands were bound layer upon layer with spiritual chains and paper talismans, dropping behind the two. Next, we just wait for dawn, and everything ends. Kagaya looked at Muzan inside the gate, still frantically attacking the barrier. No, it would be more meaningful for the demon-slaying swordsmen to kill him with their own hands. Kaito smiled faintly. Please enjoy the finale I have prepared for Muzan. He leaped up, standing atop the torii outside the gate, his hands beginning to form seals. Your desperate struggles are truly unsightly, Muzan. He looked down at Muzan, who kept attacking, being wounded by the barrier, and regenerating endlessly. Kaito. Muzan raised his head, shouting hysterically. You with divine power chose to save those members. You no longer have the strength to defeat me. All the fleshy whips on his body pointed toward Kagaya outside the gate, holding the flower pot. Hand over the blue spider lily. Ubuyashiki. I will become the perfect being. The fleshy whips lashed at the invisible barrier in the empty space of the gate, rippling golden waves in the air. At this moment, all the Nichiren swords inside the barrier flashed coldly, and the wooden torii outside suddenly blazed with golden light. Sizzle. Muzan's fleshy whips instantly turned charred, smoking black, and rapidly melted away. Damn it. Muzan retreated again, severing all the long whips himself. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from the swordsman inside the barrier. Struggle. Just like the humans who once struggled in your hands, show an ugliness more real than any human, Muzan. Your end has come. Sanemi mocked loudly. The other swordsman joined the attack. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Muzan was furious to the point of explosion. Since becoming a demon, except for his defeat at Yoriichi's hands, when had he ever faced such a predicament? Even Yoriichi had not humiliated him like this. His eyes blood-red, he turned, glaring fiercely at the swordsman in the protective barrier. The next second, attacks like a storm rained down on the protective barrier. Hey! You're provoking him, but I'm the one in trouble. Kaito's paper clone immediately stood ready, repairing the cracking barrier with all his might. Is it ready yet, main body? He looked up at Kaito on the torii. I can't hold on much longer. Perfect, let's begin. Kaito held his seal with both hands, smiling slightly. In an instant, the entire barrier blazed with light, and all Nichiren swords began humming simultaneously. Go. Kaito shouted lightly. All Nichiren swords trembled violently. Blue, red, emerald, gold. Blade arcs of various colors representing different breathing styles erupted from the Nichiren swords, tracing colorful, chaotic arcs in the air. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. A blue translucent figure wielded a sword, passing by Muzan, drawing a spray of blood. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. A golden translucent figure flashed like lightning, severing one of Muzan's blood whips. Wind breathing. Flame breathing. Mist breathing. Rock breathing. Countless blade arcs turned into countless translucent figures. These figures varied in height, male and female, but all very young. The moment they appeared, they unleashed countless different full-focus breathing techniques, with dazzling sword forms converging rapidly on Muzan. That is. Kaguya watched this brilliant scene from outside the gate, his voice trembling. Memories of their owners left in the Nichiren swords. Kaito said. When the memories awaken, the Nichiren swords fight in their owner's stead with resolute posture. Crack. Kaguya looked up at the Nichiren swords cracking inside the barrier. Namo Amida. Inside the barrier, Gyomii clasped his hands, chanting the Buddha's name loudly. Those are the swords left by countless departed, displaying their swordsmanship from life. Rengoku's eyes widened, he even saw several familiar figures. Kumino. Sanemi watched his deceased friend's figure pass by, charging at Muzan with sword in hand. Hey! He stood up, addressing the paper clone. Open the barrier, let us join the fight. We can't just watch the dead fight in our place. The other swordsmen stood up, gripping their Nichiren swords tightly. Damn it. Bastard. Muzan's body sustained constant wounds. God or human, I am the one who will stand at the pinnacle. He raged like a madman, whips flailing wildly, scattering the illusory figures, yet more surged forward relentlessly. Let me lend you one more hand. Spiritual light flashed around Kaito. Instantly, the 8 torii standing around the barrier blazed with golden light again. 8 golden beams converged, shooting toward the center point above the barrier. The dazzling beams gathered at one point, revealing a somewhat worn Nichiren sword. This sword, hidden in the Yoriichi Type 0, has touched all breathing styles over the long years. Kaito looked up at the old sword. As Mr. Tsujikuni said, those who exhaust the path return to the same place. In that instant, the old sword bathed in golden light began vibrating and humming. As the light flowed over, the blade was reborn anew. Then, all Nichiren swords in the barrier exploded simultaneously, countless colored blade arcs soaring skyward, converging into the sword above the barrier. Boom. Scorching flames rose from the blade, emitting infinite light and heat, shining down like the sun. Ah. Muzan let out a wretched howl, his body splitting open under the light. He whipped the ground to cracks, flashing into a fissure to hide. Chapter 456, 456.13th Form. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito looked down at Muzan, who had burrowed underground, and let out a scoff. He formed seals again. Emergence. With his light shout, countless gleaming Nichiren sword tips pierced upward from the bottom of the barrier, pointing skyward from the ground. The barrier I said has no flaws. Kaito smiled. When arranging the barrier, he had divided the Nichiren swords into 2 parts. One part hung around the perimeter, the other hidden underground. At the same time, the 8 torii blazed with golden light once more, instantly infusing all the blades protruding from the ground. Ayah! Muzan, hiding underground, let out another scream, bursting out from the earth and swiftly dodging into the collapsed buildings. You all stay put here for now. The paper clone in the protective barrier glanced at the blade tips covering the ground and said to the swordsman. There's no foothold for you outside anymore. At this point, the blade tips protruding from the ground also began cracking, with various colored blade arcs soaring skyward again, converging into the flaming Nichiren sword above. Then, the flames enveloping that Nichiren sword began intertwining and transforming, gradually forming a human shape bit by bit. The flame-composed figure extended its right hand to grip the Nichiren sword, slowly descending to the ground. At the same time, the rough flame-constructed form refined itself little by little. By the time its feet touched the ground, its appearance was indistinguishable from a real person. Mr. Yoriichi. Tanjiro, watching the figure's back, murmured involuntarily. Red hair tied in a ponytail, flame-like red markings on his face, and sun-shaped earrings dangling from his ears. His expression was calm and waveless, yet his eyes held hidden compassion. Outside the gate, Kaguya, gazing at the inverted back, asked, Have you summoned the swordsman of the original breathing, Mr. Yoriichi? That is not the real Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Kaito leaped down from the torii, standing beside Kaguya. Those who exhaust the path return to the same place. He too watched the back, saying, all breathing styles derive from the original breathing, so when the memories and thoughts preserved in all Nichiren swords converge in one place, the original breathing appears in the image of its founder. That sword. He stared at the blade in Tsujikuni Yoriichi's hand. When it was forged, it was personally colored by Tsujikuni Yoriichi himself. In the long years afterward, it hid within the Yoriichi Type 0, sparring with countless swordsmen's different techniques. Thus, when all sword forms unite as one, it becomes the perfect vessel. He's moving. Inside the barrier, the swordsman watched the figure with burning eyes. Yoriichi extended his left hand to grasp the scabbard. Sun breathing. In the ether, a gentle yet firm voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. 13th form. Yoriichi drew the sword from its sheath. Blinding light flared, a massive arc-shaped slash pulverizing the collapsed building. Second form, clear blue sky. Yoriichi leaped high, the slash forming a rapidly spinning fire wheel, grinding toward Muzan on the ground. Tsujikuni Yoriichi. Muzan's arms were suddenly severed. He looked up at the figure identical to his memories, plunging completely into madness. Fifth form, fire wheel. Yoriichi's body descended, a deep crimson smooth slash tearing the air, severing most of the fleshy whips around Muzan. Muzan's face twisted ferociously, his arms regenerated swiftly, turning into piercing whips that lashed continuously at speeds invisible to the eye. Third form, raging sun. Yoriichi's body dissipated like an illusion. Then reappeared like an illusion in midair beside Muzan. Fifth form, fire wheel. He flipped rapidly in the air, the flame blade arc turning into a fire wheel again, grinding across Muzan's back. Ah! Muzan bent low to dodge the next strike, but his arms detached from his shoulders once more. Scorching bone blaze. Yoriichi's body landed, spinning rapidly, the slashes formed a massive flame vortex rotating around Muzan. Ayah! Muzan roared in fury, his limbs and the long whips growing from his body constantly severed. Sixth form, burning bones, summer sun. Seventh form, sunflower thrust. Eighth form, solar heat haze. Ninth form, setting sun transformation. 10th form, beneficent radiance. 11th form, dragon sun halo head dance. 12th form, flame dance. The first 12 forms of sun breathing were unleashed endlessly by Yoriichi. His onslaught was relentless and seamless, trapping Muzan completely in slashes like successive suns. First form, dance. The 12th form seamlessly connected back to the first in an instant. I see. Tanjiro suddenly understood. Releasing continuously from the first to the 12th form, forming a smooth cycle, this is the 13th form of sun breathing. Faced with Yoriichi's storm-like continuous attacks, Muzan gradually lost the power to resist. Worse still, the Nichiren sword in Yoriichi's hand had turned red-hot, causing the areas struck on Muzan to lose regenerative ability. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Muzan's heart filled with infinite anger and panic. This scene was like a replay of his encounter with the real Yoriichi over 300 years ago. Only this time, the Yoriichi before him did not stop his Nichiren sword to ask questions. If this continues, he really would die here. At this thought, Muzan's eyes nearly split with rage. He had never imagined that a single adventure to obtain the blue spider lily would truly lead him into a dead end. Before coming, he hadn't even considered it an adventure. Though the deaths of several upper ranks made him aware that Kaito possessed the ability to threaten him, this action went against his usual behavior. But it was the blue spider lily he had pursued for a millennium, confirmed real his demon. He had to obtain it no matter what. He had already overestimated this unknown Kaito as much as possible and prepared thoroughly. With the new upper rank 4 Neikime space manipulation assisting, even if he couldn't seize the blue spider lily temporarily, he was fully confident in retreating unscathed. He just hadn't expected that Kaito, who had helped the Demon Slayer Corps defeat several upper ranks before, was still hiding strength. Not only trapping him in a bizarre barrier but also transforming into a giant to shatter the Infinity Castle. And now, using a pair of broken swords to recreate the only one who had ever defeated him, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. As long as I escape. Muzan glared viciously at the distant Kaito through the dense crisscrossing blade arcs. I will kill everyone with the Uchiha name. Next, he sacrificed one leg to block the Nichiren sword in Yoriichi's hand. Then his body abruptly exploded, turning into countless tiny flesh chunks that drilled swiftly in all directions toward every corner. Chapter 457, 457. The Final Strike. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The moment Muzan's body shattered into countless fragments and fled in all directions, Kaito smiled. This scene is truly a replay of history, he remarked, sighing with emotion after having learned about Tsujikuni Yoriichi's life in the underworld. But there's no need to worry. As long as the barrier remains, Muzan cannot escape. What I fear is that he might split into minuscule parts and hide, making it impossible for the swordsman to find him, Kagaya expressed with some concern. the barrier would one day be dismantled. If a piece of Musen's flesh and blood were to hide in some overlooked corner, he could potentially escape and survive. By this time, the paper clone had already dispelled the protective barrier. Several swordsmen, each utilizing their unique abilities, were frenziedly slashing at the scattering flesh and blood alongside Yoriichi. However, the number of fragments Musen had split into was far too great, the few swordsmen simply couldn't cover all of them. There's no need for concern. Kaito smiled as he looked back at Neikime and Gyako, who were bound on the ground behind him. Only when Musen is completely dead will these two demons disappear. My apologies, I overlooked that point. Kagaya came to his senses, speaking with a hint of shame. Not at all. At a critical moment like this, it's only natural to be overly anxious about the outcome, Kaito expressed understanding. Please rest assured, the 1,000-year curse borne by the Ubuyashiki family will be completely eradicated tonight. As the two spoke, Kane and Mitsuri hurried over from a distance. Master. Mr. Uchiha. The two young women stood before them and bowed. Upon raising their heads, both looked at Kaito with awe in their eyes. Kane was the first to report on the situation from the other battlefield. Master, Mr. Uchiha, a large number of demons have fled. Those who couldn't escape in time have all been slain. Shinobu is currently leading some team members in caring for the wounded. You've both done excellently, Kane, Mitsuri, Kagaya praised them gently. You flatter me, I didn't perform to the best of my ability. Kane shook her head, feeling deeply sorry for the comrades who had fallen in the Infinity Castle earlier. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect everyone properly, Mitsuri also lamented. Even though protecting everyone was my first task since becoming a pillar, there were still some casualties among the members. In the end, Mr. Uchiha saved both Shinobu and me. Is that so? I too have seen those children who sacrificed themselves. Kagaya's mood grew heavier. Kaito shook his head slightly but did not join the conversation. Seeing the solemn expressions on the three of them, he suddenly realized something. In his view, war inevitably came with sacrifice and casualties. This was entirely normal. After all, this was not the world he was born into. In the world where shinobi were the mainstream force, war was considered the norm, and such things were all too common. Even though he wasn't a shinobi himself, his perspective had inevitably been influenced by that world, he thought. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Kaito turned his gaze to the interior of the barrier. Thanks to the efforts of the several swordsmen and Yoriichi, the visible parts of Musen's fragmented flesh had been cleared away. However, the two upper-ranked demons bound behind him still existed, proving that Musen must still be lurking in some corner, clinging desperately to life. The swordsmen were now searching through the ruins of the buildings and every nook and cranny of the courtyard, almost digging 3 feet underground, yet they found nothing. It seems they cannot locate the remaining parts of Musen, Kaito spoke up. However, by now, his power should be extremely weak. This is the perfect time for me to utilize the barrier's final function, which should be sufficient to eliminate him. It seems you've always had a well-thought-out plan, whereas I became impatient at the critical moment, Kagaya smiled self-deprecatingly. Understandable, Mr. Ubuyashiki, Kaito said. After all, this matter holds entirely different meanings for you and for me. He leaped up onto the torii gate once again. Musen, I know you can hear me, he began, forming hand seals as he spoke. Earlier, I heard you say that no god has ever punished you or anything of that sort. Indeed, the gods will not punish you. Or rather, your very existence was originally a playful creation of the gods. Kaito's shocking statement instantly captured everyone's attention. Of course, for self-preservation, I won't go into details, he added, clicking his tongue lightly as he recalled Hakuten's private warning. Initially, I intended to use an ocular technique called Susanoo to end your existence, which would nominally complete a fitting drama. At this point, he was almost explicitly hinting, but he couldn't say any more. Several perceptive individuals present seemed to understand something, their expressions turning profoundly complex in an instant. Kaito continued speaking. However, I later changed my mind. As he formed his hand seals, Yoriichi's body began to transform into a mass of blazing flames. For the 1,000 years since your emergence, those who have opposed you have always been humans. The mass of flames began to disperse, once again transforming into sword beams of various colors. Countless, ordinary humans possessing merely flesh and blood. Kaito's hand seals stabilized, and the Nichiren blade rose into the air once more, reaching the apex of the barrier. Therefore, what brings about your end is precisely these ordinary humans, supported by their undying conviction. In an instant, countless sword beams soared skyward once more, gathering around the Nichiren blade like stars orbiting the sun, beginning to rotate slowly. Swordsman, channel your strongest strikes and converge them here. Kaito called out to the swordsmen within the barrier. Hearing his words, the swordsmen unsheathed their blades once again, unleashing several grand, colorful sword beams that flew upward, merging into the constellation of stars. The next strike will be one that gathers the collective conviction of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Kaito's spiritual energy flared brilliantly around him, his long hair and clothes fluttering fiercely in the wind. Simultaneously, the 8 torii gates linked together by the Shimenawa rope outside the barrier erupted with radiant light once more. In the next second, all the paper talismans began to burn, and the Nichiren blade fragments that had been barely maintaining the barrier on the ground and surroundings exploded into powder. At the top of the barrier, the Nichiren blade, now enveloped by countless stars, began to descend. The powdered Nichiren blade, infused with the sunlight unleashed by the burning talismans, converged towards the descending stars. The Nichiren blade's descent accelerated, countless stars enveloping it as it absorbed the final golden beams of light shot from the torii gates. Kaito sensed the name of this strike through some profound connection. Blade of Demon Destruction. In the blink of an eye, the Nichiren blade also shattered explosively, merging with all the stars to form a massive, translucent blade flowing with golden light, which plunged into the center of the barrier. In that instant, sunlight bright enough to illuminate half the sky spread out rapidly from the epicenter of this transparent blade. The flowing sunlight was unstoppable, bypassing all obstacles and filling every inch of air within the barrier's space. Chapter 458, 458. Tearing Through the Darkness. A special thank you to my patrons: Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many E.B. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/LessaServantOfCosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." As the golden sunlight filled every inch of space within the barrier, the entire structure blazed with brilliant light. Instantly, the area surrounding the Ubuyashiki estate became as bright as day. By this time, the Demon Slayer Corps members had gradually gathered, their faces illuminated by the sunlight that tore through the black night. Everyone watched the barrier with some tension, awaiting the final outcome. Just then, the paper talismans and spiritual power chains sealing Neikime and Gyako on the ground suddenly loosened and fell away, revealing the 2 bodies inside, which were blackening and turning to ash. Kibutsuji Musen is dead. Witnessing this scene, Kagaya suddenly felt a physical lightness wash over him. Immediately after, he stood up directly from his wheelchair and loudly proclaimed, "Musen has been annihilated. We, the Demon Slayer Corps, have won. We won." Mitsuri shouted, emotionally throwing her arms around Kane. "We won," Kane smiled, tears involuntarily welling up in her eyes and beginning to fall. "We've won. There are no more demons in this world." Clatter. The Nichiren blades held by many members fell to the ground. In the next second, everyone began to cheer, embracing each other amidst great weeping and laughter. "We won. We've won. Musen has finally been destroyed. There will be no more demons from now on. Woo! Mom, Dad, your vengeance has been served. It's over. It's finally over. Banzai." Various voices intermingled into a cacophony of catharsis. At this moment, no one stood on ceremony, everyone began to vent their emotions with complete abandon. Inside the barrier, the several swordsmen had been forced to close their eyes when the blinding sunlight filled the space, temporarily losing their vision. Only when Kagaya's voice came from outside the barrier, followed by the rising cheers, did the few of them open their eyes, their hearts swelling with emotion. By now, the light within the barrier had gradually weakened. The pillars opened their eyes and looked at each other, then also began to laugh heartily. Tanjiro smiled as he watched them. As the light gradually died out, the barrier finally dissipated. Kaito leaped down from the now somewhat decayed wooden torii gate. "Mr. Uchiha." Kagaya looked at him solemnly, then bowed deeply from the waist. "Thank you for your assistance. Thank you for your assistance." At this moment, both the members behind Kagaya and the pillars within the estate grounds followed suit, bowing deeply to express their most sincere gratitude to Kaito for his help to the Demon Slayer Corps. Faced with such heartfelt thanks from everyone, Kaito was momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, this was his first time encountering such a situation. Back in his original world, even after he defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya and rebuilt the Pure Land, deeds that constituted significant contributions to the world, the circumstances were far more complex. With numerous factions and power structures, even in the face of a common enemy, everyone's primary concern was immediately their own vital interests. Recalling it now, he had remained busy with trivial matters even after the war, to the extent that he couldn't even attend the victory banquet held by the yokai. This ultimately led to his farewell with Saimai being so rushed. His experiences in this world, however, were much more straightforward, involving only the 2 opposing camps of humans and demons. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps all harbored pure convictions in their quest to slay the evil demons. Many sought revenge for family members killed by demons, while others simply did not wish to see others suffer the same tragic fate they had endured, like the Kocho sisters. Some shouldered the danger alone, embarking on a bloody and perilous path to protect their remaining family, like Shinazugawa Sanemi. Yet others simply risked their lives purely to protect others, like Rengoku Kaijuro. Kaito didn't know all the details, only what he had gleaned from the pillars he had interacted with. Although their personalities and reasons for slaying demons varied, they were all fundamentally kind people. Even the most hot-tempered Sanemi was gentle at his core. That was why they had so quickly and without dissent accepted the suddenly appearing Kaito back then. Kaito had experienced many feelings in this world that he never had before. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps had shown him that humanity could possess such profound gentleness. Speaking of which, he wondered how things were now in his original world. Kaito's mind drifted momentarily. "Mr. Uchiha, is something the matter?" Kagaya, seeing Kaito momentarily stunned, couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing," Kaito returned to the present, a smile gracing his face. He knew he would be returning soon, so he decided not to dwell on it too much for now. For now, it was enough to simply be happy together with everyone. The night had not yet faded. But for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, this night was completely different from all the nights that had come before. After this night, humanity would no longer need to fear the monsters lurking in the darkness. With the Ubuyashiki estate destroyed, everyone now gathered at the nearby Butterfly Mansion. Although the Butterfly Mansion, serving as the Demon Slayer Corps' medical facility, was quite spacious, it was still far too crowded to hold several hundred Corps members comfortably. But no one minded. Everyone's hearts were filled with boundless joy and satisfaction. Members sat on the ground in the mansion's courtyard, talking and laughing animatedly in small groups, completely unable to suppress their exhilaration. Inside the main hall of the Butterfly Mansion, the Demon Slayer Corps leadership, along with guests Kaito and Kamado Tenjiro, were all assembled. "This will likely be the final pillar meeting," Kagaya said, kneeling at the head of the room and smiling as he looked at each young face present. "Thank you all for your dedication." At this moment, the corners of his eyes were slightly damp. "My gratitude to each person here, to all the swordsmen who fought bloodily over these thousands of years, and to all those who have aided the Ubuyashiki family. The 1,000-year-old wish of our Demon Slayer Corps has finally been fulfilled today. We also thank you, Oyakata-sama," Jiyomi spoke as the representative of the pillars. "And we thank the Ubuyashiki family for their 1,000 years of dedication." Kagaya smiled and nodded, then addressed Kaito and Tenjiro again, and once more, "Thank you both, Mr. Uchiha, Mr. Kamado." "You are too kind," Tenjiro smiled with simple sincerity. "I must also thank all of you, and Mr. Uchiha as well." "There's no need to keep thanking me," Kaito waved his hand dismissively. "You should just move on to the practical matters at hand. You must be aware that most of the Corps' swordsmen began training to kill demons from a young age. Aside from combat, they possess no other means of making a living. Now that the demons are gone, the future path for these young people is uncertain. These are matters that you, as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, will likely need to resolve, Mr. Ubuyashiki. Your responsibilities are still heavy indeed." "That is true," Kagaya nodded. "Fortunately, the Ubuyashiki family has accumulated considerable assets over the millennia. We can continue to provide employment for everyone afterward. We can make arrangements for this after daybreak." He looked at the several pillars. "And what about you few? What are your plans for the future? T/N, use this code SANTA for 50% discount for your first month." Chapter 459, 459. The World's Bestowal. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." After Kagaya's inquiry, the pillars began discussing their future paths. Jiyomi was the first to state his decision, to return to the temple and become a true monk. Those who knew him well were not surprised by this decision. The others also began sharing their own plans one by one. Kane decided to pursue studies with her younger sister, Shinobu, with the goal of becoming licensed doctors. Her words gave everyone pause. It was true, Demon Slayer Corps members were generally quite young, many were still children, and illiteracy was common within the ranks. Everyone really should go to school. "I've decided to stay and assist Oyakata-sama," Shinazugawa Sanemi said somewhat awkwardly. "But I also have a younger brother. I've decided to send him to school as well." "That's wonderful. In that case, my younger brother Sanjuro should also go to school." Kayajuro voiced his hearty agreement. "As for me, I want to return home and open a kendo dojo, and look after my old men at the same time." Tengen stated directly, "As a shinobi, as long as Oyakata-sama continues to employ me, I will continue to serve the Ubuyashiki family. I want to provide for my master Urokadaki in his old age." Ju decided to return to Mt. Sajiri to be with his teacher. Just then, two old men walked in from outside. The former water pillar and cultivator, Urokodaki Sakanji, with his red Tengu mask, directly refused. "Jo, that's unnecessary. I am not so old that I need your care yet. It's better for young people to venture out into the world more. I think you should continue staying here to assist Oyakata-sama." Having said that, he and the former sound pillar next to him, Jigoro Kawajima, bowed together to Kagaya. "Oyakata-sama. Mr. Urokodaki, Mr. Kawajima, you've come." Kagaya promptly stood up. "Please, have a seat." "Yes." "This old man and Sakanji received the message from the Kasugai Crow and came directly with everyone," said Kawajima, a short old man leaning on a cane, with one leg being a wooden prosthetic. He walked to the side and sat down, beginning to speak. "Everything was quiet on our end tonight, no demons came to attack. This old man and Sakanji were fortunate enough to complete the task entrusted to us by Oyakata-sama. It's good that everyone is safe." "You have worked hard," Kagaya said. Just now, everyone was discussing their future paths. The Ubuyashiki family will provide job positions for everyone, so no one needs to worry about their livelihood afterward. Additionally, I have decided to sponsor those children who are still young, or members who wish to further their studies, to attend school." Everyone continued their lively discussion. Kaito, sitting to the side, however, began to sink into his own thoughts. Unseen by others, the moment Muzan died, Kaito had witnessed Hakuten leading countless hell guards from the underworld into the present world, launching a large-scale capture of the demon's souls. Among them, Muzan's soul was personally subdued by Hakuten. And the moment Muzan saw Hakuten, Kaito still found it somewhat comical thinking about it now. The demon king who had cast a 1,000-year shadow over this country, meeting a true god of the underworld. The result was an unquestionable, brutal beating. Only the blood-stained spiked club in Hakuten's hand silently foretold the beginning of Muzan's miserable existence. And Kibutsuji Muzan, a man with an extremely strong will to survive, seeing that he couldn't resist the god's violent force, became obedient without a shred of dignity. This momentarily shocked the jaws off Nakaim and Gyako, who were also present. Enjoy this moment of ease while you can. What awaits you afterward is an indefinite period of punishment, Hakuten had said at the time, his face sporting a sadistic smile as he pinned Muzan underfoot, tapping Muzan's head with his blood-dripping club, dark aura emanating from his entire body. Don't worry about life being monotonous. I'll make sure you experience every single punishment hell has to offer. I hope after you've experienced them, you can offer me some constructive feedback. The three demons' faces had contorted in terror. And it was at that very moment that Kaito received the greatest harvest since coming to this world. Inexpressible in words, perhaps it was what the great King Enma had called the world's bestowal. In that instant, he felt his soul immersed in warm, soothing water, an extreme comfort filling every corner of his entire soul. Whispers of gratitude, conveyed by countless different voices, echoed in his ears. In a flash, he understood, it was the collective consciousness of countless humans praying for a world free of evil demons, the lingering attachments of countless demon slayer core swordsmen of the past, it was the world itself. Simultaneously, he clearly felt his spiritual power continuously increasing. It was growth hundreds, thousands of times more efficient than any cultivation. Back when he had split off an incarnation to occupy the status of Enma, although the vast majority of the king's soul growth relied on that high-stakes sacrifice and the opportunity presented by the reopening of hell, it didn't mean Kaito himself had escaped completely unscathed. After all, the status of the great King Enma was different from other incarnations. Other incarnations, like the simplest paper clone, although they involved splitting off some mental energy, did not constitute true soul splitting. But to occupy the status of the great King Enma and become a true deity, Kaito had to invest a significant stake. Back then, he had to split off a portion of his own soul origin to pass over. It wasn't much, but it had still caused him some damage. Afterward, although he desperately cultivated and even received the Taizen Fukuin Festival text from Saimai, and although he made some patchy progress, he could never truly consider the problem solved. During that period, he felt his spiritual power growth rate had noticeably slowed during cultivation. It might have seemed easy when he repaired Orochimaru's soul, but that was entirely different. Orochimaru had mangled his own soul through reckless experiments. Kaito didn't fully repair his soul back then. He had only reattached the soul of his lost hands. Later, Orochimaru's transformation into a yokai meant he essentially discarded those soul fragments he had previously hidden in the cursed seals, allowing his soul to become whole again. Only then did his spiritual power regain the potential for progress. But for Kaito to restore his own soul to perfect, flawless condition, there weren't many good methods. He could only rely on long periods of time to slowly recuperate. The reality was that time was precisely what he lacked. With the Otsutsuki clan potentially attacking at any moment, he could not accept his growth rate slowing down. This was also why, when Hakuten invited him, he immediately agreed upon hearing the great King Enma mention the so-called world's bestowal. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. The process of killing Kibutsuji Muzan had been relatively easy for him, he hadn't even exerted much effort, yet he received the very thing he wanted most. Now, not only was Kaito's soul whole and seamless once more, it had even progressed far beyond his initial expectations. This fact suddenly made Kaito feel that such endeavors could be undertaken more frequently. Later, he should have the great King Enma proactively contact other hells through the Sanzu River. Perhaps other worlds had similar business opportunities, who knows. While the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were contemplating their own futures, Kaito was also fantasizing about a bright future of his own. T/N. Use this code SANTA for 50% discount for your first month. Chapter 460, 460. Agatsuma Zenitsu. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. While Kaito's thoughts wandered, most of the people present had already decided on their future paths. Even Tanjiro, at Kagaya's invitation, had decided to move out of the mountains. He and his wife would join the Ubuyashiki family's industries to work. When he first heard the proposal, he had tried to decline. However, upon hearing Kagaya mention that after moving, his several children could all go to school together in the future, he stopped refusing. Kaito, coming back to his senses at this point, happened to hear their conversation. He suddenly spoke up to remind Tanjiro, Mr. Kamado, if I am not mistaken, your eldest son is in the same innate, partially open-marked state as you. Things were too urgent earlier, so I didn't mention it. I'll take care of it for him later. Tanjiro's face changed, and he quickly bowed to Kaito in thanks, then I leave it to you. Thank you so very much. There's no need to be so polite, Kaito said with a slight smile. We can be considered acquainted and share the bond of fighting side by side. I cannot simply pretend not to have seen such a thing. Although our contact was brief, I can tell that your children are all good kids. They are merely country boys, you flatter them too much, Tanjiro said modestly, though the expression on his face was one of great happiness. At this moment, Kawajima suddenly spoke, Mr. Uchiha, this old man would also like to shamelessly ask for your help. Oh. Please, go ahead, Kaito replied, looking at him curiously. Could it be that you also have someone with an innately open mark over there? That's not it, Kawajima said, his old face blushing slightly. It's about my useless little disciple. A while ago he ran away from training and climbed a tree, and got struck by lightning. Pfft. A stifled laugh sounded at that moment. Instantly, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Kenroji Mitsuri with her head buried low, both hands covering her flushed red face. Kawajima continued, although it seemed there was no major damage at the time, the boy's hair turned from black to yellow afterward. This old man has always been somewhat worried that there might be some hidden ailment in his body because of it. I see, Kaito nodded, indicating his understanding. In his view, this kind of incident was quite bizarre, an anecdote on the same level as a certain someone present stifling her laughter, whose hair turned the color of sakura machi from eating too many of them. He asked, then, where is your young disciple now? He's outside, Kawajima said. This time, because we were protecting non-combatants, this old man brought the boy along. He's currently together with the Kamado children. As he said this, he seemed to remember something again, shooting a discreet, guilty glance toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro, possessing the transparent world, caught the look and felt somewhat baffled for a moment. Precisely at that moment, the voice of the Kamado family's eldest son, Tanjiro, shouting came from the courtyard outside. Get away. Zenitsu. Don't pester someone else's sister. What's the big deal, Tanjiro? Aren't we good friends? Another somewhat infatuated voice followed immediately. Nezuko-chan, marry me. I'll definitely make sure you eat premium sushi every day. Inside the room, the small old man Kawajima covered his face with his hands. Sorry, this old man failed to teach that boy properly. As for Tanjiro, for a moment he didn't know what expression to make. Ha ha ha. Kaito let out a light laugh, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. Since the children are all here, let's call both Tanjiro and that boy named Zenitsu in. I'll take care of both at once. I'll go get them. Hearing his words, Kane, who was sitting near the door, proactively stood up, turned, and walked out of the main entrance. Soon, she brought both youths into the hall. The pillars present watched the two boys with great interest, especially the bold Agatsuma Zenitsu who had just professed his love so openly. However, the yellow-haired youth Agatsuma Zenitsu now bore no resemblance to his bold self from outside when facing the girl. Noticing everyone's gazes, especially Kawajima's fierce glare, he was now trembling, wishing he could shrink into a ball. The other boy, Kamado Tanjiro, behaved much better. Aside from flashing a happy smile when he saw his father, he politely greeted and bowed to everyone afterward. Tanjiro, come here. Tanjiro waved his eldest son over to his side, then turned to Kaito. I'll trouble you with this child. Huh? Tanjiro looked at his father, confused. Don't mention it. Kaito also waved his hand. Tanjiro, come over here. Ah. Yes. Although Tanjiro didn't understand why, based on his fondness for his father's savior, he obediently walked over. Kaito smiled gently, reached out, and patted his shoulder. It's fine. You have the same constitution as your father. Although you won't need to slay demons anymore, to ensure you live a long life in the future, I must also apply a safety measure for you. Then, with speed faster than lightning, he slapped the back of the boy's neck. Huh? Tanjiro was first bewildered, then let out a series of pained cries. Yeah. On the other side, Zenitsu watched as Tanjiro was inexplicably slapped, then his whole body started to glow, followed by cries of pain, and finally collapsed to the floor, drenched in sweat and utterly limp. He was thoroughly terrified, darting behind Kawajima's short frame to shrink completely into a ball. Scary, 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 scary. He chanted internally for a moment, then couldn't help but tug on Kawajima's sleeve. Gr. Grandpa. He looked at Kawajima with tear-filled eyes. WH. What are they doing to him? Stop the nonsense. Kawajima, feeling deeply disappointed by his lack of progress, raised his cane and knocked Zenitsu on the head. Go on, it's your turn. I don't want to. Zenitsu suddenly screamed. He'll die. Even Tanjiro is in so much pain he almost passed out. If it's me, I'll definitely die. Stop making excuses. It's just a physical examination. And you're different from Tanjiro. You won't die. In that moment, Kawajima felt deeply that any face he had in the Demon Slayer Corps had been utterly lost by his disgraceful disciple, and he grew flustered and exasperated. With precise movements, he pulled a length of rope from his sleeve, tied up Agatsuma Zenitsu, lifted him by the scruff of his neck, and threw him in front of Kaito. No. Let me go. Zenitsu wriggled desperately on the floor, trying to escape from Kaito's vicinity. He screamed hysterically, Grandpa. Don't we not have to kill demons anymore? I don't need to train either. Even senior brother ran off suddenly after saying the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't continue. As long as I don't have to kill demons, my body is fine. Don't call me Grandpa. Call me Master. Kawajima said angrily, raising his cane to knock on Zenitsu's head. But you are Grandpa. Zenitsu wailed. You're the one who picked me up and took me in. And we don't have to kill demons anymore, so, even though senior brother ran away suddenly. I'll take care of you in your old age, Grandpa. Zenitsu, you boy. Kawajima was suddenly moved to tears, his eyes welling up. Everyone watched the old man and the youth speechlessly, feeling the scene had become excessively lively for a moment. T/N, use this code Santa on my Patreon for 50% discount for your first month. Chapter 461, 461. Not getting married. A special thank you to my patrons. Miguel Razo, Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Wilver, Many EB. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. This young man. Amidst Zenitsu's screams, Kaito reached out and touched him. However, with only a faint flicker of spiritual power, he withdrew his hand. It doesn't hurt. Zenitsu wore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. Rest assured, Kaito said directly to Kawajima. This young man's body is fine. Although. He smiled. Getting struck by lightning while climbing a tree was rather unlucky, he seems to have profited from his misfortune. His body has actually become somewhat stronger than an average person's. That's good, that's good. It's fine as long as he's okay. Thank you, Kawajima said, looking very pleased. So Grandpa was worried about my health. Sniff. Grandpa, you're so good. I misunderstood you. This time, it was Zenitsu's turn to be moved to tears. Kaito shook his head and proactively brought up the earlier topic. Just now, I heard that almost everyone has plans for the future. That leaves only Mr. Iguro and Miss Kenroji who haven't had a chance to speak yet. He looked towards the Serpent Pillar and the Love Pillar. So, he asked matter-of-factly, when are the two of you getting married? Marry. Mitsuri was so startled by Kaito's blunt words that her voice cracked. Yes. Kaito, for his part, also wore a surprised expression. Aren't you going to get married? Why would you say that? Mitsuri covered her face with her hands again. By now, the other pillars were also looking at Abanai with amused, expectant eyes. Abanai was clearly caught off guard by Kaito's question. Although his expression was hidden by his face covering, his heterochromatic eyes were wide with shock, and his gaze seemed somewhat dazed. What do you mean, why? Kaito now found their reaction strange. Based on the rumors I've heard, Miss Kenroji, your purpose for joining the Demon Slayer Corps was to find a strong husband, wasn't it? Why, yes. Mitsuri admitted softly from behind her hands. That settles it then, Kaito said. Since that was your goal, and it's obvious to everyone that Mr. Iguro likes you very much, and you aren't exactly indifferent to him either, then you can get married. This does indeed seem like a joyous occasion, Kagaya chimed in, now also interested. If the final event before the Demon Slayer Corps disbands were a wedding leading to happiness, it would indeed be a perfect ending. I can help with the arrangements, Ms. Amain said as she entered the room through the doorway. Mitsuri has her family. As for Mr. Iguro's side, Kagaya-sama and I can take on the roles of his relatives. Everyone can help. Tengen laughed loudly and clapped Abanai on the shoulder. As a man with 3 wives, I can teach you a lot of tricks. THTH 3 wives. Zenitsu, who had just recovered his wits on the other side, screamed again, his eyes turning red with envy. You two shouldn't participate in the next part of the conversation. Get out now. Kawajima couldn't resist knocking him on the head again, then shooed both boys outside. After the 2 youths left, everyone began discussing enthusiastically again. For such a happy event, we will all help. Kayajuro declared loudly, his face beaming with joy. I guess Sanemi expressed his strong support. I'll help too, Ju said, still trying to be more sociable today. Era, when will the wedding be held? How exciting. Kane clasped her hands beside her cheek, her expression dreamy. Namu Amida Butsu. Even Haimjima Jyomi stopped crying. Everyone, it must be a misunderstanding. Mitsuri exclaimed frantically. Although Mr. Iguro is a very good person, and he's very kind to me, and I enjoy talking with him, and he gave me warm tights, but Mr. Iguro has never confessed to me. If everyone says things like that, it will cause trouble for Mr. Iguro. In that moment, Mitsuri felt that everyone present was looking at her as if she were an idiot. What is it? She grew increasingly flustered. Mitsuri-chan, you. Kane suddenly reached out, hugged Mitsuri, and stroked her hair. Are such an oblivious child. So cute, too cute. Hey, Abanai. Tengen nudged Abanai with his elbow. If you're a man, a real man, when things have reached this point, you are not allowed to retreat anymore. No. Abanai's voice was hoarse as he spoke. I cannot marry Kenroji. The moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted. Everyone looked at Abanai with incredulous eyes. Mitsuri's face paled slightly, but she quickly forced a cheerful smile. I told you, right? Everyone's words have troubled Mr. Iguro. It's okay, Mr. Iguro. After all, for a special girl like me, not being able to accept it is normal. As she spoke, tears suddenly began welling up in her eyes. Hey! Abanai. Tengen, furious, grabbed Abanai by the collar. What are you doing? Everyone can see that you obviously like Kenroji. Making the woman you love cry is not what a real man does. It's utterly unflashy. Never thought you had such a cowardly side, Abanai. Sanemi crossed his arms, also looking at Abanai with disdain. This is indeed not the conduct of a manly man, Abanai. Kayajuro also looked at him disapprovingly. And no. It's not like that. Mitsuri held back her tears and waved her hands desperately. Mr. Iguro is a kind person. Everyone must have misunderstood. Hey. Kenroji is still speaking up for you. Just what kind of man are you? Tengen released his grip but shoved Abanai to the ground. Abanai, unusually, offered no resistance. He wordlessly climbed back to his feet and walked silently over to stand before Mitsuri. Iguro-san. Mitsuri looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. I'm sorry, Abanai bowed directly. This. It's really okay. It was just everyone joking around, Mitsuri flailed her hands in a flustered panic. No, everyone is right. I do like you very much, Abanai suddenly stated. Mitsuri was utterly stunned in an instant, her face immediately turning red enough to steam. But I cannot marry you, Abanai continued. He suddenly reached up and ripped away the bandages covering the lower half of his face, revealing the horrific scars where both corners of his mouth had been severely slit open. This terrifying appearance of mine, and this filthy bloodline. He clutched the removed bandages tightly in his hand. I think unless I were to be reborn and obtain a completely new body, I am unworthy of you. T/N. Use this code, Santa on my Patreon for 50% discount for your first month. P.S. Use it quickly, it's about to expire winky face. Chapter 462, 462. The time of parting. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. After Abanai finished speaking, silence fell over the hall. Mitsuri stared unblinkingly at the men standing before her. He wasn't tall, even a bit shorter than her. His face, now free of bandages, did appear somewhat frightening. But at this moment, she was completely shaken by the complex emotions contained in this man's eyes. There was such obvious treasuring, such painful self-abasement, and such resolute finality. These complicated emotions were like a vortex, throwing her own thoughts into disarray, rendering her momentarily speechless. So you care about such trivial matters, Abanai? On the other side, Kaijuro, who was Mitsuri's master, stood up. Having fought life and death battles together as pillars for so long, I never knew you harbored such thoughts. It's utterly lacking in manliness. He declared exceptionally loudly, the you we know is the serpent pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, our comrade in arms against demons, a powerful and earnest swordsman. What does any of that have to do with your face or your origins? You need to look more at the comrades around you and understand our feelings a bit, Abanai. So lame, Abanai. Sanemi also spoke up. After all this time, you still haven't moved on from the past. What kind of nonsense is that? The usually sharp-tongued and merciless serpent pillar Sama is actually this weak. Tengin's sarcastic voice followed. Pitiful, so pitiful, Abanai. Jyomi instantly burst into tears. All life is suffering. Your training is still insufficient. Namu Amida Butsu. Kane sighed and said, although I understand that Abanai might have said this because he cares too much about Mitsuri, you need to see Mitsuri's feelings clearly too. You two should have a proper talk. At this point, Kagaya also stood up and walked to Abanai's side. Abanai, your birth was never your own choice. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, you have actively worked on the front lines of demon slaying, saving many lives. You are a pillar looked up to and respected by the members. You are the serpent pillar of our Demon Slayer Corps, a trusted comrade to everyone. I hope you remember that in your heart. Similarly, I hope you do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. Having spoken these heartfelt words, he proactively walked towards the outside. Let's go. Let Abanai and Mitsuri talk alone. They must clarify their feelings for each other. Let's go. Right. Perfect timing, it's dawn. Let's see if anyone is preparing food. Seeing that Kagaya had spoken, the others also followed suit and filed out of the hall. As the few of them stepped onto the corridor, the members in the courtyard, who had been exceptionally boisterous, instantly quieted down. What is it, everyone? Kagaya smiled as he looked at the crowded members in the courtyard. Today is indeed a day worth celebrating. Please don't mind us, celebrate to your heart's content. Yes. Thank you, Oyakata-sama. Immediately, the members became cheerful again. Swordsmen, Kakushi members, and Butterfly Mansion medical staff mingled together, once again beginning to talk and laugh loudly and freely. Even the swordsmiths from the swordsmith village had, at some point, come over. Under the eaves of the corridor, Kane suggested, Oyakata-sama, how about we hold a feast today to celebrate the victory? That's a wonderful idea, Kagaya said, looking up at the distant rising sun. Let everyone enjoy themselves properly. I'll make the arrangements. We'll probably need to purchase a lot of ingredients. Kane happily took charge. I'll help too. Mizumane also followed her. The others all looked up at the sky in unison, feeling the warm touch of the morning sun on their faces. Just then, an illusory gate, invisible to ordinary people, opened in midair. Takanatsum and Nasabi came bouncing out. Mr. Uchiha, we've come to pick you up. The two waved at Kaito. Kaito nodded silently in response. It's finally over, Kagaya, standing beside Kaito, suddenly laughed. To be honest, I'm a bit embarrassed. It's only now that I'm starting to feel a sense of reality about it all. Yes, last night's experiences were far too fantastical, Tengen also said in a dreamlike tone. When you think about it, we didn't actually contribute much effort, did we? Sanemi's tone was slightly complex, seeming somewhat discontented, yet also somewhat thankful. Incidentally, everyone's gaze turned towards Kaito, who stood bathed in the sunlight. What is it? Kaito remained unmoved, smiling faintly. No matter how I think about it, I have always been grateful for your appearance, Mr. Uchiha, Kagaya said with some emotion. Without your arrival, it's hard to imagine what devastating price everyone would have paid to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Why dwell on such thoughts? Kaito shook his head. The reality now is that I appeared here. Everyone has had a relatively good outcome. It's a happy ending for all. You just need to be happy. Indeed, you are right, Kaguya looked into Kaito's eyes. But, I think the time for our parting is approaching, isn't it? Truly worthy of Mr. Ubuyashiki. Such precise intuition is a kind of unique ability in itself, Kaito praised. Then, before others could speak, he continued, where there is affinity, people gather, when affinity ends, they part. That is the nature of meetings between people. But I am very glad to have met you all. I too have gained many precious things from this journey. Mr. Uchiha. Just then, Mitsuri and Abanai walked out hand in hand. Are you really leaving already? Mitsuri's smile was radiant. We were really hoping to invite you to our wedding. I do not originally belong to this world. Now that my task here is complete, there is no need for me to stay longer, Kaito said, his body gradually becoming transparent. I wish you happiness. And the same for everyone else. Things will definitely get better and better. Mr. Uchiha. Kaguya bowed deeply once more, finally saying one last time. Thank you so very much. Goodbye. Kaito's final words faded away along with his body, vanishing into the sunlight. Only fluttering scraps of paper drifted down. In that moment, everyone present bowed deeply alongside Kaguya. Kaito hadn't actually left yet, he had merely shed his physical vessel and returned to his soul state. He glanced at Gyomii but said nothing. Those children who had been following Gyomii had already been taken away incidentally by the Hell Guards Hozuki brought yesterday. Perhaps, over a long stretch of time, he would learn to view things from a new perspective. Perhaps, after his death, he would learn the truth in the underworld. Who knew? That was his own story to live. If the person themselves didn't ask for it, Kaito wouldn't intervene without authorization. Kaito smiled at Takanatsum and Nasabi, who had come to pick him up, then turned his head for one last look at the people still bowing. Together with the two little imps, he stepped through the gate of the underworld. Chapter 463, 463. Hell's local specialty. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Splendid, Jacob Mo, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. As Kaito set foot on the soil of hell, he saw Hakuten and Izuna waiting for him up ahead. Congratulations, Uchiha-san, on successfully completing my commission and obtaining a precious treasure, Hakuten greeted him very politely, a complete contrast to his sadistic demeanor earlier in front of Kabutsuji Muzan. After several dealings, Kaito had come to understand this deity's character. He was usually quite a stickler for etiquette, but would often unconsciously reveal a sadistic side. Hakuten-san, I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission, Kaito responded with equal politeness. Izuna-senpai. He then turned to look at Izuna. Is your exchange study also coming to an end? Ah, I've mostly figured everything out. Once I get back, I can really get things rolling. Izuna said with a laugh. Earlier, a message came from the home front. The recruitment drive for our local hell is currently in full swing. We'll be back just in time to observe the finals. Oh. What a coincidence. Kaito was also somewhat curious about this. Izuna's duties during this period have already been handed over, Hakuten stated. His tone when speaking about Izuna was slightly more casual than when speaking to Kaito. You two can return to your original world via the Sanzu River at any time. Then, he added as if offhandedly, however, I recommend you wait 3 days before leaving. Oh. Is there a reason? Kaito asked curiously. At the same time, Izuna, standing behind Hakuten, frantically shook his head and made eye signals at Kaito. In 3 days is the Hell Goldfish Plant Competition, which I am responsible for organizing and will serve as a judge, Hakuten announced proudly. I believe you shouldn't miss this grand event. Although Kaito had received Izuna's signal to refuse, he couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing Hakuten's explanation. Goldfish Plant Competition. What the hell is that? What could possibly be competed about those bizarre creatures that are neither animal nor plant, which just keep emitting unpleasant screams? A contest to see whose cry is more grating. Such a boring competition. We really should refuse. Thus, ignoring the faintly expectant look in Hakuten's eyes, he pretended to be anxious and said, My sincerest apologies, Hakuten-san. I'm afraid I must decline your kind offer. He smiled very naturally, with a trace of regret in his eyes. Although I am very curious about the goldfish plant competition you are hosting, matters back home simply cannot be delayed. I can only regretfully miss it. No problem, Hakuten was very understanding and didn't press the matter, causing both Uchihas to secretly sigh with relief. No need for regret, he said, quite considerately, and his attitude towards Kaito became a bit friendlier. As a reward for Kaito-kun helping us with a major task, I've decided to gift you a batch of well-grown goldfish plants. Moreover, the environments of hells in different worlds are actually quite similar, they should be easy to cultivate after introduction. Thank you so much. Kaito's smile instantly became somewhat stiff. Izuna, taking advantage of the fact that Hakuten wasn't looking at him, made an indescribable expression. Only Nasabi, looking up, saw Izuna's disgusted face, but just as he was about to say something, Takanatsum covered his mouth. Afterwards, Kaito and Izuna were escorted by Hakuten to the Sanzu River. The two of them looked at the boat before them and simultaneously developed dead fish eyes. So efficient, Hakuten-san. Turning around, they mustered their energy to bid farewell to the group of deities, monsters, and hell guards who had come to see them off. Then, the two of them, along with a boat full of incessantly wailing goldfish plants, returned to the hell of their original world via the Sanzu River. So, you brought back local specialties. King Enma's expression was odd as he looked at the full 100 pots of goldfish plants placed below the steps, with their vacant expressions, swaying left and right, and emitting unpleasant cries. It's Hakuten-san's token of thanks, Kaito said, casting a disdainful glance at them. Anyway, I leave them for you to handle, King Enma. King Enma also curled his lip in distaste, waved his hand, and had several Uchiha fellows serving as hell guards quickly remove all the goldfish plants. My ears are finally at peace, Kaito breathed a sigh of relief, then said to King Enma, then send me back quickly, Your Majesty. He was very concerned about the progress of the space defense line construction on the moon. He also wondered what this guy had been up to while acting in his stead. Kaito looked up at King Enma. Although they were essentially the same person, this guy's way of thinking had diverged significantly from his own after becoming a deity. No need to rush. King Enma rose from his seat and instantly appeared in front of Kaito, scrutinizing him. It seems the gains were good, huh? Your spiritual power has increased considerably. Indeed. So from now on, keep an eye out for me, see if there are any more such good deals. Kaito visibly brightened at this topic, temporarily setting aside matters of the living world. Easy enough, easy enough. Come on, it's just lunch break, King Enma patted Kaito on the shoulder. Come eat with me, and we can talk. All right. Kaito acquiesced readily. He wasn't actually in that much of a hurry. After all, he knew that, in a way, King Enma was even more reliable than he was. So, along with Izuna, making it uncertain whether it counted as 2 or 3 people, they went to the cafeteria behind the main hall and settled into a private room. I heard from Izuna-senpai that the recruitment drive is almost finalized. Kaito asked curiously about the recruitment drive during the meal. I wonder who has a chance to take the other 9 positions of the 10 kings. The most popular candidate has to be Senju Hashirama, King Enma said. After all, neither Madara nor Indra, nor the other members of the sage's family, are interested in participating. It's hard to find an opponent who can match Hashirama in strength. Humph. Upon hearing this news, Izuna snorted displeased. Speaking of which, I was wondering if it's really suitable for shinobi to take the positions of the 10 kings. Kaito remarked. They are, after all, a bunch accustomed to fighting and killing. Handling the trials of hell might lead to some chaos. No problem. Those selected in this manner are the ones who can command public respect, King Enma said nonchalantly. As for the matter of judgment, they can just find themselves some suitable assistants when the time comes. There are still many souls in hell suited to be assistants. Many were close aides to various daimyos during their lives, helping those guys handle such matters won't be a problem at all. I see. I assume that even the candidates they select themselves will ultimately need your approval, Kaito understood immediately. Of course, King Enma laughed. Just like before, there were some souls who were daimyos or nobles in life protesting to me. Those guys, Izuna snorted disdainfully again. I imagine those who can't let go of their power and status from their lifetime are also coveting the kingly positions, Kaito said, unsurprised, and shook his head. But the method your majesty used to select the candidates for the kingship completely dashed their hopes, so of course they are discontent. They surely believe that they themselves are more suitable than shinobi, who held lowly status in the living world. Indeed, King Enma scoffed. Pitiful fellows. They haven't adapted to the new environment and their new identities even after death, and they actually dared to talk nonsense in front of me. So I made their judgment slightly more severe. That must have been quite a spectacle, Izuna expressed some regret at not having witnessed that scene himself. Chapter 464, 464. Learning gentleness. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P at Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Speaking of which, on the surface, those daimyo and nobles do seem more suited to sit on the throne than shinobi. Kaito said in a tone utterly devoid of sincerity. They probably think so too. But that's not how it works. King Enma shook his head. The operation of the Yellow Springs and Hell follows strict rules and regulations. Everything must be carried out in exact accordance with those regulations. That is an iron law. Izuna smiled. Yet those political creatures are best at being slick and making compromises, exactly the opposite of how things work in Hell. Kaito suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "Did your majesty really let the people of the living world watch Hell's recruitment convention live?" "That's right." King Enma suddenly broke into a broad grin. "And I did it using your identity, Kaito." "What?" Kaito's expression changed instantly. "What on earth did you do using my name?" King Enma explained, "I used your identity to set up illusion arrays simultaneously in the 5 great shinobi villages, the capitals of the 5 great nations, and even on the moon, broadcasting the spectacular scenes of Hell's recruitment convention in real time." Would the people of the living world really believe that suddenly appearing images were truly scenes from Hell? And wouldn't something like that cause riots? Even Izuna hadn't expected King Enma to be the type who actually follows through the moment he says something, directly revealing Hell to the eyes of the living world. On the surface it sounded like nothing much, but the more you thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Ha ha ha. King Enma laughed heartily. Because right now, Kaito's identity is just too convenient. After all, you're the savior of the world. And everyone is extremely curious about the newly reopened Hell. They just accepted it that easily. Kaito was still shocked. I directly selected a few people and let them speak face-to-face across the array with their deceased loved ones. Plus, many of the shinobi here in Hell were quite famous while they were alive. King Enma winked. I see. You definitely made heavy use of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's popularity. Kaito curled his lip. No wonder they said he was the most popular candidate. He now fully understood King Enma's strategy. As expected of Kaito, you and I are perfectly in sync. King Enma smiled with narrowed eyes. Naturally. Kaito replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Izuna watched Kaito banter with himself and decided not to interrupt for the time being. Fortunately, Kaito quickly changed the topic. By the way, has that miniature divine tree been planted? King Enma replied, rest assured. I've already taken care of everything, including the link between the divine tree and that other dimension. Good. Kaito smiled in satisfaction. Now I finally have the confidence to fight the Otsutsuki clan head-on in space. After the meal, the 3 of them found a quiet room to sit down and drink tea. They had barely settled in when there was a knock at the door. Come in. King Enma called out. Chiri pushed the door open and stepped inside, smiling warmly at Kaito and Izuna. Welcome back. Ah, we're back. How have you been lately, Lady Chiri? Kaito was genuinely happy to see Chiri. Come join us for tea. Izuna waved Chiri over to sit down. I've been well. So, how was little Kaito's journey to the other world? Chiri sat, accepting the teacup Kaito handed her. Ah, I haven't talked about my experiences in that other world yet, have I? Kaito grew animated and recounted everything that had happened during his time there, sparing no detail. I see. King Enma nodded. No wonder Lord Hakuten invited you. Chiri sighed with emotion. The differences between worlds really are enormous. Still, it's fortunate that little Kaito met so many good people and gained such precious things. Yeah. Kaito smiled softly. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps, they're all good people. Izuna, however, added, speaking of which, Kaito, you probably don't know what happened to those demons here in Hell, do you? After seeing Lord Hakuten, I can pretty much guess. Kaito suddenly remembered and felt a twinge of regret. Looks like I came back too quickly last time and didn't get the chance to go take a look. No matter what kind of creature they were, after going through those punishments, it's hard to keep their original will intact. Izuna said. Especially Muzan. Even though he was the leader of the demons, his willpower wasn't even as strong as some of his upper moons. He completely broke after just a few rounds of punishment. That's not surprising. That guy was just someone with the strongest survival instinct and extreme selfishness. Kaito said with disdain. He merely obtained great power, at his core, he's an utterly ordinary weakling. But this experience made me understand even more clearly what kind of mindset beings called gods truly have. Kaito smiled helplessly. To the people of that country, the heavy shadow that had hung over them for thousands of years originated from nothing more than a game between gods. King Enma, however, remained completely unconcerned. What made you think gods would ever care about humans? Especially great gods like Amaterasu Amikami and Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Their existence doesn't depend on faith, human will is naturally meaningless to them. Yet in the end, defeating Muzan still required borrowing Amaterasu's power. Izuna laughed. I thought for sure you'd stubbornly finish him off with Susanoo. That was my original plan. Kaito spread his hands. Tsukuyomi created Muzan and granted him the protection of his own knight. He sent down the blue spider lilies infused with the power of the moon god, yet deliberately kept them just out of Muzan's reach. Amaterasu, meanwhile, was in charge of killing Muzan, letting sunlight become his doom. It was nothing more than a game between the sister and brother. Kaito rested his cheek on his hand as he spoke. I had indeed planned to end Muzan with Susanoo, since the technique itself borrows the name of Susanoo no Mikoto. That would have been a good idea. King Enma nodded with interest. Why should those two leave out their littlest brother? But in the end, I gave up. Kaito lowered his eyes. I suddenly realized that wasn't my world. No matter what, I was only a passerby. And within the Demon Slayer Corps, I saw many ordinary people with dazzling, radiant souls. To the gods high above, man-eating demons were just a game. To me, it was merely a farce. But to those ordinary people who gave everything they had just to survive, who risked their lives to slay demons, that was the result of 1,000 years of resistance. A gentle smile appeared on Kaito's face. I thought. For those ordinary people, they needed to be able to accept the final outcome with peace of mind. So in the end you activated the power that had accumulated within the Nichiren blades of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chiri looked at Kaito with quiet gratification. You've changed a lot, little Kaito. The old you would never have considered something like this. Is it because you spent time with gentle people that you've learned gentleness too? Chapter 465, 465. Current state of the moon. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Gonzalo Sumalavia, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. Gentleness, huh? Kaito was momentarily stunned. He thought about it, then shook his head. It was just a bit of consideration within my power. But it was true that the old him would never have thought this way. Gentleness. Consideration. Those words had never existed in his dictionary. From the moment he was young, he had shouldered the heavy yoke of saving the world all by himself. Back then, he had been taken to Mount Oyama. He gained power he had never dreamed of, but at the same time automatically accepted the duty of protecting the world. The young him had been absurdly confident in himself, he had never once wavered or hesitated. Yet those responsibilities had still left their mark on him. In the past, his eyes saw only his own goals. To achieve them, he would charge forward without ever caring about anyone else's feelings. Even when he took on the task of raising Sasuke, his only remaining family, his methods had been crude and brutal. He had bluntly revealed the truth to Sasuke, then basically let him raise himself. Later, he even dumped the job of educating Sasuke entirely onto Onigiri, Chiri, Izuna, and Madara. As for what Sasuke truly felt inside, honestly, he hadn't cared all that much. On the surface it looked like he had given Sasuke a lot of freedom, but in reality, he simply hadn't bothered to worry about it. Thinking about this now, Kaito suddenly turned to Izuna and Chiri. Izuna, lay Chiri. I'm really glad you were there. Thanks to you, Sasuke grew up well. Oh. You're finally admitting it. Izuna replied without pulling any punches. If it weren't for us old folks, I honestly can't imagine what kind of person Sasuke would have turned into following you. Little Kaito can't even take care of himself, after all. Chiri smiled gently. Asking you to raise a child really was too much to ask. Ah. You put up with a lot from me too. Kaito sighed. Maybe because the long-term goal was finally achieved and I could finally relax, or maybe the completely different atmosphere between people in that other world suddenly made me aware of things I used to overlook. You don't need to overthink it, Chiri said softly. Precisely because everyone knows the responsibility you carry and what you mean to this world, they forgave you and helped you. And you never let any of us down. Now you're even changing in new ways, this is growth. Yeah, speaking of which, I should head back to the living world soon. Kaito stood up. Izuna, do you want to go see Madara? No need. Hell is going to be very busy for a while. I decided to stay and help His Majesty finish building the new rules. Izuna unexpectedly refused. As for my brother, tell him to come help out in Hell too. Once you're back, there's no need for him to keep guarding the moon. Guarding. Isn't His Majesty the one using my body to guard it? Kaito narrowed his eyes at King Enma. This king's energy is limited. I didn't pay much attention to that side. King Enma declared shamelessly. So I left most of it to Madara. Bullshit. Kaito looked at him with contempt. That kind of thing was the same as casually splitting off a clone, way too easy for a god. What are you dissatisfied about? This king had nothing but good intentions. King Enma was completely unfazed by the glare. You know full well that although my soul originated from you, it has long since become fundamentally different from yours. He leisurely took a sip of tea. Over-interfering with your body would cause problems. A god's soul is fundamentally higher level than yours. Since we share the same origin, if your body grew too accustomed to my soul's aura, once you returned it would create a barrier between your own soul and your flesh. I see. Got it. Kaito nodded. Open the door. I'm going back. Of course, he didn't buy King Enma's excuse for a second. Same origin, my ass, he knew exactly what the guy was really thinking. He was just being lazy. All he had to do was hide the body properly and split off a bit of power to impersonate him. Don't think he hadn't noticed, when King Enma used his identity to set up those illusion arrays, that's exactly what he had done. After all, a human body might be possessible, but it wasn't the most convenient vessel for a god unless absolutely necessary. He just couldn't be bothered to argue. Fine, I get it. King Enma pointed a finger, and an irregularly shaped black space gate opened. I'm off then. Kaito didn't say anything more. He waved to Izuna and Chiri, then stepped through the gate. Moon Palace. The castle that had once been deathly quiet remained just as silent as ever. Aside from the shinobi occasionally moving around the reincarnation chamber outside where the teleportation array was installed, the interior of the castle was completely still. Even the shinobi walking outside, no matter which village they came from, instinctively lightened their steps when passing near the castle. Inside the castle, a black space gate suddenly opened. Uchiha Madara, who had been sitting cross-legged in utter boredom, immediately turned his head. You're back. He looked at the empty black gate. Your body is in the inner room. With that, he turned back to stare out the window. A few seconds later, the inner door opened and Kaito stepped out. Madara, thank you for looking after my body. Did Izuna come back too? Madara stood up and stretched. Kaito nodded. He did. Izuna says he'd like you to come help in hell for a while. I see. Madara glanced at the still open space gate. Then I'll head over. His soul detached from the wooden puppet he had been possessing and walked toward the gate. All the documents about the construction of the lunar space defense line are on the desk. Read them yourself. With that, his soul stepped through the gate, and both he and the gate vanished without a trace. Seriously. Kaito bent down, picked up the now lifeless puppet, placed it on the desk, glanced at the mountain of files, shook his head, and closed his eyes to receive the memories from the paper Shikigami clones that had been guarding the teleportation array. He soon opened his eyes again, now having a rough grasp of the moon's current situation. Before he left, he had sent word to the 5 great shinobi villages. At the appointed time, each village had teleported a batch of personnel to the moon. King Enma had appeared in his place, given a brief explanation, then promptly dumped them all onto the floating castle. After a period of negotiation, the shinobi quickly divided up the vast lunar surface, confirmed their respective defense sectors, and even arrogantly drew borders for the territories of other factions. Then came the construction of the overall defense line. King Enma hadn't bothered with that either, he simply tossed the entire construction task to the shinobi. The 5 villages divvied things up among themselves and proactively began planning and building. Madara had only overseen the process. TCH. Kaito clicked his tongue in annoyance. The overall defense line still needed proper planning. After all, the so-called defense line ultimately relied on him to set up the actual barriers. Frowning, he rubbed his temples, sat down at the desk, and began flipping through the documents. Chapter 466, 466. Gift from Another World. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After roughly flipping through the documents on the desk, Kaito gained a general understanding of the land distribution obtained by various forces on the moon and the progress of the defense line construction. It seemed the attention of the various forces led by the 5 great shinobi villages was now clearly captivated by the land, rather than being overly focused on the original purpose. This was also due to the fact that Kaito hadn't personally planned it out. For shinobi, wanting to construct a space-targeting defense line on the moon was still too far-fetched. What they currently called a defense line was merely establishing some lookout posts on their respective territories, serving no significant purpose. Moreover, since Kaito dismantled the Tensigan device located in the floating castle, the moon had lost its artificial sun. Without the artificial sun, the moon's environment had changed drastically. Many plants died, and the land became unsuitable for cultivation. Although various forces now held territory, to be honest, its utilization rate was very low. Ultimately, they only mined some unique metallic minerals found on the moon. Kaito picked up a pen and casually noted down some plans for lunar development. The land issue also needed resolution. Although he wouldn't bring out the Tensigan device, he could use other methods, such as setting up large-scale arrays to refract sunlight, restoring the moon's environment to its original state. Kaito kept writing and sketching, soon producing many design diagrams for different plans. Old Man Madara. Just then, Sasuke burst into the room excitedly. Seeing Kaito, he immediately brightened up. "Uncle. You're back." Sasuke. Kaito put down his pen and turned to look at Sasuke. Sasuke was holding his sword, drenched in sweat, clearly just back from training. "Have you been staying on the moon all this time? Nowhere else to go?" "I've been here the whole time," Sasuke said, walking over to pour himself a cup of tea and drinking it in one go. Before, there were many matters old man Madara was too impatient to handle, so he handed them over to me. "Is that so? You've worked hard during this time." Kaito gave a gentle smile. "You're becoming more and more reliable, Sasuke. But now that I'm back, you can take it a bit easier from now on." "It's nothing. I didn't feel it was hard work." Faced with Kaito's sudden praise, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, his ears turning slightly red. But Kaito could still see his good mood from his lively eyebrows and upturned lips. "So eager for praise from an elder, huh, Sasuke?" Kaito felt a touch of softness in his heart. Simultaneously, he also discerned the look in Sasuke's eyes directed at him, filled with affection and reverence towards an elder and familiarity. These were things he wouldn't have paid attention to in the past. Kaito suddenly let out a soft laugh to himself. He thought of the child of God from the other world, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. That gentleman possessed every advantageous condition, only being somewhat slow regarding emotions. He probably never realized his twin brother's envy and hatred throughout his entire life. I was probably similar to him before. Kaito reflected. But the difference is, Yoriichi was likely genuinely been dense, whereas I just subconsciously ignored things I wasn't interested in. Now it seems making some changes is good. Kaito stood up and moved to sit on the sofa by the window, gesturing for Sasuke to sit opposite him. He pulled out a scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the coffee table, then motioned for Sasuke. "Open it and take a look." "What is this?" Sasuke picked up the scroll and unrolled it. "Total concentration breathing. This is the training path of swordsmen from another world," Kaito explained. "Although the people of that world aren't particularly strong, I think you can gain some reference and inspiration from it. Moreover, while the upper limit achievable by breathing styles cannot compare to chakra, it can enhance physical fitness through breathing, which can also serve as a reinforcement for you. Interesting. To gain power through something as seemingly ordinary as breathing." Sasuke happily held the scroll, his eyes shining. "There are so many branches. And of various attributes." Kaito nodded and elaborated, "Especially sun breathing, it is the origin of all breathing styles. The other breathing styles were created by swordsmen whose physical constitutions were unsuitable for sun breathing, based on it. You missed out on clan education in your early years. Later, after your abilities formed, your combat style has primarily focused on lightning release, while the Uchiha clan's traditional fire release on the contrary became a means to enrich tactics. Perhaps you can study flame breathing and sun breathing to develop ninjutsu sword techniques beyond your Chidori blade." Sasuke nodded excitedly. Not only that, many of the forms of these sword styles are very interesting. They offer great reference value for improving techniques as well. "So, it seems you like this gift?" Kaito asked with a smile. "Thank you, uncle. I really like it." Sasuke looked genuinely pleased. "Then, I'll show you a general overview of my experiences during this trip, so you can have a more visual experience." Kaito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, Sasuke raised his eyes, his own pupils also transforming into the Mangekyo pattern. The next moment, he entered an illusion world, browsing through Kaito's journey to the other world. After a long while, the genjutsu ended. Sasuke blinked, rather astonished as he said, "There really are man-eating demons like that. And the people of that world generally don't have powerful strength. It's hard to imagine a demon slayer core like that persisting for thousands of years. Even breathing styles were created by Tsujikuni Yoriichi just over 300 years ago. Before that, the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen could only fight demons with ordinary bodies. They were all remarkable people, Kaito said with a gentle smile. Though their strength isn't comparable to shinobi, that kind of spirit and willpower is worthy of respect. So Uncle has changed a lot too, huh? Sasuke also smiled. You noticed, did you? Kaito acknowledged it frankly with a nod. There have indeed been some changes. Is that not good? Not bad at all. Sasuke seemed to smile even more happily. Kaito gave a wry smile and changed the subject. So, after seeing the combat scenes of those swordsmen using breathing styles, did you gain any insights? I definitely already have some ideas. Sasuke looked down at the scroll in his hands again, excitement returning. I'll test them out as soon as possible. By then, my strength will definitely increase. I believe you, Kaito said seriously. When it comes to the way of the sword, you have far more talent than I do. Oh, right. Sasuke lifted the scroll. This, can I show it to Soijetsu and Niji and the others? Of course. Strengthening the other members of your team is also necessary, Kaito nodded. Besides, it's already your possession. Who you show it to is your choice. Chapter 467, 467. The Path of Evolution. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. After Sasuke excitedly ran off to train again, Kaito once more sat down at the office desk. He wanted to finalize the plan for the space defense line construction as soon as possible. Time always flies when one is busy. By the time Kaito regained his focus, there was no trace of light left outside the window. The sunlight was completely blocked by Earth. Kaito stood up, stretched, and leisurely walked outside. Come to think of it, his body hadn't eaten in a long time. Previously, his soul was out of body, his physical form left here. Naturally, it couldn't eat. King Enma didn't bother specifically controlling the body for such a thing either. However, he used a method to make the body automatically absorb the free-flowing natural energy in the air to maintain its vitality. Thinking of food, Kaito's digestive system seemed to suddenly awaken. He immediately felt hungry. He just didn't know how Sasuke and the others solved food issues on the moon. So he simply walked through the corridor, heading towards the main hall. Uncle, you're out. Turning a corner, he saw Sasuke walking towards him. I was just about to notify you that dinner is ready. Kaito apologized first. Sorry, I never paid attention before. Where does your food come from? The supplies you kept in your ninja tool pouch earlier should have run out pretty quickly, right? Before, we found food ourselves in the forests down on the moon's surface, Sasuke curled his lip. Later, as the environmental changes grew more severe, finding food became difficult. We started relying on summons to carry supplies. After that, when the teleportation arrays opened, Konoha's representatives here were Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina. I asked them to bring some supplies over. Must have been tough. Sorry about that. Kaito patted his shoulder in consolation. So, who among you is in charge of cooking? Karen. Her. Sasuke's expression instantly became indescribable. Her skill is even worse than mine. Generally, Niji handles the cooking. Come to think of it, you've all had experience living independently, Kaito stroked his chin. Seems cooking skill is also a matter of talent. You always had Granny Chiri taking care of you before. So lucky. Sasuke suddenly grew envious of Kaito's younger years. Kaito was cared for by his elder sister Makoto during his early childhood. After leaving Konoha, he had Chiri and the yokai of Mt. Oyama. One could say he lived a princely life all along. And him. The Uchiha clan was tragically massacred when he was young. From the age of 7, he was always taking care of himself. From a second young master of a great clan who knew nothing, he became a helpless orphan. Looking back, he only managed to hold on back then by relying entirely on the hatred in his heart. At that time, his focus was solely on training. Food, of course, just needed to fill his stomach. Thinking about it this way, compared to Kaito, the contrast was simply too great. Feeling extremely discontented inside, Sasuke snorted again. Kaito obviously sensed Sasuke's thoughts. It's a good thing you grew up well, Sasuke, he said with some emotion, patting Sasuke's shoulder once more. Sorry. Even though you met me later, I don't seem to have been a qualified elder, not taking proper care of you. With Granny Chiri and Gramps Suzuna around, it wasn't really your turn to look after me anyway, Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance. Recalling their first meeting years ago, he had still harbored some wariness towards this uncle back then, but also felt admiration. After losing all his relatives, suddenly learning he still had a family member. It was like sunlight suddenly appearing in the darkness, like a drowning person grabbing onto a floating log. Overall, he felt he had been saved. However, all these various feelings utterly shattered to pieces during the long period of interaction that followed. Although this uncle was very reliable when it came to serious matters, in daily life he was a complete idiot. And he was also very unskilled at being a teacher. His teaching standard was so abysmal, yet he was so confident about it. One could say Sasuke was completely self-taught at the beginning. Fortunately, Kaito got tied up with other matters and sent him to Onigiri's dojo. Later, Izuna and Shiri took charge of his shinobi education. Otherwise, Sasuke suspected the only things he could have gotten from Kaito were the spiritual power secret techniques and sage arts. As for shinobi combat, sorry, Kaito didn't understand that either. Although Uncle really is an unreliable adult, Sasuke suddenly smiled. But the fact that you existed at all held significant meaning for me. It was precisely your appearance before me that let me know I still had family, that I wasn't alone. Furthermore, you showed me sights I had never seen before. Sasuke spoke his mind earnestly, his ears reddening slightly, but his expression was very serious at this moment. Kaito suddenly reached out, pulled out a folding fan, and with a swish opened it to hide his face. His amused voice sounded, "You've changed a lot too, Sasuke. Now you can say such embarrassing words so easily." Sasuke's face instantly turned bright red. Puffing up with anger, he used the body flicker technique and vanished from Kaito's sight. What a good kid. Kaito let out a soft laugh and continued walking on hurriedly. Arriving in the main hall, Karen immediately welcomed him enthusiastically. "Long time no see, Lord Kaito. Please, have a seat. Dinner will be ready soon." "Hello, Karen." Kaito looked at the young woman whose desire to become his niece-in-law was quite obvious, and nodded with a smile. Karen immediately turned her head and roared fiercely at Suigetsu, who was sitting at the dining table drinking water. "Suigetsu, you idiot. Can't you see Lord Kaito is here? Hurry up and prepare a seat for Lord Kaito." "Yo. Lord Kaito, hello." Suigetsu turned his head, greeted Kaito, and obediently carried a chair from the side to place beside the dining table, which only had 4 chairs. Sasuke was already sitting silently on the other side of the table. Once Kaito took the seat at the head of the table, Sasuke immediately turned his head away. Karen then sent Suigetsu to help in the kitchen and carry the dishes, keeping him running in circles. After all the food was laid out, Niji walked out from the other side. "Uncle Kaito." Niji came over and took a seat. "You've worked hard, Niji." Kaito gave another gentle smile, looking at Niji's eyes. "Congratulations. Your eyes have evolved yet again. Ah, I must also thank you for your help." Niji instinctively touched his eyelid. "Recently, my eyes completed another quickening, getting closer and closer to the fully matured Tensigen." "Is that so?" "I'm afraid you're about to surpass me," Kaito said deliberately, glancing at Sasuke. "After all, the Tensigen is an ocular jutsu on the same level as the Rinnegan, while I still have the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, I'm still nowhere near you. You don't even rely on the Sharingan to fight." Niji was very humble. "In terms of dojutsu you've certainly walked ahead of me, but I've already found the next evolutionary path for the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll catch up soon enough." Kaito continued, satisfied to see Sasuke's ears twitch instantly. Chapter 468, 468. The finals begin. A special thank you to my patrons: Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the "at" with "a." Rinnegan. Hearing Kaito's words, Sasuke finally couldn't hold back and turned his head. "The Rinnegan." Kaito nodded firmly. "How do I get it?" Sasuke asked with a hint of urgency. He had been jealous of Madara's powerful Rinnegan for a very long time. "I only have a few leads right now," Kaito replied. "I'll tell you once I'm certain." He picked up his chopsticks, gave a slight smile, and said, "For now, let's eat." Itadakamasu. Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes. After the meal, the youngsters took care of clearing the dishes while Kaito leisurely sat sipping his tea. Not long after, a sudden commotion came from outside the castle. "What's going on?" Kaito asked aloud. "The Hell Throne Championship is about to begin," Sasuke's voice came from behind him. "Oh. So Lord Enma set up the illusionary array here." Kaito put down his teacup and stood up. "Let's go take a look." I'm curious what kind of people made it to the finals. The uncle and nephew walked toward the main gate together. At the same time, Niji and the other two came rushing over. It's starting. Suigetsu shouted while shaking water droplets off his hands, earning an angry scolding from Karen. As soon as Kaito stepped out of the castle gates, every ninja outside immediately turned their attention to him. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Moments later, several figures emerged from the crowd and approached him. Konoha's Minato, Tsunagekyu's Baki, Kirigakyu's Ao, Kumogakyu's Darui, Iwagakyu's Kuratsuchi, the Iron Country Shugen, and Kuni no Kuni's Ashiho, representatives from every major power on the continent in charge of lunar construction. Kaito. Lord Kaito. Kaito-sama. Everyone greeted Kaito in turn. Hello, everyone. All familiar faces, Kaito replied with a smile. At some point, a pure white folding fan had appeared in his hand, which he gently waved. After exchanging a few pleasantries and agreeing to meet the next day to discuss the defense line construction, he stepped aside and looked toward the already activated array in front of them. Only Minato remained at his side, clearly wanting to say something. Sasuke and the other youngsters had already run off to mingle with a group of ninjas around their age. With a single sweep of his gaze, Kaito spotted Konoha's Naruto and Shikamaru, Tsunagekyu's Kankuro, Kirigakyu's Chojuro, and others. Speaking of which, Sasuke said you've been in secluded training lately. Has your strength reached another level? Minato asked casually. You could say that, Kaito chuckled. Though it wasn't exactly secluded training, it was an exciting trip to another world. Another world? Really? Minato's eyes instantly lit up. How could you not invite me to something that fun? We have a contract, remember? I wouldn't mind fighting as your Shikigami. You're not even going to question whether it's true. Kaito glanced at him. And you have a wife and kid to take care of, where exactly could you follow me to? Because it's you. If it's you, I feel like nothing you do would surprise me. Naruto's all grown up now, he can look after himself. Minato's smile was dazzling. As for Kushina, she can come along too. She has a contract with you as well, doesn't she? You wouldn't even go to hell for the job interview back then, and now you want to run off. Kaito said helplessly. There was no way he wanted this lovey-dovey couple tagging along and cramping his style. If he was going to bring someone, wouldn't it be better to bring fate? Ha ha ha. Minato gave a dry laugh. It's true, ninja just aren't used to staying idle. Back during the wars, we longed for peace more than anything, but now that peaceful days have gone on too long, it feels strange. You're just itching for a fight, Kaito hit the nail on the head. Ha 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 ha. Minato kept laughing awkwardly. No need to rush, Kaito said. There'll be plenty of battles in the future. Otherwise, did you think I suggested building a space defense line on the moon just for fun? At those words, Minato looked up at the cosmos above and said, even if we finish the space defense line, we'll only be able to defend passively. Who knows when the Otsutsuki clan will actually arrive? Kaito also lifted his gaze to the stars, watching the constantly moving celestial tracks. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. It's soon. He murmured. The fate foretold by the star trails has changed. This time, it really is soon. At that exact moment, the illusionary array on the other side shifted. A clear image suddenly appeared within the formation, accompanied by deafening cheers. What? Minato asked, having missed Kaito's quiet words. Nothing. Let's watch the match. Kaito shook his head and turned his attention to the array. All right. Minato didn't press the issue. The scene within the array swept across the dim underworld landscape, the majestic hall of Enma, and the sea of dark figures filling the plaza in front of the palace. I see my dad. Ah. That's my grandfather. Teacher. The ninjas gathered in front of the moon castle stared intently at the fleeting figures on the screen. Whenever someone spotted a familiar deceased face, they would excitedly shout out loud. The camera moved swiftly before finally settling on the high platform directly in front of the hall of Enma. A handsome young man stood at the center of the image, dressed in heavy black ceremonial robes. Complicated patterns slowly rotated within his blood-red eyes. At the same moment, the plaza in front of the hall of Enma also fell completely silent. Who's that? What's going on? Where's Lady Chiri? We want to see Lady Chiri. Some dissatisfied voices rose from the audience on the moon. Among the crowd, those who knew the youth's identity quietly glanced at the distant Kaito and broke into a cold sweat on behalf of the complainers. Hello, everyone. The young man in the image spoke, his voice cool but resounding. I am Uchiha Izuna, first assistant to Lord Enma, king of Hell's Enma Palace. Oh my, Izuna is looking quite spirited, Kaito smiled as he watched. The first Hell recruitment tournament, also known as the Battle for the 10 Kings of the 10 Palaces of Hell, has, after this period of fierce competition, reached its final stage. Izuna extended his hand crisply. Now, let us welcome the 49 finalists of this tournament. Contestants, please come forward and present yourselves. The view in the array pulled back. Led by Senju Hashirama, the finalists stepped onto the high platform one after another, appearing behind Izuna. At that moment, both inside and outside the image, unprecedented roars of cheering erupted simultaneously. People shouted the names of the contestants they supported at the top of their lungs, as if competing to see who could cheer louder. On the moon, the spectators who had been mixed together instantly split into multiple small factions based on whom they supported, and some even began arguing with one another. Chapter 469, 469. Fate yet unfinished. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kazanov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. In the crowd watching the match in front of the Moon Castle, Kakashi pushed up the forehead protector covering his left eye and stared intently at one of the figures among the contestants. Uncle Sakumo. You've got this. Beside him, Might Guy was roaring at the top of his lungs. Kakashi. He grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Come on, cheer with me for Uncle Sakumo. We can't let the other teams outdo our support. As always, he flashed a thumbs up, tears glistening in his eyes. My old man's already been eliminated, so Uncle Sakumo has to fight for both of them. Guy's father, Might Dai, had been knocked out in the preliminaries because his soul body couldn't use the 8 gates formation. But Dai had studied desperately for the written exam and passed, appearing proudly before his son and proving his effort. I'm pretty sure neither of our dads ever agreed to that arrangement, Kakashi deadpanned, giving him the classic dead fish eyes. Damn it. Tears instantly streamed down Guy's face. Aren't we best friends for life? Then obviously our dads became best friends too. That's how it works. Yeah, I'm not really in the business of managing my dead father's social circle. Kakashi looked away. Damn it. You're so cold, Kakashi. Guy wailed. Kakashi ignored him and kept his gaze fixed on Hatake Sakumo in the image. The Sakumo on screen was brimming with spirit, like a freshly unsheathed blade. In Kakashi's memory, his father had always been gentle, never once showing his edge in front of him. And in those final days, the men had been like a caged beast, shrouded in defeat and despair. Now, for the first time, Kakashi was seeing a side of his father he had never known. His eyes flickered slightly. Without a word, he understood the message his father was silently sending. The corners of Kakashi's eyes softened, and he smiled. At that moment, all the contestants had finished their introductions, and Izuna once again took center stage. Now, please welcome the Lord of the Yellow Springs Hell, Master of the Fifth Palace, King Enma of the Enma Palace. Deafening cheers erupted once more. Great King! Great King! Great King! Looks like the king has the highest popularity after all, Kaito chuckled again. The image now focused on the towering gates of the Enma Palace. Rumbling echoes filled the air. 2 rows of jailers dressed in uniform black pushed open the massive, heavy doors with combined effort. Lord Enma stepped out from within the palace, clad in luxurious black robes trimmed with flowing gold, a terrifying Oni mask covering his face. Chiri and Madara followed behind him, one on each side. Everyone. In an instant, Lord Enma's body grew enormously large, nearly as tall as the palace itself. Thick black clouds churned and surged around his form. He looked down upon the crowded souls below, then turned his gaze toward the audience outside the screen. In that moment, silence fell both inside and outside the image. I am Enma, king of the 5th palace of the Yellow Springs Hell. With the Yellow Springs newly opened, in order to maintain the proper order of the world and guide the cycle of reincarnation, the Yellow Springs requires many capable individuals to join me in its construction. Lord Enma's gaze shifted to the 49 finalists on the platform. His incomparably heavy voice rang out, making the air itself tremble. The finals are about to begin. Give it your all. I look forward to your performances, and I eagerly await the 9 final colleagues who will ascend to the thrones. He spoke only a few short sentences before shrinking back to normal size and returning inside the palace. The gates rumbled shut once more as the jailers closed them in unison. The image returned to Izuna. He now held a wooden lot drawing tube, inside which 49 thin lots rattled and shook. Now, we begin the drawing for the first round. He raised the tube high. This is a divine artifact from Lord Enma's desk. It will randomly deliver numbered lots to the contestants. The 24 pairs with matching numbers will face each other in order of their numbers. The contestant who draws the blank lot will receive a bye and advance automatically to the next round. He shook the tube. Here we go. In an instant, the wooden lots shot out, crisscrossing above the contestants' heads in streaks of light. Stop. At Izuna's command, every lot froze in place above a contestant's head and instantly enlarged so everyone could clearly see the numbers. This guy. Kaito's mouth twitched as he saw the blank lot hovering above Senju Hashirama. The blank lot went to the first Hokage. Minato said. That kinda kills the drama. Exactly. The real value of a lucky blank lot is when a weaker contestant draws it. Kaito nodded in agreement. In the image, Hashirama looked up at his blank lot, looking rather stunned himself. At the same time, he glanced fearfully at the woman beside him, a red-haired lady with her hair tied into two buns. From off-screen came Kushina's and Karen's shrill, piercing shouts. Grandma Mito. Lady Mito. Crush that first Hokage. Oh. So that's the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Kaito looked over with interest. Since she made it to the finals, she must be quite the powerhouse. Lady Mito was Konoha's original Ninetales Jinchuriki. Kushina inherited the Ninetales from her. Watching Hashirama shrink timidly in front of Uzumaki Mito, Minato covered his face in deep sympathy. As a fellow man married to an Uzumaki woman, he totally got it. Now the contestants left the stage, leaving only the two for the first match and Izuna as referee. First match of the finals. Izuna stood at the edge of the platform. Hozuki Gungetsu vs Mu. Oh. It's the second Mizukage versus the second Tsuchikage. The audience didn't know what expression to make. Although they had already seen the pairings during the draw, actually watching these two shadows, who had killed each other in life, stand opposed once more in death left everyone speechless at this twisted fate. This really isn't just Lord Enma's idea of a joke, right? Minato muttered, sighing. Who knows, Kaito answered casually, looking at the second Mizukage with his trademark thin mustache and the fully bandaged second Tsuchikage. Could be coincidence. After all, their fate together isn't finished yet. It's definitely not a coincidence. Having spent enough time with Lord Enma, Kaito answered himself with absolute certainty inside his head. Chapter 470, 470. New Power. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. TCH. Hozuki Gungetsu, with two gourds hanging from his waist, reached up to stroke the two pencil-thin mustaches adorning his upper lip. He looked across at Mu with clear displeasure. Give me a break. I never imagined I'd be stuck dealing with you, this bandage-wrapped freak, even here in hell. Likewise, Mustacheman. Mu, his entire body swathed in bandages with only his eyes visible, gazed coldly back at Gungetsu. Don't call me Mustacheman. I'll kill you. Genjetsu's face darkened, a vein throbbing on his forehead. In response, Mu merely let out a derisive snort. At that moment, standing at the edge of the raised platform, Izuna raised his right hand. Both sides, prepare. The two men on the platform each took several steps back, ceasing their verbal sparring. Then, Izuna's body gracefully levitated from the platform, coming to stand mid-air upon a cloud of black smoke. Simultaneously, a square barrier flared to life, enveloping the entire platform. In an instant, the flat surface within the barrier transformed into undulating, natural terrain. In the eyes of the spectators, the bodies of Hozuki Gungetsu and Mu rapidly shrank in size. This is, to instantly simulate a realistic environment like this. For those two, the battlefield has effectively expanded many times over in an instant. Minato watched the changes within the displayed scene with astonishment. The previous matches didn't employ such a barrier. Everyone was still somewhat holding back. The matches from now on are definitely going to get more and more spectacular. No, it's not that those two are shrinking. Kaito interjected. Rather, a separate dimensional space has been created within the barrier. To those of us outside, it merely appears as if they are shrinking. Begin. As Izuna's voice rang out, the two figures within the barrier immediately launched into combat. Both were shinobi who had stood at the very apex of the ninja world in life, possessing immeasurable power. The fact that they had originally perished together also indicated that the strength between them was nearly equal, resulting in this, the first major battle of the tournament, being exceptionally fierce from the outset. However, now residing in hell, having transitioned from physical bodies to spiritual forms, their combat styles had undergone significant changes accordingly. The summoning technique had lost its effectiveness, costing Gungetsu a major asset. Furthermore, because spiritual bodies could freely levitate and pass through obstacles, effects that Mu had originally achieved through ninjutsu could now be mimicked by Gungetsu using sheer instinct. In short, even in their posthumous duel within hell, the two second Kage remained evenly matched. By now, Gungetsu had already employed his signature technique, steaming danger tyranny. Having no physical body, he couldn't produce the necessary oil and water from within himself to execute this move, forcing him to rely on tools. This explained the two gourds hanging from his waist. One contained oil, the other water. Nevertheless, steaming danger tyranny lived up to its reputation as the famed technique of the second Mizukage. The clone formed from the mixture of oil and water moved with astonishing agility, its size swelling and shrinking unpredictably. It not only deftly evaded Mu's deadly dust release ninjutsu but also periodically unleashed immensely powerful explosions. Subsequently, Mu altered his tactics, suddenly concealing his presence completely and launching a surprise dust release attack on Genjetsu's main body. Although Gungetsu found himself in repeated peril, he narrowly escaped each time. Then, coordinating with his oil-water clone, he once again forced Mu into retreat. Outside the projected scene, all the watching shinobi were utterly absorbed in the battle, only letting out exclamations during moments of extreme tension. Even the shinobi from Kirigakure and Iwagakure were too engrossed to spare breath for cheering on their respective former kage. These two are far too familiar with each other's abilities, Kaito remarked with a chuckle. It seems this battle is destined to become a complete war of attrition. It certainly appears difficult to determine a victor anytime soon. Minato agreed. Unless, of course, the two elders undergo some new transformation. Oh. A new transformation, you say? Perhaps that might indeed happen. Kaito's tone was enigmatic. No sooner had his words fallen than the two combatants within the scene simultaneously disengaged and faced off against each other. How utterly boring. You're still exactly the same, haven't improved one bit even after all these years of being dead, bandageman. Gungetsu taunted. Likewise, you're still stuck with your old tricks, mustacheman. Mu retorted without backing down. I told you not to call me that, you bastard. Genjetsu's hand, which had been stroking his mustache, froze. Then, his expression shifted as if flipping a switch, breaking into a smug grin. Not counting the time spent slumbering in the Pure Land, since hell reopened, I haven't been idle. Now, let me show you. Oh. You, unable to rest even as a corpse. Fine then, let's see what new parlor tricks you've concocted. Mu's voice held no trace of fear. He. Gungetsu extended his right hand, index finger pointed, assuming a posture reminiscent of the water gun. Then watch closely. Isn't this just the same old thing? Despite his words, Mu internally heightened his vigilance. Too shallow, bandageman. A ball of blue light ignited at Genjetsu's fingertip. Huh. Seeing this, even Kaito couldn't help but voice his surprise. This guy. He's actually managed to harness spiritual power, Ryuryoku. Within the scene, the blue orb of light at Genjetsu's fingertip suddenly expanded, burst, and then transformed into numerous streaks of blue light that shot through the air, converging towards Mu's location. Spirit art, multiple spirit bullets. Mu's eyes widened slightly. His body vanished once more without a trace. Ahahaha. It's useless. Gungetsu laughed maniacally. You can't escape. My spirit art has imprinted onto your soul's wavelength. No matter where you run, it will pursue you relentlessly. True to his words, the streaks of blue light began zigzagging through the air, constantly changing direction, yet always unerringly tracking the concealed form of Mu. How is this possible? Minato watched the scene in astonishment, then turned a puzzled gaze towards Kaito. I remember you saying, Kaito, that spiritual power, Ryuryoku, and chakra are two mutually conflicting energies. How has the second Mizukage mastered a spirit art? I did say that. Kaito himself seemed rather impressed. And so, I too cannot help but admire the innate talent and ingenuity of the second Mizukage. Addressing Minato's confusion, he explained, to accomplish this, one must first clearly understand that the chakra possessed by the living and the chakra possessed by the deceased are not the same thing. I am quite clear on that point. Minato nodded. Chakra is a combination of mental energy and physical energy. The deceased have lost their physical bodies, so theoretically, they have lost the condition necessary to produce chakra. However, even as spirits, souls indeed possess the power of chakra. Kaito continued. That is the reason why shinobi in the past were unable to reincarnate, correct? Minato inferred. The power of chakra would taint a shinobi soul, and the Pure Land of old lacked the function to strip chakra from a shinobi spirit. Ah, we've digressed. Kaito smiled. Then, back to the main topic. Chapter 471, 471. The Pursuit of Spiritual Power. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. p@trian.com/lesserservant of cosmos. Just replace the at with a. A shinobi soul, tainted by chakra, though unable to generate chakra through the combination of spiritual and physical energy after losing the body, instead possesses a more convenient method. Kaito shared his understanding with Minato. That method is to produce chakra by absorbing the free-flowing natural energy in the air and combining it with spiritual energy. I've pondered this question before. Why does this phenomenon exist? After research, I finally understood. The root of everything lies with the divine tree, which created shinobi. Sorry, I don't quite follow. Minato raised a hand with a slight, apologetic smile. Kaito continued, the fruit born from the divine tree absorbing the planet's source energy, put another way, represents the usurpation of this world's original laws. Shinobi, inheriting chakra, have souls more or less imbued with the power of those laws. When a shinobi is alive, the physical body is dull, and the power of these laws remains hidden. It is only when existing as a soul that the power of these laws takes effect. And the reason shinobi souls could not reincarnate is because the world sought to reclaim that power of the laws but had no means to do so, and could only imprison all shinobi souls within the Pure Land. Thinking about it carefully, what you say is likely the truth. Minato spoke of his own perceptions. Moreover, the talisman paper dolls and puppets you create utilize this very principle, correct? Exactly right. Kaito confirmed. The impure world reincarnation invented by the second Hokage is also based on this principle. Furthermore, within the vessels I create, the production of chakra and the system of senjutsu are separate. I think I understand the premise you've outlined. Minato turned his gaze back to the scene where Gungetsu continued to pursue Mu with spirit art attacks. During this, Mu had attempted several times to reverse his disadvantage using his deadly dust release technique, but Gungetsu forcefully blocked them with spiritual power, causing Mu to gradually fall further behind. Minato said, but the reason the second Mizukage can use spiritual power still hasn't been explained. As you know, the sensations experienced by a soul are completely different from those experienced when possessing a physical body. In fact, for a soul, especially within hell, spiritual power is a force that is more powerful, more readily adaptable, and almost instinctual compared to chakra. Kaito spoke unhurriedly. Hozuki Gungetsu, he has likely perceived the manner in which chakra exists within the soul and has deconstructed his own soul accordingly. He has purified that arm of his, freeing that portion of his soul from the taint of chakra. Even I cannot immediately fathom how he accomplished this, so I have no choice but to marvel at his innate talent and ingenuity. Indeed, every powerful shinobi who reached the pinnacle of the ninja world is a true genius through and through. Minato looked at his own right hand. Whereas I obtained additional power purely by accident, completely incomparable to the second Mizukage. It seems this match no longer holds any suspense. No. At this moment, Kaito also widened his eyes. I'm afraid it is the second Tsuchikage who ultimately possesses the superior technique. What? Minato looked at the sudden change occurring within the scene in astonishment. Just as Mu was evading Genjetsu's attacks, his body abruptly split into two. This in itself wasn't particularly strange, as splitting had been Mu's signature ability in life. However, the transformation that occurred next in Mu's split bodies utterly shocked Minato. A tremendous change took place between his two split forms, one retained chakra, while the other possessed pure spiritual power. Kaito raised an eyebrow, watching as Mu, wielding a long sword composed of spiritual power, closed in on Hozuki Gungetsu, abruptly seizing victory in this contest. Simultaneously, Kaito understood. His earlier speculation might have deviated somewhat from the actual situation. If it were just one person, it might be plausible, but for two individuals to simultaneously possess spiritual power. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed unlikely they had developed it entirely on their own. Therefore, he closed his eyes and established a connection with Enmadeo, the king of hell, who was far away in the netherworld. This king knew you would contact me. Enmadeo's voice held a note of satisfaction. Since they are to become this king's subordinates, all of them must gradually abandon the power of chakra and use spiritual power, which is more compatible with the Yellow Spring Hell. As for how it was accomplished, you should be able to figure it out, Kaito. A flash of insight struck Kaito's mind. He immediately understood what had transpired. He then severed the communication link with Enmadeo and opened his eyes. So that was it. He had figured it out. After this period of time, the deceased living within the Yellow Spring Hell, especially those wishing to serve in official capacities, would now certainly be aware of the importance of spiritual power. Coupled with Enmadeo's policies, it was a normal phenomenon for everyone to flock eagerly towards mastering spiritual power. Chapter 472, 472. Ultimate Technique Revived. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabr Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kazanov. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. p@trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Begin. At Izuna's command, the barrier rose once more on the high platform. Inside the barrier, Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito stood facing each other across a vast forest. Mito's expression was perfectly calm, while Tobirama's face looked exceedingly awkward. Outside the array, Kaito hid his schadenfreude-filled grin behind his white folding fan. Minato beside him was caught between wanting to laugh and not daring to, his face twisted into a complicated expression. Whether inside or outside the image, every viewer who knew the identities of the two combatants erupted in an uproar. Even Kushina and Karen, who had been cheering for Mito at the top of their lungs the entire time, stood there dumbfounded. Yet the camera mischievously zoomed in on Senju Hashirama below the stage. Hashirama's face was scrunched up like a pitiful, abandoned puppy as he stared up at the platform. Pfft. The sight made Kaito burst out laughing again. The view switched back to the two fighters. Sister. Tobirama clearly held deep respect for his sister-in-law. I know exactly what you're trying to do, Tobirama. Mito raised a hand and cut him off before he could continue. But if you're just planning to throw the match, I won't accept it. An imposing aura flared around her. The two paper talismans pinned in her hair fluttered in the wind. Let's fight for real. The youthful face she had regained bloomed into a radiant smile. For Hashirama's dream, I was bound by too many chains while I was alive, especially after becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. A small inset window popped up in the broadcast, mercilessly live-streaming Hashirama's face as though he'd been struck by lightning. Mito cracked her knuckles with a loud crack crack crack. For decades I've been the Senju clan head's wife, the Hokage's wife, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I've had enough of those titles while I was still breathing. In the inset, Hashirama had already collapsed forward onto his knees in despair. Mito shot into the air and threw a punch straight at Tobirama. Don't you dare forget, I'm a shinobi too. Tobirama flashed aside. The spot where her fist landed exploded, shattering the ground into a crater. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Not going to fight back, Tobirama. Mito pursued like a storm, another punch pulverizing the earth. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Tobirama fled between the leaning, half-uprooted trees, covered in dirt and looking utterly disheveled. Here I come, sister. He finally began forming seals. Water release, water-severing wave. A tremendous torrent of water gushed from his mouth, roaring toward Mito with crushing force. Facing a wall of water taller than herself, Mito showed no fear. Her hands were already flashing through seals. 5-element seal. The instant her fingertips touched the flood, the colossal mass of water began to disintegrate and evaporate in layers. The water nature chakra that Tobirama had meticulously shaped was forcibly unsealed and reverted to raw energy. Outside the array, Naruto suddenly leapt to his feet, eyes shining. That was awesome. Grandma Mito is way too cool. Ha ha ha, and the first Hokage's face is hilarious. Sasuke glanced at him, then silently took several steps away. A fighting style that uses sealing techniques as the core weapon. Ever since the Uzumaki clan fell, the shinobi world has never again seen sealing arts performed at this peak level. Not even Kushina could do it. Minato exclaimed, just as excited. I've read the records. Back in the Warring States period, the traditional Uzumaki fighting style was to use supremely advanced Fuinjutsu to progressively seal away the enemy's techniques, then finish them off with superhuman physical strength and taijutsu. That's a completely different philosophy from every other shinobi. Kaito nodded appreciatively as he watched Mito on screen. Right now she was unleashing an endless cascade of exquisite, miraculous sealing techniques, steadily shrinking the area in which Tobirama could safely cast his ninjutsu. If her opponent had been even slightly weaker, her next step would probably have been to seal Tobirama's chakra pathways from the inside and completely rob him of the ability to mold chakra ever again. Unfortunately, the man she faced was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the shinobi once known as the fastest in the world. And that man was finally forced by his sister-in-law's overwhelming sealing arts to bring out his flying thunder god technique. Even Kaito could clearly see that Tobirama had been purely reactive the entire time. Whenever he did attack, he held back tremendously and clearly wasn't using his full strength. After all, the man whose lifelong passion was research and who had invented countless forbidden techniques in his lifetime could never be called bad at sealing arts. That would be an outright lie. Of course, Mito herself was no weakling, she was a finalist for a reason. Against anyone else of Tobirama's caliber, she might have put on an even more dazzling performance. But Tobirama understood her abilities inside and out, and his own toolbox happened to counter her style perfectly, restricting her from truly shining. The fight dragged on. Mito's fists turned the entire forest into a wasteland of craters and splintered trees, while Tobirama, now teleporting freely between the flying thunder god markers he had scattered everywhere, began to look much more relaxed. This is boring. All of a sudden Mito stopped, clearly losing interest. She glared at Tobirama in dissatisfaction. I never managed to make you get serious, did I, Tobirama? Sister. Tobirama looked helplessly at her, mouth opening as if to explain. Never mind, spare me the excuses. Mito waved her hand magnanimously and cut him off again. Let's just end it here. She raised her hand high. Referee. I forfeit. The moment the words left her mouth, Tobirama visibly exhaled in relief. Outside the barrier, a flash of genuine regret crossed Izuna's face, but he still dutifully dissolved the boundary. Due to Uzumaki Mito's voluntary forfeiture, the winner of this match is Senju Tobirama. When he pronounced Tobirama's name, Izuna's face involuntarily twisted into an expression of mild disgust. Up on the platform, Hashirama looked like he was about to cry from sheer joy. What a pity. It ended just like that, Kaito sighed with real disappointment. Indeed, such a waste, Minato glanced at him and nodded. I really wanted to see if Lady Mito had any more sealing techniques up her sleeve, or whether she had mastered spiritual power as well. I'm certain the second Hokage has already mastered it, Kaito replied. Given his personality, he has probably researched something terrifying by now. That does sound very likely, ha ha ha. Minato laughed, suddenly remembering Tobirama's track record. After all, most of the forbidden techniques still preserved in Konoha today came from the second's hand. Let's look forward to the next round. The battles between the winners should be far more intense, Kaito said, twitching at the corner of his mouth as he watched Hashirama shamelessly circling Mito on screen, acting all cute and trying to get back in her good graces. Enma really was mischievous. After today, Hashirama's reputation as a henpecked husband was going to spread across the entire world. Chapter 473, 473. The tournament continues. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. The tournament pressed on. One after another, several breathtaking battles unfolded. First came the civil war between the second and third Raikage, two identical dark-skinned, muscle-bound giants wrapped in lightning armor, colliding at unimaginable speeds in a storm of pure physical passion. In the end both unleashed spiritual techniques, but the third's black lightning proved superior, and he claimed victory. Outside the screen, the entire group of burly Kimogakure ninjas roared themselves hoarse, pumping their fists and howling like madmen. As the matches continued, legendary figures from ninja history took the stage one after another, delivering contests of wits, skill, and raw power that left every spectator breathless. Next was the long-awaited revenge match, 4th Mizukage Yagura vs Uchiha Fugaku. Kisame Yagura was without a doubt the most tragic Kage in Kirigakure's history. For the latter half of his reign he had been completely controlled by Obito's genjutsu, turning the hidden mist into a living nightmare. Had the village not been isolated on its archipelago and hidden behind layers of mist, the other four great nations would have crushed it long ago. Yagura harbored a burning hatred for the entire Uchiha clan. Most of the Uchiha, however, had little personal interest in this tournament. They carried a secret no outsider could ever know, the true identity of Lord Enma himself. With Lord Enma ruling the Yellow Springs and Izuna serving as his right hand, the Uchiha clan already enjoyed an invisible, transcendent status. Thus they had simply sent Fugaku as their representative to go through the motions. Unable to strike at his true enemy, Yagura directed all of his fury at Fugaku and fought like a man possessed. Do not let the 4th Mizukage's petite frame and baby-faced innocence fool you, his strength was terrifying. Even after death and the loss of his Jinchuriki powers, he seemed stronger than ever. His affinity for spiritual energy in particular made even Kaito's eyes narrow in appreciation. His former signature technique, water release, water mirror technique, had evolved into a pure spiritual art. Yagura conjured 4 perfect mirror clones of Fugaku that moved and fought in perfect unison with the original, surrounding the Uchiha patriarch in a deadly encirclement. Fugaku, however, had no real desire to win. He put up a respectable fight, then cleanly conceded. He forfeited. That's fine, actually. While Sasuke scowled in frustration and disappointment, Kaito felt it was for the best. In the past, when the Uchiha were constantly suppressed in Konoha, every clansman had acted like a bristling hedgehog, proud, combative, desperate to prove they were not to be looked down upon. To Kaito, that defensiveness had only revealed how deeply insecure they had been. Now, with the overwhelming advantage the clan enjoyed in the underworld, their confidence was unshakable. Their minds had grown calm and magnanimous, empty titles and petty victories no longer mattered. Another grudge match soon followed, Tsunagekyu's Scorch release user Pakura vs the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Raza had once sold Pakura out to Kirigakure in exchange for an alliance, a betrayal that still burned in her even after death. Though she used no spiritual power in this fight, the sheer freezing hatred in her eyes combined with the blistering heat of her scorch release utterly demolished Raza. Every word exchanged between them made the Sunagakure ninjas watching from the moon squirm in second-hand shame. Kankuro pulled his hood down low, silently thanking the gods for the thick layer of face paint that hid his burning cheeks. He desperately wanted to crawl into a hole and scream at his father. Because the more he thought about it, the more he realized that ever since becoming Kazekage, the only thing Raza had ever done right was pan for gold. Several hours later, the day's matches finally concluded. 49 contestants, 24 bouts. Of course they couldn't all be held in a single day, the audience needed time to savor each one. After Azuna announced that the tournament would resume at the same time tomorrow, the illusionary array winked out. Whether on the moon or in villages and cities across the continent, spectators lingered long after the broadcast ended, still buzzing with excitement and heatedly debating what they had seen. This was the world's first simultaneous audio-visual broadcast on a planetary scale, and it left everyone stunned. The primary purpose, of course, was propaganda for the Yellow Springs, to instill reverence for the afterlife in every living soul. Now everyone understood clearly, no matter how high your station in life, after death your entire existence would be judged. An unexpected secondary effect, however, was that it quietly began to shift the way ordinary people viewed shinobi. In the past, to the nobility shinobi were lowly tools, weapons to be pointed, nothing more. To commoners they were demons, bringers of war and calamity. But now, match after match had laid bare the overwhelming power, character, and dignity of these legendary ninja. Common folk began to see them as human beings worthy of respect. Many even picked favorite contestants to root for. For the nobility, the realization was far more chilling. At this rate, all 10 thrones of the 10 kings of hell would be occupied by shinobi. The daimyo and noble families, who had always looked down on shinobi as beneath them, now felt something lodged in their throats. They still married only within their own class and would never dream of taking a shinobi as a legitimate spouse, yet many were already quietly reconsidering how close they ought to get to these lowly warriors. When Lord Enma noticed these ripples and told Kaito about them as a joke, Ri only snorted dismissively. He had seen it coming long ago. Human society in this world was rigidly stratified, and shinobi most of all. Shinobi had never once tried to step outside the role assigned to them. Like the nobles, they had accepted their place as living weapons. It all traced back to the era when the Sage of the Six Paths founded ninjutsu. The sage had probably feared that people granted such immense power would place themselves above the rest of humanity and shatter society beyond repair. So he bound shinobi with strict rules and codes. For 1,000 years they had obeyed those rules without question, right up to the present day. Kaito, of course, was no ordinary shinobi, and his clan had already withered. He didn't particularly care. Besides, he knew full well that the cycle of reincarnation was slowly stripping chakra from shinobi souls with every generation. In a few more generations, shinobi as the world knew them would simply cease to exist. And he had been wondering for a long time, humanity could not be allowed to remain powerless. Perhaps, once chakra was gone, mankind would finally have to walk a different path. Chapter 474, 474. Inyang Conversion. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zabber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the @ with a. After the day's matches ended, Sasuke and the others excitedly began trying to practice the total concentration breathing method in the courtyard. Kaito returned to his room and continued sorting through the design blueprints he had drawn earlier. Eventually he set down his brush, walked over to the suspended balcony on the far side of the room, and sank into the sofa to think. He was pondering the problem of awakening the Rinnegan. What he had told Sasuke earlier was not entirely a lie. Throughout all of recorded history, only Madara had ever evolved the Sharingan all the way to the Rinnegan on his own. Others, Kagaya obtained entirely new eyes after eating the god tree's fruit, and the Sage of Six Paths simply inherited his mother's power. Even setting the sage aside, Madara's own process was essentially irreproducible. Madara's eyes had already reached the eternal Mangekyo stage, and he had then absorbed Senju Hashirama's cells and chakra. Those two men had been the reincarnations of Indra and Asura respectively. Even according to Madara himself, that method had taken an agonizingly long time. In the current generation, Sasuke and Naruto were Indra's and Asura's transmigrants. They could attempt the same path, but success was far from guaranteed. Moreover, Sasuke's eyes had not yet reached the required level. Kaito's own eyes were only a hair's breadth away from the eternal Mangekyo, yet he absolutely could not use the Indra-Asura method. So he decided to approach it from an entirely different angle. according to Shinobi Chakra theory. Spiritual energy equals yin. Physical energy equals yang. The ultimate mastery of yin-yang release can create all things. The essence of the Sharingan is the manifestation and accumulation of pure yin attribute chakra, spiritual power. The Uchiha bloodline allows vast quantities of spiritual energy to pool in the eyes, activating the unique structure of the optic nerves and brain. That is how the Sharingan is born. Dojutsu are nothing more than the caster's spiritual power released through the eyes to interfere with reality. Kaito himself possessed no chakra, his soul was untainted by the god tree's power, but that only meant he could not combine spiritual and physical energy into chakra. As an Onmyoji, his raw spiritual energy was monstrously powerful. That was precisely why he could awaken the Sharingan without being a shinobi or possessing chakra. Once he understood the Sharingan's true nature, deducing the origin of the Rinnegan became simple. When yin reaches its absolute extreme, the pole reverses and yang is born. That moment of reversal is the trigger for the Rinnegan. He now knew the principle. The difficulty lay in reaching that realm. As an Onmyoji, Kaito had studied techniques involving all 5 elements and both yin and yang. They were different from the elemental ninjutsu shinobi normally used, but bore a striking resemblance to the sealing arts passed down by the Uzumaki clan. To achieve yin gives birth to yang, Kaito would have to focus exclusively on cultivating yin attribute energies and pure spiritual power. In Onmyoji theory, however, spiritual power and yin energy were related but not identical. Everything in the universe contained yin and yang, heaven and earth, sun and moon, day and night, heat and cold. In spellcraft there were countless additional sources. The resentful energy of ghosts was yin, the vital blood energy of the living was yang, and so on. Right now Kaito's mastery was still at the stage of yin-yang opposition. He could only use a technique of the same attribute as the energy he channeled. The supreme goal, yin-yang conversion, would allow him to freely transform any energy into any other, giving him limitless versatility. More importantly, once he reached that realm, the Rinnegan would awaken naturally. That realm was not impossibly far away for him. Ever since he began cultivating the Taizen Fukuin ritual he had obtained from Saimai, progress had become a simple matter of steady, patient grinding. So Kaito already knew his own path clearly. What occupied his thoughts now was Sasuke. Kaito's ambitions had never been tied to the mortal world. Yet for the clan he was born into and the few family members he had left, he still harbored ordinary human feelings. The Uchiha of today had taken root in the Yellow Springs and secured an unshakable position, but that was the afterlife. In the living world, aside from the unspeakable Itachi, only he and Sasuke remained. And since Kaito himself was a special case, Sasuke was effectively the last Uchiha who could stand in the shinobi world. Kaito did not particularly care about reviving the clan's glory, in the conventional sense, but Izuna, Chiri, and many other Uchiha souls in the underworld placed great hopes on Sasuke. They wished for him to restore the clan's name. Kaito's solution was brutally straightforward. 1. Make Sasuke as strong as possible. 2. Make Sasuke produce as many descendants as possible. Numbers plus strength equals mission accomplished. Sasuke's current power was respectable, excellent Kenjutsu and a Mangekyo Sharingan put him roughly on par with the current Kage. But to Kaito, that was nowhere near enough. That was why he had specially organized and brought back the total concentration breathing method from the Demon Slayer world, to give Sasuke a solid foundation and, in the future, enrich the entire clan's heritage. If possible, he also wanted to help Sasuke awaken the Rinnegan. Only then could he truly rest easy. With Sasuke's personality, honest to a fault and terrible at schemes, the only reliable way forward was overwhelming, absolute strength. Thinking of this, Kaito let out a small sigh. He had no illusions that another genius strategist like Izuna would ever appear in the clan again. History showed there had only ever been one Izuna. Just as there had only ever been one Tobirama among the Senju. Even though Izuna had achieved a form of immortality in the underworld, once the Yellow Springs was fully stabilized, Lord Enma would never allow any of his subordinates to interfere in the living world. That was an iron rule Enma had to enforce to securely sit upon the throne of Lord of the Dead. So, short of somehow combining Indra's and Asura's chakra, Kaito could see no reliable way to grant Sasuke the Rinnegan. If Sasuke tried to follow Kaito's own Onmyoji path, success was possible in theory, but the probability was microscopically small and would take decades, if not centuries. Kaito tapped the armrest of the sofa with one finger, shook his head, and stood up. He walked into the adjoining bathroom. He decided to wait until Sasuke at least reached the eternal Mangekyo stage before worrying further. Ever since his journey to the other world, he had existed mostly as a soul and had not truly slept in a very long time. Although his spiritual power was vast, now that his soul had fully returned to his body, he could feel exhaustion settling deep into his bones. It was time for a proper night's sleep. Chapter 475, 475. None of us can do it. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shahzam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Zaber Z, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many E.B., Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kazanov, Kylo Ren. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The next morning, Kaito, having slept soundly through the night, walked out of his room yawning, just in time to see Sasuke, drenched in sweat, returning from down the corridor, a practice sword in his hand. Morning, Sasuke. Kaito stretched lazily. Been training? Sasuke nodded, then gave him a somewhat disdainful look. TCH, only just getting up. Tisk. Kaito reached out and roughly ruffled his hair. What kind of attitude is that from you, kid? Then, he shook his hand with a look of disgust. TCH, all sweaty. Go take a bath. Humph. Sasuke shook his head and headed towards his room. Oh, right. He turned back, pretending to speak casually. There's still breakfast in the kitchen. Having said that, he entered his room and closed the door. Heh. Kaito let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. He went to the kitchen, brought the breakfast back to his room to eat, then tidied up the documents he had left on his desk the previous night. Just then, Karen arrived at the door and knocked. Uncle, those people from the ninja villages are here. Kaito, having grown accustomed to her form of address, acknowledged her and walked out of the room carrying the files. Karen peeked into the room and proactively offered in a well-behaved tone, Uncle, you go meet with those people. I'll tidy up your room for you. Thank you for the trouble. Kaito nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Little girl, if you're trying to win over Sasuke, putting effort into me won't work. After all, in my view, that kid Sasuke doesn't seem to have a clue about such things yet. For that boy, romance is probably not even as interesting as practicing swordsmanship. Thinking this, he shook his head. In the castle's main hall, the leaders of the various factions stationed on the moon had gathered, yet no one spoke. They simply waited quietly for Kaito to appear. Minato and Naruto stood together, curiously examining the castle's opulent decorations in its novel architectural style. Although others weren't as brazen as this father-son pair, they were also observing secretly. No one had expressed any dissent from the beginning regarding Kaito's group occupying the most luxurious castle on the moon. On one hand, it was because Kaito's strength surpassed everyone else's, and the plan for constructing a space defense line on the moon had been proposed by him, with him providing technical support to everyone. On the other hand, the land surrounding this castle held no exploitable value. In everyone's view, it simply wasn't worth potentially offending Kaito over it. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of wooden clogs tapping against the floor tiles echoed. Kaito, holding a stack of documents, appeared at the corridor entrance on one side of the hall. Good morning, everyone. He greeted them in a languid tone. My apologies. I got up rather late, making you all wait. Although his apology didn't sound particularly sincere judging by his tone, everyone responded with good grace, greeting him and indicating they didn't mind at all. Please follow me. Kaito led the group to a side chamber, which he had entrusted Karen to arrange into a conference room the previous night. Kaito glanced at the setup, nodded in satisfaction, and walked directly to the head of the long table to sit down. Everyone, please take a seat. Let's discuss matters seated. Feel free to sit wherever. He placed the documents in his hands on the table, looking at everyone with a smiling expression. Although he said to sit wherever, the others exchanged glances briefly. Then, the representatives of the 5 great ninja villages unhesitatingly took the forward seats. Minato sat in the first seat to his right. Kaito looked at Naruto, standing behind Minato, completely unable to stay still like someone with hyperactivity, and chuckled softly. What is it, Naruto? Ah, Uncle Kaito, why haven't I seen Sasuke Debayo? Naruto asked bluntly and without ceremony. What, do you need him for something? Kaito inquired. Not really anything, ha ha ha. Naruto, having been glanced back at by Minato, scratched his head awkwardly and laughed dryly. Kaito withdrew his gaze and looked at the people seated around the long table. My apologies for gathering everyone on the moon previously and then not making a timely appearance due to personal reasons. The reason for gathering everyone together today is to communicate with all of you regarding the construction of the space defense line. Seeing that no one spoke up, he continued, I presume everyone is quite aware that merely stationing some ninja on the moon is utterly insufficient to guard against the Otsutsuki clan, whose point of origin in the cosmos is unknown. To ensure this so-called space defense line isn't just a formality, I still propose that everyone unify and cooperate to build a truly effective defensive line to protect our own planet. The individuals dispatched to the moon by the various factions were all capable of holding their own. Listening to Kaito's words now, most assumed serious expressions. No one seemed inclined to state their position immediately. It was the shrine maiden of the land of demons, Cheyenne, being the youngest, who spoke first. What do you intend to do, Kaito-san? After all, protecting such a massive planet seems impractical no matter how one approaches it. Kaito offered her a slight smile. That's why, in my conception, having only the moon is insufficient. He distributed the documents in his hands. The specific design can be seen in the documents everyone now holds. Upon receiving the documents, everyone began examining them carefully. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the rustling of turning pages. Then, all those looking at the documents widened their eyes, expressions of extreme astonishment appearing on their faces. This time, it was the Konoha Jonin wearing an ANBU mask who went by the name Kawano who spoke first. Kaito-sama. This kind of plan, is it truly possible to complete? Although he showed due respect, Kaito could hear the doubt in his tone regarding the plan. However, Kaito didn't feel offended, as people are limited by the boundaries of their own understanding and perspective. Darui from Kimogakure, true to being the right-hand man of the fourth Raikage, although appearing as the typical large, dark-skinned man of the Yatsuki clan, was actually more meticulous in disposition compared to the fourth Raikage himself. He had clearly studied Kaito's proposal carefully before speaking. Kaito-sama, you truly think on a grand scale. Creating 9 additional satellites orbiting the planet beyond the moon, forming a super barrier with the moon to protect the planet, this is indeed an unprecedented feat. His tone of speech was somewhat languid, but his eyes were serious. However, not to make excuses, even though Kimogakure ranks among the 5 great ninja villages, we do not possess the means for such an undertaking. He glanced at the others and asked, perhaps other villages are capable of such earth-shattering, monumental work. Apologies, Sunagakure cannot do it. Maki flatly refused. Iwagakure cannot do it either. Anoki's son, Kuratsuchi's father, followed suit in stating their position. Konohagakure cannot do something like this either. Minato spread his hands. Subsequently, everyone looked at the masked Kirigakure Jonin, Kawano. Kirigakure certainly cannot do it either. Kawano said somewhat irritably. The representatives of the other factions besides the 5 great villages, who hadn't spoken earlier, also shook their heads one after another. Heh. Kaito let out a soft laugh and tapped the table with his finger. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Creating the satellites is my task. The construction on those satellites is what I wish to request everyone's assistance with. Chapter 476, 476. Illusion and Reality. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Creating satellites, and sizable ones at that. Minato said, sounding rather surprised. You're already capable of something like that, Kaito. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations, so all eyes were now on Kaito, awaiting his answer. Most of the people gathered here participated in the war in the Land of Rain, correct? Kaito withdrew his finger, a smile playing on his lips. I believe everyone must still have vivid memories of the technique used on the battlefield, the one that summoned meteorites. At his words, everyone immediately recalled the massive meteorite Uchiha Madara had summoned during that battle, their expressions instantly changing. You mean to ask that Uchiha Madara for assistance? Darui inquired. If it's the legendary Rinnegan we're talking about, it might actually be possible. However, is that elder willing to help with such a non-combat related task? Minato seemed skeptical that Madara would be willing to assist with such an undertaking. Maki also added, it is indeed hard to imagine. And if I'm not mistaken, that Kaito, that Elder Madara, was seen standing behind Enmadeo just yesterday, wasn't he? As for Elder Madara, he is indeed currently assisting in the Yellow Spring Nation, and he truly has no interest in such matters. Kaito confirmed their suspicions. Just as their expressions shifted once more, he continued, however, I never said I intended to have Elder Madara personally lend a hand. Kaito, don't tell me you. Minato looked at Kaito's eyes with some astonishment, have also awakened the Rinnegan. Everyone's faces changed again, their gazes now filled with shock as they looked at Kaito. Not at all, Kaito denied. Then is it Niji you're asking to help? Naruto suddenly raised his hand, answering eagerly. Niji is really strong now too. That jutsu where he pulls things in and pushes them away, Niji can do that too, Tobeo. No, Kaito denied again. Niji's Tensigen is still far from powerful enough to create satellites. Tensigen. Everyone mentally noted this piece of information. Particularly the representatives from the other major villages besides Minato, who internally raised their level of vigilance. It couldn't be helped. From the beginning until now, the power Kaito had displayed was becoming increasingly astonishing. Not to mention his own profound and mysterious Onmyo Jutsu, which allowed him to communicate with gods, spirits, and monsters. Even the strength of the team formed by the younger Uchiha, Sasuke, had far exceeded everyone's expectations. The major ninja villages were already feeling a strong sense of threat from Kaito. If it weren't for the shared enemy of the Otsutsuki clan that the entire planet needed to confront, someone would likely have already begun plotting to weaken the strength of the Uchiha clan as represented by Kaito. Kaito understood this logic as well. At this moment, his immense spiritual energy was already spread throughout the conference room, picking up on everyone's subtle emotional fluctuations. He knew that this was not something his formidable strength alone could prevent. Even if there was a 99% chance that any move against him or those close to him would fail, as long as a 1% possibility remained, there would be those willing to take the risk. After all, these ninjas had never placed that much value on life. Now, sensing the veiled apprehension from the crowd, Kaito inwardly sneered. If not for the safety and development of the planet itself, he truly had no desire to involve himself in such troublesome affairs. However, if the premonitions he had gleaned from the stellar orbits were not mistaken, then the enemies known as the Otsutsuki would arrive soon. Before that, he had to see his plans through to completion. After all, setting aside other considerations, the power of the tailed beasts originated from the divine tree, and the divine tree's energy came from the planet's source, containing the power of this world's laws. Kaito absolutely could not allow the Otsutsuki clan to seize and devour the tailed beasts. Although the other 8 tailed beasts had already been offered in sacrifice, and the power of the laws contained within their chakra had been returned to the world during that process, the 9 tails still resided within Minato and Naruto. Kaito glanced at Minato and Naruto. Considering that Minato had signed a contract with him long ago, his plan was to reclaim the 9 tails' power only after Naruto's natural death. The Otsutsuki clan could traverse the cosmos. Even for him, it was impossible to monitor their incursions at all times. Unless he stayed by the side of this father and son to protect them constantly, absolute safety could not be guaranteed. However, he couldn't be bothered to do such a thing. And even Enmadeo, who could monitor the entire world, would not expend his energy on such a task. Therefore, constructing a true space defense line was an absolutely imperative plan. Alright, Kaito, stop keeping everyone in suspense. Tell us, how exactly do you plan to do it? Minato's voice broke the silence. Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, Kaito spoke directly. I have recently achieved a new breakthrough through my training. His face wore a pleasant smile, but the words he spoke next sent chills down the spines of many present. Now, for any being with whom I have established a contract, I can borrow their power. He continued with his sensational statements. That is to say, whether it's Madara's Rinnegan or the first Hokage's would release, I can borrow them. It's just that the borrowed power cannot be used for very long. Just as some secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, he added, for example, with the power of Madara's Rinnegan that I borrow, I can only create 1 satellite at most per use. It really is quite troublesome. Looking at Kaito's gentle and refined smiling expression, aside from a select few, the apprehension most felt towards him deepened yet another layer. Kaito smiled outwardly, but inwardly he found it all rather tedious. If possible, he had no desire to play these games of illusion and reality with these scheming individuals. However, for the sake of his ultimate goal, he could only endure it for now. Since we've come this far. He stood up directly. Let's begin manufacturing the first satellite today. Without waiting for anyone else's reaction, he strode directly out of the conference room. At the same time, he seemingly casually let slip another new piece of information about himself. Because I can only borrow power from the same person once a day, I can create at most 1 satellite per day. So, the preliminary construction phase will require a minimum of 9 days to complete. Then, just as he expected, he heard many people secretly exhale in relief once more. Although everything he said was true, the beings from whom he could borrow power were far from limited to just Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even the power of Enmadeo could be easily borrowed. In fact, due to Enmadeo's unique nature, borrowing his power was somewhat easier than borrowing from others. However, such matters were best kept from them, lest these people become like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Chapter 477, 477. Manufacturing satellites. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on P@Trian. P@Trian.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito led the group out of the castle, walking all the way to the edge of the floating landmass. Right here. Minato surveyed the surroundings. Not worried about causing damage. No problem, it will be kept under control. Kaito spoke with an air of confidence. Sasuke, you guys are here. Hearing Naruto's voice, Kaito turned around to see Sasuke's team of 4 also approaching from the direction of the castle. Uncle, what are you all doing? Sasuke asked. Preparing to manufacture a satellite, Kaito replied. Upon hearing this, Sasuke also looked incredulous. How is that possible? That's too reckless. Are you planning to ask Grandfather Madara for help? I can manage it myself. Watch closely. Kaito gave a carefree smile, lightly closed his eyes, and formed hand seals. Kashikomi, Amamikami no Yashiro. Reikin Koko. I humbly beseech, the shrine of the heavenly deities. Come forth resplendently. In an instant, spiritual light erupted around him, and fierce winds swirled. His long black hair and the hem of his snow-white robes fluttered wildly in the gale. A formidable, overwhelming presence manifested out of thin air, descending upon him. The surrounding crowd was momentarily subdued by this aura, involuntarily retreating several steps. Kyukyu no Ritsuryo. Swiftly, in accordance with the law. As Kaito's hand settled into a final seal, the spiritual light and whirlwind around him gradually subsided, and that astonishing presence also slowly calmed. Then, Kaito opened his eyes. The purple Rinnegan was now clearly visible to all. The Rinnegan. How is that possible? Sasuke murmured in surprise. Did Uncle's eyes evolve that quickly? Not at all, Tobeo. Naruto, who had somehow sidled up next to him, chimed in with a grin. I know, see. Uncle Kaito just said he can borrow Yaut Gramps' power. So that's it. Sasuke nodded, regaining his composure. Pretty lame, Sasuke, not even knowing that. Naruto was practically bursting with smugness. TCH. I wasn't asking you. Sasuke gave him a disdainful look and turned his head away. Humph. Naruto pouted and also turned in the opposite direction. You're just parroting what Uncle said. What's there to be so smug about, dead last? Sasuke couldn't resist adding another jab. At least I knew. You should be thanking Lord Naruto for giving you the answer. Naruto immediately perked up with pride again. Humph. Humph. Both turned their heads away simultaneously. Hey. Sasuke, you two are kids, right? So immature. Ahahaha. Suigetsu, standing to the side, pointed at the two of them, cackling with laughter. Sasuke suddenly felt that arguing like this with Naruto was indeed quite embarrassing. He simply snorted coldly, walked over to the other side of Suigetsu, putting some distance between himself and Naruto. Meanwhile, Kaito had already formed another hand seal. Susanoo. Immediately, an even more powerful aura than before shot skyward once more. Visible blue chakra surged upwards, rapidly forming a translucent, gigantic figure. It possessed 2 heads and 4 arms, the backs facing each other, with the hands on both sides all held in seal-forming positions. Is he starting? Move back, quickly. The surrounding crowd momentarily swayed and stumbled, collectively retreating a considerable distance again. So this is chakra. Kaito's long hair and robe fluttered upwards, and the power of the Rinnegan. Truly marvelous. Kaito experienced the sensation of utilizing chakra, finding it quite novel. For him, this was an unprecedented experience. Well then, next. He lifted his head to gaze at the vast expanse of the cosmos above. The aura surrounding him churned forth once again. Simultaneously, the Susanoo, mirroring his seals, erupted with another torrent of visible, majestic chakra, like fiercely burning blue flames. Kaito muttered to himself. Seems like it's still a bit lacking. Subsequently, his body drew in the ambient natural energy like a whale sucking in water, creating a massive storm as he absorbed every trace. That should be about enough. Kaito's eyes narrowed with focus. Tengai Shinsei. Heavenly obstruction quaking star. Instantly, what seemed like infinite gravitational force erupted from his being, surging into the boundless cosmos. Is it coming? Soon, a few individuals in the crowd with sharper perception suddenly looked up towards the sky above. It's here. Following a loud shout, several colossal meteorites instantly tore through the distant dark vacuum of space, then pierced the churning dust layer surrounding the moon, casting an immense shadow over everyone below. For a moment, many in the crowd felt their legs give way, sitting down hard on the ground. This kind of thing, can actually be done. This is bad, the speed seems too fast. Minato, standing at the front of the group, looked up at the rapidly descending meteorites and shouted a warning. Kaito. Hurry up. If those meteorites crash down, they'll destroy the moon. Understood. Kaito squinted at the seemingly endless cluster of meteorites overhead, their edges unseen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 in total. The volume seemed sufficient. His hands formed seals once more. The Susanoo above him crossed its 4 arms in an embrace. A pure black sphere abruptly appeared within the Susanoo's encircling arms and instantly expanded to an enormous size. Then, the Susanoo's 4 arms lifted the black sphere and hurled it with immense force towards the sky. Chibaku Tensei. Planetary devastation. The black sphere rapidly ascended to a point amidst the 7 giant meteorites, emitting a blinding white light. At the same time, overwhelmingly powerful gravitational force burst forth from the black sphere. The meteorite's downward trajectory halted abruptly. Subsequently, the gravitational pull seemed to surge to yet another level. In that instant, all 7 meteorites were simultaneously drawn towards the black sphere, colliding with each other. White light that illuminated half the moon erupted again. Centered on the black sphere, the 7 meteorites began to compress layer upon layer, producing an unending series of tremendous roars. The crowd stared dumbfounded at this spectacle, momentarily forgetting to blink or even breathe. As the roar subsided and the dust slowly cleared, the outline of an incredibly massive spherical object was revealed. So huge! Naruto shouted, hand shielding his eyes as he gazed upwards in awe. You can't even see the whole thing from here to Bayo. Sasuke's eyes shone with a mix of shock and astonishment. How could this be? This technique is even more powerful than when Grandfather Madara used it. At that moment, Kaito's feet left the ground as he flew straight upwards. Soon, he arrived beneath the giant sphere. The Susanoo raised its 4 arms, palms aimed at the now formed colossal celestial body overhead. Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the star rapidly shrank in the observer's view, seemingly moving a great distance away, then jolted to a stop. Afterwards, the satellite began to revolve slowly around the moon. I have temporarily placed this celestial body into a satellite orbit around the moon. Kaito descended gracefully from above, his robes billowing. Simultaneously, the chakra around him gradually dissipated, and the pattern of the Rinnegan in his eyes slowly faded. By the time his feet touched the ground, the power borrowed from Madara had completely vanished. He dusted off his hands and offered the crowd a slight smile. Once I install a teleportation array on it, it will be moved to a satellite orbit around our home planet. Chapter 478, 478. Satellite allocation. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, John Doe, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito's voice roused everyone from the near stupefied state their shock had induced. Seeing that he had regained their attention, he continued, now then, you have all seen the proposal. Apart from the moon, there will be 9 other satellites requiring personnel to defend them. I ask that you all allocate the responsibility amongst yourselves. For a moment, everyone simply looked at one another, no one willing to speak first. I see, Kaito said. In that case, I will take the liberty of making the assignments myself. Disregarding the minor internal struggles he knew were playing out in their minds, he spoke decisively. The moon, as the central nexus of the planetary defense barrier, will be jointly defended by myself and the yokai of Mount Oyama. Noting the subtle shifts in expression on a few faces, he added, of course, the land allocations that have already been determined will not change. What I am referring to now are the personnel required for defensive posts against potential enemies. Sure enough, he saw several representatives from smaller factions visibly relax. As for the other 9 satellites, Kaito continued, each of the 5 great shinobi villages will be responsible for 1. The remaining 4 will be allocated thus, the Land of Iron will take 1, and each of the 3 great sage regions of the summoning creatures will take 1. His gaze swept over the assembled group. Does anyone object? Kaito-kun. Cheyenne, standing at the edge of the crowd, raised her hand to get his attention. When he looked her way, she spoke. What about our land of demons? Though our nation is indeed weak, we too wish to contribute and lend our strength. Amitba. A monk from the fire temple stepped forward, placing his palms together. Though we are men who have left the worldly life, we are also willing to dedicate our power to the protection of this planet. Miss Cheyenne, venerable monk, please do not be anxious. For you, I have separate arrangements. Kaito smoothed down the wide sleeve of his robe, then clasped his hands behind his back. I had intended to explain this later, but I may as well clarify now. In my plan, once the 10 kings of the 10 courts of the Yomi Hell have all ascended to their thrones, the 10 satellites orbiting the home planet, including the moon, will be named after these 10 courts and their kings. Upon these 10 satellites, shrines and temples will be established to commune with the 10 kings, utilizing the power of these true hellish deities to construct the protective barrier. Naturally, the shrine established on the moon will be dedicated to King Enma, Lord of the Fifth Court and ruler of Yomi. He nodded towards Cheyenne and the monk. When the time comes, I will be responsible for the rites and communion with the 10 kings. The duty of tending to and guarding these shrines and temples, however, will be entrusted to the shrine maidens and the monks. Amitba, this humble monk understands. The monk performed another Buddhist salute. I will convey this to the abbot. However, I believe there will be no issue with fulfilling your request. Kaito-kun. Cheyenne spoke with some hesitation. I think you are aware that currently, I am the only shrine maiden remaining in the land of demons. I'm afraid. Kaito smiled. To my knowledge, while the shrine maidens of the land of demons follow a single lineage, like the venerable monks of the Fire Temple, they maintain connections with shrine maidens from other nations' shrines, do they not? I see. Cheyenne nodded in affirmation. The other shrine maidens do not possess the prophetic power inherited by the maidens of the land of demons. If all Kaito-kun requires is their assistance in maintaining the shrines, then that should pose no problem. Then, it is settled. Kaito nodded with satisfaction. For now, let us conclude here. I have troubled you all to gather today. I believe everyone needs to relay this information back to the home planet, so please provide me with a definitive response as soon as possible. The assembly gave their assent to his request and then began to disperse. Kaito turned around, his gaze falling upon the satellites that had already traveled some distance in their orbit around the moon. The sound of footsteps approached. It seems you have full authority to decide these matters. He turned his head to see Namikaze Minato, who had not yet departed. After all, Konoha was the earliest village to choose cooperation with you, Minato said, also looking towards the distant satellite. Moreover, my teacher Jiraiya promised you that in matters concerning the fight against the Otsutsuki, Konoha would follow your command. Hey, that's true. Kaito narrowed his eyes, looking once more at the starry track slowly turning in the vast expanse of space. Soon. After a long moment, he sighed. You mean the enemy? Hearing this, Minato's spirits lifted. The crisis is indeed slowly approaching. Kaito's eyes remained fixed on the stellar orbits. In the blink of an eye, his black pupils transformed into blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan, within which a rotating pentagram pattern swirled. This particular crisis is not overwhelmingly great. He blinked again, and his eyes returned to their normal black color. Then, he shifted his gaze away from the star tracks. However, this will serve to prove that my words are not false. It will completely shatter any lingering sense of wishful thinking those individuals may still harbor. The crisis is not overwhelmingly great. Minato pondered. It seems the number of enemies attacking this time is not large, still within our capacity to handle. Indeed. Kaito's expression turned solemn. However, the prior disappearance of Princess Kaguya has already caused this crisis to arrive ahead of schedule. If we completely annihilate the attacking enemies this time, the next crisis will likely not be so easily managed. So. He looked at Minato. What do you think? Should we aim for complete eradication this time, or would sealing be preferable? After all, merely sealing them might buy us more time before the next crisis arrives. I'm afraid the calculation isn't that simple. Minato responded without hesitation. While many would choose the option to buy time if they heard your words, if it were my decision, unless absolutely unavoidable, I would not wish to leave a crisis we could strive to eliminate for future generations to face. He suddenly smiled. Besides, I don't see you taking on any disciples. 100 years from now, there may never again appear an Onmyoji as powerful as you, correct? That's right. Whatever Otsutsuki come, let's just beat them all. Delaying won't solve the problem completely, Date Bayo. We have to face what needs facing with courage. Naruto's enthusiastic voice suddenly rang out. Kaito and Minato turned to see several youths who had gathered nearby. Sasuke, Neji, Suigetsu, Karen. Kaito's gaze swept over the youths other than Naruto. What are your thoughts on this? Whoever dares to invade our planet, we just fight back. Sasuke declared, his fighting spirit burning as he gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist, tiny golden arcs of electricity dancing between his fingers. After all, given the current situation, aside from confronting the Otsutsuki, it seems hard to find any battles that would truly interest me. Observing Sasuke's brimming confidence, Kaito gave a noncommittal smile. However, he glanced again at the sword in Sasuke's hand. He's grasped the basics already. He nodded inwardly, then looked at the other three youths. On this point, and it's quite rare for me to say this, I agree with Naruto's view. Neji stated his position. Hey, Neji, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto, however, was irritated by the implication in his words. Huh? You're actually asking for my opinion. Suigetsu scratched his head when Kaito's gaze landed on him. Since I've long since decided to follow Sasuke as my captain, I'll just act according to the captain's orders. I'll listen to whatever Sasuke-kun decides. Finally, Karen lowered her head with an affected shyness. Hey. Karen, your expression is off. Naruto exclaimed bluntly. Let me, the Great One, demonstrate the proper way for you. Wah. What? Karen adjusted her glasses, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes behind the lenses. Harem jutsu. Watch me. A scantily clad Naruto began to demonstrate the correct posture for bashfulness. You idiot. Karen exploded in fury, her hair practically standing on end as she punched him. Naruto was sent flying by the blow, the transformation dispelled, tumbling head over heels until he rolled to a stop right at Minato's feet. Naruto. He looked up to see his father's darkened face and immediately realized his mistake. Crap, I forgot Dad was here too. He scrambled to his feet and tried to make a run for it. Naruto, where do you think you're going? Minato's hand instantly clamped down on his shoulder, his voice low and ominous as he leaned close to Naruto's ear. Don't forget, your mother is expecting us for lunch. Dad. I'm sorry. Naruto executed a flawless and immediate Dajiza, prostrating himself on the ground. Please don't tell Mom, I beg you. Chapter 479, 479. Sasori and the Kazekage. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. The day passed swiftly, and the battle for the Hell King's throne resumed its daily broadcast. Since the fighting styles of shinobi varied greatly, some battles concluding quickly, others requiring prolonged periods of probing and maneuvering, it was impossible to accurately estimate the duration of each match. The tournament could only proceed in order, with the second round commencing only after the first was fully complete. The first match of the day, however, was particularly intriguing from the start. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure versus Sasori of the Red Sand. Yet another battle of vengeance. Sasori of the Red Sand lived up to his reputation as a genius puppeteer, having actually crafted new puppets using materials unique to the Yomi Hell. The third Kazekage had also upgraded the iron sand he manipulated, somehow incorporating a deep crimson, otherworldly sand from Yomi. Sasori, you dare. A sinister, ghostly aura emanated from the third Kazekage. The black and red mixed iron sand writhed around him like a monstrous entity, bearing its claws and fangs. I will ascend the throne. And then I will cast you into the Avicii Hell. Humph, try if you can. Sasori met the threat with a cold sneer, his 10 fingers moving in a continuous dance. 10 puppets of varied designs creaked and groaned as they hovered in midair. Without further words, the two immediately launched into an all-out battle. The sky was soon obscured by swirling clouds of black and red iron sand, blocking the view. The audience could only hear the sounds of fierce, intermittent collisions echoing from within. At that moment, the magical projection's focus shifted, zooming in on Chiyo, who stood watching amongst the crowd below the high platform. Chiyo still maintained her elderly appearance. Her eyelids drooped heavily, giving her a half-asleep look. She revealed no discernible emotion whatsoever. Standing behind her was a young-looking couple, their expressions complex as they gazed up at the barrier above. The image flickered, then switched back to the battlefield within the barrier on the high platform. By now, the vision-obscuring iron sand had been withdrawn by the third Kazekage, revealing the current state of the two combatants. You cannot win against me, brat. The iron sand swirling around the third Kazekage shifted forms incessantly. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed unwaveringly on Sasori opposite him. Back then, had I not been caught off guard, a mere brat like you could never have succeeded. Humph, a shinobi is one who uses any means necessary. And to kill or be killed is the shinobi's fate. Sasori's expression was grave. 3 of his 10 puppets lay in pieces. And I am no longer the brat from back then. His 10 fingers twitched once more, and the remaining puppets shot forward in another rapid assault. Outside the moon's castle, Kankuro watched intently, his eyes glued to Sasori's masterful puppet manipulation techniques displayed in the projection. Kankuro, Baki asked, how many puppets can you currently control simultaneously now? 5. Kankuro's voice was muffled, heavy. Baki said nothing more, but inwardly, he sighed. It seemed that after Lady Chiyo and Sasori, it would be difficult for Sunagakure to produce another puppet master of such stunning, extraordinary talent. Kankuro was also acutely aware that among the 5 great shinobi villages in the current ninja world, Sunagakure's strength was arguably the weakest. If not for the peculiar circumstances enveloping the entire world and the shared enemy uniting everyone, the village would likely have faced severe crises long ago. Watching Gaara, still so young, shoulder the heavy burden of the village alone, while he, as the elder brother, could offer little substantial help, had long been a source of deep anguish for Kankuro. Now, his hands clenched tightly into fists, he stared unblinkingly at the battle unfolding in the projection, unwilling to miss a single moment. On the screen, the iron sand controlled by the third Kazekage grew increasingly violent, shifting forms continuously, relentlessly destroying Sasori's puppets one after another. Stand down, brat. The third Kazekage pursued Sasori relentlessly with his iron sand. Here, you have no chance at all. Sasori remained silent, retreating swiftly. Only one puppet now remained in his hands. Heh. Once he had temporarily escaped the iron sand's assault range, he let out a soft, derisive chuckle. What are you laughing at? The third Kazekage advanced towards Sasori's position with deliberate, unhurried steps. Black grains of iron sand rained down from above like fine dust. Heh. Sasori chuckled again, then took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, his entire spirit form merged seamlessly into the puppet standing before him. Then, the puppet reached up and pulled down the black hood covering its head, revealing a face identical to Sasori's own. Creak, creak, creak. Creak, creak, creak. The puppet's jaw trembled up and down. Then, its entire face grew animated, finally shedding the stiff, artificial appearance of a puppet completely. You know, life after death is surprisingly good. My puppetry has entered a new stage. He extended a hand from his sleeve, a hand indistinguishable from living flesh and blood. A fanatical light flashed in his eyes. Perhaps this is the art I've always dreamed of. He then stretched both hands forward. And I will ascend the throne, become a deity of hell, and achieve true eternity. Several black shadows shot out from his sleeves, rapidly expanding and transforming into several semi-transparent puppets of bizarre forms once more. However, these entities were less like puppets and more like bodies constructed from spiritual energy. These puppets, their features somewhat blurred, erupted with what seemed like an endless blaze of black spiritual flames. A slightly triumphant smile played on Sasori's lips. Spiritual art, ghost secret technique. You truly are a genius, brat. The third Kazekage's expression was complex. It's just a pity. The black iron sand around him drifted down like falling snow, leaving behind only the deep crimson Yomi sand. From the very beginning, you walked the wrong path. The dark red Yomi sand danced wildly, coalescing into 8 enormous, grotesque serpent heads. Spiritual art, 8-branched blood sand. Oh. Both of them activated spiritual art simultaneously. Kaito watched the scene in the projection with keen interest, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Uncle, can spiritual power achieve this level? Sasuke, standing beside him, asked. That's Sasori's puppets, they're entirely made of energy, right? Naruto chimed in, hey. I'd say that's not puppetry anymore, it's a clone technique, right? No, those are still puppets. Kaito stated. Observe carefully. The movement patterns of those puppets are completely different from clones. Correct. Clones possess autonomous action capability. But Sasori's puppets are still entirely controlled by him personally. The tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan spun. Although, he's completely stopped relying on means like chakra strings for control. He glanced at Kaito with a questioning look. They are controlled through mental power. Kaito provided the answer. This is where spiritual power differs from chakra. Once chakra leaves the body, it either acts autonomously, like in the shadow clone technique, relying on the mental energy contained within, or it can only be manipulated in simple ways. Spiritual power has no such limitations. In terms of remote control, spiritual power holds a significant advantage. Because it can fully utilize mental power to execute all manner of complex manipulations. Chapter 480, 480. The trump card revealed. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Spiritual art, serpent blood bite burst. The third Kazekage extended a finger, pointing forward. In an instant, the 8 serpent heads formed of crimson Yomi sand behind him all gaped their immense maws. They surged upward, weaving through the air with astonishing speed as they lunged toward Sasori's puppets. Following the movements of the colossal serpents, blooming clouds of exploding Yomi sand billowed like surging banks of deep red, blood-tinged fog. Even through the projected image, one could almost smell the intense, metallic scent of blood. I didn't know when you managed to obtain such a precious material as Yomi sand. Sasori, along with all his remaining puppets, sprang into motion. Several figures wove with blinding speed through the gaps in the crimson sand, leaving trails of black afterimages in their wake. His voice remained steady. I recall this substance is also damaging to souls, correct? You're well informed. However, the third Kazekage stood firm and unshaken. The massive serpent heads abruptly accelerated, crashing into two of the weaving figures in a split second. Hiss! Black smoke billowed up. The two puppets instantly dissolved into nothingness. What? Sasori's voice now carried a note of surprise. Strange, is it? While Yomi sand is indeed damaging to the souls of us departed, the harm is actually quite limited. One of the serpent heads retracted swiftly. The third Kazekage's feet left the ground as he rose to stand atop the serpent's head. But my sand has been specially treated. The moment his feet made contact with the Yomi sand, the speed of the crimson grains increased yet another notch. Sasori dodged and weaved with every ounce of his skill, but still lost two more puppets. You tempered the Yomi sand in the bloody currents of the scorching hell's river of blood. He finally discerned the anomaly in the sand. Noticed, have you? The blood-colored sand churned violently, obliterating all remaining puppets in an instant. Simultaneously, the 8 enormous serpent heads encircled Sasori's main body, trapping him completely. A pity it's too late now. The third Kazekage, standing atop a serpent head, looked down imperiously at Sasori below. Caught you. So this is your trump card. Sasori lifted his head, gazing fearlessly at the backlit, silhouetted form of the third Kazekage. It is indeed powerful. A sudden, faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. However, you didn't think this was all I had, did you? Bluffing brat. Go to hell where you belong, definitively. Ignoring Sasori's words, the third Kazekage manipulated all 8 serpent heads. They shot forward in a complex, interweaving assault, aiming for Sasori at the center of the circle. Spiritual art, flower secret technique. With Sasori's soft cry, a gigantic red spider lily erupted from the ground. Layer upon layer of interwoven petals formed a protective cocoon, securely enveloping him within. Heh 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 heh. His laughter emanated from within the flower. This flower-type puppet was crafted from 999 red spider lilies. While it has no other function for now, it is perfectly suited for one thing, absorbing the impurities and corrupting energies of Yomi. What? The third Kazekage's expression changed instantly. Could it be, you detected my preparations long ago? He hurriedly attempted to withdraw the Yomi sand. It's already too late. As Sasori's voice rang out, a crimson light, matching the hue of the spider lilies, erupted. In a flash, it drained the peculiar power from the sand completely. As the light dissipated, the color of the Yomi sand grew noticeably dimmer. It could no longer maintain the form of the 8-headed serpents, beginning to scatter and fall like ordinary dust. Then, the giant spider lily's petals unfurled, layer by layer, and Sasori stepped out from within. However, I wasn't specifically targeting you, Lord Third. He extended his hands once more. Several spiritual puppets emerged from his sleeves, swiftly surrounding the third Kazekage. I was merely taking standard precautions against anyone who might try to harness the corrupt power of Yomi. Damn you. This time, it was the third Kazekage's turn to retreat and evade. Outside the projection, Kaito narrowed his eyes as he watched the scene. They're all just loophole exploiters, sneaking around hell and grabbing whatever advantages they can on the side. He suddenly chuckled, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It seems the personnel shortage in Yomi Hell is already severe. Overhauling the infernal order is urgently needed. King Enma truly has no more time to slowly cultivate subordinates. Minato commented, I recall you mentioned that because of this recruitment tournament, King Enma has temporarily postponed proper judgment on the sins of the deceased shinobi. Indeed. Kaito confirmed. Truth be told, practically every one of those shinobi is guilty and awaiting sentencing to some degree. The reason everyone is scrambling to apply is that by becoming affiliated with Yomi Hell, they can have their punishments reduced to some extent. Moreover, if one succeeds in ascending the throne, not only are their own sins completely pardoned, but they also gain the authority to pass judgment on others. Hehehe. Minato gave a dry, strained laugh, unable to suppress a slight shiver. I'm suddenly having some regrets about not participating in the recruitment myself. Don't worry about it, Minato. Kaito turned a beaming smile on him and reached out to pat his shoulder reassuringly. Really? Minato's eyes lit up hopefully. Could it be, Kaito, you plan to put in a good word for me with King Enma? To have my sentence reduced when the time comes? No. Kaito shook his head. What I mean is, you'll have to face this eventually anyway. Avoiding it is useless. So face it bravely, fourth Hokage. Don't worry. With your merits balancing out your faults, your sentence should be over quite quickly. Is that so? Minato looked at Kaito with wide, hopeful eyes. That's how it is. Kaito nodded with absolute certainty. Then let Kushina and me become your Shikigami forever, Kaito. Minato suddenly flashed a brilliant smile, giving Kaito a thumbs up. Huh. But Kaito had already turned his head back to the scene unfolding in the magical projection. The battle between Sasori and the third Kazekage was undergoing another shift. Hey! Don't just ignore me. Minato's face twisted in grief and indignation as he opened his mouth to protest, but his attention too was captured by the battle on the screen. Just moments before, the third Kazekage, whose speed was not his strong suit, had finally been overtaken by several of Sasori's puppets and endured a rapid series of consecutive blows. Though he had desperately avoided vital points, his spirit form was now covered in wounds, his very soul appearing somewhat dimmer and faded. However, just as Sasori, brimming with confident satisfaction, moved in for what he intended to be the final strike, the third Kazekage erupted with a sudden, desperate surge of power. He raised his right hand as if gripping an invisible sword and executed a sudden, sweeping horizontal slash. In that instant, a subtle yet potent ripple of force expanded outward. Every one of Sasori's puppets, including the one housing his main spirit, was cleanly severed at the waist. Spiritual art, magnetic wave sword. The third Kazekage's right hand was now visibly damaged, his expression grim. I hadn't fully mastered this technique. I intended to save it as a trump card for the final rounds. He heard Izuna's voice from outside the barrier, announcing the conclusion of the match. His face grew even more unpleasant. Thanks to you, I was forced to reveal my hand. Regardless, once I successfully ascend the throne, I'll be sure to give you a proper welcome, you brat. Chapter 481, 481. Moonlight like water. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Kaito was waiting for the next battle to begin when he suddenly received a communication from the paper clone he had stationed at Mount Oyama. Hey, main body. If you don't show up soon, Uriai is going to be angry. The words were transmitted directly through the link between the main body and its duplicate. Kaito blinked. That does seem a bit problematic. The paper clone said with clear exasperation, in any case, if you don't come over, Uriai is going to force me to summon you directly. You can't do that, can you? There are no ley lines on the moon. Kaito reflexively retorted out of habit. Quit the nonsense. You figure it out. The paper clone shot back one last time before abruptly severing the connection. In that case, I really should return to Mount Oyama for a while. Kaito closed the folding fan in his hand. After informing Sasuke and Minato, he turned and walked into the castle. Once he was out of everyone's sight, he immediately formed hand seals and opened a passage to the alternate dimension. Passing through the air that rippled like water, the scenery before his eyes transformed entirely. Not bad. Kaito surveyed the alternate dimension, which was now brimming with vitality, and clearly sensed the vastly increased ley line energy flowing beneath his feet. However, now wasn't the time to inspect the dimension's condition. He formed hand seals once more, opened a spatial gate, and stepped through. The world shifted again. Kaito now stood within the Uchiha residence at Mount Oyama. Kaito-chan. Accompanied by a faint floral scent, Uriai's warm, soft form threw herself into his arms. Welcome home. The familiar voice sounded by his ear. Ah, I'm back. Kaito extended his arms and wrapped them around her. Then, he saw the paper clone standing behind Uriai, its face the very picture of utter despondency. Feeling Kaito's gaze, the paper clone merely looked back at him expressionlessly for a moment before spontaneously crumbling into pieces and vanishing. Kaito's mouth twitched into a helpless smile. He raised a hand and gently patted Uriai's back. Uriai took a step back, tilting her head to look up at Kaito. Suddenly, she reached up with both hands and pinched his cheeks. You really haven't been behaving, Kaito-chan. Uriai smiled as she stretched the skin of his face outward. Running off to another world without a word, and after coming back, you didn't even come to see me first. Sorry. Kaito mumbled an apology through his distorted mouth. Uriai released his face and gave him a thorough once-over. But, you do look much better. She seemed genuinely pleased. Thank you. I am indeed feeling much better. Kaito took Uriai's hand and led her to sit on the engawa, the wooden veranda, where he began recounting his experiences of exorcising spirits in the other world. Such things can happen. Uriai reached out a hand, gently touching a blooming begonia flower at the edge of the veranda. Humans, actually devouring each other. Simply a jest of the gods. Kaito replied. A long while later, his story concluded. Uriai withdrew her hand from the flower and turned to look up at Kaito once more. That's wonderful. Kaito-chan gained something very precious. Kaito understood she was referring to the world's gratitude. It is indeed something wonderfully addictive. Kaito laughed. I just don't know if there will be another opportunity like that. Kaito-chan always loves to run off outside. Yuri reached out again, this time twining a lock of Kaito's long hair around her finger. Has this world become too small to contain you? Forgive me. Kaito looked earnestly into Yuri's eyes, his apology sincere. But, you understand me, don't you? I won't abandon my goals. Of course I understand you. I watched you grow up, after all. Yuri pinched his cheek again, then covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Thank you, Yuri. For always being so tolerant of me. Kaito continued to gaze at her seriously, offering his heartfelt thanks. What's come over you? A faint blush colored Yuri's cheeks. Why are you saying such things all of a sudden? I haven't been very attentive all this time. Kaito took her restless hands in his own. Perhaps it's due to my recent experiences. I've suddenly come to understand many things I used to overlook. His tone held a note of apology. Perhaps. I've been walking too fast all along. My eyes could only see the goal ahead, taking great strides toward it, and naturally overlooking other things I subconsciously deemed less important. Yuri looked up at him, her eyes reflecting the shimmering moonlight. Kaito continued speaking. But that was merely my own assumption. He gave a slight smile. From now on, I will still stride forward with purpose, but I will also strive to collect the beautiful scenery along the way into my heart. Yuri gently lowered her eyes, her long, thick lashes trembling slightly. You've grown up, Kaito-chan. Her tone was complex, carrying a hint of lament and perhaps a touch of joy. You've become a truly mature adult. Kaito couldn't help but laugh softly. What are you saying? Haven't I been a reliable adult for a long time now? No. Yuri lifted her eyes to meet his again. To march clearly towards a goal while still treating those precious to you with gentleness, only a truly mature adult can balance so many things. You're right. Kaito's smile widened. Then, shouldn't you change how you address me? Yuri stared at him for a long moment, seeming to concede. Kaito. She called his name softly, her cheeks flushing even deeper. Ah. She immediately covered her face with her hands. It feels like I've lost somehow. Kaito chuckled and shook his head. To spare her further embarrassment, he proactively shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, how have things been at Mount Oyama recently? I need to pay my respects to Lord Shigeru and Lord Shuten and the others. Later, for the defense of the lunar front, we'll need the help of the yokai as well. Everyone is doing well. Yuri visibly relaxed, becoming more at ease. However, lately those great yokai lords have gone to Yomi to watch the spectacle. Only Lord Shigeru remains at Mount Oyama. I see. It's just that they haven't appeared in the broadcasted footage. Kaito remarked. Yuri nodded. Those lords are probably with Kaori. Has Lady Kaori returned to Yomi already? Kaito suddenly remembered something. Then she couldn't have been back for long, because in one of the recent matches, someone displayed a puppet woven from 999 red spider lilies. Kaori must not know about such a thing. Yuri's eyes widened in surprise. While those who aren't of the same species as yokai aren't considered their kin, but 999. That person is far too greedy. Kaori will certainly punish him. Oh. Kaito laughed again. It seems we can look forward to a good show starting now. Kaito. At that moment, Yuri called his name once more. Kaito looked at her. Since the moon will need the power of the yokai, I will accompany you there, Yuri stated. All right. Kaito lowered his head, slowly drawing closer. A night breeze swept by, causing the begonias beneath the veranda to sway gently. The moonlight filled the courtyard, calm and deep as still water. Chapter 482, 482. Feigned cordiality. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Salim, Silver, Many EB, Archer Sterling, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. Patreon.com/lesserservant of Cosmos. Just replace the at with a. The next day. Accompanied by Yuri, Kaito went down to the forest to meet with Shigeru. After their conversation concluded, the two held hands and strolled leisurely along the path outside the woods. Gyur. Kaito. Kaito looked up just in time to see a giant owl diving down from the sky. Its broad wings stirred up a small whirlwind, tousling the hair of both of them. The owl swiftly transformed into human form just before reaching the ground, landing lightly on its feet. Long time no see, Gyur. You certainly gave us a grand greeting as soon as we met. Kaito smiled, his hand darting out lightning fast to ruffle Gyure's hair into an equally disheveled state. What are you doing? Don't touch my feathers. Gyure, a particularly vain owl, immediately jumped in agitation, trying to swat Kaito's hand away. Think carefully, Gyure. Kaito leaned close to his ear and whispered. You blew Yuriai's hair into a mess just now. Either let me mess up your hair too so she can vent her displeasure, or face her punishment directly. Gyure glanced at Uriai, who stood smiling behind Kaito, and couldn't suppress a shudder. In that moment, Gyure vividly recalled the terror of having his feathers mercilessly plucked by Uriai in the past, and the humiliation of being rendered bald. Thus, he obediently stood still, allowing Kaito to ruffle his head for what felt like an eternity, his gray hair ending up looking like a complete bird's nest. Nothing good ever happens when I run into you. Gyure glared fiercely at Kaito with his large, round eyes, grumbling quietly. Kaito had been holding in his laughter until his stomach hurt, finally feigning magnanimity as he released his hand. He whispered at the same time, there, Uriai probably won't be angry anymore. Having said that, he sidestepped, placing Gyure directly in Uriai's line of sight. Pfft. Uriai raised a hand to cover her mouth. Ahahahaha. Simultaneously, uproarious laughter erupted from the nearby forest. Gyure's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly lifted his hands to fix his hair. A group of little yokai had already scampered out joyfully, jumping and dancing around Gyure, mocking him relentlessly, each one thoroughly delighted. Hey! You lot! Gyure flew into a rage. Mere underlings daring to laugh at me. I'm your big brother. TCH. A little Inugashira, dog-eared yokai, stuck its tongue out at Gyure. So lame. From today, we're not going to acknowledge you as our big brother anymore. Yeah. So embarrassing. You're not our big brother. The other little yokai chimed in one after another. Damn you. You little brats. Just you wait, I'll show you what punishment means. Gyure raised a fist, aiming to thump the little dog yokai on the head. Run. The little Inugashira immediately dropped to all fours, transforming into a small dog and bolting away. Run for it. He's going to hit people. Ahahaha. Then, the whole pack of little yokai scattered in a chaotic frenzy. Damn it. I'll teach you a lesson for sure. Gyure shouted threats loudly but made no move to actually chase after them. Alright, Gyure, don't take it to heart with the little ones. Kaito, having had his fill of amusement, spoke up. By the way, did you need me for something? And no. Nothing really. Gyure cautiously glanced at Uriai, then flinched again at her smiling face, bowing hastily. Forgive me. That was reckless of me earlier. Boss lady. Pfft. Uriai laughed again. It's fine, I wasn't really angry. You just got tricked by Kaito again, Gyure. Gyure's body froze. Then, he turned an incredulous stare towards Kaito. Just a little joke. Kaito waved a hand, his smile unwavering. You. Chi. Kaito. Gyure lunged headfirst at him. I swear eternal enmity with you. After some roughhousing, Gyure finally revealed the reason he had sought out Kaito. Earlier, Lord Shigeru sent word that any yokai interested in garrisoning the moon should come to you to register, so I came straight over. He crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and turned his head away. And here I was, thinking I'd go to the moon to help you out, considering, for the sake of boss ladies. And you go and trick me again, you jerk. Alright, don't be mad. Thank you, Gyure. Kaito, of course, knew this owl yokai was likely just restless from being cooped up and looking for an adventure, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he offered several more words of placation. Immediately, Gyure cheered up again. Kaito and Uriai exchanged a glance, both seeing the shared amusement in each other's eyes. After that, yokai began arriving one after another to register. Kaito turned away some whose strength was too lacking, eventually compiling a finalized list. By the time he and Uriai, trailed by a group of followers, returned to the Uchiha residence, they found Orochimaru standing just outside the main gate. Orochimaru, it's been a while. Kaito greeted him with polite courtesy. It has indeed been some time, Kaito-kun. Orochimaru's current appearance was meticulously crafted to match his former human self exactly, though his serpentine pupils held an even deeper chill than before. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say those eyes no longer held any warmth whatsoever. Was there something you needed from me? Kaito pushed open the gate, gesturing inside. Please, let's continue inside. In that case, I'll intrude, Kaito-kun, Miss Uriai. Orochimaru offered a brief greeting to Kaito and Uriai, completely ignoring the other yokai, and entered the courtyard first. Kaito turned to the assembled yokai, informed them of the assembly time, and told them to disperse for now. Only then did he enter the courtyard and lead Orochimaru to the Engawa. The two knelt facing each other. After Uriai brought tea and poured for them both, their conversation began. Kaito-kun. Orochimaru habitually extended his now forked tongue to lick his lips. This time, I also intend to accompany you to the moon. Kaito nodded in agreement. No problem. Are you interested in the moon as well? As for me, now that I have obtained longevity, I find myself interested in anything novel. Orochimaru spoke words of uncertain sincerity. Since ancient times, those who have set foot on the moon could be counted on one hand. Yet now, under Kaito-kun's direction, even the mediocre masses of the shinobi world can travel freely between the earth beneath our feet and the moon in the sky. Truly is something. His cold gaze roamed over Kaito. It's truly remarkable, Kaito-kun. I am very interested in witnessing how you will lead those decadent shinobi to protect our planet. Hehehehe. Honestly, ever since this senior obtained the immortal body he desired, his personality has become even more inscrutable. Kaito thought to himself. Merely to witness. A somewhat feigned look of vexation appeared on his face. I had assumed you would offer some assistance. Orochimaru emitted another series of strange chuckles. That can be arranged. Since I will be going to the moon, I shall offer you my aid. After all, I also have no desire to lose the planet beneath our feet. Is that so? How wonderful. A somewhat artificial smile returned to Kaito's face. With your help, I feel my confidence has grown by several measures. Orochimaru merely smiled noncommittally in response. Chapter 483. A New Day. A special thank you to my patrons. Kane, Shazam, Varun Madhu, MP Gaming, Kevin Williams, Jose Carrillo, Jose Sierra, Silver, Archer, Many EB, Kyle Bates, Acedia, Zandos Kozanov, Kylo Ren, Mersuland, Vora. You can read 30 chapters ahead of everyone on Patreon. patreon.com/lesserservantofcosmos. Just replace the at with a. Moon Castle. With Kazuki's arrival accompanied by the yokai, the vast, once empty castle became considerably more lively. Fuda, who had once studied swordsmanship under Onigiri alongside Sasuke, immediately sought Sasuke out upon seeing him, and the two ran outside the castle to spar. The other yokai also rushed out enthusiastically to watch the spectacle. Sasuke-kun's swordsmanship seems rather unusual. Orochimaru observed Sasuke utilizing the full concentration breathing technique from a distance, commenting to Kazuki. It's merely a training method that uses breathing to enhance physical constitution. Kazuki offered no detailed explanation. Breathing, is it? That is indeed a research direction worth exploring. Orochimaru smiled faintly and continued watching the swordplay exchange between Sasuke and Fuda. By the way, Orochimaru. Kazuki drew a sheaf of documents from his sleeve and handed them over. This is an overview of the Space Defense Network outlined in my plan. Perhaps you might find it interesting. Oh. Orochimaru accepted them with evident interest and began to read. Kazuki-kun, are you not concerned about me knowing too much? It's of no consequence. In matters concerning the confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan, I trust you. Kazuki stated. Of course, this was because the document contained only a broad outline. The specific structural details of the barrier network were something he would not allow anyone but himself to see. In that case, I thank Kazuki-kun for his trust. Orochimaru let out a few raspy chuckles and continued flipping through the papers in his hand. Come to think of it, Kazuki-kun's plan is truly on a grand scale. It's an unavoidable necessity, Kazuki replied with a tone of resignation. After all, compared to the Otsutsuki clan, the power of our home planet remains far too weak. I have no choice but to utilize every available resource to stand against them. That is also true. Orochimaru smiled again and put away the documents. Kazuki-kun, you don't mind if I take these back for more detailed study? Please, be my guest. It would be wonderful if you could propose better suggestions. Kazuki smiled. After all, your brain is different from most. You always view things from a research perspective, which is quite similar to my own approach. Indeed. That is likely why we get along so well. Orochimaru gave a soft laugh. As they spoke, the sparring match concluded on the other side. Sasuke, without employing any means other than pure swordsmanship, had defeated Fuda for the first time in a swordplay exchange. Humph, you've improved quite a bit, Sasuke. Fuda's eyes held a look of reluctance to admit his defeat. However, I'll win next time. Heh, I'll be waiting for your challenge. Sasuke sheathed his sword, raising his chin slightly. Humph. Pricked by Sasuke's proud demeanor, Fuda gripped his own sword tightly, turned, and walked away. Kazuki watched the scene with a soft chuckle, then turned, took Uriai's hand, and also began walking toward the castle's exit. Kazuki-kun, are you going to create new satellites now? You don't mind if I observe, do you? Orochimaru smiled as he followed along. Of course not. Kazuki certainly couldn't stop him. After walking a certain distance, Kazuki released Uriai's hand and walked alone to the edge of the lunar surface, beginning to repeat the process of satellite creation from the previous day. The massive commotion naturally attracted the yokai's attention as well, and they all came running to watch. Uriai held out a hand, stopping a few eager yokai who tried to get too close, ensuring everyone observed from a safe distance. As several enormous meteors descended from the sky, the yokai let out excited exclamations of surprise. Unlike the generally alarmed reaction of the shinobi the day before, the yokai, possessing greater inherent trust in Kazuki, felt not a trace of fear. Chibaku Tensei. As the black sphere carrying immense gravitational force ascended, the meteors were drawn in, compressed, and once again formed a massive satellite. Kazuki used Shinra Tensei to propel and position the satellite into the moon's orbital path. Afterward, Kazuki dispatched 2 paper clones to the 2 satellites to set up the broadcast arrays, while his main body returned to the castle rooms with Uriai. Kazuki, according to your plan, the teleportation arrays on the satellites are also crucial, right? Aren't you going to set those up personally? Uriai curiously examined the room, decorated and furnished in a style completely different from Mount Oi's, as she asked. It's fine. Paper clones, since they don't need to breathe, actually have an advantage over my main body when flying in space. Kazuki led her to sit on a sofa on the balcony. Wait a moment. We're going to make a trip to Yomi Hell. He turned and began setting up a barrier that enveloped the room. To Yomi. Uriai was somewhat surprised. Yes. You probably want to go too, don't you? Kazuki looked back with a gentle smile. After all, you and Lady Kaori have always been close. Not particularly. Uriai shook her head. I already said my proper goodbyes to Kaori. Kazuki formed the final seal to activate the barrier, then walked back to stand before Uriai. He crouched down and took her hands in his. Hey. It's because you were waiting for me to return, isn't it? That's why you declined their invitations. He looked into her eyes. After all, even Kanetsugu went to visit. I already said I just didn't want to go that much. Uriai averted her gaze. Yomi is gloomy and not all that fun. It definitely wasn't because of you. All right. Kazuki laughed. Then let's just say you're accompanying me on this trip. Is that okay? Since you're asking me like that, I suppose I can. Uriai nodded. Kazuki pulled her to her feet. Before them, a black, irregular spatial rift appeared. One moment. Kazuki patted Uriai's head, walked over to the bed, and lay down. His soul left his body. Let's go. Kazuki's spirit form took Uriai's hand once more, and the two stepped into the spatial passage together. Inside the passage was pitch black. Uriai held Kazuki's hand tightly, following closely in his steps. You've come. King Enma's voice resonated. Uriai opened her eyes. Before her sat King Enma upon a high dais, with Chiri and Izuna beside him, assisting with various administrative tasks. Where's Madara? Kazuki, still holding Uriai's hand, walked directly up the steps to the dais. Heh. He claimed fatigue from having his power borrowed by you, so he went to rest. King Enma replied. Since when did the Madara start using such excuses? Kazuki couldn't help but laugh softly. Back when Izuna said Madara would come to help, I had my doubts. After all, Madara isn't the type willing to deal with these trivial matters. Izuna's face was cold. He snorted but said nothing. What's the matter? Kazuki asked softly, throwing a meaningful glance toward Chiri. Madara likely went to find Senju Hashirama to drink. Chiri answered quietly. Oh. Izuna snorted again in displeasure, forcefully setting down a document he was holding. Kazuki shook his head and turned back to King Enma. Your Majesty, do you know where the yokai who came to Yomi Hell for leisure are currently located? By the Sea of Red Spider Lilies next to the River Sanzu. That area has become Kaori's domain now. King Enma answered without looking up. Thank you. We'll head over then. Kazuki took Uriai's hand and turned to walk out of the grand hall.